I am an evil sword chapter 476 to chapter 555. Everyone couldn't believe their ears and almost thought that they were hallucinating. Was Deacon Ching speaking up for Chen Ruoyan? Deacon Wang, who wasn't on good terms with Deacon Ching, asked doubtfully, "Old Ching, are you sick?" "You're the one who's sick." "I'm very sober." Deacon Ching said angrily, "Are you eager for me to pick up my long saber and fight with that Chen Ruoyan right now?" Deacon Wang didn't reply. "Let me tell you, Wang Jian. The conflict between Yifei and Chen Ruoyan was only because he was young and impetuous. Chen Ruoyan has already accepted Yifei's apology and the apology gift. Chen Ruoyan has also apologized to Yifei and said that no discord, no concord. Now, the two of them have reconciled. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Don't talk about this anymore." Deacon Ching said seriously, "As for me, I'm speaking from the position of the sex deacon. Even if this Chen Ruoyan's background is obscure, we still can't let her go. She captured 9 of our blood fiend sex heaven-breaking realm disciples with her strength at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. There was even a heaven-breaking realm middle stage disciple. If we let her go, our blood fiend sect will definitely become famous in the southern region. Moreover, I really can't think of any faction that would send such a genius with extraordinary comprehension as a spy." Deacon Ching spoke up for Yi Qingyan with his own considerations. Firstly, his hatred for Yi Qingyan had dissipated by quite a bit. Secondly, he was indeed thinking for the sect's reputation. Thirdly, if Yi Qingyan was rejected by the Blood Fiend sect, the news that was unfavorable to the Qing clan might be spread everywhere tomorrow. They would say that the Qing clan was abusing their authority in the Blood Fiend sect and that they used their influence in the sect to reject a young genius. Some rumors couldn't be explained away just by explaining. Because both inside and outside the sect, they were more willing to believe such rumors. At that time, once Chen Ruoyan was rejected from leaving the Blood Fiend sect, the news that she captured 9 Blood Fiend sect's heaven-breaking realm martial artists would probably cause a sensation in all the major sects in the southern region. That would be a huge joke. To put it simply, it would be best if Chen Ruoyan could join the Holocaust sect. This would be beneficial to all 3 parties. Chen Ruoyan's wish was fulfilled. The House of Holocaust was overjoyed to have a genius. Qing Yifei's matter disappeared automatically. However, if Qing Yan couldn't join them, her story would most likely spread throughout the southern territory, and she would become the gossip of many martial artists. There was no doubt that the wandering martial artists and commoners loved these kinds of legendary stories the most. There was a large influence, the Qing clan as the villain, and the legend of Chen Ruoyan, a rogue cultivator who captured 9 Holocaust sect disciples of the same level. If he had heard of this story by chance, he would find it very interesting. At that time, the various great sects of the southern domain would absolutely not let go of this opportunity to cause trouble for the House of Blood Fiend. After all, Fiend Blood sect had always been proud of their disciples' powerful combat abilities. By then, not only would the Holocaust sect's reputation be tarnished, but the higher-ups might even find trouble with the Qing family in a fit of rage. It was ironic that he had to stand on Chen Ruoyan's side and fully support her to join the House of Blood Fiend. Warden Wang pondered for a while and said, "My opinion is to accept her as well. Why don't we do this? I'll send someone to investigate her recent whereabouts. I'll report her name to the deputy sect leader first. As for the details, I'll tell him the truth. The deputy sect leader will decide whether to accept her or not." "Sure." The few wardens didn't have any objections. "Let's do this then." Warden Qing dispersed and went to his father's place directly. As the guardian of the House of Blood Fiend, his father could speak to the deputy sect leader. He felt that it was better to let his father speak up for Chen Ruoyan to be on the safe side. At the very least, he had to express his stance to the deputy sect leader. By then, even if Chen Ruoyan didn't pass the investigation, the higher-ups in the sect couldn't say that there was a problem with the Qing family, right? Granny Chen brought Qing Yan to the guest room that the House of Blood Fiend specially prepared for guests and left after instructing Qing Yan not to wander around. Soon after, Warden Wang and the rest didn't arrive. Instead, it was Sun Yaoyun and the rest who arrived. "Are you guys here to take back the interspatial rings?" Sun Yaoyun hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Can you return it to us?" "Sure, take it." Qing Yan placed over a dozen interspatial rings in her hand on the table. I haven't touched the things inside. It's best to check it. After that, I won't take responsibility. Thank you, Sun Yaoyun said softly. The other dozen or so House of Blood Fiend martial artists took the interspatial rings and left without saying much thanks, including that Yun Jiming. Qing Yan didn't mind either. She didn't need anyone's thanks. Then I'll be leaving too? Sun Yaoyun said. Wait, I have something to ask you. What is it? How do I use that demonic blood origin pill? Are there any contraindications to consuming it? The demonic blood origin pill in your hand should be at the heaven-breaking realm level. Sun Yaoyun recalled the medicinal pill in Qing Yan's hand and said somewhat enviously, just consume it directly, then circulate the art to digest it. It can be equivalent to 100 days of bitter cultivation for ordinary heaven-breaking realm martial artists. It's very precious. 5 demonic blood origin pills were equivalent to 500 days of bitter cultivation. Even Qing Yan was somewhat solemn. These 5 medicinal pills could save roughly 2 years' time. 2 years' time, to some martial artists, was the distance between life and death. Demonic blood origin pills are also divided into grades. Xiantian Realm's demonic blood origin pill is blood red in color. Heaven-breaking Realm's demonic blood origin pill is dark red. I heard that there are even Divine Ability Realm demonic blood origin pills that are black. So precious? That Deacon Qing is really willing. Of course Deacon Qing is willing. His father is a protector. Demonic blood origin pills are very precious to us, but to Deacon Qing, he can still take them out. Qing Yan opened the jade bottle and poured out a dark red medicinal pill. Sniffing, apart from a medicinal fragrance, there was also a fishy smell. The smell of this medicinal pill is a bit special. It's naturally different from the ordinary medicinal pills outside. This is refined with the blood essence of heaven-breaking realm martial artists. Oh. Qing Yan wasn't too surprised. The majority of demonic path sects medicinal pills were this kind of style. Sun Yaoyun added, I heard the medicine hall disciples say that an early-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist coupled with other precious medicinal ingredients can only refine around 10 pills. The consumption is a bit large. The blood essence of an early-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist could only allow a heaven-breaking realm martial artist to cultivate for 3 years. Not ordinary people, they really couldn't afford to consume it. And, apart from increasing cultivation, demonic blood origin pills can also strengthen blood qi and strengthen the physique. The effect is even better when paired with a body refinement art. Sun Yaoyun continued, also, demonic blood origin pills can't be taken continuously. At least 1 pill a month, and can't take too many either. It will affect the mind. Ordinary martial artists, eating 10 pills is already the limit. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll take my leave then. Alright, I won't see you out. Sun Yaoyun walked to the door and suddenly realized what he had just done. He seemed to have developed a good impression of Chen Ruoyan. Sun Yaoyun. Sun Yaoyun. Don't be fooled by her appearance. That woman is a ruthless person. A ruthless person, don't forget. Sun Yaoyun kept repeating this in his heart, trying to hypnotize himself. After Sun Yaoyun left, Yi Qingyan looked at the elixir in her hand. Actually, this elixir isn't that good. Compared to Lord Jianling's slaughter feedback, it's really rubbish. It might even affect one's mind. Chen Hao agreed with her. That's right. As long as you use the red blood sword well, even a martial artist who keeps taking elixirs won't be able to cultivate as fast as you. If they take too many elixirs, elixir toxins will accumulate in their body. Plus, their combat ability won't be as strong as yours. I understand. I'm just afraid that eating it will really affect my mind. Didn't you say that eating 1 elixir a month won't affect me? Who knows? Qingyan pursed her lips. Maybe it won't affect me that much and it won't be that obvious. Chen Hao didn't continue this topic. Instead, he changed the topic. I'm curious. Why do you always carry shackles with you? There were quite a few female sword masters in the Scarlet Blood Sword. Some liked to carry mirrors and blankets with them. Some liked to carry a dragon throne with them. Chen Hao could understand that Qingyan had instruments like Pipa and Guzheng in her spatial ring, but what was the meaning of those shackles? Did Lord Jianling forget what I did in the Zhou nation? The head of the sky surveillance? No, before Sister Qingyu left, weren't you her assistant? Then do you know what I'm in charge of? I'm not sure. It seems like Lord Jianling hasn't been paying much attention to me. Qingyan sat on the chair. Her eyes and tone were full of resentment. At that time, Chen Hao certainly didn't pay attention to Yi Qingyan. He spent most of his time paying attention to the sword masters or sleeping. That's right, it was deep sleep. Only deep sleep could kill those boring hours. Especially when he was with Zhou Lihua, the time was so long that it was very boring. It was so boring that it was scary. Sometimes, he didn't want to sleep, and didn't want to pay attention to what the sword master was doing. He would just be in a daze, completely emptying his mind. The longest he had ever been in a daze was 3 days. He also believed that in the future, he would probably be able to train his daze skill to the point where it would shock the heavens and make the gods weep. I was mainly in charge of arresting martial artists who had violated the law. Later on, His Majesty took back the authority to execute Xiantian martial artists in each county. The Xiantian martial artists who had violated the law were then sent to the capital of the Zhou Empire. In order to make it easier to manage those powerful martial artists, I took on the role of the warden of the capital's prison, managing all the prisoners in the prison. Lord Jianling, have you forgotten that I was there most of the time when Her Majesty went to prison? When Sister Qingyu wasn't there, I was the one who reminded Her Majesty. Qingyan's words reminded Chen Hao of something. Most of the time, Zhou Lihua didn't do anything and rarely took the initiative to kill people. In the long 20 years, it was Yi Qingyan who led her subordinates to arrest martial artists who were above the Xiantian realm. Then, they were sent to the capital's prison and fed to the red blood sword. Oh. Do you remember now? Yes, I remember now. You're a good person. Chen Hao didn't hesitate to give her a good person card. Chen Hao always had a good impression of people who fed him. Those shackles were specially made by His Majesty to imprison heaven-breaking realm experts. There are 19 sets in total. I still have 13 sets in my hands. Remembering that Qingyan had once been the warden of the Zhou Empire's capital, Chen Hao asked again, did you learn the sword technique you used against Qing Yifei at that time? You mean the punishing sword? Yes. Yes. At that time, there was an executioner Xing clan in the capital. Since the establishment of the Zhou Empire, the members of their clan have been the executioners of the capital. The punishing sword was born from their clan's execution technique. When I first saw their executioners, I felt that their execution technique was very helpful to my sword technique. I wanted to learn from them, but I didn't expect them to impart it to me directly. They even demonstrated it to me on several occasions. Chen Hao didn't comment on this. As long as the Xing clan wasn't stupid, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to get close to Qingyan. Although executioners were their livelihood, Qingyan wouldn't steal their livelihood after learning it. Just a little of Qingyan's skills would be enough for them. Qingyan smiled proudly and said, I used their execution technique and flexible sword technique to create my own punishing sword. It's just that its grade is a little low. It's only at the yellow class high grade. That's already very impressive. Chen Hao said sincerely. It wasn't easy to create one's own sword technique. Although the punishing sword isn't very useful in battle, it's very useful for improving my flexible sword technique. I can use blowing snow to dismember someone. 3,600 cuts isn't a problem at all. Qingyan smiled. At that time, when I showed the Xing family the sword of punishment, blowing snow, they were all scared out of their wits. They needed a whole set of tools to execute the death of 1,000 cuts, but I only used a soft sword. Chen Hao thought of Qingyan's sword technique. The flexible sword in her hand was strange and unpredictable. During battle, it could always cut through the enemy's body. It seemed that there were benefits to not having a body. Looking at Qingyan's beautiful face and the smile on her face when she talked about dismembering someone, Chen Hao was very sure that she had gone astray. Chen Hao thought about Qingyan's encounters. From Sister Bai of Wanhua House, to XVI, Demon Spirit Sect, Jiang Qingyu, Zhou Lihua, they were either irresponsible or taught her astray. It was normal for her to go astray. Of course, Chen Hao didn't take himself into consideration. He had always let the sword master do whatever he wanted. After a while, Attendant Wang appeared and told Qin Yan his decision. It's okay, Master Attendant. My background is indeed a problem. I can understand your sect's caution. Moreover, I brought some trouble to your sect. Based on her attitude, Attendant Wang believed that Chen Ruoyan wasn't a spy sent by the enemy. How could there be such a high-profile spy who would send such a genius spy over? After Attendant Wang returned, he reported the situation. At the end of the report, he added a few words that were beneficial to Yi Qingyan. The next day, Attendant Wang received a reply from Deputy Sect Leader Niao Likun. She said that she wanted to meet Yi Qingyan personally. Attendant Wang immediately informed her when he received the news. Attendant Wang smiled and said, "Don't worry. It shouldn't be a problem for you to join the Holocaust sect. If the vice sect master doesn't want to accept you, he won't even meet you." Then, Lord Deacon, what kind of position would a martial artist like me who joined the House of Blood Fiend halfway be arranged? In the future, you don't have to call me Lord Deacon, just directly call me Deacon Wang. Generally, for heaven-breaking realm martial artists like you who joined halfway, the sect wouldn't treat you unfairly. However, wanting to directly take up a post within the sect, that's not too likely. Deacon Wang said. You should be mentally prepared first. I understand. Any sect would have some wariness towards martial artists who joined halfway. No matter what, they were more willing to trust the people they nurtured personally. Deacon Wang smiled and said, but don't worry. Our House of Blood Fiend treats martial artists who joined halfway. Some deacons, even protectors and elders joined the House of Blood Fiend halfway. As long as you have the capability, our House of Blood Fiend will definitely not let you be buried. There were very few female martial artists who joined the House of Blood Fiend. The ratio of female martial artists was less than 10%. And Yi Qingyan was definitely a rare beauty among female martial artists. While chatting with her, Deacon Wang always felt like a spring breeze. She didn't feel like a demon cultivator at all. Thank you for your encouragement, Deacon Wang. I will do my best. I rarely misjudge people. At least, I feel that you should be able to break through. Deacon Wang smiled and said, when Sect Master Nya asks you something later, you better be more direct. Sect Master Nya likes people who are straightforward. And, I will remember. Along the way, Qingyan chatted with Deacon Wang and occasionally met a few House of Blood Fiend disciples. Those House of Blood Fiend disciples looked at Qingyan with infatuation. Among them, most of them looked at Qingyan with infatuation, greed, and a strong possessiveness. Even if Deacon Wang was present, they didn't conceal their gazes. Qingyan was already used to such a situation. Her speech and actions were very calm. Don't mind their gazes. Actually, I am quite happy that they look at me like this. At least it proves that I am quite pretty. Haha. Deacon Wang smiled and shook his head. He knew that those disciples who treated Qingyan as a kind person would definitely be at a disadvantage. It might even be a huge loss. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a courtyard with a beautiful environment. Deacon Wang asked Qingyan to wait for a while as he needed to report first. However, 15 minutes passed, then 30 minutes passed. Qingyan still did not see Attendant Wang return. However, she was not in a hurry. She was enjoying the beautiful scenery of the courtyard with some satisfaction. At the very least, she had to appear to be very satisfied. The courtyard was about 2 acres in size. Many flowers and trees were planted in it. Qingyan didn't know the names of more than half of them. It was not that Qingyan was inexperienced, but that they did not appear in the Zhou nation. There were dewdrops hanging on a pure white flower. A colorful butterfly stepped on the petals, and the dewdrops fell. Qingyan's gaze followed the butterfly as it wandered among the flowers. Seeing that the big butterfly was about to cross the high wall, Qingyan waved her right hand, and that beautiful butterfly spun in the air and flew towards her. Soon, all the butterflies in the courtyard flew towards Qingyan. They danced around Yi Qingyan. She reached out her hand to the big beautiful butterfly, and the butterfly stopped on the back of her hand. An enchanting smile bloomed on Qingyan's beautiful face. She was so beautiful that she was like a painting. Unfortunately, this scene could only be seen by Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword. Footsteps were heard. She quickly waved her hand to disperse those butterflies. Then, Attendant Wang appeared. Follow me. Sect Master Nya is free now. All right. Attendant Wang brought Yi Qingyan to the door. He glanced at the two disciples guarding the door and stopped. You can go in directly. I will not accompany you. Okay. Qingyan stepped over the threshold and saw the Blood Fiend Sect's Vice Sect Master, Nya Lakun, sitting on a chair. Nya Lakun looked like a middle-aged man. He had dark skin, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. His gaze was sharp, and the muscles on his cheeks were bulging. The wrinkles on his face were especially obvious. Qingyan could even see a striking scar on the left side of his neck. Chen Ruoyan greets the sect master. Nya Lakun emphasized, it's the vice sect master. When he said the words vice sect master, Qingyan could feel his imposing manner from his voice. Qingyan had a rough idea of his character. Normally, such people weren't good at false reputations. At the same time, they were ambitious and took things very seriously. They might even appear overly harsh. In short, he might be a martial artist that wasn't easy to deal with. Chen Ruoyan greets the vice sect master. Nya Lakun nodded. I know about you. Your comprehension ability is very good. You can be considered a genius. Although there are some problems with your background, sometimes, background isn't important to evil Dao sects like us. As long as you serve our Blood Fiend sect well, we will give you everything you deserve. Vice Sect Master, aren't you afraid that I am a spy? No, of course not. Nya Lakun laughed. If all the spies are as outstanding as you, I hope that they will send more spies over. No matter how many they send, our Blood Fiend sect will take them all. We won't leave anyone behind. Qingyan was truly impressed. Vice Sect Master, you are so bold. Our Blood Fiend sect has never lacked boldness. Nya Lakun squinted her eyes and looked at Qingyan. She said seriously, moreover, your actions don't seem like a spy. I have never heard of such a high-profile spy like you. Do you know that you are quite famous in Ansu country now? Am I? It is said that a demoness from the Southern Moon Kingdom has been active in the Ansu Kingdom recently. She is as beautiful as a fairy, but she has the heart of a snake and scorpion. She likes to seduce young martial artists and then kill them. Sometimes, she doesn't even let off the families behind them. Qingyan shook her head. I didn't seduce them. They took the initiative to approach me. It was normal for her to be found out. She had been walking for 2 months and the blood on the red blood sword hadn't dried. There were actually a lot of witnesses. Can you tell me why you want to kill them? I just want to kill them. However, I am a little embarrassed to kill them for no reason. So, I found a reasonable reason. Nya Lakun replied approvingly. I can understand. This proves that you are still a person with principles. I can be the vice sect master. Is that a compliment? Qingyan's playful tone had a hint of coquettishness. Nya Lakun shook her head. Do you know what kind of nickname those people who have nothing to do gave you? I have a title too. Yes. Nya Lakun nodded seriously. The way you kill people is really a bit of a bad taste. There is no purpose, it seems like it's just a hobby. Plus, it's rumored that you're very beautiful, so your choice of target made some rogue cultivators clap their hands in delight, so they gave you a nickname. What nickname? Blood Demon G. Isn't it a little perfunctory? Qingyan asked doubtfully, what do you mean? This nickname is really too common and tacky. I have lived for so many years. In my impression, there have never been a lack of female cultivators with the nickname Blood Demon G. As long as they are ruthless and beautiful, those senseless cultivators will give them this nickname. Now that they have given this nickname to you, it might be because the previous female cultivator named Blood Demon G has died. Moreover, there might be another Blood Demon G somewhere in the southern region. There might also be a few Blood Demon G in the other central, northern, western, and eastern regions, but I feel that this tacky nickname is surprisingly suitable for me. Oh, you seem to be very satisfied. Yes, it feels good. Blood Demon G. Qingyan was satisfied with the name Blood Demon G. Demon G usually referred to a beautiful servant girl or a concubine. When she thought about it, Qingyan felt that this nickname was very suitable for her. That's fine. It's not that easy to have a nickname that you like. Nielakun didn't care about the nickname and asked, although your comprehension is extraordinary, compared to the geniuses of your age group, your strength is still on the low side. That's why I chose to join the Holocaust sect. Qingyan said, the cultivation technique and martial skills that I cultivate are all black class. I want to come to the Holocaust sect and see if I can get an earth class cultivation technique or martial skill. When Qingyan directly said that she wanted an earth class cultivation technique or martial skill, Nielakun wasn't angry. Instead, she appreciated her honesty. Didn't rogue cultivators join these sects to find a backer and obtain abundant cultivation resources? Earth class cultivation technique or martial skill is rather precious in our sect. However, it's not that you can't get it. It's just that the process is more difficult. I'm mentally prepared for this. Qingyan glanced at Nielakun and asked softly, if a protector or elder is willing to accept me as a disciple, can the process be simplified? Of course. Nielakun said seriously, within the sect, the direct disciples of the elders and protectors can all practice earth-level low-grade cultivation techniques. Why? Is there any elder or guardian willing to accept you as a disciple? No. Qingyan shook her head. Then why are you asking this? Nielakun picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. I would like to ask, Vice Sect Leader, do you have any thoughts of accepting a disciple? Nielakun's hand paused and she swallowed the tea in one gulp. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the other party would make such a request. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were shattering heaven realm experts, wanting to join the House of Blood Fiend, he would not receive them at all. He'd received Yi Qingyan because of her impressive battle record of capturing 9 early stage and middle stage heaven-shattering realm disciples of the House of Blood Fiend within 3 days, as well as the extraordinary comprehension ability and methods she'd displayed. He believed that Qingyan was a rare talent. He had even developed some curiosity about her. He put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan was also looking at him with some anticipation in her eyes. Nielakun did not reply to Yi Qingyan. He only lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. Qingyan was still very happy that he didn't reject her directly. This proved that Nielakun at least had some recognition of her in his heart. Do you know? Ever since I became the Vice Sect Leader, there has never been a young person who dared to ask me if I wanted to accept a disciple in front of me. Never. Nielakun sat up straight and said, there have been some who were the descendants of the elders and protectors. They were also recommended by the elders, protectors, or some acquaintances. You're the first to recommend yourself to me. Moreover, you're a martial artist who has just joined the sect. Strictly speaking, you're still an outsider. Qingyan listened quietly and did not interrupt Nielakun. Because she could see that he still had something to say. Your comprehension ability is really very strong. There are not many who can compare to you in the House of Blood Fiend. If you were younger and had a more clean background, perhaps there would be an elder who would be willing to accept you as a disciple. Then there's no hope? Qingyan said with a depressed expression. Not really. Nielakun frowned and took a deep look at Qingyan. He said with some uncertainty, you were able to break through to the innate realm at the age of 16, but you were only at the initial stage of the heaven-breaking realm in your 30s. There should have been a delay in that period of time. If you work hard to catch up, there's still a great chance. It's impossible to become a personal disciple, but it might be possible to become an in-name disciple. Thank you, Master. Qingyan directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Nielakun. Nielakun stared blankly at her kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, he lowered his head and rubbed his forehead with his right hand. He felt that the development of the situation was somewhat out of his expectations. He really did not intend to accept a martial artist who had joined the House of Blood Fiend halfway as a disciple. He wanted to reject, but the ceremony had already been carried out. He could not even bring himself to go back on his words. Nielakun thought about Qingyan's extraordinary battle strength, extraordinary comprehension, and the way she forced the House of Blood Fiend to accept her as a disciple. He suddenly felt that it was possible to accept her as a disciple, but she was just an in-name disciple. Some sect elders would accept anyone they liked as an in-name disciple when they were traveling outside. They had more than 20 in-name disciples. If they accepted one, who would dare to object? Nialakun sighed. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. I'll accept you for the time being. However, you have to be careful. I'm very strict. If you can't satisfy me, I'll also expel you. Qingyan beamed with joy. Master, I'm willing to accept your test and strive to become your personal disciple one day. Nialakun licked his lips. Even though he had just taken a sip of tea, his lips were still a little dry. Master, please have some tea. Yi Qingyan hurried forward and picked up the teacup beside Nialakun. The moment she touched the teacup, she frowned and said, "The tea is already cold. How can I drink it?" As she spoke, she took out a small stove from her interspatial ring and boiled a pot of water with her quintessential essence. Then, she used an extremely pleasing method to brew a cup of tea for Nialakun. Throughout the entire process, Nialakun did not disturb her. He only found it interesting. She carefully handed the tea in her hand to Nialakun. Master, what do you think of my tea skills? Nialakun took the cup of tea and took a sip. The tea's fragrance instantly filled his mouth. He could not help but feel energized as he praised, "Good." At this moment, he saw the tea leaves in the teacup. Each of them stood upright like a mountain range. Between breaths, he could smell the rich tea fragrance. Nialakun wasn't a particular person. The tea was brewed by himself. All he did was grab some tea leaves and pour in water. However, Qingyan's brewing of tea had almost sublimated it into a form of art. Not only did it emphasize on the tea itself, but it also emphasized the process of brewing the tea. Nialakun had only seen such a complicated process in the imperial palace. Although he wasn't particular, it wasn't bad to experience it once in a while. Qingyan said in a timely manner, "If master likes it, Ruoyan will brew tea for you every day in the future." Nialakun smiled and knew what Qingyan was up to. For a cultivator like you who joined the House of Blood Fiend halfway, you have to be sent out for a period of time. Our House of Blood Fiend needs manpower in many places outside. If you weren't my in-name disciple, I could let you choose some easy tasks. However, since you are my in-name disciple now, I will be stricter on you and give you the most important tasks. It can't be? Qingyan said in surprise, "No matter what, I am master's in-name disciple. Don't I get any preferential treatment?" "Yes, of course there is preferential treatment. Your preferential treatment is double the training." Qingyan's petite body fell backward. She then straightened her body. Her cheeks were puffed up with anger and she looked like she had nothing left to live for. However, when Nialakun saw her deflated expression, he was delighted. "All right, you may leave. There are still disciples outside investigating you. The information will be sent back in about 4 days. 5 days later, I will arrange tasks for you." Nialakun was planning to chase her away. However, Qingyan didn't want to leave so simply. "Wait, master. You don't plan to introduce my senior brothers and sisters to me? We will talk about this in 4 days. If there isn't a problem with your identity, I will inform them. Then, master, aren't you going to teach me some cultivation techniques or martial techniques? You are just an in-name disciple. Aren't in-name disciples your disciples? If I were to lose to the martial artists of other sects outside and say that I'm your disciple, you wouldn't have any face, right?" Nialakun looked at Yi Qingyan. He had a feeling that if he didn't teach her something, this girl might really go to other sects for a martial arts competition. Then, she would completely lose and tell them her name. Just by looking at what she had done, one could tell that she was extraordinarily bold. 4 days later, if there's no big problem with your identity, I'll teach you something. Thank you, master. I'll take my leave now. Go get Wang Jian. I have something to tell him. He'll make arrangements for you. All right. Watching Qingyan leave, Nialakun rubbed her head. As soon as Qingyan stepped out of the door, she ran into Manager Wang, who smiled. How was it, Miss Ruoyan? Has the matter been settled? It's decided. Then I really have to congratulate you. From now on, we are from the same sect. Yes, we are from the same sect. Qingyan smiled at him. By the way, my master said that he has something to tell you. He wants you to go see him. Wang Jian walked directly to Nialakun. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. Your master, who is he? Isn't he the vice headmaster? Qingyan grinned. Have you met before? No? I just became his disciple. You didn't expect that, right? He's just an in-name disciple. It would be even better if he was a direct disciple. Direct disciple? He actually wanted to be a direct disciple? Manager Wang realized that he had underestimated this Chen Ruoyan. I really didn't expect that. Manager Wang looked at Qingyan. Qingyan noticed that the muscle under Manager Wang's left eye kept twitching. Don't be nervous. My master isn't scary. I'm not nervous. Manager Wang shook his head fiercely. I'll go in first. Wait for me here for a while. After a while, Manager Wang came out. You need to wait for 4 days. After 4 days, I'll arrange for you to be with the vice headmaster again. Thank you, Manager Wang. Please take care of me in the future. Manager Wang quickly replied, You're welcome. I'll probably be the one asking Miss Ruoyan to take care of me in the future. Then we'll take care of each other? Yes, we'll take care of each other. Qingyan asked again, By the way, Manager Wang, how many direct disciples and in-name disciples does Master have? Manager Wang felt that Qingyan would definitely pass the investigation. As long as she wasn't a spy from other sects, even if she had committed a heinous crime in the past, the House of Bloodlust would dare to accept her. She used to have 8 direct disciples. Now, there are only 4 left. You're the only in-name disciple. Just me? Yi Qingyan was pleasantly surprised. There was a huge difference between being the only in-name disciple and being one out of dozens of in-name disciples in Ye Lekun's eyes. In the eyes of others, there was a huge difference as well. Yes, just you. Other than cultivation, the vice headmaster is busy with the affairs of the sect. She doesn't take in many disciples. In the past 50 years, she hasn't taken in any direct disciples. Very busy? Qingyan caught on to another key word. It was better for a vice headmaster to be busy. Being busy meant that she had power. Yes, Vice Headmaster Nya and Vice Headmaster Yuan. One is in charge of external affairs, while the other is in charge of internal affairs. Vice Headmaster Nya is much busier than Vice Headmaster Yuan. What about the headmaster? The headmaster is either out or cultivating. He's also very busy. Oh, I understand. Manager Wang spoke in a reserved manner, but Qingyan understood that the headmaster was actually just a hands-off boss. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Manager Wang, Qingyan returned to her room and lay down on her bed. She looked at the ceiling and sighed. Today's matter is unexpectedly smooth. In the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao said in a disdainful tone, I seem to have seen someone shamelessly forcing someone to take him in as a disciple. This is called capability. Qingyan didn't mind the sword spirit's mocking tone at all. She said complacently, Vice Sect Leader, that's a real thigh. In terms of real power, he's more powerful than many elders. I don't know how many people want to get close to him. I didn't expect that I would succeed today. I think you're just thick-skinned. Qingyan touched her face. It's okay. I feel very tender. Chen Hao stopped talking to Qingyan. He also knew that Qingyan did become Ye Lekun's in-name disciple with her own capability. Being thick-skinned and daring to speak was also a capability. Of course, Qingyan's talent was also extremely important. Otherwise, no matter how thick-skinned she was, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Unfortunately, if Qingyan's background was slightly cleaner, she might have been taken in as a direct disciple by the Holocaust sect. After returning to her room, Qingyan stayed in her room peacefully and almost didn't go out. Occasionally, Deacon Wang would come over and chat with her. She could tell that Attendant Wang wasn't coveting her beauty, but sincerely wanted to be on good terms with her. After all, Yi Qingyan's master was Attendant Wang's immediate superior. In these 4 days, Qingyan cultivated and consolidated her cultivation, preparing to raise her strength to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. As her illusion profundity had already reached the small success stage, as long as she cultivated in seclusion, her cultivation could break through to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. In these 4 days, Qingyan's name spread throughout the entire House of Blood Fiend. Other than some martial artists who were in seclusion, Almost all the disciples of the sect had heard of her name, including a few protectors and elders. After 4 days, Attendant Wang found Yi Qingyan. Miss Qingyan, Vice Sect Master Nya asked me to bring you over. Thank you, Attendant Wang. Attendant Wang smiled. Miss Qingyan, yesterday, 2 disciples of the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm wanted to look for you. I saw that they were aggressive, so I stopped them. Oh? Really? Yes, they should be from the people you captured last time. I saw 3 of them. Then I really have to thank you, Attendant Wang. Qingyan thanked him. Late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists were really not easy to deal with. She definitely had to thank him. Attendant Wang was so proactive. Wasn't it because he wanted her to remember his good points? Attendant Wang smiled and said, "It's fine. This is what I should do. I just borrowed your and Vice Sect Master Nye's name. Then I'll have to trouble you." On the way, Qingyan also met some disciples of the House of Blood Fiend. However, when many disciples saw her, their gazes were much better than before. Some disciples even stayed away from her. As if Qingyan was very scary. Was she very scary? Qingyan felt that they had misunderstood her. In fact, she was indeed a very good-tempered person. Niala-kun sat on the chair like last time. He waved his hand, indicating for Attendant Wang to leave. Chen Ruoyan, although you should have many secrets, the Holocaust sect doesn't mind you having some of your own secrets. Niala-kun said slowly, "We have investigated your situation. Although we cannot confirm where you are from, at least we can confirm that you are not a spy. As long as you are not a spy, everything is negotiable. As long as you are willing to serve Holocaust sect, we, Holocaust sect, do not care about your past." "Yes, thank you for your magnanimity, Master." Niala-kun nodded. Then you are my registered disciple." "Yes, Master." Niala-kun knew that something was wrong, but she didn't care. "Although you had a master before, you are still a rogue cultivator. Your foundation is far less solid than the inner disciples of the sect. I have traveled outside before and seen many rogue cultivator geniuses. Among them, there are even some geniuses with better perception and bone structure than me. However, their achievements are far from mine." "Why is that?" "It is because of the sect and the inheritance," Niala-kun said seriously. Under the same cultivation environment, a martial artist with strong innate talent would have higher achievements than a martial artist with poor innate talent. However, it is a pity that they don't have a good inheritance. They can only rely on themselves to find their way forward. A problem might trap them for a long time, but in our sect, you might only need to ask the seniors to solve it. In order to obtain a good cultivation technique, they might have to spend a few years, racking their brains and risking their lives to obtain it. However, in the sect, as long as you display your innate talent, there will naturally be people who will provide you with good cultivation techniques and martial skills. The truly abundant cultivation resources are mostly in the hands of big forces like us. They will only obtain some marginal items or even things that we will casually discard. Tell me, how can they be compared to us? Qingyan smiled and said, "They might like freedom." "Freedom?" Niala-kun nodded her head. There is indeed such a saying. However, in my opinion, they are undisciplined. In this world, there is no absolute freedom. As long as one is alive, one will always be bound, including you and me. Being bound isn't scary. What's scary is being bound and not being able to obtain what one wants. Only when one has something to be bound to, something to miss, and something to desire, then one is a human. Ha ha ha. Niala-kun laughed out loud. However, you are right. Although you are young, you are able to understand things better than many people. Qingyan also laughed along. Niala-kun's thoughts were the thoughts of most of the inner members of the sect. If the person who was talking to her was a wandering martial artist, she would of course come up with another set of excuses. Anyway, the reason would be the same. It depended on who she was talking to and what the other party wanted to hear. Therefore, I will give you a month's time. In this month's time, you can freely enter the first floor of the Holocaust sect's library. Other than yellow class cultivation techniques and martial skills, there are also many basic martial arts theories and knowledge written by senior experts. It might not allow you to increase your cultivation, but it can allow you to increase your martial arts experience. You can see what kind of path others have taken and imagine how to change your path. Although you are only my in-name disciple, I hope that you can cherish your talent and make good use of your talent to go further. I understand. Just at this moment, Qing Yan heard footsteps behind her. She turned her head to look and saw a female martial artist walking in. This female martial artist was wearing a blood-red martial artist uniform. This woman had a very strong figure and was much taller than Qing Yan. She had short hair that reached her eyebrows and a pair of calm and determined eyes. She had a flat face, a flat nose, big lips, and around her lips, there was a circle of black hair which was rather obvious. Qing Yan took a glance at the other party's arm, which was as thick as her thigh. If she didn't see that the other party didn't have an Adam's apple and had a towering chest, she would really think that she was a strong man. Yu, this is my newly accepted in-name disciple, Chen Ruoyan. She just entered the sect. In this 1 month's time, take care of her. If she has any questions about martial arts, you have to answer her patiently. All right, master. I will teach her well. This voice was very loud and clear, as if she was quarreling with someone. Qing Yan's heart trembled when she heard it. Ruoyan, this is your senior sister Yu. If you have any questions, ask her. All right, master. Qing Yan then said to Yu, I will have to trouble senior sister for the next month. Yu patted Qing Yan's shoulder. That strength was very domineering. Luckily, it didn't make her squat down. No problem. I've already heard of your great name. You haven't joined our House of Blood Fiend and already captured 9 of our House of Blood Fiend's heaven-breaking realm martial artists. Very capable. It's just that this body looks a little delicate. Why don't you follow me to refine your body first? Yu clenched her fists, and the muscles on her arm immediately swelled up. As long as you follow me for a month, I guarantee that you will be strong and your strength will double. Forget it, senior sister Yu. Imagining her muscular body, Qing Yan smiled awkwardly and refused. Don't tell me it's because of your beauty? Yu said in a serious tone, a martial artist's strength is the foundation. Everything else is secondary. Junior sister, don't tell me you can't even understand this? At this moment, even Chen Hao, who had always been quiet in Red Blood Sword, spoke up. Qing Yan, you should seriously consider senior sister Yu's suggestion. Your muscles are quite good. Qing Yan did not respond to Jianling. Instead, she pulled out the flexible sword at her waist and said, I'm sorry, senior sister Yu. I'm not a martial artist who walks the path of strength. I prefer to be more agile. Moreover, I've been walking the path of agility ever since I started practicing martial arts. Yu, you have to understand that everyone's path is different. Nialakun, who had been silent all this while, said, don't force others. That's a pity. After so many years, I finally have a junior sister. I still want to teach her well. Yu said regretfully. She also knew that if Qing Yan had always been good at agility, it would be very risky for her to change her fighting style. Honorable Master, where are the cultivation techniques you said you would give me? I knew you would ask me. Nialakun shook her head helplessly and took out 2 cultivation techniques from her interspatial ring. Qing Yan smiled and ran over to take them. As she ran, she secretly said to Chen Hao, Honorable Jianling, did you see that? I asked you for some powerful cultivation techniques and you asked me to sacrifice them. Look at how generous this Honorable Master Nya is. You're his disciple. Then how about I become your disciple? I'll pretend you didn't say anything. Accept a disciple, hee. How could Chen Hao accept a disciple? Qing Yan happily received the 2 cultivation techniques when she heard Nialakun speak. She immediately stood respectfully and pretended to listen attentively. You're still my disciple in name. I can't teach you any of the martial arts that can be taught to direct disciples in the sect. Hearing this, a look of disappointment appeared on Qing Yan's face. Chen Hao, who knew her well, knew that this fellow was starting to become a drama queen. She had learned a lot from Zhou Lihua. Don't be disappointed. Nialakun smiled and said, what I'm giving you is not much worse than what the sect teaches its pro-disciples. These are all things I collected and exchanged before I became the deputy sect leader. It's not against the sex rules to teach you. Really? Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? I knew it. Master treats me the best. Nialakun couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, Yingyu, who was standing at the side, looked at Qingyan with envy. Remnant blood cultivation technique is an earth-grade low-level blood attribute cultivation technique. It has the same attribute as most of the sect's most important cultivation techniques. If you have the chance to cultivate it in the future, it'll be more convenient for you to change your cultivation. Frozen Moon Arts is very special. It's a rare earth-grade low-level auxiliary cultivation technique. Martial artists who comprehend the profound meaning of slaughter not only need to battle with their enemies, but also need to battle with themselves. When martial artists who cultivate the profound meaning of slaughter reach the heaven-breaking realm, they must begin to fight with themselves. I hope you can seriously cultivate Frozen Moon Arts. Yingyu looked curiously at the new junior sister. She found that this junior sister seemed to be very doted on by Master. Although Frozen Moon Arts was not an internal cultivation technique of the sect, its effect was definitely not worse than the earth-grade low-level auxiliary cultivation techniques that the sect allowed to be taught to direct disciples. For these pro-disciples, in order to resist the corrosion of the profound meaning of slaughter on their will, Nialakun did not teach them the sect's internal 9-condensation divine technique, but instead taught them Frozen Moon Arts. Frozen Moon Arts could already be considered Nialakun's treasured collection. Understood, Master. I'll cultivate well and won't embarrass you. Qingyan said sincerely. That's good. But Master, my martial skill is still a bit lacking. Can you give me a martial skill? Yingyu directly lowered her head. Nialakun took a deep breath and looked at Qingyan, who was standing below. He felt that he was a bit too angry recently. Without martial skill, what if you can't beat others? Wouldn't that ruin your reputation? Yingyu told herself in her heart, to pretend she didn't hear anything. Do you want a black-grade high-level martial skill? Yes. Nialakun threw out a book, and Qingyan jumped up and caught it, illusory snake sword technique, a rarely seen flexible sword technique. Only warriors who have comprehended the profound meaning of illusions can bring out the strange nature of illusory snake sword technique. It's quite suitable for you. Qingyan's eyes brightened. This sword technique was indeed very suitable for her. Illusory attribute sword techniques were extremely rare. Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. Don't thank me. I can't take it. Qingyan raised her head and revealed a very pitiful expression. But Master, my movement technique is really too weak. If I go out to carry out missions for the sect, before Qingyan could finish her words, Nialakun shouted loudly, Yingyu, throw her out. Yes, Master. Before Qingyan could finish her words, Yingyu carried her and threw her out of the door. Tell the guards at the door to not let her in the future. Understood, Master. Yingyu used skillful force. Qingyan stabilized her body in midair and stopped easily. She turned back to look at the door and saw that Yingyu had also walked out. She knew that she probably wouldn't get a movement technique today, but even if she didn't get a cultivation technique, she still made a killing today. Qingyan didn't dare to think about the Blood Fiend Sect's heaven-grade low-level cultivation technique, Blood Prison Divine Art. She was already very satisfied to have a free earth-grade low-level cultivation technique to cultivate. Miss Ruoyan, you, hearing the voice, Yi Qingyan knew that it was Attendant Wang. Master is testing my movement technique. But why do I have a feeling that you were thrown out? This unfamiliar voice, Qingyan turned around and found a middle-aged man standing beside Deacon Wang. That middle-aged man was tall and skinny. There were very few whites in his eyes, and his face was pale. His temperament was a little gloomy. He wore a blood-red long robe, and there was a golden pattern of a sword and saber crossing on his left chest. Greetings, Lord Guardian. Qingyan quickly bowed. Attendant Wang had mentioned to her the significance of the Blood Fiend Sect's uniform. The Blood Fiend Sect's guardians were at least mid-stage transcendent realm. Qingyan couldn't afford to offend such a cultivator. Yes. The guardian nodded and sized her up before asking, you are Chen Ruoyan who recently joined the sect? Yes, Lord Guardian has heard of me? The guardian didn't answer Qingyan's question. I heard that you also use a soft sword? Qingyan heard the word also. Yes, I use a soft sword. that's right. After that, the protector left directly, leaving Yi Qingyan, who was full of doubts. What did he mean by good? Was it better to use a soft sword? Or was it better to be strong? Or something else? Qingyan looked at the direction he was heading. He was probably going to meet her master, Niao Lakun. Along the way, Yingyu also bumped into him and greeted him. However, that guardian was rather cold and only nodded at Yingyu. Who's that guardian? Qingyan asked Attendant Wang softly. It's Guardian Gang. Yi Qingyan really couldn't tell which part of him was tough. He also uses a soft sword? Attendant Wang replied, yes. In the sect, there are very few martial artists who use soft swords. The elders and the sect master don't use soft swords. Among the guardians, only Guardian Chen uses soft swords. He has a grudge with Qing Yifei's master? How do you know? Attendant Wang was surprised. Qing Yifei's master is Guardian Long and Guardian Chen are sworn enemies. I heard that they have been fighting since they entered the sect. Guardian Long probably lost more than he won, right? You know that too? Who told you that? Vice Sect Master Nia told you? It can't be? Attendant Wang guessed that Qingyan hadn't seen anyone else in the past 2 days. Qingyan shook her head. Master isn't that bored. These are all my guesses. Guesses? Attendant Wang wanted to ask Qingyan how she guessed it, but Yingyu came over at this moment. Yingyu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Yingyu nodded. Attendant Wang, I was called over by Master to teach junior sister. Help Qingyan prepare 5 sets of sect uniforms and send them to me. I'll take care of Qingyan from now on. I understand. I'll do it right away. After Attendant Wang left, Yingyu said to Qingyan, I'll call you Ruoyan from now on. Come with me. All right. Along the way, Qingyan looked at the surrounding buildings and scenery curiously. The Holocaust sect sounded like a demonic sect. In the eyes of most people, demonic sects must be built in barren hills and unruly rivers. The interior must be gloomy and horrifying, with corpses and bones everywhere. The atmosphere should be very depressing. Actually, that might not be the case. If there were good mountains, good waters, and places with rich spiritual energy, wouldn't the demonic path sects want to occupy them, placing the sect in the middle of barren hills and unruly rivers, in a place filled with poison and fog? It was either because the cultivation method was unique, or because the sect was too weak and had a bad reputation. They were afraid that if they were not careful, the sect would be attacked. Qingyan had been to many demonic path sects before. The Demon Spirit sect was built in a picturesque landscape, and the Blood Cliff near the Blood Sea sect was the best place to watch the sunrise. Just like the Holocaust sect, a Devil Dao sect that had a bad reputation in the southern region, he openly occupied a good place that was rich in spirit energy and had beautiful scenery. All the martial artists in the entire southern domain just casually asked around and they would know where the Bloodlust sect's encampment was. Even an ordinary person who had never cultivated would be able to walk near the Holocaust sect's mountain gate. But it was right there. Who would dare to touch it? The Blood Evil mountain range got its name because of the exposed blood-red rocks. Blood Evil Mountain was the main peak of the Blood Evil mountain range. The main peak had a spirit gathering array and was filled with spirit chi. Most of the elders and guardians lived on the peak of Blood Evil Mountain. As for the sect master's personal disciples like Yingyu, they lived on the mountainside of Blood Evil Mountain. The mountains near Blood Evil Mountain all belonged to the Holocaust sect. Some of them were allocated to other outer and inner sect disciples while some were allocated to farmers to farm. As for the entire Blood Evil Mountain range, there was only one sect, the Holocaust sect. Although the number of disciples in the Holocaust sect was lesser and they couldn't occupy all the mountain peaks, no one dared to establish a sect nearby. Yingyu brought Qingyan to the mountainside and brought her around the main peak to familiarize herself with the surrounding environment. Just as they stepped on a flight of stairs, what entered their eyes was a huge blood-red platform. On the platform, there were many stages built. Those stages were very spacious and some were even covered in metal cages. There were more than 100 Blood Fiend sect's martial artists standing under an arena that was covered by a metal cage. They were making a racket and it was unknown what they were shouting about. This is? Stage. Yingyu said. Why are there cages? That is a deathmatch stage. Ingyu explained, if both parties are willing to have a deathmatch, they don't need to apply to anyone and can directly enter. However, it has to be voluntary and cannot be forced. Is it going on now? Do you want to take a look? Ingyu smiled and said, our Holocaust sex stage is different from the Orthodox sections. In the stage without cages, jumping off the stage means admitting defeat. In the stage with cages, life and death are decided by both parties on the stage. As long as they aren't forced onto the stage, the sect won't interfere. Someone on the stage has decided. I want to take a look. Come, I'll bring you there. Ingyu brought Xianxia for over 500 meters and came to the stage where the deathmatch was taking place. She then brought Xianxia up to midair. A martial artist with a cold expression stood quietly by the side of the stage. No other martial artists dared to come near him. He lifted his head to look at Ingyu and Xianxia and didn't say anything else. Do you see that? That is a divine realm expert. He is the judge for the match to prevent anyone from interfering with the match. What will happen if someone interferes with the match? Someone will die. Ingyu said in a low voice, I heard that 700 years ago, an elder had a grandson who was very important to him on the deathmatch arena. When the elder saw that his grandson was about to lose, he secretly intervened. In the end, he died as well? Ingyu nodded seriously. He died. He was killed by the sect master himself. His corpse was hung on the cage for several decades. No one dared to take it off. Where is it? Xianxia asked curiously. The corpse has long rotted. Ingyu rolled her eyes and said, no one is allowed to interfere with the Holocaust sect's internal competition. This is the rule. If someone challenges you to a match, you have to be careful. Are the internal competitions very frequent? Not frequent. A disciple can only go on stage 3 times a month. What if someone who is much stronger than me wants to challenge me? What should I do? You can reject those who are stronger than you. For example, if you are at the early stage of the Heaven Breaker realm, you can reject those who are at the middle stage of the Heaven Breaker realm. It won't affect you. Ingyu smiled and said, however, if someone is weaker than you and challenges you, then you can't reject them. What will happen if I reject them? You will lose a month's worth of resources in the sect, and it will be obtained by the martial artist who challenged you. Ingyu said, the sect encourages martial artists of the same level to compete with each other, and gives preferential treatment to all the disciples who have the ability to fight above their level. Disciples who have outstanding battle prowess should obtain more resources. When martial artists of the same level compete with each other, unless they have just broken through, they can apply for a period of time to be excused from the battle. Once rejected or defeated, then 1/3 of the resources distributed by the sect for the month will be obtained by the victor. Of course, the sect is still very benevolent. A person can only be defeated twice before being unable to be challenged again. However, if they are defeated 6 times in a row, the sect will personally help them increase their battle prowess. Xianxia could imagine what kind of rich resources some martial artists with extremely strong battle prowess would obtain. How do I help them increase their battle prowess? Every 3 months, disciples who have been defeated 6 times in a row will be placed into these iron cages in the arena. Within a month, they will have to undergo 2 one-on-one duels in the life and death arena. If there are a lot of people, 1/4 of each cultivation level will be left behind. They can't admit defeat. The winner lives and the loser dies. Ingyu said in approval, generally, martial artists who have gone through this kind of training will have a huge improvement in their strength. Xianxia nodded because those who didn't improve their strength would be finished. She asked softly, will there be martial artists who suppress their own strength and not allow themselves to improve? There will definitely be such people who are afraid of death. However, the sect will notice them. If their strength can't improve for a long time, they will be seen as those who have exhausted their potential and will be abandoned by the sect. If the situation is bad, they will be given compulsory missions. Ingyu said, actually, if they are smart, they can choose to be sent out. If they are really afraid of death, they can directly say so and the sect won't make things too difficult for them. If they are sent out, they won't be challenged? Yes, but if they are sent out, they won't be heavily nurtured by the sect. However, they still have to work for the sect. Yingyu smiled and said, actually, this rule is still okay. If you want to avoid it, there are many ways. For example, you can go to the sect's external affairs hall to accept missions and avoid being challenged for a period of time. However, the missions that our sect assigns have a time limit. The missions will definitely be more dangerous than the duels in the arena. Will there be people who will challenge me? This month, they can indeed challenge you. When this month ends, you will be sent out by the master and they won't be able to find you. Yingyu said, however, I don't think there will be any idiots who will specifically challenge you, right? The two of them spoke a few words and the two true energy realm martial artists on the arena had already decided their life and death. The winner took the spatial ring and weapon of the loser. A servant jumped onto the arena and dragged the corpse down. The other 5 servants carried buckets of water and cloth and began to clean up the bloodstains on the arena. Let's go. The place where Yingyu stayed was a small loft on the mountainside of Blood Evil Mountain. There were many rooms in the small loft and 5 maids. You are just a registered disciple of the master. You don't have the qualifications to be allocated a small loft. During this period of time, you will temporarily stay here with me. Yes, senior sister. Xiaoai, Qinruoyan is my master's new registered disciple. Get someone to clean up a room for her. Yes, master. Xiaoai's cultivation should be at the true element boundary. She was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. She also had a round face and looked very strong. Her eyes were very round, and she looked very fierce. She looked like a tigress. Qin Yan recalled how senior martial sister Yingyu had advised her to temper her body. She roughly understood that senior martial sister Yingyu's aesthetic standards might be a little different. In a while, Deacon Wang will send you the uniform and identity plate. You can take them and take a look at the cultivation methods and martial skills that Master taught you. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll come back tonight and you can ask me. Senior sister, where are you going? To cultivate, of course. Do you want to join us? Qin Yan muttered in her heart, what a cultivation maniac. Forget it. I'll take a look at those secret manuals first. Look carefully and cultivate well. Master is a very serious person and has very strict requirements. He hasn't accepted a disciple for many years. I can see that he has high expectations for you. I also hope that you can become my official junior sister. I will cultivate well. After Yingyu left, only Qin Yan and a group of servants were left in the small loft. The room hadn't been cleaned up yet. She found a chair in the hall and sat down. She took out the blood remnant cultivation method that Nya Lihua gave her from the spatial ring. Even Zhou Lihua hadn't cultivated an earth-level cultivation method before. There was a legend of an earth-grade cultivation method in the Zhou state, but it was only a legend. After all, before the Zhou state was separated, that area belonged to a remote area. After reading a little less than half of the blood remnant cultivation method, Deacon Wang came over with the uniform and identity plate. The clothes were very fitting at a glance. She didn't tell Deacon Wang her size, but as a heaven-breaking realm expert, Deacon Wang still had some eyesight. The nameplate was a blood-red metal plate. It was as big as a palm and as thick as a finger. The back of the plate was engraved with the words House of Bloodlust and countless complicated patterns. The front of the plate was engraved with Qin Yan's fake name, Chen Ruoyan. This is the identity plate. You need to drip a drop of blood on it to verify it. Okay. Qin Yan dripped a drop of blood on it. The drop of blood quickly merged with the identity plate, emitting a faint blood-red halo. Then, it dimmed again. The identity plate is very important. Don't lose it. It's very troublesome to make a replacement. You also need to pay spirit stones. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and Deacon Wang left. After reading through the blood remnant cultivation method, Qin Yan discovered that an earth-grade cultivation method was worthy of being called an earth-grade cultivation method. Once she switched to cultivating the blood remnant cultivation method, the amount of true essence she could cultivate would be almost twice as much as cultivating a black-grade high-grade cultivation method at the same level. Seeing Nya Lakun's comments on the blood remnant cultivation method, Qin Yan's chief master also mentioned that compared to other earth-grade low-grade cultivation methods, the amount of true essence cultivated by the blood remnant cultivation method was somewhat less. However, when circulating the Cultivation method. The explosive power was very strong, and it was slightly insufficient for continuous combat. Also, for martial artists who cultivated the blood remnant cultivation method, when injured or bleeding too much, the circulation speed of true essence within their body would continue to increase. In other words, the more injured they were, the stronger their combat strength would be. The circulation speed of true essence within their body could at most double. This cultivation method looks very violent, but it's still very good. Qingyan's talent was extraordinary. In addition, she had cultivated for so many years. Earth-grade low-grade cultivation methods were still not difficult for her. After senior sister Yu's maid, Xiaoai, finished cleaning the new room, Qingyan immediately went in and began to cultivate. Niao only gave her a month's time. In this 1 month's time, not only did Qingyan have to work hard to raise her cultivation, she also had to study the secret manuals in her hands. She also had to find time to go to the Blood Fiend Sex Library to take a look and supplement her foundation of martial arts knowledge. After all, for the past 10,000 years, the human race had gradually become the strongest force in the continent. During this long period of time, the human race's martial arts had also developed greatly. Qingyan was like a frog that had just jumped into a well. The Blood Fiend Sex Library was built in the middle of the mountain in the middle of the lake. After entering the library, Qingyan passed the identity plate to the manager who was sitting at the entrance of the library. The manager placed the identity plate in the center of the formation plate on the table. After the formation plate glowed slightly, the manager returned the identity plate to her. The identity plate is correct, but there are no mission points. You can only read it on the first floor of the library. Understood. Newbie, remember, you must put the information back where you took it from. You must not damage it. If you damage it, you must compensate for it. Also, you are not allowed to take it out. Do you understand? Understood. N. Qingyan looked at the bookshelves that were filled with books. She was at a loss for a moment. How do I look at it? In Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao was also looking at the bookshelves. He reminded Qingyan, look carefully at those bookshelves. See if there are any lousy books that can be used as table legs. Lousy books that can be used as table legs? What do you mean? Those lousy books that others don't pay attention to might be your opportunity. Who knows, they might even be heaven-tier martial arts techniques or something. Has Sir Jianling been here before? No? Then how did you know? I guessed it. Qingyan rolled her eyes at Red Blood Sword. You are really childish. Those are just novels to scare people. Did you really take them seriously? Do you think that I am stupid too? Have you read such stories before? Of course. Qingyan said snappily. In the past, Sister Qingyu liked to read such casual books in her free time. I also flipped through a few when I was free. Chen Hao suddenly understood. It turned out that the authors of both worlds used the same trick, then pretend that I didn't say anything. However, while Qingyan was seriously looking for the martial arts foundation books on the first floor, Chen Hao was still looking around to see if there were any special books. After a long time, perhaps the heavens took pity on Chen Hao's sincerity. Chen Hao really found a special book. The book was very thin. It was sandwiched between a thick notebook called Shi Guangjian's Martial Arts Experience. Shi Guangjian's martial arts experience should be the cultivation records of a martial artist named Shi Guangjian. The name was very unattractive. Many martial artists might be too lazy to flip through it, however, that very thin book was actually sandwiched between the two. There must be some secret, perhaps some martial artist from the House of Blood Fiend accidentally discovered the extraordinariness of this book and secretly hid it away. There were so many books on the first floor. Qingyan had been browsing for half a day, but she still hadn't finished browsing. A thin book was sandwiched between such a thick book. It was really difficult to discover it with the naked eye. However, Chen Hao did not have eyes. Whatever he saw, he could only rely on his spiritual perception. It was simply impossible to hide from him. Qingyan, over there, on the third bookshelf on your left, there is a secret in Shi Guangjian's martial arts experience. Quickly take it out and have a look. It can't be, right? Qingyan said in surprise. Chen Hao urged, what's there not to know? Hurry up and take a look. Maybe there's something good inside. Whatever good things the sword master learned would belong to him in the future. Yes. Qingyan suppressed the agitation in her heart. Her expression was calm and did not reveal anything. She did not take it immediately but observed her surroundings. Unknowingly, there were already 5 Holocaust sect's disciples around her. There were 3 male disciples who pretended to be looking for books. Their gazes would sweep past her from time to time. The other 2 disciples were holding books in their hands, but they would secretly look at her from time to time. Rather than looking for books to read, it was better to say that they were looking at her. Chen Hao also noticed the situation. She is really a femme fatale. Qingyan's expression immediately turned cold. She shouted at those people, "Why are you staring at me? Your gazes are making me uncomfortable." "No, who is staring at you?" A male disciple from the House of Blood Fiend curled his lips and said. "So what if you are good-looking?" Another person said. After speaking, that person stuffed the book back into the bookshelf and left. Before he left, he even said with disdain, "This woman." No one dared to make a move in the library. Not everyone from the House of Blood Fiend could recognize Yi Qingyan. Soon, the people around Qingyan, regardless of whether they were peeking at her or not, had all dispersed. She was the only one left. Yes, they have all left. What a pity for my image. Don't tell me you still have the burden of being an idol? Chen Hao couldn't help but ridicule. Qingyan said coquettishly, "I want to be a fairy that everyone loves." Disgusting. Qingyan walked naturally to the bookshelf that Chen Hao had mentioned. She took out the book, Shi Guangjian's Martial Arts Insights. Indeed, there was a small book inside. Chen Hao said proudly, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? There must be some secret in this book." Qingyan flattered happily, "Master Jianling's eyes are as sharp as torches. You are so observant. Hee hee. Hurry up and flip it open. What cultivation technique is it?" "Yes, yes." Qingyan replied enthusiastically. She was a little excited. This was the mentality of picking up scraps. Qingyan didn't take out the thin book. Instead, she continued reading it in the Shi Guangjian's Martial Arts Insights. Once she opened it, the thin book was flipped to the middle. Qingyan glanced at the illustration on the page, and was stunned. Yes, there were illustrations in this book. The illustrations were very detailed. She flipped a few more pages. Then, she glanced at the title of the book. She took a deep breath and silently put the Shi Guangjian's Martial Arts Insights back into its original position. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chen Hao said, "Those drawings are very good. They are very lifelike and lifelike." Yes. Qingyan's cold gaze continued to sweep across the book titles on the bookshelf. Don't look at that book with prejudice. Practicing and practicing is also a way of cultivation. I know. It's just not suitable for me. However, Chen Hao could tell that Qingyan was not speaking from her heart. He was madly cursing the person who hid the book in his heart for causing him to make a mistake. What was so shameful about this kind of serious martial arts theory? Why did he have to hide it? A month's time passed very quickly. In this month, Qingyan lived very peacefully. No one came to challenge her. However, in this month, Qingyan gained a lot. Not only did she crazily replenish her basic martial arts knowledge in the Blood Fiend Sect's library, but she also gained a lot of enlightenment on the path of martial arts. She also successfully switched to the remnant blood cultivation technique and relied on the spirit stones in her spatial ring to barely maintain her strength at the initial stage of the heaven-breaking realm. In addition, under Chen Hao's supervision, Yi Qingyan also gained a rudimentary understanding of the Ice Moon art. After Ren Kenzu's hard work, the difficulty of the Red Blood Sword's future owner to properly control the Red Blood Sword would increase exponentially. For example, Yi Qingyan, who was not considered weak in the heaven-breaking realm, was unable to fully display the Demon Sword domain. The complete version of the Demon Sword domain could very likely make her lose her mind instantly and almost go crazy. She might have to become a transcendent realm martial artist to barely be able to withstand it. The Illusion Snake Sword technique was also very suitable for Yi Qingyan. It was as if it was tailor-made for her. The profound meaning of illusion was different from the profound meaning of slaughter. It was something that Qing Yan had comprehended on her own before she obtained the red blood sword. In other words, the profound meaning of illusion was Qing Yan's innate profound meaning. In terms of the profound meaning of illusion, she was the most talented, however, because there were very few martial artists who cultivated flexible swords. Flexible sword techniques were also very rare. The profound meaning of illusion was also an extremely rare profound meaning. A martial technique that could allow Qing Yan to display her own characteristics was even rarer. The soaring snake sword technique that she had cultivated until now was only a black-grade middle-grade sword technique. It was not that she did not have a black-grade high-grade sword technique, but that flexible sword techniques were too rare. The soaring snake sword technique was also not an illusory sword technique. Speaking of which, it could not display the strength of her profound meaning. With the illusion snake sword technique, Qing Yan's flaws in martial techniques were greatly compensated. The blood attribute cultivation technique, remnant blood cultivation technique, coupled with her profound meaning of slaughter, red blood sword, and the combination of the illusory attribute cultivation technique and her profound meaning, Qing Yan's strength had more than doubled in the short span of a month. 1 month to cultivate the illusory snake sword technique to the initial stage. It should be enough. Of course, it was enough. Qing Yan didn't spend all her time on the illusory snake sword technique. Niao Likun was a very punctual person. Qing Yan had just practiced the sword technique again when she heard senior sister Yingyu's footsteps. Yingyu's footsteps were very loud. When she was in a hurry, she seemed to be stomping the ground with every step. Of course, this description was a little exaggerated. Ruoyan, master sent someone to call you over. A month's time is up. Got it. This month was peaceful, but Qing Yan had a very fulfilling time. She knew that it was also because of her strong battle prowess, some reputation in the sect, and the protection of Niao Likun and Yingyu. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to settle down in this month. Master is very strict with her disciples. You're her in-name disciple. Although I don't know what kind of mission she'll send you out to do, it definitely won't be easy. You should be mentally prepared. Senior sister Yingyu, I've long been mentally prepared. That's good. Yingyu smiled. You've improved a lot this month. I think very highly of you. You have to work hard to become Master's official disciple. I definitely will. N. Yingyu patted Qing Yan's head. Qing Yan raised her head and looked at her reproachfully, then hurriedly tidied her hair. Fortunately, Yingyu was 40 years old this year and was at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. She was also older than Qing Yan. Otherwise, Qing Yan would probably be depressed to death. I just want to see your expression. Yingyu laughed. You look like a punching bag. She couldn't win against her, other than enduring. What else could she do? When she saw Niao Likun, Qing Yan noticed that Guardian Chen was standing beside Niao Likun. Guardian Chen stood straight in front of Niao Likun and looked at her coldly, as if he didn't have the slightest emotion. She had heard from senior apprentice sister Yingyu that Protector Chen was a member of Niao Likun's faction. He was her master's right-hand man and had a lot of missions on his shoulders. He was often out on missions and was rarely seen in the sect. Coincidentally, Guardian Chen was here at this time. Qing Yan guessed that she would very likely follow Guardian Chen in the future. Ruoyan, come and greet Guardian Chen. Greetings, Guardian Chen. Qing Yan bowed carefully. It was better to be polite. Enforcer Chen nodded his chin slightly as a greeting to her. I've already mentioned it to Protector Chen. The Blood Hand Hall is in need of manpower. In the future, you will follow Protector Chen for a long time. Yes, Master. Qing Yan didn't know what the Blood Hand Hall did, but since Niao Likun had given the order, she couldn't go against it. No matter what, she was the Vice Sect Master's registered disciple, so Protector Chen shouldn't make things too difficult for her. At this time, Enforcer Chen stood up and said, Vice Head, you should be very clear about the mission of the Blood Hand Hall. If you really care about this disciple, I suggest that you arrange a new place for her. Otherwise, if she dies in my hands, I won't be able to explain it. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Vice Sect Leader Nya said indifferently, 2 of my disciples died in the Blood Hand Hall, but I didn't say anything. As long as you're mentally prepared. These 2 big shots completely ignored the person involved in the conversation. Niao Likun glanced at Qing Yan and said, Go with Protector Chen. Remember not to embarrass me. All right. Come with me. N. Xianxia nodded and said to Nialakun, Master, then I'll take my leave. Go, don't die. Chen Hao had to admit that Nialakun's blessing for Qingyan was very simple. Yingyu said goodbye, junior sister. If you have time, come to my place. N. Protector Chen walked in front without saying a word, minding his own business. Qingyan followed closely behind him. She didn't know what to say, so she didn't say anything. This enforcer Chen didn't look like someone who was easy to talk to. The Blood Hand Hall is a special organization of our House of Blood Fiend. Our main task is to eliminate some martial artists, sects, families, even countries, and traitors. The mission we carry out is very dangerous. You should be mentally prepared. Since you're Vice Sect Master Nya's registered disciple and you were personally arranged by Vice Sect Master Nya, for his sake, I will give you some preferential treatment. Qingyan had thought that this guardian Chen was a cold, emotionless, and inflexible person. She didn't expect that although he looked cold on the surface, he actually knew how to conduct himself. What kind of preferential treatment? Qingyan asked curiously. Who wouldn't want preferential treatment? Wasn't the reason why she joined House of Blood Fiend so painstakingly because House of Blood Fiend's benefits were much better than other ordinary sects? The preferential treatment I'll give you is to arrange more challenging and life-threatening missions for you. You'll be on the verge of death. Chen Gang suddenly stopped and turned around. An ugly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? The preferential treatment I've given you isn't bad, right? Hee, very good, very good. Thank you for your care, enforcer. Qingyan didn't even believe what she said. If she had the ability, she would definitely jump up and stomp this guy's face into the mud. She kind of understood why Qing Yifei's master hated this enforcer Chen who used a flexible sword. What a hypocritical little girl. You must hate me in your heart, right? How is that possible? Qingyan adjusted her emotions and said gratefully, martial artists have to constantly challenge themselves and their limits. They have to constantly linger on the verge of death to stimulate their true potential. Enforcer Chen is doing this for my own good. Enforcer Chen looked coldly at Qingyan's expression. After a long while, he shook his head. I don't know if your gratitude is sincere or fake. But it doesn't matter. You won't be left out of the missions. Qingyan nodded affirmatively. Of course it's from the heart. The two of them walked for close to a kilometer before arriving at a hidden house. Qingyan glanced at the signboard of Blood Hand Hall and followed Enforcer Chen in. After entering the Blood Hand Hall, they went around the screen and garden and entered a very spacious hall. In the hall, an old man with a hunchback was sweeping the floor with a broom. Hall Master Chen, you're back? An old man with a hunchback saw Chen Gang and immediately greeted him. Enforcer Chen nodded. Yes, I'm back. I also brought a newbie back. The old man was surprised. Oh, why is it a girl? Don't look down on her. If you really think she's an ordinary girl, then you're gravely mistaken. Chen Gang said. Her name is Chen Ruoyan. A month ago, she joined the House of Blood Fiend. Do you remember her? The Chen Ruoyan who captured the 9 heaven-breaking realm disciples of our House of Blood Fiend alive and brought them up the mountain? Yes, that's her. Her strength is definitely at the top among martial artists of the same level. Her combat strength should be very strong. Chen Gang gave a very pertinent evaluation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought her back. Chen Ruoyan, this is Elder Xia, Guardian Xia. He is the Deputy Hall Master of the Blood Hand Hall and is mainly in charge of logistics. He is in charge of the distribution of cultivation resources and rewards. Chen Gang added, Guardian Xia is a senior figure in the Blood Hand Hall. Like you, he joined the House of Blood Fiend halfway back then. He was my predecessor. Elder Xia smiled and added, later on, I got old and couldn't kill anymore, so I retired. Greetings, Hall Master Xia. Elder Xia looked at Yi Qingyan with a smile and said, there are very few female martial artists in our Blood Hand Hall. There are even fewer beautiful young ladies like you. If you have any complaints about your daily life, you can tell me directly. How can I do that? Elder Xia smiled kindly and said, it's fine. I'm in charge of this. Elder Xia, bring Chen Ruoyan to choose a room to stay in. Alright, little girl. Come with me. After passing through the hall, Qingyan saw rows of small lofts hidden among the flowers and trees. They were similar in size to the loft that her senior sister Yingyu lived in. A young man dressed in a gray uniform ran over. He nodded at Elder Xia and followed behind him. Elder Xia introduced, these lofts don't have a name on the door. You can choose one and live in it yourself. There will be someone to arrange maids and servants for you. If you have time, you can also choose one yourself. Qingyan sighed in her heart. She didn't expect that she would be treated like a personal disciple now. No need to trouble yourself. Just send them here. Do you have any requests? Elder Xia asked, do you want a male or female servant? Or do you want some private requests? You better tell me first. I want a female servant. Elder Xia nodded. Sure. I can pick out a more delicate one for you. All right. This Vice Hall Master Xia brought Qingyan along, which made Qingyan feel somewhat pressured. Shouldn't he have asked his subordinates to follow him? Qingyan casually walked past a few rows of pavilions. A few people from the Bloodhound Hall passed by and curiously sized up Qingyan. After bidding farewell to old Xia, they left. Qingyan quickly chose a pavilion in the corner. The pavilion did not have an owner, and there was no name hanging on the door. This is it. Xiaoxing, go and call the servants over to clean it up. Okay. The odd job worker called Xiaoxing responded and ran away nimbly. Every once in a while, there will be servants who will clean these lofts. After a little cleaning, they will be habitable. Thank you, Elder Xia. Thank you for bringing me here. You don't know this, but almost everyone who comes to the Bloodhound Hall is personally led by me. Can't those little stars do the same? If I were to leave everything to them, what would I do? Old Xia said softly, when one is old, one has to find something to do. Otherwise, one will get bored. You are still young, so you don't know this feeling. Can't I cultivate? Cultivate? Old Xia smiled and shook his head, I can't cultivate anymore. Why? My willpower can't control the slaughter god art, and there are signs of cultivation deviation. I still want to live a few more years. Although there isn't much meaning in living, I don't want to die. After a few words, 13 servants appeared and entered the small attic with tools in their hands. Old Xia said, I'll go back first. If you need anything, you can find me in the hall. I usually stay there. Okay, Old Xia. After Old Xia left, Qingyan let out a sigh of relief. With such a transcendent realm expert accompanying her, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Entering the pavilion, Qingyan saw Xiaoxing instructing the servants to clean up. The division of labor was clear, and the various cleaning tasks were arranged in an orderly manner by him. In the pavilion, the things that belonged to the previous owner had long been cleared out. They only needed to clean up once and they could move in. Yo, you're my new neighbor, right? Hearing this voice, Qingyan turned her head. It was a tall and sturdy man in a blood-red robe. He was leaning on the door of Qingyan's pavilion. His blood-red robe was loose, revealing the black chest hair on his chest. No matter how unwilling she was, Qingyan still walked over. Hello, I'm Chen Ruoyan. I just entered the Bloodhound Hall. The blood-red robed man carefully sized Qingyan up and smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. Hee hee, this is the first time I've seen a blood fiend sect disciple as beautiful as you. Qingyan felt uneasy standing in front of this man. I'm Xianxia, late-stage Heaven Breaker realm. I've been in the Bloodhound Hall for 10 years. Then you're still my senior. I'm considered your senior? Xianxia smiled and asked, why, not inviting me in to sit? Sit? Qingyan would normally chase away such people. The servants are cleaning, there's no room for people. Qingyan changed the topic, that's right, I just joined the Bloodhound Hall today. I want to ask, what kind of missions do we usually do? I asked my master, but he only said that it's a mission to train me. He didn't say anything. What other missions can we do? Isn't it just some dirty and tiring jobs? Xianxia said with some dissatisfaction, in the sect, we have a share in almost all the dangerous missions and missions that require our lives on the line. Is that so? Qing Yan mumbled, why don't I go back and ask my master to transfer me away? Transfer away? Are you dreaming? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. That's right, who's your master? My master is Nya Lakun, vice sect leader Nya. Sect leader Nya. Xianxia didn't lean against the door of Qing Yan Pavilion anymore. He straightened his back and pulled his robes that fluttered in the wind to cover his lush chest hair. You're his disciple? That's right. Qing Yan nodded. I don't think there's anyone stupid enough to pretend to be a vice sect leader's disciple in the Blood Fiend sect, right? Then why haven't I seen you before? I'm just a registered disciple. However, my master only has me as a registered disciple. Qing Yan continued, today, my master called Enforcer Chen over and asked me to follow him. I didn't expect the Blood Hand Hall to be like this. He must be trying to train you. I heard that sect leader Nya often puts himself in the Blood Hand Hall to train. He must think highly of you. Xianxia smiled shamelessly, Miss Ruoyan, please take care of me in the future. This Enforcer Chen doesn't seem to be someone easy to talk to. That's true. But when there's a mission, we can work together. This should be allowed, right? However, your strength seems to be at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, right? Xianxia reminded softly, I feel that it's better for us to work together after you reach the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Was he secretly reminding her that her strength was too weak? Qing Yan wasn't too sure. That's great. When my strength reaches the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm, we'll find another chance to work together. Alright, then I'll leave first. Chen Hao looked at Xianxia's back and saw Qing Yan's somewhat disdainful expression. He estimated that the mission would be difficult to complete by then. Guardian Chen had said that he would pick some difficult missions for Qing Yan. If he meant what he said, over at Little Star's side, it didn't take 2 hours to clean up the loft. Please take a look. Are you satisfied with the cleaning? Qing Yan looked around and nodded in satisfaction. It's pretty good. I'm quite satisfied. Miss Chen, the servants are here. The servants that the House of Blood Fiend provided for Qing Yan all bowed to her. The servant in the lead looked delicate and pretty. The sect should have thought about it. Where did these maids and servants come from? Some are the children of our House of Blood Fiend's servants. Some were bought from the broker and trained. Little Star reminded, oh right, Miss Chen, Elder Xia asked me to remind you that these servants are not allowed to be killed casually. Chen Hao was somewhat puzzled inside the red blood sword. Was this still a demonic sect? If I kill them, will I be punished or compensated? The servants lowered their heads, their bodies slightly trembling. If you kill them, there will be no punishment and no compensation. However, the next mission will be arranged by Elder Xia. It's mandatory. Alright, I understand. Qing Yan didn't plan to provoke Elder Xia. Blood Hand Hall's rules were like this. Qing Yan didn't know what the rules were like in other places, but they should be similar. If she really let go of the restrictions to kill, perhaps the huge House of Blood Fiend wouldn't have many servants left. Of course, sweeping the floor like Elder Xia should be an exception. Oh right, Little Star? How many people do we have in Blood Hand Hall? More than 200 people. This isn't a secret. Little Star replied. Oh, thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Little Star said in a low voice, I think Miss Chen is a good person, so I just wanted to remind you that the compulsory missions issued by Old Xia aren't easy to complete. Generally, only a third of the people can return alive. However, I don't think you're one of those martial artists who casually kill people. At least you don't look as fierce as them. Alright, thanks for the reminder. After Starlet left, Qing Yan looked at the other servants who had come. Introduce yourselves. There was a delicate and pretty maidservant called Xiaoyu, who was about 15 years old. She was responsible for taking care of Qing Yan's daily needs. There were 3 other maidservants who did rough work and a cook whom Qing Yan called Aunt Lu. You guys should familiarize yourselves with the loft first. Alright. Then, Qing Yan realized that Aunt Lu, who had never entered the attic, had directly entered the small kitchen at the side. Qing Yan suddenly understood. Among the 5 of them, most of them had taken care of the former members of the Blood Hand Hall. Xiaoyu, right? Have you taken care of other warriors of the Blood Hand Hall before? Xiao Yu replied in a low voice, other than me, the four of them used to be servants here. How did you come here? During the war, my parents sold him to a broker and left with my younger brother. All right. Qing Yan did not say anything. In this world, there were more fortunate people than unfortunate people. Otherwise, how did those people obtain their happiness? That afternoon, Qing Yan received the uniform of the Blood Hand Hall. The uniform of the Blood Hand Hall was slightly different from the ordinary members of the House of Blood Fiend. It was a pure black warrior uniform with a bloody handprint on the back. Qing Yan used her own hand to make a comparison. She felt that it should be a man's hand. They could wear the blood-red robe and the unique warrior uniform of the Blood Hand Hall. However, old Xia had reminded her that it was best to wear the black warrior uniform with the bloody handprint when carrying out a small team mission. The next morning, Protector Chen sent someone to invite Qing Yan over. In the hall, Qing Yan saw Protector Chen. Below Protector Chen, there were two cultivators with stern expressions. Protector Chen. In the future, you can call me Hall Master Chen in the Blood Hand Hall. Chen Gang said in a low voice, our Blood Hand Hall has a total of 289 members. Their strength ranges from the innate realm to the heaven-breaking realm. They are divided into 3 large teams and 29 small teams. Protector Chen pointed at a pale-looking man and said, this is Ding Chunhua, the leader of the 3rd large team. He then pointed at a tall and thin warrior and said, this is Ji Mingyu, the leader of the 9th small team of the 3rd large team. In the future, you will be Ji Mingyu's assistant. Captain Ding, Ji Mingyu, this is Chen Ruoyan. She just joined our Blood Hand Hall not long ago. Ji Mingyu smiled and said, I know. Her strength is not bad. I heard that the 9 disciples that were captured by her are not having a good time. Even the sickly-looking Ding Chunhua had a smile on his face. Qing Yan's strength was not much. She was enough to be the assistant leader. Qing Yan asked doubtfully, I will go on a mission with a small team. Hall Master Chen said slowly, not necessarily. Some missions allow you to form a team and split the rewards equally. There is also the possibility of forming a team temporarily. There are also missions that require you to complete alone. You may also be sent out. Okay. You already have a mission. Captain Ding, you say it. Before Captain Ding could say anything, old Xia barged into the hall and said, Hall Master Chen, we received an urgent order from sect leader Nye. What order? Chen Gang stood up and asked. There is a phenomenon in Jiangpingua. I heard that a secret realm is about to appear. Looking at the scale of the phenomenon, that secret realm should not be small. Old Xia's voice was very calm, but he spoke very quickly. Sect leader Nye ordered us to send at least 100 people to Jiangpingua. The mission might be a bit heavy, 100 people? Chen Gang thought for a moment, there should be 100 people left in the Blood Hand Hall, right? Elder Xia replied, yes. Among the people who stayed behind, excluding me and those who were injured and needed to rest, there are still 107 people. That's good. Among the 107 people, are there any who are not injured? Old Xia quickly replied, yes, but it's not a big problem. Then let's go together. Chen Gang said, ring the bell and gather everyone in the Blood Hand Hall. Okay. Old Xia said, I will go and call them. Although Elder Xia was old, his skills were still there. Qing Yan couldn't see clearly how he left. The bell rang and Chen Gang said to Qing Yan, there is an urgent mission. Your mission will be handed over to the members who will come back later. You will move with us first. This kind of relatively large mission is very rare. Okay. You follow Ji Mingyu. After saying that, Chen Gang walked out of the hall. Ji Mingyu said to Qing Yan, come with me, let's gather. The gathering point was in a small square. Along with the rapid sound of the bell, the entire Blood Hand Hall began to gather. Yi Qing Yan stood behind Ji Mingyu, curiously sizing up the gathered warriors of the Blood Hand Hall. Almost all of them had noticed Yi Qing Yan. Even if they didn't notice at the beginning, the people beside them were pointing and looking over. That's a newcomer. She doesn't look ordinary. Look over there. Is that a newcomer? I've never seen her before. She must be a newcomer. Otherwise, how could we not know such a beautiful person? Qingyan glanced at the Blood Hand Hall martial artists. There were so few female martial artists. Beauty, are you from our team? Are you new? A man's voice came from behind. Qingyan turned around to take a look. It was a man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. There was a long saber at his waist. Do you want me to take care of you? Captain Ji turned around and whispered, This is Chen Ruoyan, a newcomer. She's temporarily the vice captain of our team. She's at the Heaven Breaker realm. Monkey, can you take care of her? Forget it. This monkey was only at the late stage of the innate realm. Outside, he was considered a moderate expert. However, in the Blood Hand Hall, his strength was more average. I've heard of you. You joined our Blood Fiend sect a month ago, right? Another female martial artist appeared. I have a deep impression of you. This female martial artist held a long sword. She was slightly plump and had an above-average appearance. She had the charm of a mature woman. You are? Xiao Lan, a member of the 9th team. I'll have to trouble Captain Chen to take care of me in the future. Sure, we can take care of each other. Xiao Lan should be at the peak of the Heaven Breaker realm. Her strength was pretty good. Monkey smiled and said, Xiao Lan, Captain Chen is here. You're no longer the team flower of our 3rd team. Are you disappointed? Xiao Lan roared in a low voice, I don't rely on my face to make a living. Captain Chen, Xiao Lan said you rely on your face to make a living. I didn't mean that. Qingyan smiled. Just take it that they were joking. Captain Chen, I didn't mean that. I know. At this moment, the leader of the Blood Hand Hall, Chen Gang, said, It seems that a large secret territory has appeared in the Jiangping country. The sects are also gathering other members to participate in this emergency mission. All members of the Blood Hand Hall who are staying in the Blood Hand Hall must participate in this mission. This secret territory should be very important, do you understand? Understood. It's good that you understand. You're dismissed now. I'll give you 2 hours to pack your things and gather here. We'll set off. 2 hours later, Qingyan and Captain Ji were waiting at the plaza. Captain Ji, will we be able to make it in time if we all rush to the secret realm? Qingyan asked doubtfully, I know where Jiangpingwa is. Even a heaven-breaking realm early-stage martial artist would need 7 or 8 days to travel there at full speed. Even a Xiantian martial artist would not be able to make it in time, right? Isn't there a flying boat? Flying boat? Look up there. Ji Mingyu pointed to the sky. Qingyan raised her head and happened to see a huge blood-red ship cutting through the clouds as it sailed over from the peak of Blood Evil Mountain. Her jaw dropped. You've never seen a flying boat before? Ji Mingyu asked. I've never seen one before. The flying boat is rarely used. It consumes too many spirit stones. Ji Mingyu explained. Unless there's an urgent mission, the sect wouldn't be willing to use it. The flying boat is here. Get on. The huge body of the flying boat almost covered the entire Blood Hand Hall in its shadow. When it was 400 to 500 meters away from the ground, it stopped. Qingyan watched as over 100 Blood Hand Hall martial artists soared into the sky and jumped onto the flying boat. Hurry up. It won't wait for anyone. Okay. Qingyan followed Captain Ji and jumped onto the flying boat. The flying boat looked like a boat, but it was actually very flat. There weren't even any rooms or tents. There was only a hole in the middle that could lead to the inside of the flying boat. The Blood Hand Hall martial artists sat cross-legged on the flying boat. They circulated their true essence and stuck themselves to the deck of the flying boat. It's different from what I imagined. There's nothing. Qingyan looked up at the sky and said. Flying boats are very rare in the southern region. Some of the top sects don't even have one. Our House of Blood Fiends should be content with having one. Qingyan asked doubtfully, shouldn't there be some rooms on it? Flying boats only appeared in the last 200 years. The price is so expensive that it can make many first-rate forces cry. I heard that when our sex elder went to the Precious Treasure Pavilion to order a flying boat, he found out about the price and consumption of the flying boat. He felt that he couldn't afford it, so he asked the people of the Precious Treasure Pavilion how he could make it cheaper and reduce the consumption of spirit stones. At that time, the people of the Precious Treasure Pavilion casually replied that by reducing the unnecessary equipment, they could save money and spirit stones. So our flying boat became like this. All the protective arrays that we should have were not missing. The only thing missing is the rooms that we should have on the flying boat, Qingyan sighed in a low voice. Our House of Blood Fiend Hall's elder is very good at managing the house. Jimingyu also nodded. Yes, it's just that when there's thunder, I'm always a little afraid that I'll be struck by lightning. Xiao Lan said in a low voice, Leader, it's better if you don't say any more. When you say this, I'm also afraid. After the flying boat left the Bloodhound Hall, it didn't immediately fly up into the sky. Instead, it continued to descend slowly until it landed at the foot of Blood Fiend Mountain. Following that, more than 700 Blood Fiend sect disciples boarded the boat. Many of them had not reached the innate realm and were brought up by other experts. However, even if they hadn't reached the innate realm, they weren't weak either. All of them were at least at the true energy realm. This time, they stayed for a little longer. The people of the Bloodhound Hall had almost all occupied the seats in the middle. When the ordinary Blood Fiend sect disciples saw the blood-red hands behind their black warrior robes, none of them dared to provoke them. Even if there were people who felt that they were weaker than the people of the Bloodhound Hall, they didn't dare to provoke a conflict. After all, they were currently on a mission. The Blood Fiend sect might seem relaxed, but the cruelty that they exuded made many people apprehensive. The flying boat slowly rose into the sky and directly passed through the clouds. Then, it gradually accelerated, faster and faster. The whistling of the wind became louder and louder, so much so that it cut people's faces. Many Blood Fiend sect members couldn't help but use their true energy to protect themselves, blocking the violent wind. From time to time, the flying boat would violently tremble in the air. This flying speed was much faster than Qingyan's. This made it difficult for those warriors who weren't at the innate realm. They weren't used to flying and couldn't endure such turbulence. Many of them had pale faces, but they still used their true energy to stick themselves to the deck of the flying boat. True Energy Realm disciples, listen up. The training has just begun. On the airship, you must distribute your true energy reasonably. If you fall from the airship, no one will save you. It was a fierce-looking protector with a scar on his face. He paced around the airship and said loudly to all the True Energy Realm disciples of the House of Blood Fiend. The airship might fly for about 5 days. Keep your spirits up. After the protector finished speaking, Qingyan noticed that he looked at Chen Gang with an unfriendly gaze. Who is that? Qingyan transmitted her voice to the team leader. Qing Fenghan, Hall Master Chen's old rival and Qing Yifei's grandfather. Ji Mingyu transmitted her voice as well. The scar on his face was made by Hall Master Chen. He is at least a transcendent realm martial artist, right? Qingyan asked doubtfully. He is also a house protector of the House of Blood Fiend. It doesn't make sense that he can't even remove the scar, right? Protector Qing purposely left that scar to remind himself. Ji Mingyu added. If you pay attention, you will notice that a portion of our sect members have scars on their bodies. They also keep them. 2 days later, at night, a strong gust of wind blew Qingyan's long hair into a mess. She had no choice but to use her true energy to protect herself. Qingyan turned around. Just as the airship was about to break into a layer of dark clouds, she heard a loud thunder. She pointed at the dark clouds behind her. Ji Mingyu was silent as she lay on the deck of the airship. Can the airship avoid the lightning? Qingyan asked worriedly. It should be able to avoid it. Then you lie down, Ji Mingyu said. Lying down is more comfortable. Will the airship avoid it? No. I have sat on it a few times and encountered lightning twice. I have never seen it avoid it. Ji Mingyu said. I suggest you lie down too. All right. Everyone in our team, lie down. He said in a serious tone. All right. Xiao Lan, Monkey, and the rest also lay down obediently. As Qingyan's team lay down, there were also people from the Bloodhound Hall lying down. The non-Bloodhound Hall disciples sitting at the edge of the airship cleverly followed suit. Of course, there was still a portion of martial artists who chose to sit cross-legged. Before the airship even entered the clouds, it began to shake violently. It was as if the ship was constantly shaking. Lightning seemed to strike the side of the ship continuously. Deafening sounds exploded in their ears. Countless raindrops splashed onto the deck of the airship. Countless raindrops splashed onto Qingyan's body, but the raindrops simply couldn't get close to her body. They were blocked by her true essence. How is it? Does it feel good? It's like taking a shower. Ji Mingyu shouted. Qingyan looked at Ji Mingyu. She didn't use her true essence to protect herself from the rain. Her entire body was drenched. Nothing much. Every time there was thunder, it would explode in her ears, making her heart jump. This was lightning. If she was really struck, she most likely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Qingyan turned her head to the side and opened her eyes. She saw the two Holocaust sect's disciples being thrown into the air by the flying boat. In the flash brought by the lightning, Qingyan saw their figures flash in midair. Fellow Taoist, are you the one undergoing the tribulation? Within the red blood sword, Chen Hao asked with some schadenfreude. Don't worry, I won't die. Qingyan said without any curiosity. It's fine. Even if you die, I don't have to worry about my next home. There are several transcendent realm martial artists on the airship. Lord Jianling, I'm not dead yet. Is it really appropriate for you to be so impatient to find your next home? I'm just outspoken. I don't know how to lie. Lord Jianling, if only you were a human, it would be great. Qingyan sighed. How would it be great? If you were a human, I would let you have a taste of my execution technique. Qingyan gritted her teeth and said with a smile in the pouring rain, I would cut you into pieces. Her eyes were like crescent moons as she smiled. Xiaolan unintentionally saw Qingyan smile and slowly moved back. Hee, what a pity. Ever since he turned into a sword, he was no longer afraid of any threats. After about 4 hours, the airship rushed out of the dark clouds. The moment it rushed out of the dark clouds, Ji Mingyu's body emitted countless amounts of water vapor. Qingyan glanced at the others. The people from the Blood Hand Hall naturally didn't have any problems. The problem was the ordinary Blood Fiend sect's True Energy Realm disciples. Some of the True Energy Realm disciples were very dry, while some were drenched. However, they were still unwilling to use their true energy to dry their bodies. This seemingly unnecessary choice might cause them to pay a painful price in the following period of time. At the end of the 3rd day, almost no one fell off the airship. For this kind of test, as long as one adapted to it in the early stages, it wouldn't be too difficult. Even if it was an early stage True Energy Realm martial artist with slightly better control over their true energy and some true energy recovery pills, they would barely be able to survive 5 days. It was just that enduring 5 days and 5 nights without sleep and rest was a test of one's mental fortitude. However, Qingyan felt that the minds of the Blood Fiend sect's disciples should be pretty good, right? At the beginning of the 4th day, a small number of True Energy Realm disciples became very pale, showing signs of excessive true energy consumption. On the bumpy airship, it wasn't easy to absorb the spirit stones. Absorbing the spirit stones would waste a lot of the spirit stones. After all, there was no way to absorb the spirit stones normally. If they had the ability to safely absorb the spirit stones on the bumpy airship, they wouldn't find it so strenuous if they had stable control over their true energy. Those who were eliminated were those with unstable foundations and those who didn't know how to properly use their true energy. On the 4th day, near dawn, 2 Blood Fiend sect disciples fell off the airship. Originally, only one of them would fall off, but before he fell, he pulled on his companion beside him. After this, some of the True Energy Realm disciples who witnessed it began to intentionally distance themselves from each other. On the 5th day, in just one morning, another 3 Blood Fiend sect disciples fell off the airship. A True Energy Realm disciple who had finished his spirit stones asked for help from the Blood Hand Hall. However, the Blood Hand Hall member smiled coldly and shook his head to express his refusal. After all, Protector Qing had said that no one else could help. Although the Blood Hand Hall wasn't under Protector Qing's control, they still had to respect the assessment. Many of them had come this way. How many people do you think will fall off the airship before the sun sets? Monkey whispered, I'm guessing at least 10. Xiao Lan looked at the situation. I bet less than 5 people. What are you betting on? Ji Mingyu asked softly. Monkey asked, how about 5,000 low-grade spirit stones? How about it? Sure. Xiao Lan said. What about Captain? Sure, I'll bet 15 people. Ji Mingyu turned and asked Qing Yan, do you want to play? Forget it. Qing Yan whispered, I'll watch you guys play. Ji Mingyu whispered, alright, Xiao Lan has 5 people and Monkey has 10. I'll bet 15. At that time, whoever has the closest number will win. Is that okay? Sure. Sure. Then the bet is set. 4 hours later, the sun was about to set. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the airship, dyeing everyone golden. It was a magnificent sunset. Monkey whispered, it seems like I'm going to win. 11 people will fall off the airship. Xiao Lan glanced at Monkey in annoyance. When Monkey was proud, his smile was somewhat infuriating. Ji Mingyu curled his lips in annoyance, but turned his head to the left. Qing Yan followed his gaze and saw 2 pale-faced true energy realm martial artists not far away. Because Qing Yan and the others were the last to board the airship from the Bloodhound Hall, they occupied a position closer to the true energy realm disciples. Then, Qing Yan saw the 2 pale-faced true energy realm disciples prop themselves up. Their tired eyes revealed shock and joy. Qing Yan remembered this pair of brothers in distress. Last time, when they passed through the dark clouds, these 2 true energy realm disciples had learned from Qing Yan and the others and used their true energy to block the rain outside their bodies. There were some things that could not be learned carelessly. They had eaten pills before, but they should not have brought too many. Otherwise, they would not have become like this. Immediately, Captain Ji placed his hand on the deck of the airship. A round dark green pill slid out from his fingers and rolled towards the 2 of them. The 2 true element realm disciples stared intently at the precious elixir, their gazes following the movement of the elixir. At this time, this elixir could very well save their lives. It wasn't just the 2 of them. The other true element realm disciples nearby also noticed the elixir. Chen Hao noticed that there was a true element realm disciple who still had some strength left, sneakily distancing himself from the elixir, as if it was a bomb. Just as the elixir was 3 meters away from the 2, their gazes met in the air. Both of their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. However, they did not make a move because they still had other competitors. The 2 blood fiend outer sect disciples who were on the brink of despair used their last bit of strength to rush over. All their potential suddenly erupted. That speed far exceeded that of an ordinary early-stage true element realm martial artist. Although they were fast, there was someone even faster than them. They saw a hand intercept the elixir in front of them. However, that person was only faster than the 2 of them by a fraction. After all, Ji Mingyu's target was them. When she threw the elixir, she also threw it at them. It was just that the disciple who suddenly interfered was faster. The 2 of them did not think too much and directly attacked that person. The other 2 disciples were even slower and had just come into contact with the battlefield. The moment the 3 of them exchanged blows, it immediately attracted the attention of many martial artists on the airship. Some true element realm disciples had some pity in their eyes. Some Xianxia realm and above martial artists had smiles on their faces. Recently, the days on the airship had indeed been too boring. It lacked some excitement. Seeing how that group of outer sect disciples could last 5 days on the airship was everyone's only joy. At this moment, the airship began to shake again. Amidst the violent shaking, the 5 of them were thrown into the air at almost the same time. The airship's speed was extremely fast. When the 3 true element realm martial artists were thrown into the air, it meant their deaths. It didn't take long for them to vanish into the boundless land. Ji Mingyu looked at the dumbfounded Monkey and Xiao Lan and whispered to them, "Come, hand over the 5,000 spirit stones." "Captain, you cheated, right?" "I don't think so. I didn't even touch them. They fell down by themselves." "But that pill of yours caused them to fight." Monkey said unwillingly. "You cheated, it doesn't count." "I did that out of kindness. I wanted to help them, but who knew that they would turn out like this?" Ji Mingyu emphasized. "Monkey, I say, kid, don't be a sore loser." "Captain, I'll give you the spirit stones when we get off the boat," Xiao Lan said from the side. Monkey, what about you? All right. Monkey admitted helplessly. If Xiao Lan objected, he could still try to deny the 5,000 spirit stones. However, Xiao Lan had already taken the initiative to hand over the spirit stones, so it was impossible for him to carry it alone. That would be missed. Ji Mingyu's little action was actually noticed by many people from the Holocaust sect, including Protector Chung. However, they didn't say anything. Ji Mingyu did not go overboard. The 5 true element boundary disciples who were thrown out of the flying boat were the type who could not hold on and had staked everything on this one throw. If they could hold on, why would they take the risk? Of course, if one could clearly persevere and still fight for a pill that could restore true essence, then that would be stupid. A person who was too stupid deserved to die more than a person who was weak. Your captain is really an interesting person, Chen Hao said to Qing Yan. Qing Yan said to Chen Hao in her heart. This is just low-class fun. Low-class fun is still fun. Chen Hao asked with a smile, then why don't you think about yourself? When you were fishing. Wasn't that because you forced me? Qing Yan said snappily, do you think that I like to sacrifice my body? Sacrifice your body? That doesn't sound that serious, right? Humph. On the 5th day, before dawn, almost all the people from the Holocaust sect on the flying boat noticed the gorgeous glow that appeared in the southwest sky. The glow was colorful and constantly changing. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Looking at the scale of the glow, it might really be a large-scale mystic realm, or at least a medium-sized one. This time, we are going to be busy. Ji Mingyu sighed. The location of this mystic realm is not good. It should be a tough battle. Yeah. Monkey and Xiao Lan's expressions turned heavy. They were not the only ones. Many other experts from the Holocaust sect looked at the glow before the mystic realm's opening with solemn expressions. Of course, there were also battle maniacs who were eager to give it a try. There were quite a number of them, at least a third of them. The location is indeed not good. In the Holocaust sect's library, Qing Yan had a more direct understanding of the various factions in the southern region. The mystic realm was in the Anzu kingdom and had exceeded the Holocaust sect's sphere of influence. Many top factions would likely rush there. It was very likely that their Holocaust sect would encounter another top fiendish sect, the Whitebone sect. Among the Orthodox sects, there were the Pillheart sect and the Saber Soul sect. The Four Seas sect, whose strength spanned across 3 countries, had hundreds of thousands of members. Of course, there was also the strongest comprehensive strength, the Anzu kingdom's royal family, which had 1 million troops under its command. The Anzu kingdom's royal family, the An family, had an ancestor who was a general of the South Moon Empire. After the Wolf Calamity, the South Moon Empire completely collapsed, splitting into more than 100 countries of various sizes. After these countries suppressed the remnant factions of the South Moon Empire, they fought among themselves for centuries before gradually splitting and merging. The Anzu kingdom was one of them. Every time a mystic realm opened, there was no lack of intense competition between the various large factions. Nearly every top faction in the southern region occupied mystic realms that were rich in resources. The Holocaust sect was no exception. For example, the Fiend Blood Essence pill's main ingredient was a warrior's blood essence. But other than that, there were many other precious herbs. If not, couldn't they just drink the blood directly? Every time a mystic realm appeared, it was a grand event for the various large sects and factions. Even many commoner itinerant cultivators would rush there if they could. If they had the chance to enter the mystic realm and were lucky, they might find some powerful spirit medicine. After consuming it, it would be equivalent to years of arduous cultivation. Of course, this depended on luck. Not every mystic realm that opened would give them a chance to enter. It depended on which faction had absolute control over the mystic realm and which had overwhelming power. If it were 2 or 3 sects that were relatively close, itinerant cultivators could forget about entering. The upper echelons might even split the mystic realm's resources at the negotiating table. It was almost impossible for itinerant cultivators to enter. On the evening of the 5th day, the Holocaust sect finally arrived at their destination a little later than expected. The Holocaust sect's warriors were gathered by the edge of the airship. The sky was shrouded in a layer of multicolored light, extremely gorgeous. Below their feet were layers upon layers of tall mountains, lush forests, and densely packed campfires. Chen Hao felt a strong fluctuation of spirit energy and space, as if something was about to come out from another world. Is this a war? Qingyan pointed at the place where the spirit energy fluctuation was the strongest and was most likely to be the location where the entrance to the secret realm would appear. There, a fortress made of hard rocks had already risen from the ground. 30 to 40,000 soldiers were still busy transporting rocks and constantly perfecting the fortress. In the walls of the fortress, there were many pitch-black holes, and the tips of giant crossbows flickered with cold light. Outside the barrier, there was a dense crowd of soldiers standing guard, vigilantly staring at the martial artists who were isolated outside. The appearance of the flying boat attracted the attention of nearly 100,000 stationed soldiers. Only the Ansu nation had the ability to build such a fortification in such a short period of time. The Ansu nation's military is really powerful. Ji Mingyu immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and pointed at those shooting holes. Be careful, there might be divine wind crossbows inside. Now, many countries in the southern region are equipped with giant crossbows. Even heaven-breaking realm martial artists might die on the spot if they were hit head-on. Is our relationship with the Ansu nation good? Occasionally, we cooperate. Then they shouldn't let us attack by force, right? Qingyan asked uncertainly. I don't know. Based on the Elder's orders, if we really want to attack by force, it's not impossible. In front of the army of 100,000 was the martial artists' camp, which happened to be on a plain. Surrounded by tall mountains, the flying ship flew straight towards the camp of the martial artists. It slowly came to a stop when it was 50 meters above the ground. Many martial artists rushed out of their tents and looked up at the flying boat. It's the Blood Fiend sect. The Blood Fiend sect's people are here. Those lunatics are here. Many martial artists cried out in alarm. Bloodhound Hall's people, follow me down. Hall Master Chen stood out and shouted. After shouting, he was the first to jump off the flying boat. Immediately after, over 100 Bloodhound Hall's people jumped down like dumplings. Qingyan was the first to land. Seeing countless Bloodhound Hall's people falling down, she didn't even have the thought of controlling her body and hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang, 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 the members of the Bloodhound Hall had many different styles. Some people directly smashed into the ground like cannonballs, smashing a large hole in the hard mountain ground. Even the ground shook a little, and smoke and dust filled the air. There were also people who were as light as birds, gently stepping on the ground. Qingyan looked at the smoke with disdain and tried to hide as far away as possible. Over 100 Holocaust sect's martial artists had terrifying auras, scaring countless martial artists so much that they didn't even dare to say a word. This is the Holocaust sect's expert? Wasn't he too strong? Everyone's strength is at least at the Xiantian realm, right? A cultivator who was further away from the House of Blood Fiends flying ship sighed softly. These are the members of the Bloodhound Hall of the House of Blood Fiend. All of them are the elites of the House of Blood Fiend. They are true experts who have been through hundreds of battles. Another person added while gnashing his teeth. It seemed like he had some great enmity with the House of Blood Fiend. Someone looked at the huge flying ship that was docked in midair and said, the truly powerful ones have yet to come down. Hall Master Chen looked at the surrounding tents and bonfires. This was the best location in the surroundings. It was facing the 100,000 troops from the Ansu nation and the possible entrance to the mystic realm. He coldly swept his eyes across the surrounding martial artists and ordered, I will give you 7 minutes to pack your things and leave immediately. The martial artists who were closest to the Bloodhound Hall fell silent. Among them, many of them had put in a lot of effort to occupy this advantageous location. Some tried to pull strings, some directly threatened, and some directly started a martial arts competition. But now, the moment the Holocaust sect's people arrived, they wanted them to vacate a spot. Wasn't this a little too overbearing? They had rogue martial artists and members of aristocratic families and sections. The strength behind them wasn't weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to occupy this place. But now, no one dared to speak. Some arrogant young martial artists wanted to step forward, but they were held back by the people beside them. The Blood Fiend sect was this overbearing, and all the martial artists in the southern region knew about it. The Blood Fiend sect was famous for only recognizing fists and not people. Almost everyone turned their eyes to a short and plump middle-aged martial artist. That middle-aged martial artist revealed a kind smile as he stepped forward and said, "This humble one is the 4C sect's enforcer, Xianxia. Hall Master Chen, can you give our 4C sect some face and leave some space for us to squeeze in and make do?" Although it was said to be squeezed, the space was enough to accommodate the Blood Fiend sect. In the periphery of the mystic realm, this place was the most spacious. The other places were packed to the brim. Hall Master Chen glanced at the 100,000 soldiers from the Ansu nation and slowly said, "Other than the 4C sect, everyone else can leave." Xianxia smiled and said, "Many thanks for Hall Master Chen's understanding. On what basis? On what basis are you chasing us away?" In the crowd, someone shouted angrily. Everyone turned their eyes to the direction of the person who shouted. "This is the Ansu nation. The soldiers from the Ansu nation didn't even chase us away. On what basis is your Blood Fiend sect chasing us away? Could it be that the Ansu nation is your Blood Fiend sects?" Just as many martial artists and Ansu nation's generals locked onto the person who shouted, that person's shouting stopped abruptly, then, that martial artist's body suddenly split into pieces. Behind him stood a beautiful woman in black martial artist attire. That woman had a smile on her lips. It was a very simple smile. She was so beautiful that it was as though she had walked out of a painting. Many martial artists who saw her for the first time were absent-minded. The blood-red longsword in her hand seemed to have a life of its own as it slowly twisted around the corpse. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Qingyan smiled and said, "The Ansu nation is of course our Blood Fiend sect's friend. Furthermore, they probably find you annoying and want to chase you away but can't bring themselves to do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have blocked you outside and even sent so many soldiers to watch you. Our Blood Fiend sect's people have always been straightforward and violent. We're not afraid of offending others." At this moment, the martial artist standing behind Qingyan noticed the bloody handprint on her back. Not far away, in the Ansu nation's camp, a mighty general in armor heard Qingyan's words and smiled. His expression eased a lot. Hall Master Chen said loudly, "What Ruoyan said is what I mean. If there's anyone who is too lazy to move, our Blood Fiend sect can help." Everyone could guess what that martial artist meant by his unfinished words. It was nothing more than that the Blood Fiend sect didn't take the Ansu nation seriously and wanted to provoke conflict between the two sides. If it was any other time, they could say anything. But now, the martial artists near the Ansu nation were gathered. If everyone heard it. If word got out, the Ansu nation's face might be lost. Everyone wanted face. Most countries were the most prideful among all the forces. And Qingyan's words at least saved the Ansu nation's face. Was the Ansu nation's face very important? It was indeed very important now. With Hall Master Chen's words, other than the experts from the 4C sect, the other warriors quickly packed up their tents and left. Actually, there were some people who were clearly itinerant cultivators who had infiltrated the 4C sect's team. However, even if the Holocaust sect members knew about it, they didn't point it out. They knew what the 4C sect was up to. They just wanted to recruit some experts. Those warriors who were forced away by the Holocaust sect weren't weak. There were even Transcendent Realm experts. When many warriors left, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at Yi Qingyan. It couldn't be helped. Yi Qingyan was too eye-catching among the Holocaust sect members. It was like a white swan had infiltrated a pack of wild wolves. However, this white swan's ferocity wasn't inferior to the wolves at all. Xiao Lan looked at Yi Qingyan with envy and whispered, "How is Ruoyan so fast? I haven't even reacted yet." She knew that Chen Ruoyan must have made a contribution. "I don't know. Anyway, when I found that person, he had already died in Ruoyan's hands." Monkey licked his lips and said, "She acted too fast." It wasn't because her movement technique was too fast. "Didn't you see that our team leader didn't have a chance to make a move?" Xiao Lan asked doubtfully, "Then why?" Ji Mingyu replied in a small voice, "Actually, when Hall Master Chen ordered all the cultivators to move away to make room, Ruoyan had already blended in with them. Therefore, she acted faster than anyone else. She had long been prepared to kill to establish her dominance." "She already guessed it?" Monkey asked in surprise. "Yes, it wasn't because her movement technique was too fast. She was already prepared. This time, she has caught Hall Master Chen's attention, right? Hearing Xiao Lan's sour tone, Ji Mingyu didn't want her old subordinates to be muddle-headed. You should treat Ruoyan better. After all, she is vice sect leader Nie's disciple. Regardless of whether she made a contribution this time, she isn't someone we can compare to. Really? Didn't she just come for a month? Xiao Lan felt that this matter was a little too hard to understand. Doesn't the vice sect leader prefer those who have joined the sect since young? Since when can she be accepted as a disciple if she joined halfway? That's why some people can't be understood with common sense. Ji Mingyu continued, I heard that as soon as Vice Head Nie saw Chen Ruoyan, he felt a sense of appreciation for her talent and took her in as his unofficial disciple. He even asked Hall Master Chen to bring her to the Hall of the Blood Hand. Once she arrived, she became my assistant. After Qing Yan was done, she returned to Ji Mingyu's side and stood behind her. Seeing many members of the Blood Hand Hall turn around and look at her, Ji Mingyu suddenly felt comfortable. No matter what, Ruoyan was still his assistant. The 4C sect Xiongren also glanced at Qing Yan and said to Hall Head Chen with a smile, the Blood Fiend sect is really full of talents. That lady is clearly a shattering heaven realm martial artist, right? But his speed is almost on par with a late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist. She's all right. Chen Gang's gloomy face revealed a hint of a smile. He was very satisfied with Qing Yan's way of resolving the matter, especially the words she said after dealing with the other party. It was very much in line with his intentions and also in line with the Blood Fiend sect's interests. On the flying boat, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect who had endured 5 days and 5 nights of bumpy ride were sent down one by one. Among them, some of them went limp the moment their feet touched the solid ground. Don't lie down, all of you stand up and set up camp, someone roared. No matter how tired they were, no one dared to take these words lightly. After the group of true Element Realm disciples were sent down, it was followed by other experts. The last one to come down was a blood-robed old man. As soon as he got off the flying boat, Hall Head Chen and Protector Qing went up to greet him. The martial artists following behind the old man all had ferocious auras, making Qing Yan, who was in the distance, feel quite pressured. It was also Qing Yan's first time seeing them. She reckoned that they had been staying in the cabin of the flying boat the whole time. Although there weren't any rooms on the flying boat, there was definitely space inside the flying boat. They didn't have the qualifications to enjoy it and could only stay outside in the wind and rain. Lord Jianling, what are their strengths? Chen Hao casually replied, the old man leading them is quite strong. He is at the early stage domain realm. The 4 people behind him are all at the divine power realm. They are barely passable. Divine power realm martial artists are passable? Then what am I? Qing Yan couldn't help but ridicule when she heard Chen Hao's casual evaluation. You, other than that face, are all trash. You, at this moment, a general walked over from the opposite side of the camp. His arrival quickly attracted the attention of the Blood Fiend sect and the 4C sect. This general took mighty strides to the front of the camp and asked loudly, our crown prince heard that friends from the Blood Fiend sect and the 4C sect have arrived. He hopes to have some tea with all of you. Please do us the honor. This was a clear signal. At the very least, the Ansu nation hoped to use peaceful means to resolve the problem. Hall Master Chen Gang walked out. Although there were elders from the Blood Fiend sect, the crown prince of the Ansu nation was the one who invited them. There was no need for them to go. Similarly, on the 4C sect's side, it was Xiongren who came out. Xiongren also brought 2 deputies with him. When he saw the general, he chuckled and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince invited us to tea. This is my honor. Chen Gang opened his mouth to say something but didn't know what to say. When it came to killing, he didn't lose to any martial artist of the same level. He had always used the sharp blade in his hand to reason. He stopped in his tracks and glanced at Ding Chunhua, who had been silent all this while and seemed a little morbid. This person was actually also a taciturn person. Thinking of the elder who had asked him to go, he turned to look at Ji Mingyu. Chen Ruoyan, you come with me too. Oh, okay. Yi Qingyan didn't expect Hall Master Chen to call her name at this moment. However, she reacted quickly and immediately ran over. She stood behind Hall Master Chen's right hand and was half a body's length behind Ding Chunhua. Xianxia glanced at her and said to Hall Master Chen with a chuckle, "When we arrived, the Ansu nation ignored us. However, when Hall Master Chen arrived, they invited us to tea. In the end, I am still benefiting from Brother Chen's fame." When the general who had invited them heard this, he didn't know what to say. This was obviously an expression of dissatisfaction towards them. Qingyan lowered her head and pretended that nothing had happened. "Ruoyan, say something." A voice rang in her ears. She raised her head and looked at Hall Master Chen's back. "Actually, I want to chop him up even more." It was Hall Master Chen's voice again. Qingyan could roughly guess what was going on. She smiled and said, "Senior, you must be joking. Perhaps His Highness has also just arrived?" Xianxia looked at Yi Qingyan with a smile. "Young lady, why don't you join the 4C sect?" An extremely long thin sword appeared in Hall Master Chen's hand. In the darkness, it emitted a faint cold light. The smile on Xianxia's face instantly froze. "I was joking." Xianxia knew clearly that the people from Holocaust sect would kill if they said so. He didn't want to start a war with Holocaust sect now. "Senior, thank you for your kindness. I am Sect Master Nie's disciple," Qingyan said with a smile. "Oh, so you are Sect Master Nie's disciple. Then I was rude." Xianxia quickly said, "Let's go. Don't let the crown prince wait." After saying this, he brought his two subordinates and walked towards the fortress. "Let's go." Hall Master Chen put away his soft sword and said, "I don't like to deal with such a slippery person. He speaks in a roundabout way and is eccentric. I am annoyed by it." "Yes, Hall Master is a straightforward person." Chen Gang said, "I am glad you think so. As long as you are happy." "Actually, I don't think so either." Qingyan looked at Hall Master Chen's back and said in her heart. In the fortress, Holocaust sect's Chen Gang, 4C sect's Xianxia, and Ansu Nation's crown prince met in a spacious guest room. Although the fortress wasn't completely completed and the guest room was just built, the guest room was decorated very beautifully. It didn't disgrace the crown prince's identity at all. Ansu Nation's crown prince and Longfei had a handsome appearance and a valiant aura of royalty. When he saw Chen Gang and Xianxia, he immediately invited them to take a seat. When the tea was served and Longfei didn't talk about the mystic realm. Even when Xianxia took the initiative to ask, he just said that he couldn't handle it. He really wanted to meet the two guardians and have a chat. Hearing him say this, Chen Gang and Xianxia could only suppress the eagerness in their hearts. They knew why Long Anfei didn't say anything. It was because the mystic realm hadn't opened yet and the factions that should come hadn't all arrived. The two of them didn't ask anymore. Perhaps Chen Gang wasn't good with words and just listened quietly. Instead, 4C sect Xianxia and Longfei chatted about everything. The atmosphere was very harmonious and their relationship seemed to be warming up. But Xianxia wasn't complacent. He had noticed that when Long Anfei was chatting with him, his eyes would unconsciously look at the Holocaust sect's young lady. Honestly, he was helpless. No matter how much she said, in the end, it was not as good as her beautiful face. "Hall Master Chen, Enforcer Xiong, you still haven't introduced me to the experts around you." Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Long Anfei reminded them, "Those who can be by your side must be the future pillars of Holocaust sect and 4C sect, right?" The moment Qingyan saw Long Anfei, she could roughly guess why Hall Master Chen had brought her here. However, she didn't expect Long Anfei to find such a reason. Xianxia briefly introduced his two subordinates. Those who could be brought along by them to see the world were indeed talents that they intended to nurture. But today, they were destined to be no match for the Holocaust sect. After Chen Gang introduced Ding Chunhua, Long Anfei's expression turned serious. "She is Chen Ruoyan, also a member of our Blood Hand Hall. This is the first time I've seen someone as beautiful as you, Miss Ruoyan," Long Anfei exclaimed. "Your Highness, you flatter me." "No, I'm speaking the truth. You definitely deserve this compliment." Xianxia sat at the side and ridiculed in his heart. "You haven't seen how she looks when she kills. She kills even more beautifully." To be honest, Long Anfei's bearing was extraordinary, and his actions were proper. When he praised Qingyan, his eyes were filled with intense admiration. This kind of admiration wouldn't make Qingyan feel disgusted. Instead, it would make her vanity satisfied. Miss Ruoyan shouldn't have joined the Holocaust sect for long, right? Why do you ask, Your Highness? Qingyan asked curiously. If Miss Ruoyan was in the Holocaust sect before, why haven't I heard of your great name? Seeing Chen Gang's encouraging eyes, Qingyan rolled her eyes in her heart. As expected, there weren't many good men, however, she still replied patiently, Your Highness guessed correctly. I just joined the Holocaust sect for about a month. No wonder, no wonder. Long Anfei smiled. Wait, you said you joined the Holocaust sect a month ago? Xiongren came to a realization. Don't tell me you're the female martial artist who brought the 9 heaven-breaking realm captives into the Holocaust sect? Qingyan smiled and said, Senior Xiong, am I that famous? You're really famous. Not just a little famous. Xiongren smiled and glanced at Chen Gang. In the entire southern region, your guts are definitely top-notch. I heard that you almost didn't join the Holocaust sect. I've also heard about you, but I don't know your name. They only said that you're a beautiful female martial artist. Long Anfei looked at Yi Qingyan curiously and said, but you're much prettier than what they said. I didn't even recognize you. To important figures, the story of Qingyan joining the Holocaust sect was indeed very interesting. However, it was merely interesting and wouldn't affect the situation in the southern region. Therefore, it wasn't worth their attention. You might not know, but Ruoyan just joined the Holocaust sect a month ago and was accepted as an in-name disciple by sect leader Nya. Chen Gang spoke at this moment. He deliberately emphasized, sect leader Nya has very few disciples, and Ruoyan is the only in-name disciple. She joined the Blood Hand Hall because sect leader Nya personally handed her to me. Chen Gang's meaning was obvious. Don't even think about poaching her. Unless you're willing to offend vice sect leader Nya. Xiongren interrupted and said, in my opinion, sect leader Nya should have accepted Miss Ruoyan as his personal disciple. His words seemed to be creating a contradiction, however, Xiongren didn't expect Long Anfei to speak up for Qingyan at this moment. Guardian Xiong's words are unreasonable. Miss Ruoyan joined the Holocaust sect halfway. Sect leader Nya is famous for being serious in the southern region. Since sect leader Nya took a liking to Miss Qingyan, it's obvious that she's outstanding. In the entire southern region, her aptitude is definitely top-notch. Xiongren couldn't refute this. Qingyan gave Long Anfei a grateful look. Chen Hao realized that Long Anfei, who received Qingyan's signal, was instantly in high spirits. Actually, Chen Hao didn't think highly of Long Anfei at all. Long Anfei's performance was indeed outstanding. Regardless of identity or status, he was the best choice in the eyes of women. However, Chen Hao still didn't think highly of him. Or rather, he didn't think highly of anyone. Looking at Long Anfei, who was in high spirits, Xiongren glanced at his 2 subordinates and then at Yi Qingyan, who was beside Chen Gang. He could only take a sip of tea helplessly. However, the tea in his mouth became tasteless. It wasn't fragrant anymore. On the way back to the campsite, after Xiongren left, Chen Gang reminded Qingyan, the mystic realm won't open for a while. The situation might become tense. If possible, it's best if you can build a good relationship with Long Anfei. Qingyan asked uncertainly, Hall Master Chen, you're not asking me to seduce him, right? But I see that he seems to be interested in you. Chen Gang asked softly, can I try? As the Hall Master of the Blood Hand Hall, Chen Gang asking for her opinion was already giving her a lot of face. However, Qingyan refused without hesitation, of course not. Chen Gang's face immediately turned cold. She, who was exceptionally sensitive, could even feel the surging killing intent from this hall master. Even Ding Chunhua stopped in his tracks. Under the killing intent of the transcendent realm Chen Gang, an ordinary heaven-breaking realm martial artist might not even have the courage to attack. But Qingyan was an exception. She had experienced the full power of a transcendent realm martial artist's slaughter divine ability in the Red Blood Sword's inheritance several times. Moreover, those were merely killing intents and not the true slaughter divine ability. Qingyan raised her head and stared at Chen Gang with a pair of eyes full of determination. She couldn't accept this mission. It wasn't that she had a problem with her principles, but she clearly saw that if she accepted this mission once, there would definitely be many more in the future. So, she definitely couldn't compromise. Are you sure? I'm very sure. Qingyan placed her hand on her belt where the red blood sword was hidden. She didn't want to attack, but wanted to express her determination. Then forget it. N. Qingyan lowered her hand and said softly. I'm only doing this for the benefit of the sect. Understood. Qingyan raised her head and looked into his eyes. But our blood fiend sect has fallen to the point where I have to sell my body? Chen Gang took a deep look at Qingyan. The killing intent on his body immediately dissipated. What you said is very reasonable. Today, I was too anxious. You can forget my words. N. Qingyan nodded. I understand. Hall Master Chen is only doing this for the sect, right? What did Sect Master Nye teach you? Master taught me a lot, but I still lack a suitable movement technique. Chen Gang looked at Qingyan in surprise, then suddenly laughed. This time, his laugh wasn't as cold as before. He didn't answer Qingyan's question. Instead, he asked, I heard that when you first met Sect Master Nye, you took the initiative to acknowledge him as your master? I was the one who took the initiative. Sect leader Nye is so powerful, who wouldn't want to be his disciple? Speaking of this, Qingyan did not feel embarrassed. I've never seen such a bold martial artist. Even I don't dare to be presumptuous in front of Sect Master Nye. Qingyan asked in return, opportunities are fought for by oneself, aren't they? Even if Sect Master Nye doesn't intend to accept me, given his bearing, he won't do anything to me. I quite admire you. Chen Gang stuffed a book into Qingyan's hands. Consider this a small gift from me. After passing the book to Qingyan, Chen Gang left with Ding Chunhua. After Chen Gang left, Qingyan heaved a sigh of relief. She was still too weak. After greeting Captain Ji Mingyu, Captain Ji gave a simple greeting and did not ask any questions. Qingyan entered her tent and flipped open the book that Chen Gang gave her. It was indeed a secret manual that she urgently needed. Moreover, its grade wasn't low. It was a low-grade earth grade. Even if it was a transcendent realm expert, such a gift would be considered expensive. The name of the movement technique was Butterfly Dance. It was a very simple name. The senior who created this technique should be a simple person. After reading the introduction of Butterfly Dance, Qingyan's expression became slightly strange. Butterfly Dance was suitable for female martial artists to cultivate. If male martial artists cultivated it, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full strength of the movement technique. It was no wonder that Hall Master Chen was so generous. This movement technique wasn't of much use to him. Butterfly Dance wasn't good at long-distance attacks. As long as it was suitable for close combat, the movement technique would be graceful and unpredictable, just like a butterfly. Therefore, it was named Butterfly Dance. Close combat? That's not bad. Many movement techniques were more conventional, and could be used for both long-distance attacks and close-range combat. However, a technique like Butterfly Dance, which directly stated that it was suitable for close-range combat, would definitely have a huge advantage in close-range combat. Speaking of movement techniques, Qingyan thought of a movement technique that wasn't as good as Butterfly Dance, but was still very unique. In the House of Blood Fiend, she was busy cultivating Blood Remnant technique, Illusion Snake Sword technique, and Ice Moon technique that Nya Lakun had taught her. Therefore, she didn't have time to get that movement technique. That movement technique, to her, was just an inch away. Sir Jianling? Are you here? Chen Hao replied, if I'm not here, where else can I go? Sister Xiao Hongyan's flying star steps, teach it to me. That's right. What Qingyan wanted was the signature movement technique of the Flying Star sect, one of the top forces in the southern region, which had been instigated by the Black Blood Kingdom to rebel against Zhou Lihua. The Flying Star Steps was really powerful. It was definitely a top movement technique among the black grade superior grade movement techniques. Apart from the advantages of the Flying Star Steps in long-distance attacks, what Qingyan cared about the most was that as long as it was a cultivation technique, martial arts technique, and artistic conception that Red Blood Sword Jianling taught her, she could quickly master it. Although the Butterfly Dance was excellent, an earth-grade movement technique was far more profound and obscure than a black-grade movement technique. If she wanted to master it, she wouldn't be able to form combat power without spending a few days on it. She felt that it was better to improve her strength as much as possible when the secret realm of Ansu country opened this time. Why should I teach you? Tell me, what have you been doing for the past month? Speaking of this, Chen Hao complained crazily in the red blood sword. If I were a black-hearted boss, I would have fired a passive subordinate like you a long time ago. Can you bear to fire a beautiful subordinate like me just like that? Chen Hao said snappily, why wouldn't I bear to do that? But Sir Jianling, I realized that you are a little biased. Biased? How am I biased? Think about it, when you met Sister Hong Yan, you taught her everything without any conditions. Not only the concept of massacre, but also the black grade upper grade cultivation technique, cloud cauldron technique, and the black grade upper grade sword technique, 7 styles of wind and cloud. But what about me? I asked you to teach me a black grade movement technique, and you were not willing. Qing Yan glanced at the red blood sword and said softly, I feel that my looks are not much worse than hers. Why is the treatment so different? Or is it that Sir Jianling doesn't like my type, but likes Sister Hong Yan's type? These things were extracted from the fragmented memory fragments when Qing Yan was receiving the concept of massacre and concept of fast. It was indeed the truth. Chen Hao was speechless. Xiao Hong Yan was always being chased, so he didn't think too much about it. But Qing Yan, he felt that Qing Yan had been living too comfortably recently. Alright, prepare to receive the inheritance. What Qing Yan said was indeed reasonable, or it could be said that she had grasped the Achilles heel of Jianling Chen Hao. Chen Hao had always thought that he was a fair devil sword, he treated all sword owners equally. The next morning, when Qing Yan came out of the tent, there was a satisfied smile on her face. Even Monkey was absent-minded when he saw the smile on her face. Xiao Lan asked curiously, Ruoyan seems to be very happy today. Yes, I'm happy. Last night, I had a beautiful dream. To Qing Yan, last night was indeed a beautiful dream. In the dream, she had cultivated Xiao Hongyan's flying star steps to the initial stage. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple initial stage, it was close to the advanced stage. She might be able to break through to the advanced stage one day. This kind of improvement in the cultivation of martial techniques had reached a very terrifying level. Just look at Xiao Hongyan back then. She was quite talented, but before she obtained the red blood sword, it took her a few years to cultivate the flying star steps to the initial stage. However, Qing Yan was different. Her talent was needless to say. In addition, the red blood sword had improved her comprehension. Her comprehension was definitely one of the best in the entire continent. Of course, the most important thing was that with the death of the red blood swords Ren Kenju, the inheritance in the red blood sword had also become more and more abundant. In the dream, Qing Yan experienced the comprehension of the flying star steps of the 2 former Ren Kenju, Xiao Hongyan and Zhou Lihua. Different warriors would have different experiences when comprehending the same martial technique. Qing Yan could easily peek into their cultivation process in the dream and learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. In the history of the red blood swords Ren Kenju, the more sword masters who cultivated the same martial technique and the higher their realm, the more benefits the sword master would receive from the inheritance. In Chen Hao's world, Qing Yan was standing on the shoulders of countless predecessors. Perhaps, in the future, there would also be someone standing on Qing Yan's shoulders. Well, who could say for sure? The red blood sword master, Chen Hao's partner, was always changing. There was basically nothing to do during the day. Ji Mingyu led their small team to patrol the campsite, and then they took a stroll in the forest around the secret realm to familiarize themselves with the environment. However, these simple tasks were completed in a single morning. That afternoon, Qing Yan was in her tent when she heard a commotion outside. She seemed to have heard someone mention the White Bone sect. Xiao Lan shouted outside Qing Yan's tent, Qing Yan, come out and gather. The people from the White Bone sect are here. All right. When Qing Yan came out of the tent, all the members of the House of Blood Fiend also came out of the tent. Many warriors of the Blood Hand Hall had already unsheathed their swords. The White Bone sect was a demonic Dao sect that was closer to the Blood Fiend sect. Because the 2 demonic Dao sects were closer, the relationship between the 2 sects was very bad. Between the disciples of the 2 sects, even the upper echelons, there would be friction from time to time. Everyone disliked each other. After all, it was impossible for the demonic Dao sects to love each other. After the White Bone sect arrived, they completely ignored the Blood Fiend sect. Instead, they went to the left of the Blood Fiend sect and drove away other warriors to set up camp. While the Whitebone sect disciples were setting up camp, they would occasionally cast sinister glances at them. However, they still tried their best to maintain restraint, as though they did not plan on having too much conflict with the Blood Fiend sect. It was likely that they had received orders from above. It doesn't seem like a fight will break out. It's unlikely that a fight will break out. If a fight really breaks out, it will be a large-scale conflict. There might even be a war between our two sections. Ji Mingyu explained to Qin Yan, in recent years, the friction between us and the Whitebone sect has been controlled to a certain extent. Both sides do not plan on starting a large-scale war. Are all the top factions in the vicinity here? What's next? It's probably a negotiation. Ji Mingyu said, there are many ways to resolve the opening of a mystic realm. A direct battle might not be in the interest of both parties. If we were to really fight the Whitebone sect, wouldn't the Four Seas sect be overjoyed? The Ansu Kingdom, the Blood Fiend sect, the Whitebone sect, the Four Seas sect, and the Pillheart sect. Ji Mingyu said, however, the Pillheart sect isn't weak either. They are famous for being slippery. They are even more opportunistic than the Four Seas sect. Furthermore, they are the sect with the most alchemists in the vicinity. Occasionally, our Blood Fiend sect will cooperate with them, it's just that there won't be a fight. Then what can we do? Even if we wanted to fight, there are so many of us. How can we finish it all? Ji Mingyu said with a smile. If the Ansu Kingdom's reaction was a little slower and they did not forcefully occupy the Mystic Realm's entrance, our sects might even have thoughts of monopolizing it. At most, we could share a portion of the profits with the Ansu Kingdom and take the lion's share. However, the Ansu Kingdom's reaction was too fast. There happens to be a garrison nearby. The next morning, the people from the Pillheart sect arrived late. In fact, they were not late. As long as the Mystic Realm did not open, they could come at any time. Qin Yan saw the early-stage Domain Realm Elder Wang leading a group of Hall Lord Chen, Guardian Sheng, and a large group of Divine Power Realm experts into the stronghold that the Ansu Kingdom was building. The negotiations had begun. Not long after they returned, Hall Lord Chen informed everyone in the Blood Hand Hall of the outcome of the negotiations between the 5 top factions, the Ansu Kingdom, the Blood Fiend sect, the Whitebone sect, the Four Seas sect, and the Pillheart sect. After the Mystic Realm opened, the 5 top factions could send warriors whose strength did not exceed the peak of the heaven-shattering realm into the Mystic Realm. In addition, itinerant cultivators could also enter if they wished. 40% of the profits obtained from the Mystic Realm had to be handed over to the Ansu Kingdom. This outcome left Qin Yan somewhat astonished. Qin Yan could understand handing over 40% of the profits. The Ansu Kingdom was now the strongest. Even the Mystic Realm was in the Ansu Kingdom. Furthermore, there were many precedents of Mystic Realms appearing in the southern region. Whichever country the Mystic Realm was in, that country would definitely take the lion's share of the profits. It was understandable that Domain Realm experts could not enter Mystic Realms. Some Mystic Realms were extremely fragile. If a Domain Realm expert were to enter, it was possible that the Mystic Realm would be completely destroyed if they were angered, but why couldn't Divine Power Realm warriors enter, with their strength? Even if they were to use all their strength, it was impossible for them to cause too much damage to the Mystic Realm, right? Warriors who meet the requirements of our Blood Hand Hall have to enter and do their best to plunder as many resources as possible. After they come out, other than handing over 40% to the Ansu Kingdom, they also have to hand over 20% to the sect. All of you will take 40%. As though he was afraid his subordinates would not be slow, Hall Lord Chen added, as for the sect disciples, they have to hand over 30%. We only need to hand over 20%. And this is on account of us risking our lives. This is already the best I can do. Qin Yan asked, Lord Hall Lord, can I ask a question? Nearly all the senior experts of the Blood Hand Hall looked at Qin Yan, but she did not show any signs of fear. Sure, ask away. Why can't Divine Power Realm warriors enter? Hall Master Chen explained, actually, this request was made by the Four Seas sect. The reason is very simple. The Four Seas sect didn't send many Divine Ability Realm martial artists this time. They are the sect with the least Divine Ability Realm martial artists among our 5 major forces. They are afraid of losing out. Then why did we agree to it? The Pilheart sect and the Insu kingdom are biased towards them. Hall Lord Chen said, the Pilheart sect has quite a number of divine power realm experts, but they aren't considered strong. It's the same for the Insu kingdom. In terms of divine power realm experts, our Bloodlust sect and White Bone sect are the strongest. Another main reason is that the Pilheart sect and the Four Seas sect have a cooperative relationship. Many of the Pilheart sect's pills are sold through the Four Seas sect's merchant association. Both sides have been cooperating for more than 100 years. As for the Insu kingdom, the Four Seas sect has a greater influence on them. Therefore, they are biased towards the Four Seas sect. Ruoyan, do you understand? I understand. Thank you, Hall Lord Chen. The Four Seas sect's overall strength was in no way inferior to the Bloodlust sect. However, the Four Seas sect was too large. In times of emergency, it was difficult for them to gather many top experts in a short period of time. However, their influence on the country was greater than the Bloodlust sect and Whitebone sect. After all, they had the numbers advantage. Their forces were present in all the major cities. Therefore, the Insu kingdom had to give them some face. Everyone, remember. In the mystic realm, the Pilheart sect might be cooperating with the Four Seas sect. Be careful when you encounter them. Hall Lord Chen reminded. Another person asked, then, can we take action? Hall Lord Chen said with a smile, what you mentioned is the mission I'm about to assign. It's also the main mission of our Bloodhand Hall. Nearly everyone from the Bloodhand Hall turned serious. If you encounter people from the Whitebone sect in the mystic realm, do not let a single one of them off if you can kill them. Remember to store their corpses. When you return to the sect, you will receive double the contribution points. Actually, letting in itinerant warriors is a condition we fought for with the Whitebone sect. Hall Lord Chen thought for a moment and said, let's follow the old rules. The sect needs the corpses of warriors at the Khanate realm and above. As long as they are corpses, they can be placed in interspatial rings. However, you have to remember not to place the corpses of warriors from the Insu kingdom's royal family. When the time comes, the people inspecting the interspatial rings will be experts from the Insu kingdom. If it's any other warrior's corpse, they will definitely not care because they know our style. However, if they inspect the corpses of their own descendants, they might be angry. This is the Insu kingdom's territory. We have to show them some respect. Chen Gang said to the crowd. When we leave the mystic realm, they will inspect the interspatial rings. As the mystic realm is a world of its own, the items taken out will have a unique aura. There's no need to be afraid of them taking away items that belong to you. When the time comes, our sect's elders will also be there. They will not let them take advantage of us. However, if there's anything in your interspatial rings that is inconvenient for others to see, remember to take it out first. If there's no place to store it, you can hand it to me for safekeeping, if you trust me. Understood. Others entered the mystic realm to search for opportunities and cultivation resources. However, the Holocaust sect did not fall into the demonic path. They entered the mystic realm to hunt. Oh right, Hall Master Chen. What's the outcome if we don't come out within a month? It was still Yi Qingyan who loved to ask questions. The outcome is that the mystic realm will be controlled by the Insu kingdom. Whatever you obtain in the mystic realm will belong to them. If they're happy, they'll let you go and you might even gain something. If they're not happy, no one will know even if you die. Oh, I understand. Thank you, Hall Master Chen. Also, I hope that when the members of our sect meet in the mystic realm, they can put aside their prejudices and cooperate well. Don't engage in internal strife. Do you understand? Understood. Then, everyone, disperse. After returning to the tent, Qingyan asked Ji Mingyu, Captain, what are we going to do with the corpses? Refine pills? That's right. Will the corpses be stale? It'll be good if they're still alive. However, how are we going to capture them alive this time? Ji Mingyu smiled and said, the elders of the other sects are all present. If you capture their disciples, won't they start fighting? The corpses should be able to be used. Anyway, the Alchemy Hall has always been collecting the corpses of experts. Our Bloodhand Hall has always had such missions. There's no limit. We'll collect as many corpses as there are and exchange them for pills directly. Qingyan sighed in her heart. She knew that she wouldn't be able to complete much of this mission. The corpses bitten by the red blood sword couldn't be handed over to the sect. The red blood sword's slaughter feedback ability was explained very clearly. The blood, vital essence, and even the soul of those killed by the red blood sword would be extracted by the red blood sword. Then, a portion of it would be fed back to her. The corpses killed by the red blood sword would definitely be different from other corpses. The alchemy hall might not be able to use them anymore. If it were 1 or 2 corpses, they might be able to muddle through. However, if there were too many corpses, then some secrets might be exposed. Qingyan didn't want to expose the secret of the red blood sword. After waiting at the entrance of the mystic realm for another 2 days, there were nearly 20,000 itinerant cultivators gathered outside. Chen Hao did a quick check. There were nearly 20,000 itinerant cultivators with varying cultivation levels. The weaker ones were so weak that they had just sensed qi. The stronger ones were transcendent realm experts. Moreover, there were many Heavenbreaker realm itinerant cultivators among them. The strength of the southern region itinerant cultivators was much stronger than the itinerant cultivators of the Zhou nation. However, they were facing the even stronger 5 major factions. Almost all of the 5 great powers had sent a Grand Dominion realm expert to support them. If he killed all of them, the red blood sword would definitely be able to advance again, right? After all, Zhou Lihua had already helped the red blood sword accumulate too much when she was alive. Chen Hao couldn't help but daydream again. Only a salted fish would daydream when they were bored. However, Chen Hao wasn't a salted fish. He was a sword. A salted fish sword. At dawn on the 3rd day after Hall Master Chen assigned the missions, the resplendent glow from the chaotic spirit qi in the sky began to fade. All the warriors knew that the mystic realm was about to open. Following Hall Master Chen, the members of the Bloodlust sect entered the stronghold. What entered his eyes was a pitch-black hole that appeared out of thin air in the mountain rock. It was about 7 to 8 meters in diameter, and the surrounding rocks around the hole were strangely distorted. It looked like a dream and was very unreal. Looking at it for too long would make one feel dizzy. First were the warriors from the Ansu Nation's royal family. As a local faction, they were the first to enter the black hole. Then, it was the Bloodlust sect's turn. The Whitebone sect was ranked 3rd, followed by the Four Seas sect and the Pillheart sect. Qingyan turned her head and realized that the Whitebone sect members had gloomy expressions. Their displeasure was written all over their faces. Qingyan guessed that the Whitebone sect would not spare the Bloodlust sect in the mystic realm. Perhaps, they also had the same hunting mission. Ji Mingyu asked in a low voice, Ruoyan, you still insist on going alone? After Hall Master Chen assigned the mission, Qingyan told Ji Mingyu of her decision alone, allowing her team leader to be mentally prepared. Qingyan answered affirmatively. I'm used to moving alone. Since it's your own decision, then I won't force you. Ji Mingyu confirmed Qingyan's answer once again before saying, you have to be careful in the secret realm. You seem to rarely enter secret realms. You have to remember, the danger doesn't only come from us martial artists. There might also be danger in the secret realm. After Xiao Lan, Monkey, and the team knew that Qingyan wanted to move alone, they were only slightly surprised and didn't say anything. Obviously, this wasn't the first time they'd encountered such a situation. When all the martial artists from Ansu Kingdom entered, the members of House of Blood Fiend also followed in. Walking into the black cave, Qingyan's vision turned black, feeling as if she passed through a thin film. She could feel the slight resistance of that thin film, but was unable to touch it. When Qingyan's vision recovered, a winding river appeared before her eyes. Beneath her feet were clean cobblestones, surrounded by forests, and there were tall mountains on both sides. They appeared in a valley. Ansu Kingdom's martial artists quickly disappeared into the forest, and House of Blood Fiend's martial artists continuously surged out behind them. Many House of Blood Fiend's members nodded to each other, then either split into small teams or moved alone, quickly disappearing into the forest. Lord Jianling, is there anyone in the forest on my left? There is. Chen Hao answered. Isn't it your House of Blood Fiends? They've all hidden quite well. Ordinary heaven-breaking realm experts probably wouldn't be able to discover them. Without the ability to hide their tracks, they definitely wouldn't dare to squat here. If they're not careful, they might be besieged by white-bone sex people. Xianxia said doubtfully, I say, didn't they say that the House of Blood Fiends people are all iron-headed and hot-headed? I feel that their ability to squat in the bushes isn't bad. If the House of Blood Fiend didn't have any brains, how could they possibly become the southern region's top demonic sect? Qingyan said with a smile. They should have deliberately publicized it like that, just to let others think that they're a bunch of hotheads, really. I feel like their lives are so tiring. Qingyan did not answer Qianhao's question. Instead, she flew up and flew past the mountain peak on the left. She didn't plan to ambush anyone nearby. It was too risky. Moreover, she wasn't afraid that she couldn't find him. Domain and Transcendent Realm cultivators were not allowed to enter this secret realm. In other words, this secret realm was Yi Qingyan's home ground. After flying for about half an hour, Qingyan had already discovered the traces of a few demonic beasts. However, their strength was not very strong. However, she did not let her guard down. She had personally witnessed the strength of the Purple Moon Wolf King clan. Powerful demonic beasts all had their own territories. It was very likely that she had not encountered any powerful demonic beasts yet. After confirming that there was no one around, Qingyan jumped into a hidden thicket. When she came out again, she had already changed her clothes. Even his face had changed. He had become a young man that Qianhao had never seen before. This man was somewhat handsome. The skin on his face was abnormally pale. His lips were very thin and tightly pursed. His long and narrow eyes were filled with a fierce light. It was as if he was looking at everyone as if they were his prey, which made him very uncomfortable. Qingyan, does this face of yours really exist? Or did you make it yourself? Of course it exists. He was a capable subordinate of mine in the past. Qingyan's voice had already become a shrill male voice. This voice was very unique and matched her face very well. This person was like a mad dog. He would bite whoever he caught. He was very capable. I just don't know if he's still alive. This time, Qingyan did not fly again. Instead, she walked through the forest. If she flew into the sky, she would be too big of a target. It would be very easy for people or dangerous demonic beasts in the secret realm to discover her. Her strength was only at the initial stage of the Heavenbreaker realm. Among the martial artists who entered the secret realm, there were peak-stage Heavenbreaker realm experts. Her posture was graceful and her speed was extremely fast. She really was like a butterfly. The butterfly dance was very suitable for walking through the forest. It could allow one to maintain an extremely fast speed while avoiding trees and boulders. After spending a few days of effort, Qingyan still had not mastered the basics of the butterfly dance. Right now, she only had the form. Suddenly, a cluster of blood-red flowers flitted past Qingyan's eyes. Qingyan's figure paused. Then, she turned around and arrived in front of the blood-red flowers. She took a careful look at its petals. The petals were very beautiful. It really seemed as if they were dyed red by fresh blood. The flowers even carried a faint fragrance. This kind of fragrance was very special. Qingyan took out a small shovel from her spatial ring. She found the main stem of the flower and carefully dug it out. She tried her best not to hurt its roots. It seems to be very beautiful. Qianhao had never come into contact with medicinal herbs. Among the Renkenju, there was no one who was good at refining medicinal pills. He asked somewhat curiously, "What kind of spirit medicine is this?" "I don't know," Qingyan said as she put it into her spatial ring. "You don't know? Then why are you digging it out?" "It's beautiful. Can't I dig it out and plant it?" Qingyan said as she stood up. Qianhao was angered by Qingyan. She seemed to be very leisurely and carefree. "Then what about your mission?" Qingyan entered the secret realm with 2 missions. One was to hunt other martial artists. The other was to find some cultivation resources, such as precious medicinal herbs. It was still not the time to hunt martial artists. At least, she had to wait until they were separated. But to find precious medicinal herbs, I almost don't know any medicinal herbs. Qingyan said helplessly. "You haven't learned them before?" "No, I haven't." Qingyan spread out her hands. I only know a few beautiful medicinal herbs. Chen Hao was somewhat angry at Qingyan's failure to fight back. You're treating them as ordinary flowers and plants? That's right. Qingyan did not have the backbone of a red blood sword master. She found a relatively flat rock and straightforwardly admitted, I have never learned them before. Why not? Because what I got were all finished elixirs. Qingyan explained to Chen Hao, since I don't lack elixirs, why do I need to recognize medicinal herbs? I don't need to search for medicinal herbs all over the mountain. I didn't stay in the demon spirit sect for long before I was taken away by Sister Qingyu. After that, I have been working for Sister Qingyu. Like Sister Qingyu and Her Majesty the Empress, they don't know much about medicinal herbs. What they eat are elixirs refined by alchemists. I often get some. You're the daughter of a landlord, right? That's right. Her Majesty the Empress is indeed a landlord, but I'm not her daughter. Then what about the mission? That's very simple. I don't know about elixirs, but others do. When they're done digging, I'll go and rob them. If I get it, it'll all be mine. Qingyan smiled and narrowed her eyes. Are you sure you can get it? Chen Hao mocked. There are many late-stage and peak-stage heaven-breaking realm experts in this mystery realm. Don't we still have you, Lord Jianling? Qingyan reminded him in a low voice. The mystery realm doesn't allow transcendent realm and domain realm experts to enter. Haven't you thought of something? I've already given up thinking. Chen Hao replied. There are many things that I don't think about anymore. Thinking too much is useless, and the sword master doesn't listen to me. Sometimes, I can only think about it but not do it. It's too torturous. I prefer to empty my mind. In a daze? Chen Hao corrected her seriously. No, this is called Zen cultivation, the emptiness realm. Qingyan looked at Red Blood Sword suspiciously. Obviously, she didn't believe Lord Jianling's excuse. Lord Jianling is right. Qingyan reluctantly agreed. She stared at Jianling and said, Lord Jianling, in the mystery realm, I'll have to rely on you. You want me to help you find an opponent? Yes. Lord Jianling, in the mystery realm, your divine sense is invincible. No one can be stronger than you. You just need to help me find a suitable opponent. Sure. Chen Hao didn't refuse this time. Let's upgrade Red Blood Sword as soon as possible. This was the only thing that could make him feel spirited at the moment. I'll try my best. Qingyan didn't dare to be too full of herself. Red Blood Sword had only upgraded once in Zhou Lihua's hands. Just try your best. Chen Hao asked. Then, shall we start now? No, we can wait a few more days until the people have mostly dispersed. Sure. After all, 1 month was a long time. In the mystery realm, there were definitely many people who had the same idea as Qingyan. But they didn't have Qingyan's advantage. Although Chen Hao and Red Blood Sword had always been lazy, he still wouldn't refuse to probe a little about his target. In the end, it was all for himself. After all, no matter what, as assaulted Jianling, he could still earn 95% of the profits. Qingyan walked in the secret realm for another 3 days. In these 3 days, with Chen Hao's help, she avoided almost all the strong enemies and powerful demonic beasts. After absorbing and digesting over 1 million human souls, Chen Hao's divine sense was extraordinarily sharp, even surpassing that of a peak-stage Grand Dominion realm expert. He could sense some unusual changes in the natural energy around him. Although Chen Hao was also a drug illiterate, digging up plants with abnormally active spiritual energy was always the right thing to do. Therefore, during these 3 days, Qingyan could be considered to have gained quite a lot. She had dug up a large pile of oddly shaped and abnormally abundant plants and minerals. Although the man and the sword didn't know what these things were called or what they were used for, they couldn't let them go since they had encountered them. To your left, there's a plant with strong spirit energy and a demonic beast at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Then I'll go take a look. Qingyan quickly found that side. On the mountainside, a fiery red fox was entrenched on a rock. This fox was 3 meters long. It was lying on the huge rock with its eyes closed, still wanting to sleep. However, just as Qingyan approached, it opened its eyes, bent its forelimbs slightly, and let out a threatening hiss. Behind it, there was a fiery red herb half a meter tall. Its fur is so beautiful. Qingyan sighed slightly. Right, Lord Jianling, what's this demonic beast called? I don't know. I've never been interested in demonic beasts. This question touched Chen Hao's knowledge blind spot, and he asked in return, you don't know? I'd better attack directly. Qingyan pulled out the red blood sword and flew straight at the fiery red fox. The fox roared and nimbly dodged Qingyan's attack. Qingyan stood on the huge rock and smiled with narrowed eyes. Its speed is pretty good. I seem to be interested in it. At this moment, a huge fireball shot toward her. Concept of speed. Qingyan finally became a little serious. She dodged the fireball's attack. That fireball smashed onto the huge rock, and the entire huge rock was blasted into pieces. Its strength is not bad. Too bad its bloodline talent is fire attribute. If it could have a speed attribute, that would be great. Qingyan muttered to herself and asked that fox demonic beast, little fox, can you speak human language? That demonic beast ignored Qingyan. It opened its big mouth and spewed surging flames straight at her. Looks like it can't speak human language. Qingyan thought about it and agreed. There were no humans in the mystic realm. The demonic beasts in the mystic realm were cut off from the world for God knows how many years. How could there possibly be a demonic beast that could speak human language? This fox demonic beast's speed was indeed much stronger than ordinary initial stage heaven-shattering realm martial artists. But compared to Qingyan, it was still much worse. One person and one fox were somewhat locked in battle. The speed that the two people displayed was practically about the same. But Chen Hao saw very clearly that the movement technique that Qingyan used was the butterfly dance that had yet to be initiated, and not the minor accomplishment realm flying star steps. She was using this demonic beast whose cultivation realm was comparable to hers and whose speed was even pretty good to cultivate her movement technique. Using a dangerous demonic beast to cultivate a movement technique that had yet to be initiated, this kind of action was very risky. This was a battle. Chen Hao could tell that under the fox demonic beast's coercion, Qingyan's butterfly dance was being used haltingly. Her four limbs were clearly uncoordinated, and even somewhat awkward. Looking at it, Qingyan did not look like a beautiful butterfly at all, but more like a lame old dog instead. Very soon, Qingyan's retribution came. Surging crimson flames rushed towards Qingyan. But at this critical moment, Qingyan staggered, nearly scaring Chen Hao to death. Only after seeing Qingyan use the flying star steps to dodge by a hair's breadth did Chen Hao heave a sigh in relief. The smell of burnt protein permeated the air. A piece of hair on Qingyan's forehead was burnt. Don't accidentally die. It's not that I look down on demonic beasts, but I don't want you to be the first red blood sword owner to be killed by a demonic beast. I would feel very embarrassed if that happened. Master Jianling, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Then go ahead and try it. Yes, I knew it. Master Jianling should also believe in me. No, I just feel that there's a first time for everything. There's nothing bad about having a sword owner killed by a demonic beast. This is also a kind of breakthrough, a breakthrough for a sword owner. Qingyan held the red blood sword, held her breath, and rushed forward again. She was still stubbornly using the butterfly dance. Gradually, Chen Hao saw Qingyan's improvement. Her posture became smoother, and the small steps of the butterfly dance became more and more nimble. Her movement technique was beautiful and graceful, as if she was dancing. A butterfly was dancing around a grumpy fox. Chen Hao knew that Qingyan's butterfly dance should have reached the entry level. Qingyan, don't dawdle, someone's approaching. Are they strong? One in the middle stage of the heaven-breaking tier, two in the early stage of the heaven-breaking tier. Chen Hao's tone was slightly amused. Yo, they're speeding up and approaching. They should have sensed that you're fighting. Take it slow, maybe they're here to help you. Okay. Although Qingyan said so, the attacks of the flexible sword in her hand became even fiercer. She even withdrew the movement technique butterfly dance that she'd just reached the entry level, and switched to the flying star steps that she was most adept at. Her speed suddenly increased, and that demonic beast fox couldn't react in time. Its left hind limb was almost cut off by the sharp red blood sword. The demonic beast fox stared fixedly at Qingyan. It glanced at that fiery red blade of grass, and its huge body burst into raging flames. Then, it fiercely charged at Yi Qingyan again. However, Qingyan didn't look at that demonic beast charging at her. Just as that demonic beast was about to reach Qingyan, 3 martial artists suddenly darted out from the forest behind Qingyan. They didn't say anything, and directly charged at Yi Qingyan's back with sharp blades in their hands. 3 people and 1 fox formed a pincer formation around Qingyan. If it were an ordinary martial artist, suddenly encountering such a desperate situation, they probably wouldn't even be able to react in time. However, Qingyan wasn't an ordinary martial artist. As soon as the 3 of them approached, their whereabouts were discovered. Concept of speed, chasing stars and moon. Qingyan dodged from the right side at an extremely fast speed. Even those 3 martial artists were not prepared for her speed when she burst forth with all her strength. The martial artist in the lead directly collided with that enraged demonic beast fox in midair. What they didn't expect was that after Qingyan dodged the 3 people and 1 fox's encirclement, she didn't flee in panic. Instead, she took advantage of the fact that the middle stage heaven-breaking tier martial artist was entangled with the demonic beast fox to directly attack the 2 early stage heaven-breaking tier martial artists behind him. These 2 martial artists weren't easy to deal with either. When they discovered that Qingyan immediately charged at them after breaking out of the encirclement, they saw it, but they couldn't react in time. Qingyan's speed was simply too fast. Qingyan rushed in front of the first heaven-breaking realm martial artist, and swung the red blood sword downwards with all her strength. The red blood sword attacked the opponent like a whip, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Qingyan's opponent couldn't figure out how this person could arrive so quickly. He subconsciously used the weapon in his hand to block. Dang! When he heard this crisp sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally blocked it. It was just that he hadn't gotten used to his opponent's speed. He believed that as long as he could block this sword, he would be able to stall his opponent and wait for his teammates to rescue him. Be careful, behind you. At this moment, he heard a reminder from his teammate behind him. Behind, he looked at the gloomy man in front of him. He didn't quite understand what his teammate meant. His opponent was clearly right in front of him. Then, he felt a chill at the back of his neck, and his vision went black. Damn it! The heaven-breaking tier middle stage expert battling the fox beast sensed the situation behind him, and loudly cursed. He had already discovered that one of his teammates had died. However, he couldn't withdraw for the time being. The heaven-breaking tier early stage demonic beast in front of him was very difficult to deal with, and he couldn't deal with it in a short time. Almost without waiting for her opponent to fall, Qingyan rushed toward another heaven-breaking tier early stage opponent. However, this opponent of hers was already prepared. Profound meaning of fire, crimson flame. The fiery red longsword came at Yi Qingyan with scorching heat. Profound meaning of slaughter. A bloody light suddenly erupted from Yi Qingyan's body, and a majestic killing intent shook her opponent's mind. However, she didn't stop there. Surging true essence poured into the red blood sword, and the flexible sword instantly became perfectly straight. Activating profound meaning of cloud and profound meaning of illusion, Qingyan displayed almost all of her battle prowess in a short time. Butterfly dance. Her figure was agile and graceful, and she dodged her opponent's attacks to the limit, arriving at his side. The 2-meter-long red blood sword's shadow in the air suddenly became faint. 7 styles of wind and cloud. Chen Hao watched Qingyan attack, and found that Qingyan's 7 styles of wind and cloud was very different from Xiao Hongyan's. It wasn't orthodox enough, however, it was very suitable for her. In other words, Xiao Hongyan's 7 styles of wind and cloud was more rigid, and not as agile as Qingyan's. The long sword cut her opponent's throat, and pure true essence and blood qi poured into Qingyan's body. Qingyan narrowed her eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Chasing stars and moon. She didn't plan to stop at all, or rather, she wanted more. Almost at the same time she killed her second opponent, she rushed toward the last heaven-breaking tier expert, and this heaven-breaking tier expert was still entangled by that demonic beast. He never dreamed that his 2 heaven-breaking tier early stage companions wouldn't be able to block a few moves in front of a heaven-breaking tier early stage opponent. A sword stabbed toward the back of the opponent's heart, and the heaven-breaking tier middle stage opponent twisted his body in midair, barely dodging the fatal attack. Although he dodged, he didn't forget that there was still a demonic beast in front of him. It's over. He sighed in his heart. But what Qing Yan and that person didn't expect was that the fox demonic beast actually gave up on that heaven-breaking tier middle stage expert, and instead rushed directly toward that fiery red grass. It pulled that fiery red grass out of the mud with its mouth, and then ran off like a wisp of smoke. This demonic beast was very smart. Chen Hao felt it was funny in his heart. The battle between Qing Yan and that heaven-breaking tier expert was still ongoing, and no one cared about that demonic beast fox. Just now, after exchanging blows with Qing Yan, this heaven-breaking tier middle stage expert understood why his two companions would be defeated so quickly. That oppressive feeling was very suffocating, and that fiendish and berserk blood-red profound meaning made him feel a great pressure in his heart. That person roared, "Slaughter profound meaning? You're from the Blood Fiend sect? Humph, you think that only Blood Fiend sect martial artists know slaughter profound meaning?" Since she was going to pretend, Qing Yan would usually choose to pretend to the end. Even if she was facing a martial artist who was certain to die, she couldn't possibly expose her whereabouts. That martial artist still wanted to say something, but the flexible sword in front of him disappeared. Disappeared? When he came back to his senses, his chest had already been cut open, and fresh blood was dripping from it. Minor accomplishment illusion profound meaning? If it was merely entry-level illusion profound meaning, it wouldn't be enough to make him lose track of it. "You're quite knowledgeable," Qing Yan said perfunctorily. Entry-level slaughter profound meaning, and minor accomplishment illusion profound meaning. He wasn't sure which major force the opponent was from, but he knew that he'd hit an iron plate this time. "So what? You're still only an early-stage heaven-breaking tier martial artist," he shouted loudly. "Today, I'll let you know that the gap between cultivation levels isn't something that can be made up for with cultivation levels." A quarter of an hour later, Qing Yan shook off the bloodstains on the red blood sword, looked at the corpse on the ground, and said in a low voice, "Your words actually make some sense. But in this world, there are always some unreasonable people. And some unreasonable swords." Chen Hao added. Yes, the red blood sword is so strong that it's completely unreasonable." Qing Yan searched the three corpses and found 3 spatial rings. After checking, she was slightly disappointed. Other than some unknown medicinal herbs, there were some medicinal pills and less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. There were a few cultivation methods and martial techniques, but none of them were earth-grade. These martial artists were so poor that it seemed like they only had spatial rings left. She didn't care much about the things inside. Looking at the clothes on their bodies, they should also be independent martial artists. It was actually not easy for independent martial artists to reach the heaven-breaking realm. The greatest contribution these 3 martial artists made to Qing Yan was that they raised her strength by a small margin. Chen Hao reminded, "You can learn those black-grade cultivation methods and martial techniques. Just a little bit will do." Collecting was also a hobby. No matter what level the cultivation method or martial technique was, Chen Hao was interested. "Her Majesty also did this?" Qing Yan asked. "I remember that there was a period of time when she often flipped through various secret manuals of the imperial family. She even specially sent us to collect the precious secret manuals of various large sections. Many sects offered their sect-guarding cultivation methods. Yes, they can be used as the basis for the deduction of the red blood sword cultivation method." Chen Hao tempted, "How about it, are you interested? The only price is that you won't get any feedback for killing people for a period of time." The red blood sword could indeed deduce cultivation methods. Whether it consumed the 5% obtained by the sword master or the 95% obtained by the red blood sword, it could be done. There were no clear rules. However, Chen Hao was used to being stingy. He felt that since it was deducing cultivation methods for the sword master, the consumption should be borne by the sword master. Even Zhou Lihua didn't use it. After all, with the red blood sword slaughter feedback, it would be a waste to deduce a cultivation technique. As for deducing martial arts techniques, Zhou Lihua was already invincible in the Zhou nation at that time. Killing people did not require martial arts techniques at all. Therefore, ever since red blood sword obtained this ability, it had never been activated. "Forget it, I already have enough cultivation methods and martial skills. Moreover, what I need more now is the improvement of my cultivation level. The early stage of the heaven-shattering tier is still too weak. Up to you." I've always respected the swordmaster's decision. Qing Yan collected the corpses of the 3 martial artists and left. The secret realm was really huge. At the very least, Qing Yan had not reached the end even after spending 5 days. 5 days later, Qing Yan whispered to Red Blood Sword, Lord Jianling, we can begin the operation now. All right. Chen Hao had been waiting for this day. He knew that Qing Yan was going to stir up a storm of blood in the secret realm today. And he, the Red Blood Sword, who was loyal to the Sword Master, would definitely assist her with all his strength. That's right, that's it. Outside, she could still be caught by Transcendent Realm or Domain Realm experts. After all, the Scarlet Blood Sword only had the ability to detect, but it didn't have the ability to conceal its owner. Qing Yan's speed was naturally not as fast as Transcendent Realm experts. Even if the Scarlet Blood Sword could detect them, Qing Yan might not be able to escape their pursuit. He and Qing Yan did not come to the secret realm to plunder cultivation resources. As long as the Sword Master of Red Blood Sword was diligent, he would never have to worry about not having enough cultivation resources. This was also the reason why Red Blood Sword's sword masters almost never knew how to refine medicinal pills. Because there was no need for them to learn. Even the bottle of demon blood origin pills that Qing Yifei's father, Deacon Qing, gave to Qing Yan was so disgusted that she did not consume it. Jianling Chen Hao said, 5,000 meters ahead on the left, at the foot of the mountain, there's an early-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artist. Okay. An early-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artist was not enough in Qing Yan's hands. Jianling Chen Hao said, there's a small team of heaven-shattering tier martial artists on your left. There's a total of 6 people, and the strongest are 2 middle-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artists. You can try. Okay. After Qing Yan approached, she found that the 5 people opposite her were 4 C's sect martial artists. The 6 martial artists explored the secret realm very carefully, almost without making any sound. For C sect, she thought of Xiongren, the 4C sect's enforcer. Enforcer Xiong had asked her if she wanted to join the 4C sect. Speaking of which, when Enforcer Xiong tried to recruit her in public, she was still a little excited. After all, her value was affirmed by a transcendent tier enforcer of a top force. Thinking of this, Qing Yan drew out Red Blood Sword. For Enforcer Xiong's sake, she planned to give his gang a quick death. Where are the 2 middle-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artists in the team? One at the front and one at the back. Their formation is a little scattered. Are they searching for spirit herbs? That's great. Qing Yan said with a smile. Profound meaning of illusion. Thus, in front of Chen Hao, Qing Yan's figure gradually blurred. Light seemed to be able to directly pass through her body, and even her aura became obscure and difficult to detect. Perhaps even a late-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artist would have a hard time discovering her existence if they weren't careful. Chen Hao sensed Qing Yan's position. With the demon sword's senses, there was almost nowhere for her to hide. He asked curiously, why haven't you used this ability before? I've used it before, but it wasn't this powerful. As Qing Yan spoke, she hid in the path that the small team had to pass through, holding Red Blood Sword and hiding behind a tree trunk with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. In the Blood Fiend Sect's library, I found a book about the experiences and comprehensions of a senior who cultivated illusion divine powers. Although he only roughly described some cultivation experiences of the profound meaning of illusion, I benefited a lot, and barely figured out a way to use the profound meaning of illusion to conceal myself. Unfortunately, the first floor only has superficial knowledge of the concept of illusion and profound meaning, and no real martial arts techniques. I don't know if the library has them or not. Alright, let's not talk about it. Qing Yan closed her eyes, her heartbeat slowing down, and the killing intent on her body converging to the extreme. Chen Hao also had to sigh in admiration of Qing Yan's meticulous control. Many martial artists, once they killed too many, would accumulate a thick killing intent on their bodies. Thus, many martial artists who were addicted to killing would have extremely terrifying auras, making others not dare to approach them. Especially the Sword Master of Red Blood Sword. Because of the Red Blood Sword, the Sword Master could cause the same amount of killing intent, but the killing intent on his body could be 3 times that of other martial artists. Thus, the Sword Master of Red Blood Sword was always so easy to fall into madness. the truly terrifying martial artists weren't the kind with threatening killing intent, but the kind of martial artists who could freely control their killing intent. When they converged their killing intent, even the sensitive demonic beasts couldn't sense it. But when they erupted, it was like a flood breaking through a dam. It was even more difficult for Red Blood Sword's sword master to control the accumulated killing intent on his body, because the killing intent on their bodies was always rising sharply. But Qingyan did it. Qingyan's judgment was very accurate. The 4C Sex Heaven-Breaking Realm middle stage martial artist soon appeared near her. As that martial artist approached, even Chen Hao began to look forward to it. One had to say, sneak attacks were really very exciting, especially when the prey slowly entered the ambush range. Distance, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. 10 meters. To Qingyan, 10 meters was already infinitely close. Chen Hao asked, "Can we make a move now?" "Shut up, wait a little longer." Qingyan's expression was extremely solemn, and even her tone was very imposing. Like a strong woman who was working seriously and was interrupted by her subordinate at a critical moment, her tone was very strict, carrying obvious impatience and oppressive might. Oh. This aura even frightened Chen Hao. "Wait, you're telling me to shut up?" Chen Hao suddenly reacted and shouted. But right at this time, Qingyan moved. The concept of speed was instantly activated, and with the flying star step, she charged towards that heaven-breaking realm middle stage expert like a bolt of lightning. Concept of slaughter. A terrifying killing intent surged over. Even if that heaven-breaking realm expert had long been prepared for battle, he was still caught unprepared. Although he avoided a fatal wound, a hideous wound was still cut open on his body. He desperately wanted to pull away from Qingyan, but how was that possible? Butterfly dance. Qingyan wrapped around him tightly. Red Blood Sword turned into a series of afterimages, illusory and real sword shadows. Under the strange, crafty, and fierce moves, Qingyan's opponent had his throat slit in just 2 moves. All this happened too quickly. His teammates didn't have much time to react. Kill. 5 heaven-breaking realm martial artists surrounded her. That heaven-breaking realm middle stage expert standing at the back of the team reacted the fastest, and also charged at the front. Qingyan smiled lightly, and with a light tap of her feet, she retreated rapidly. No matter how arrogant she was, she didn't think she could kill them without injury without using the demonic sword domain. 5 enraged early-stage heaven-shattering realm experts immediately charged forward. But they chased for a quarter of an hour, and the heaven-shattering realm middle-stage martial artist at the front discovered that Qingyan's figure had already disappeared before their eyes. "Damned bastard, just you wait, I'll remember you. Our 4C's gang will definitely hunt you down and kill you in the mystery realm," the heaven-shattering tier middle-stage martial artist said in exasperation. When she heard this roar, Qingyan had already appeared beside a 4C's gang member in the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Because this group of people was chasing after Yi Qingyan, they had unknowingly separated into 3 groups. That furious middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist was at the very front, and there were 2 early-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists with pretty good movement techniques in the second echelon. The last echelon had 2 martial artists with very ordinary movement techniques. There was a distance of over 1,000 meters between the 3 echelons. "Brother Su, save me." The 4C's gang's heaven-shattering realm middle-stage martial artist abruptly turned around, running in the direction of the sound. When he arrived at the location of the sound, there were only a few puddles of blood. There wasn't even a single corpse. "Tang Yuanren, are you still alive?" he roared from where he was standing. Not hearing a response, his expression instantly turned cold, and he madly ran in the direction of the last 2 companions. "Damn it, that's a bastard. Shameless bastard. When I catch him, I'll definitely tear him into pieces to vent the hatred in my heart." Slaughter profound meaning. House of Blood Fiend, he's definitely a member of the House of Blood Fiend. Only those bastards from the House of Blood Fiend and White Bone sect would like to carry corpses. This feeling was really sullen. He clearly knew that the other party was a heaven-breaking realm early-stage martial artist who relied on a sneak attack to kill one of his middle-stage heaven-breaking realm companions. However, the other party's movement technique was too strong, and they were completely unable to do anything to him. They were even defeated one by one. He was very clear that when he was chasing that bastard just now, he had made a huge mistake by letting the group scatter. However, he couldn't be blamed. Who asked that person to only be a heaven-breaking realm early-stage martial artist? As long as he caught up and didn't get ambushed, he was almost certain to succeed. He secretly said in his mind, Su Xiang, Kai Guanqing, you two be careful, don't die. If the last two members were both dead, his responsibility would be great. He gritted his teeth and flew into the air, quickly flying back the way he had come. Innumerable tall trees flashed past his eyes. Sweeping with his divine sense, he still hadn't found his companions. Worry crept into his mind, and his speed increased a bit. However, right at this moment, right in front of him, on the dense crown of a tall broad-leaved tree, a figure soared into the sky. He wanted to stop, but when flying at full speed, he couldn't stop just because he wanted to. He just happened to collide with that figure. Looking at the corpse falling to the ground, Yi Qingyan looked at the last two members of the 4C sect. They had already flown over to rescue them. The moment they appeared in Qingyan's field of vision and didn't find their companions, they immediately fled in panic. They had sensed that something was wrong. Two heaven-breaking realm middle-stage martial artists had been killed, so they couldn't possibly have the confidence to deal with Qingyan. Unfortunately, if they fled separately, there was still hope for one of them to survive. However, if they fled together, it was destined that none of them would be able to escape. The mystery realm is really a good place. After collecting the corpses, Qingyan sighed and said, there's still a lot of time. My strength should be able to make a great breakthrough. Oh right, Qingyan, did you ask me to shut up just now? The corner of Qingyan's mouth twitched. Lord Jianling, you heard wrong. Absolutely not. You mean to say that I'm deaf? I was too nervous. Lord Jianling is so magnanimous. He shouldn't be so calculative over a weak girl like me, right? Haha. Weak girl? Seeing that Qingyan had worked hard, Chen Hao didn't make too much of a fuss. After all, this was a critical moment, and Chen Hao was a sword that looked at the big picture. The hunt continued. Just as Qingyan had said, the mystery realm was indeed an excellent opportunity to increase one's strength. Qingyan had almost no sympathy for those martial artists who had barged into the mystery realm, or rather, for any martial artist. The moment a martial artist picked up a weapon, his or her fate was already sealed. Either step on other people's corpses to advance, or become a stepping stone under other people's feet. This was a martial artist's fate. It was destined from the very beginning. Qingyan, there's a heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist in the front right. Do you want to give it a try? Qingyan flatly refused. No. You can use 30% of the demonic sword domain. You should be able to kill him in one strike. Chen Hao egged her on. I have no intention of seeking death. Alright, then I'll recommend a Xiantian team behind you. Unfortunately, the strongest among them is only at the peak of Xiantian. That's fine. In some ways, Qingyan had never had the bearing of an expert. The true essence and blood qi from the red blood sword filled Qingyan's dantian to the brim. Qingyan knew that her strength had already reached the limits of the heaven-breaking realm, and she could break through. In 7 days of slaughter, the number of martial artists who died under her sword was innumerable. Even the number of martial artists at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm who were a minor level higher than her was more than 10. And in the 7 days of slaughter, her slaughter intent had unsurprisingly advanced from the entry stage to the small success stage. This kind of advancement made even her feel rather helpless. Lord Jianling, is there any danger in the surroundings? There isn't within a radius of 20 miles, but I can't guarantee anything beyond 20 miles. Alright, it should be about time. She closed her eyes and operated the remnant blood cultivation technique with all her might. Inside her dantian, a sea of blood roiled, setting off giant waves from time to time. With her as the center, the nearby spirit chi madly poured into her body, forming a whirlwind that blew the surrounding trees left and right. Then, this whirlwind grew stronger and stronger, blowing away the corpses around Qingyan and breaking the surrounding giant trees. The blood-red slaughter intent began to erupt, but that blood-red light didn't have time to spread and became abnormally blurry and difficult to distinguish. Or rather, the scenery around Qingyan began to become illusory. Under the illusion intent, everything around her became so unreal, as if it was full of falsehood. Even that naturally formed spirit chi whirlpool seemed to have weakened by a small half. More than 20 miles away, the slightly stronger martial artists could feel the changes in spirit chi, and could guess that there was a martial artist breaking through in the mystery realm. This was actually not rare. In this world, there was no lack of those lucky people who ran into natural treasures by chance. Speaking of which, it really made people envious and jealous. In most mystery realms, there were always many precious cultivation resources that were rarely seen in the outside world. Otherwise, martial artists wouldn't risk their lives to enter here. There seems to be someone breaking through over there? A young martial artist wearing a blue robe with a pill cauldron embroidered on his chest said. Senior brother, looking at this movement, it seems to have advanced to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. His foundation is solid, and his strength should be pretty good. He's most likely a genius nurtured by a large force. An experienced warrior would be able to roughly determine the strength level of a warrior who was making a breakthrough based on the size of the commotion caused by the breakthrough. Why don't we go take a look? If he is from our Pillheart sect, we will protect him. If he is from other factions, said a warrior at the mid-stages of the heaven-shattering realm. Everyone knew that martial artists who were in the process of breaking through realms were the most vulnerable. After all, only a small number of geniuses could achieve breakthroughs in battle. For the vast majority of martial artists, when breaking through, it was very difficult for them to engage in fierce battles. For some martial artists who lacked willpower, a slight disturbance would cause a stumble in their breakthrough. It was very easy to cause a backlash and damage their vitality. Therefore, many disciples of sects and clans would choose to stay in their own secluded chambers and ask their elders or masters to protect them when they were breaking through. That's right, that's right. In fact, rather than painstakingly searching for spiritual herbs, it would be faster to kill and rob. The Pillheart sect disciple who spoke instigated. Just like the woman we met yesterday. Her strength was nothing much, but her luck was surprisingly good. The items we found in her interspatial ring were equivalent to what we had obtained over several days. Especially those 2 ice spirit herbs. Even if we could only bring one back, we could give it to our elders to refine into pills. It would definitely increase our strength greatly. Unfortunately, she doesn't look all that great. Someone muttered by the side. This sentence made the other Pillheart sect members laugh involuntarily. Senior brother Zhou, with your strength at the peak of the heaven-shattering realm, there aren't many who are your match in the entire mystic realm other than those from the few major factions. Why don't we take a look? It's not that far anyway. A distance of about 10 kilometers was indeed not far for a heaven-shattering realm expert. It could be said that they could casually take a look. Alright, let's take a look. The senior brother Zhou they were referring to did not refuse. The mystic realm was also a great opportunity for Zhou Lihui. The difference between the heaven-shattering realm and the divine power realm was like night and day. His strength was at the peak of the heaven-shattering realm, but he was only a hair's breadth away from the divine power realm. However, this hair's breadth was something that many warriors failed to cross in their entire lives. Even Zhou Lihui himself was not confident. When he heard of the opening of the mystic realm, Zhou Lihui did not hesitate and chose to follow his seniors to the Ansu nation. He wanted to step into the mystic realm to seek out opportunities. The so-called opportunities were obviously not random luck. Most of the fortuitous encounters were snatched. As long as one could snatch them, it would be their opportunity. And at that moment, Qing Yan was completely immersed in her breakthrough. With an explosive sound from her body, her dantian was filled to the brim with quintessential essence as it began to expand. The original spot where Qing Yan was breaking through was safe. At the very least, it was safe within the red blood sword's sensing range. However, she had taken a long time to break through, and the commotion she caused was rather huge. Perhaps, even she did not expect it. If warriors outside the red blood sword's sensing range rushed over, there was nothing she could do. When he sensed the experts approaching, Chen Hao warned, "Don't blame me for not warning you. A team of heaven-shattering realm warriors is rushing over. There's even a peak heaven-shattering realm warrior. Qing Yan could not die just like that." In the mystic realm, there were still many experts waiting for her to reap. A sudden change in Sword Master would probably take some time to acclimatize. It was better to follow Yi Qingyan. Upon hearing Chen Hao's warning, Yi Qingyan, who was in the midst of her breakthrough, opened her eyes. Not long after, the Pillheart sect arrived. The moment they saw the man in the middle of the spirit energy vortex, they found him unfamiliar. He was dressed in an unmarked warrior attire and they immediately determined that he was an itinerant warrior. Kill him. Pillheart sect's Zhou Lihui ordered. A warrior at the mid-stages of the heaven-shattering realm drew his weapon and brandished his sword. An azure sword beam shot straight at Yi Qingyan, who had changed her appearance. At the instant he brandished his azure sword beam, Yi Qingyan remained motionless in the middle of the spirit energy vortex. The Pillheart sect warrior at the mid-stages of the heaven-shattering realm revealed a smug smile as though he could already see his opponent dying. The azure sword beam did not slice the man in the middle of the spirit energy vortex into two. However, the expected bloody scene did not appear. The surrounding air rippled as the scene before the Pillheart sect members changed drastically. There was no man in front of them breaking through. This is an illusion? The Pillheart sect disciple who attacked said in surprise. The Pillheart sect's senior brother Zhou said with an ugly expression, "Yes, I was careless. When I scanned the area with my perception, he was indeed still there. However, he shouldn't have run far. Over there." When the illusion completely vanished, a Pillheart sect disciple pointed at the moving spirit energy vortex in the distance and said. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. The Pillheart sect disciples had already seen it. Zhou Lihui immediately rushed over. He had been made a fool of and he was embarrassed. Qingyan was fleeing. That's right, she was fleeing. A peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert was still not someone she could defeat. Chen Hao looked rather speechlessly at the spirit chi vortex hanging above Qingyan's body. Qingyan was still in the midst of breaking through. The spirit chi of heaven and earth was joyfully drilling into her body, causing a commotion that could not be concealed at all, or rather, even if Qingyan wanted to conceal it, it was impossible. A minor success stage illusion profound meaning could not possibly hide from the divine sense of a peak stage heaven-breaking realm expert. After all, the gap was somewhat large. That spirit chi vortex seemed to be reminding Qingyan's enemy, she was here. She was here, it was really full of comical feelings, comical, at least, that was what Chen Hao thought. But Qingyan did not dare to interrupt this kind of breakthrough. Casually interrupting this kind of natural breakthrough was very likely to cause destructive damage to her dantian, once heavily injured, facing a peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert, she was dead for sure. Facing an enemy, she did not even have the power to resist. Die! Zhou Lihui roared furiously. Concept of speed, butterfly dance. A fatal sword ray almost brushed past Qingyan's body, and the violent sword wind cut off a layer of flesh on her back. Still dare to dodge. Chen Hao felt that this peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert's anger was somewhat baffling. At this time, the one who should be the most furious should be Qingyan, who was in the midst of breaking through, right? Chasing stars and moon. Facing a peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert, Qingyan could only use her strongest movement technique. Unfortunately, the gap between them was still too large. Merely the concept of speed was simply not enough to make up for the gap in strength between the two. The opponent caught up to Yi Qingyan very easily. Speed. A rare look of panic appeared on Qingyan's face. It was Chen Hao's first time seeing such an expression on her face. Hence, Chen Hao took a few more glances. Just take it as looking at something rare. Unfortunately, her face was not real. If it was real, that would be even better. As if Qingyan's inner cry had received a response, a transparent concept wrapped around her, and the aura of that concept became stronger and stronger. Qingyan's speed suddenly increased, causing that peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert to be somewhat surprised. The concept of swiftness was subliming. In this kind of breakthrough, while simultaneously fleeing for her life, Qingyan seemed to have found an opportunity. Qingyan finally engraved her own mark on the concept of speed. In Chen Hao's eyes, Qingyan's fast profound seemed to possess a simple soul will, her speed increased again. His concept of speed had finally broken through. Chen Hao saw the gratified smile on Qingyan's face. However, her happiness didn't last for long, as that heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert once again caught up. In the end, she was only a heaven-shattering realm early-stage expert. When the gap between cultivation bases was too big, no matter how powerful the profound was, it was hard to make up for it. Damned rat, go to hell. Hurricane profound, 100 flashes. An overwhelming amount of green sword radiance shot towards Yi Qingyan. The wind elemental profundity at the perfection stage was not something that Qingyan could dodge. Lord Jianling, quick, I want a big sword. F***ck. Chen Hao couldn't help but curse. Ever since a certain bastard created the precedent of using the red blood sword as a shield, all the other sword masters who saw this scene in the inheritance of the demon sword all followed suit. This was definitely a bad habit. However, although Chen Hao cursed, the red blood sword obediently transformed into a big sword. Boom boom boom. Countless sword radiance bombarded the red blood sword's body. However, the red blood sword's body was not damaged at all. Without a divine weapon, without the claws and fangs of a domain realm demon, wanting to damage the red blood sword's body was tantamount to a fool's dream. However, the rebounding force transmitted from the red blood sword's body to Qingyan's body still sent her flying. However, even so, Qingyan still grabbed the red blood sword's hilt, unwilling to let go. Qingyan crashed into the ground and was pressed down by the red blood sword. Her vision turned black, and her entire body was slammed into the ground. She struggled to push the red blood sword away and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. The rebounding force transmitted from the red blood sword's body made Qingyan dizzy. Even the bones and internal organs all over her body were shattered. Qingyan was ultimately not a body-refining martial artist, and it hadn't been long since she obtained the red blood sword. This was the price an early-stage heaven-breaking realm cultivator had to pay for vainly trying to resist the martial technique of a peak-stage cultivator. Most of the blood she spat out onto the red blood sword's wide body, but the blood on the sword quickly disappeared. It was absorbed by the red blood sword. Within the red blood sword, Chen Hao said, "It's better not to waste it." When Qingyan heard this, she felt vexed. She spat out another mouthful of blood at the red blood sword. Chen Hao looked at Yi Qingyan in a daze. He had a nagging feeling that the lady was spitting at him. At that moment, the spiritual energy vortex around her body had dissipated. Qingyan had officially broken through to the mid-stages of the heaven-breaking realm. However, it did not seem to be of much use against a warrior at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. Furthermore, the quintessential essence reserves in her dantian were still at the early stages of the heaven-breaking realm. "I'll be taking that sword of yours." The peak heaven-breaking realm expert floated above Qingyan as he said with a burning gaze. This guy really knows what's good for him. Chen Hao felt that he had a good eye. From the looks of it, the Pillheart sect lived up to its reputation as a top faction in the southern region. They were very good at nurturing their disciples. Enduring the excruciating pain all over her body, Qingyan said inwardly, "Lord Jianling, I only have one chance. I might only be able to attack once. 3 layers of the demonic sword domain, listen to my countdown." "There's still a countdown?" "I'm a little afraid." Qingyan struggled to stand up. Just as Zhou Lihui was about to attack, he heard Qingyan say, "Do you know the name of the sword in my hand?" She counted inwardly, 3. Zhou Lihui asked out of curiosity, "Is it very famous?" "Of course." 2. "What's its name?" "Its name is Scarlet Blood." "Never heard of it." Zhou Lihui did not remember the name Scarlet Blood among the famous divine weapons in the southern region. Qingyan took a deep breath with a heavy expression. "Then, do you remember it now?" At the same time, she counted inwardly, 1. When she counted to 1, Qingyan had already charged forward. Zhou Lihui smiled disdainfully and was about to end Qingyan's life with a single strike when a sanguine beam shot into the sky. In just an instant, he felt like he had fallen into azure hell. The blood-red world seemed to be made up of piles of corpses. There were humans, demons, beasts, and so on. Countless souls were howling miserably, and strange murmurs were ringing in his ears. Shiyan's mind was blurred, and a terrible fear shrouded his heart. His murderous intent rushed to his head. In this blood-red world, Qingyan circulated the frost moon art that Niao Lakun had taught her. The profundities of massacre, the profundities of speed, and the concept of fear in her body were affected by the aura of the demonic sword domain. They nearly went berserk uncontrollably. Her eyes instantly turned blood red, she clenched her neat teeth as blood seeped out from the roots of her teeth. She circulated the blood remnant cultivation technique and frost moon art to resist the terrifying illusion. She rushed in front of the enemy at the peak of the heaven-shattering realm. The peak expert widened his eyes, but he did not seem to realize what was happening. Xianxia saw horror on his face, but she knew that his horror did not come from her but from the demonic sword domain itself. After stabbing his throat with great difficulty, Xianxia used her last bit of rationality to shout, "Stop!" The redness faded as the entire world returned to its original state. Xianxia fell heavily to the ground. Her face was pale and her body was drenched in sweat. She looked like she had just been fished out of the water. She coughed out blood with all her might as she spewed blood at the red blood sword without any regard for her life. Then, she fainted. Mixed in the blood were remnants of organs. This was the result of Xianxia's forceful actions after being heavily injured. No matter how much blood there was, Chen Hao did not hesitate to accept it. As for the remnants of organs, he politely declined them. The blood of people killed by the red blood sword no longer had any taste. As for a living person like Xianxia, her blood was still filled with the energy that the red blood sword craved. Chen Hao knew that Xianxia no longer had any strength left, although she had managed to escape with her life by relying on the red blood sword under the attack of a peak heaven-shattering realm expert. She was heavily injured. Her organs had shifted. Furthermore, she had been struck by the demonic Jianling domain. Even her mind was in a trance. Any random Xiantian expert would be able to easily take her life. He did not forget that the dead Pillheart sect peak heaven-shattering realm warrior had a companion. Was Xianxia about to die? Chen Hao found it a little regretful. Every time a sword master who worked hard died, he would feel that it was a pity. However, there was nothing he could do to help. After all, he had no limbs. Not far away, the remaining Pillheart sect members were prostrated in the forest with pale faces. Even though Xianxia's demonic sword domain had only been activated for an instant and they were not enveloped by the domain, they were still given a fright just from being outside. Someone said in horror, "Did you sense it? That aura just now. I felt it." Although the blood-red color only appeared for a single breath, it was truly terrifying. It was 100 times more terrifying than our Lord Elder's aura. "Didn't you say that Grand Dominion realm experts aren't allowed to enter the dungeon? Perhaps, it's something from the secret realm, but Senior Marshal Brother Zhou seems to be over there. Is he alright? Then what should we do?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one had the courage to take a look. Chen Hao looked at the unconscious Yi Qingyan before looking in the direction where the remaining Pillheart sect members were hiding. He felt helpless. He had already written the eulogy, but no one came. He waited until the flowers had withered. He really wanted to shout for those cowards over there to come over, but that was against the rules. How low was it to call someone over to kill his own sword master? Among the distant Pillheart sect crowd, a late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior said, "Zhou Lihui is Third Elder's disciple. Even if he dies, we have to answer to him." Everyone lowered their heads. The strongest late-stage heaven-shattering realm expert looked at the person opposite him with a gloomy gaze. "Gu Ting, go take a look." Gu Ting hurriedly shook his head. "Why me? This is an order." The late-stage heaven-shattering realm expert bellowed. "Are you disobeying my orders? But isn't this too dangerous? It's been so long. Perhaps the danger has already passed." The heaven-shattering realm expert persuaded softly. "Let Gu Ting take a look. Is there anyone else who objects?" The other Pillheart sect warriors fell silent. Who would dare object? If they had objections, perhaps this person would allow them to take a look. The death of others was obviously better than their own. "Gu Ting, go take a look. You can take a look from afar." "Yes, yes. Don't be afraid. We are right behind you." Gu Ting had a heavy expression as he held his saber. He took a deep breath and headed in Zhou Lihui's direction. He cursed inwardly, cursing that late-stage heaven-shattering realm senior brother to die a horrible death. At that moment, Xianxia slowly woke up from her coma. "Lord Jianling," she shouted weakly. "What's the matter, Xianxia? Do you have any last words?" Chen Hao asked with a sorrowful tone. "You can tell me. As long as it's within my means." didn't I receive a massacre feedback for killing that person? Are you talking about that? Don't stare at me like that. I won't covet your things. Inside the red blood sword, the quintessential essence, sanguine qi, and a small portion of soul energy from the massacre cleansed Qingyan's body. Her internal injuries were slightly stabilized. Her dantian, which had been depleted by the demonic sword domain, recovered a small portion of her quintessential essence. Unfortunately, 5% of a peak heaven-shattering realm expert's quintessential essence was not considered much. However, Chen Hao still did not have high hopes for Yi Qingyan. He had already discovered that a mid-stage heaven-shattering realm expert was approaching. Qingyan's injuries were too severe, and she had overdrawn her mental energy too much. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already split open due to her forcefully withstanding the martial skill of a peak-stage heaven-shattering tier expert. Afterwards, Qingyan had even struck out with her sword, causing her to fall to the ground. The injuries to her internal organs had become even more severe, and she had even spat out fragments. The slaughter feedback had merely kept her alive. If the conditions were right, she could still live, but she needed to recuperate, even if she could use quintessential essence to protect her internal organs. She could not move. If she moved, the wounds that her internal organs had barely healed would be torn apart again, and she would die. The problem was, Qingyan was surrounded by powerful enemies. An experienced martial artist only needed to send a few flashes of sword qi to Qingyan from afar, and she would immediately die, unless an idiot offered his neck to Qingyan and let her recover a bit of quintessential essence. After swallowing 2 pills, Qingyan still asked weakly, "Is someone coming?" Yes, the others from the Pill-Heart sect, 1 late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior and 4 mid-stage heaven-shattering realm warriors, are squatting far away. However, they have already sent a mid-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior to scout ahead. They were probably frightened by the fiendish Jianling domain. The scout will be here soon. Yeah. Qingyan shot a glance at the corpse of the Pill-Heart sect peak heaven-shattering realm expert. The red blood sword in her hand reverted to its original form. With a cracking sound, the red blood sword cracked and transformed into a sword whip. The sword whip wrapped around the corpse's leg and weapon, dragging the corpse to her side. She stored it in her interspatial ring. From beginning to end, her body did not move an inch. Chen Hao was somewhat rendered speechless. What time was it? She still remembered to pretend to be a corpse. Could it be that Qingyan had developed some strange fetish? After Qingyan stored the corpse, she buried it in the ground behind her. Then, without another word, she threw the red blood sword far away. The red blood sword was thrown into the sand. Chen Hao, who was inside the sword, was somewhat unable to react. She threw him away just like that. Didn't she say that she was going to put up a last-ditch struggle and counterattack? Qingyan, if you lose the red blood sword, you won't even be able to use that final elegy. Is there any difference between using that move and not using that move? At least you can die with a bang. No need. Qingyan didn't think that using that move to kill a few heaven-breaking realm martial artists could be called a bang. Her heartbeat slowly dropped. There was still a slight difference between the heartbeat of a seriously injured unconscious person and a seriously injured conscious person. For Qingyan, who had served as a prison warden in Zhou country and personally carried out torture, it wasn't difficult to simulate it. Gu Ting groped his way up carefully, stopping at the slightest movement. However, he still quickly found the place where that terrifying aura had come from just now. There was only one person there. To be precise, it was a heavily injured man on the verge of death. He seemed to have experienced a great battle, his entire body covered in blood, and his weapon had been knocked out of his hand. Gu Ting had seen this man before. It was the martial artist who had just broken through to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Their senior brother Zhou Lihui had come to chase after him. The injuries on his body should be the work of his senior brother. His senior brother was an expert at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a martial artist who had just broken through to the middle stage? But now, there was only one person in the surroundings, and his senior brother Zhou Lihui was nowhere to be seen. He vigilantly used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding situation, and there was indeed only one person with a weak aura. Only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. However, he still didn't let down his guard, gripping his long saber tightly as he slowly crept forward. In Qingyan's sleeve, Chen Hao discovered that the other party didn't attack Qingyan from a distance, and instantly reacted. If that heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist's corpse was next to her and saw his companion's corpse, he might directly attack Qingyan from a distance for safety's sake, making her completely stop breathing. But if they didn't find their companion's corpse, then it was more likely that they still wanted to keep her alive for questioning. Ask where their companions have gone. You guys come over, there's no danger here. Gu Ting shouted loudly. This voice was ridiculously loud, reverberating in the mountains. It could probably be heard more than 10 li away. After shouting, Gu Ting looked at the only survivor now. Seeing the other party slowly approaching, Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Yi Qingyan, who was pretending to be unconscious, and suddenly felt that this woman was a little scary. Could she win the bet? As Guing approached the hall, he took a look at the scarlet blood flexible sword that Qingyan threw out. The flexible sword was very clean, only slightly stained with dust. There was not even a trace of blood on it. He thought about it and agreed. How could their senior brother possibly be injured by a martial artist who had just broken through to the middle stage of the heaven-shattering tier? He didn't know that the blood on the red blood sword had been licked clean by Jianling. He raised his blade and slowly approached Qingyan. Chen Hao's heart was in his throat. Chen Hao seemed to have guessed Qingyan's thoughts. Was she trying to seduce him to her side? If the other party appeared beside her, she indeed had the ability to instantly kill another person. Even if the other party was a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. He was getting closer, the enemy was getting closer. That person finally walked in front of Qingyan. Was he going to make a move? However, Qingyan still did not make a move. Gu Ting kicked Qingyan's arm and asked in a very bad tone, "Hey, wake up. Are you dead?" Qingyan was indeed not dead yet, but if he kicked her a few more times, Qingyan might really die. Qingyan had her eyes closed and refused to wake up. It was impossible to wake a person who was pretending to be unconscious. However, Chen Hao found himself unable to understand Qingyan's thoughts with such a good opportunity. Gu Ting discovered that the person was indeed unconscious from his serious injuries. The internal organs on his chest were proof. Besides, every Pilheart sect disciple was proficient in alchemy. He could tell at a glance if someone was seriously injured. In his line of sight, his companions had already rushed over. He half-squatted down and with a paw, he slapped Qingyan. However, she still did not open her eyes. This slap left Chen Hao, who had witnessed everything, astonished. This was the first time he had seen Qingyan being slapped. In the past, even XVII, Zhou Lihua, and Jiang Qingyu could not bear to hit her. Gu Ting, what are you doing? Asking a question. Gu Ting's tone was extremely impatient as he stood up from Qingyan's side. He was displeased because the person who asked him the question had sent him to investigate the late-stage heaven-shattering realm. Among them, his strength was second only to senior brother Zhou. When I came here, there was nothing around. I didn't even see senior brother Zhou's shadow. He was just lying here all by himself. Gu Ting pointed at Qingyan at his feet. I just wanted to ask him about senior brother Zhou's whereabouts. Then, did you manage to get anything out of him? This person is unconscious from his serious injuries. I kicked him and even slapped him, but he did not wake up. How am I supposed to question him? Gu Ting shrugged, indicating that he had done his best. He is the warrior that senior brother Zhou was pursuing. He pointed at the mottled blood on Qingyan's chest and said, "Look, his internal organs have been spat out. Even if he wakes up, he probably won't live long. Let's wake him up. And question him," someone suggested. Yes, wake him up. Almost everyone agreed. Even if the one who quietly disappeared was not Zhou Lihue, but one of their fellow disciples, they would still do the same. Abandoning a comrade for no reason could not be justified. But how would they wake up that seriously injured and unconscious person? Conventional and crude methods had already been proven ineffective. "Let me do it," that late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior said. Here, his strength was the strongest, and his family was also the richest. Gu Ting saw him come over and distanced himself from them with an unpleasant expression. He was still brooding over the matter of asking him to investigate just now. That late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior took out a greenish-gray medicinal pill with some heartache. Squatting beside Qingyan, he pried open Qingyan's teeth. and the blood inside flowed out from the corner of her mouth, that late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior had a look of disgust. But at this moment, slaughter intent surged out madly from Qingyan's body, and a crazy blood-red aura directly sprayed onto the face of the late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior beside her. This slaughter intent was already comparable to the perfection stage slaughter intent unleashed by a peak stage heaven-shattering realm warrior. That late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior was completely unprepared. At such a close distance, he was directly hit by the berserk slaughter intent. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, a shiny dagger suddenly appeared in Qingyan's hand, and the blood remnant art suddenly exploded. Using all her strength, she directly stabbed the dagger into the warrior's heart and twisted it with all her strength. Immediately after, her left hand struck that heaven-shattering realm warrior who had woken up from the intense pain, and she pulled some distance away from him. Opening her right hand, the red blood sword instantly returned to her right hand. With a crack, the red blood sword transformed into a sword whip, and the long whip caught the dying peak stage heaven-shattering realm warrior who had only flown 2 meters in the air. With a strong tug, the sword whip contracted, and that late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior's body split into pieces. A rain of blood drenched Qingyan, from that late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior feeding Qingyan medicine, to Qingyan stabbing the dagger into his heart, to him being split into pieces in the air. It all happened in practically an instant. It happened so suddenly that the other heaven-breaking realm middle stage experts didn't have time to rescue him. This series of battles seemed to have been carefully calculated. Qingyan even took into account the counterattack of the late-stage heaven-breaking realm expert before he died. That was why she sent him flying with one punch. Her strength was indeed on the weak side among martial artists of the same level. But wanting to send a late-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artist whose heart had been crushed flying was still very easy. But Chen Hao knew that Qingyan had prepared even more. She even took into account the corpse of the peak stage heaven-breaking realm expert. Besides these careful preparations, Qingyan also had a bit of luck. But Chen Hao believed that even if the one feeding her the medicine wasn't that late-stage heaven-breaking realm expert, she would definitely continue to wait until the time was right. She had the patience. Who said that one had to wake up after swallowing a medicinal pill? As long as she didn't expose herself and continued to pretend to be unconscious, the other party definitely wouldn't directly kill her for the sake of their missing companion. For someone like her who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the other party couldn't possibly do any excessive torture to her. If they were a little heavier, maybe she'd die. When she took away that spatial ring and hid it in the ground, it meant that she wouldn't die for the time being. The peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist who entered the mystery realm was a Thai. It was impossible for any small team to give up so easily. Of course, Qingyan pretending to be unconscious for a long time could also be seen through. This time, the red blood sword immediately fed the energy from killing the late-stage heaven-breaking realm expert back into Qingyan's body. After that late-stage heaven-breaking realm expert's heart was pierced and minced, he indeed didn't die immediately. The one who killed him was indeed the red blood sword. At least, it was the red blood sword that made him completely breathe his last. Following the feedback of energy, an abnormal flush appeared on Qingyan's face, which was as pale as paper. She swallowed the medicinal pill that the late-stage heaven-breaking realm expert had just fed her. The medicinal pill tasted very bad, very bitter, but she swallowed it very easily. The medicinal pill melted in her stomach, and she felt warm. The two energies simultaneously began to repair her damaged body, and she felt a little better. She casually dug out the spatial ring buried in the bloody mud behind her, and with the profound meaning of speed, she quickly crawled back more than 10 meters in a sorry state. Then, she turned around with a smile and lay on the ground, looking at the 4 middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists in front of her. Now, Qingyan could move slightly, however, if he moved too violently, that would not do. Her face was covered in blood, and the smile on her face was very strange. It was cruel and cunning, and it was filled with satisfaction from the bottom of his heart. This caused the remaining 4 heaven-breaking realm middle-stage martial artists to feel apprehensive. These 4 middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists were similarly intimidated by Qingyan's slaughter intent, and after personally witnessing that senior brother being instantly killed, their first reaction was to simultaneously retreat. Obviously, they were also shocked by Qingyan's sudden zombie. After all, some of them had personally investigated and confirmed that the other party was indeed seriously injured and unconscious. However, the 4 Pillheart sect disciples never dreamed that their senior brother, who was at the late stage of the heaven-shattering realm, would be slain by a heavily injured and unconscious warrior in one strike, especially the ancient Hall. He had personally kicked that man a few times and even slapped him in the face. He was also the one who had told the other fellow disciples that the other party was severely injured and unconscious, to the point that they couldn't even wake him up. If he hadn't said those words, his senior brother might have been on guard. No matter how much he disliked that senior brother of his, it was still difficult for him to accept his senior brother's sudden death. Xianxia saw fear in their eyes, but more than that, there was hatred. It was a bone-deep hatred. After all, Xianxia had sneak attacked and killed their senior brother right in front of them. "Aren't all of you here to kill me? Aren't you here to avenge your senior brother? I killed him with my own hands in front of all of you." She struggled to sit up and said with a derisive look, "I'm seriously injured. I really can't do anything. Now is the best time to kill me. Or is it that your so-called master and disciple relationship is just nonsense?" Xianxia's words had garnered her hatred. Even though she was on the brink of death, she was still trying her best to sow discord. 2 Pillheart sect disciples roared, "I'll kill you, you darn bastard." They charged at Xianxia one after another with weapons in hand. Profundity of speed, chasing the stars and moon. Xianxia's speed was no longer the same as before. Her profundity of speed had been elevated to profundity of speed. It was a qualitative leap. Furthermore, her cultivation level had increased by another level. Xianxia's speed held an absolute advantage against warriors of the same level. She appeared beside the heaven-shattering realm warrior who was charging right in front almost instantly. Profundity of illusion, phantom snake's tongue. Countless sword shadows appeared in front of him. Until his death, that disciple was unable to distinguish which sword shadow was real and which sword shadow was fake. With the first Pillheart sect disciple dead, Xianxia appeared in front of the second Pillheart sect disciple. When the second Pillheart sect disciple saw his companion instantly die without any means of resistance, he was filled with regret. When Xianxia appeared beside him, his hair stood on end as though he had seen a devil. Decimation profundity. A profundity of decimation that matched the might of a peak heaven-shattering realm expert was suddenly released. The other party lost all courage and was killed by Xianxia in one strike. The remaining 2 mid-stage heaven-shattering realm warriors standing in their spots failed to provide any help. They could tell that Xianxia was too powerful. This time, Chen Hao could tell as well. Xianxia's decimation profundity was still at the initial success stage. It was not the so-called perfected stage. That was an illusion. This fellow had shouted decimation profundity, but what she could use was the decimation profundity and the illusion profundity. The illusion profundity increased the profundity of decimation, but in fact, it was an illusion to deceive. It was very effective in deterring the enemy. It could easily shock an unprepared enemy, but it could not increase the lethality of her moves. The late-stage heaven-shattering realm warrior fell for it while he was unprepared. Xianxia staggered and slumped to the ground weakly. Her face, which had some color in it, turned pale again. Sensing the energy feedback from the red blood sword, Xianxia felt that she had suffered a great loss. She had temporarily stabilized her organs by relying on the energy feedback from killing the peak heaven-shattering realm expert. The energy feedback from killing the late-stage heaven-shattering realm expert barely allowed her to move a little, but the energy feedback from killing the 2 mid-stage heaven-shattering realm experts was unable to stop the excruciating pain from her abdomen. Her organs showed signs of rupturing again. However, in front of her, there were still 2 mid-stage heaven-shattering realm warriors who were eyeing her covetously. The 2 warriors stopped 10 meters away from Xianxia. They did not move a single step from their original spot. The 2 of them held their weapons and looked at Xianxia nervously. They were afraid that she would run over and kill them both. However, Xianxia knew that she didn't have much strength left. She could only kill one more at most. Xianxia wanted to vomit blood, but she forced herself to swallow it back. A kind-hearted person had just given her an elixir. The elixir's effect was quite good. The gentle medicinal power nourished her internal organs. She couldn't bear to spit it out. Even if she counted the killing feedback from the red blood sword, she could barely kill 2 people. She definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. She raised her head and looked at the remaining 2 people. They were frightened, hateful, and sad. Their expressions were all seen by Xianxia. "Did you see that? My injuries are too serious. I almost vomited blood just now. Qingyan smiled and said, the two people just now were quite strong and courageous. Unfortunately, they were so close to killing me. Gu Ting and his other companion looked at each other. Then, Gu Ting couldn't help but take a step back. What serious injuries? What inability to fight? He didn't believe the nonsense of the man in front of him. I feel that you still have a high chance of killing me here, Qingyan said very seriously. Gu Ting glanced at her. He clearly remembered that she had said that just now, and the result was that two of his companions, who were not weaker than him, had died tragically in front of him. Was he luring us to attack him? Once this thought came to mind, it lingered in Gu Ting's mind. He felt that this was the truth. Junior brother Gu, let's go. Let's go together and kill him. Gu Ting's other companion said angrily, avenge our senior brother and junior brother. It was obvious that his senior brother was enraged. He felt that he was the cleverest person now. Gu Ting looked at his senior brother, who was 7 to 8 meters away, and his heart was bitter. He persuaded, senior brother Cheng, wake up. He must be lying to us. He said that just now, and the result? Gu Ting, are we not going to avenge him? Qing Yanbai said, he's really seriously injured. Can't you see it? Gu Ting shot a glance at the corners of Qing Yan's mouth. He smiled bitterly and said, but when I discovered him just now, he was already seriously injured. However, he still managed to kill Senior Bao and the other two senior brothers. I think that we should leave immediately and look for senior brother Zhou to avenge us. Their quarreling voices almost all entered Qing Yan's ears. But by the time we find senior martial brother Zhou, this person might have already escaped. Qing Yanbai angrily pointed at Gu Ting's nose and said, Gu Ting, let me tell you, he might be bluffing to scare us away, but we can't do what he wants. Do you understand? Yes, I was just bluffing. Qing Yan interrupted, any one of you can easily kill me. Facing senior brother Cheng's angry gaze, she pretended not to see it. Gu Ting fell silent, that was just a possibility. It was also possible that the other party still had the strength to spare and was waiting for them to come to their doorstep and die, who could guess? Have you finished discussing? Don't let me wait too long. I can't wait to die. Qing Yan shouted impatiently. If he really had the strength to spare, the two of us would have died long ago. Maybe, I'm just teasing you? Qing Yan interrupted again. However, Qing Yanbai stared at Gu Ting and shouted, Junior brother Gu, don't let senior martial brother think that you're a coward. Let's go together and kill him. How about it? N. Gu Ting finally nodded. This is my, Qing Yanbai's, good brother. Qing Yanbai continued, it's very likely that he can't move. Let's use our trump cards. Don't get close to him. Hearing that they shouldn't get close, Gu Ting was completely relieved. However, the other party's terrifying speed still made him worried. They couldn't get close, but the other party could get close to them. Let's go. Qing Yanbai shouted loudly. Qing Yanbai's body burned with crimson flames. Even the saber in his hand was ignited by the flames. Just as Gu Ting was about to make a move, something that terrified him happened. He saw that the figure of the heavily injured man who was lying on the ground gradually disappear, as if it was just an illusion. Wait, an illusion, his heart leaped into his throat. That fellow was indeed lying. Following that, he heard senior martial brother Cheng's angry roars and tragic cries. He turned his head and happened to see senior martial brother Cheng lying on the ground with the injured man. Senior martial brother Cheng's body was wrapped in a silver whip. No, that wasn't a whip, it was a whip sword, a very rare weapon. Gu Ting knew it. He had chanced upon it in the Pillheart Sex Armory. He had even asked the armory steward out of curiosity before learning of its name. The whip sword had bound senior martial brother Cheng's 4 limbs tightly. It had even severed the tendons in his arms and legs. The tip of the whip sword had even stabbed into Qing Yanbai's dantian. He was crippled. Gu Ting, what are you waiting for? Quickly take action. Senior martial brother Qing yelled in pain. Quickly kill him. Yes. The man lying on the ground said with a grin, the one named Gu Ting, quickly come over. Quickly save your senior martial brother Qing. Let me see the friendship between the two of you. Gu Ting gulped a mouthful of saliva as he slowly retreated. His ears were filled with Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's tragic cries. His heart was filled with horror. He felt that the man in front of him was a madman, a pervert. He was toying with them, he was toying with all of them. The strongest Senior Marshal Brother Bao was dead, the two Senior Marshal brothers who had rushed forward to seek revenge were dead as well. Now, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng was beyond saving. He was the only one left. How? How could he be his match? He looked at the cold corpses of his three fellow disciples around him as well as Senior Marshal Brother Cheng, who was wrapped in a sharp weapon. His body trembled as though he was having a cold war. He constantly retreated. Senior Marshal Brother Cheng. I'll find Senior Marshal Brother Zhou. I'll find Senior Marshal Brother Zhou to save you. Just wait. Don't die. Although he said that he would find Senior Marshal Brother Zhou to save him, Gu Ting knew that Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's corpse would be cold by the time he found Senior Marshal Brother Zhou. Gu Ting, have you forgotten what I told you with a voice transmission? Trust me once. Just once. Come from afar and use your trump card. If that doesn't work, I can die without regrets. I'll trust you once. When Qin Yan heard Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's words, her heart turned cold. She really did not have any strength left. If she moved any further, she might really be doomed. Did she really have to use that? Unless absolutely necessary, Qin Yan did not wish to take the risk. She was somewhat regretful. She regretted letting this Jin guy talk so much. Keeping him alive was just to create psychological pressure for the other party, and also to leave a way out for herself. She didn't expect that it would backfire. Even Chen Hao was somewhat gloating. He felt that Qin Yan had gone overboard. He was also very clear about Qin Yan's physical condition. When Gu Ting heard Senior Brother Cheng's words, he gritted his teeth and stopped. Senior Brother Cheng's eyes lit up with hope. Even if he died, he would kill this hateful bastard next to him. He encouraged, yes, believe in me. Even if you don't succeed, I won't blame you. As long as you don't succeed, you can find Senior Brother Zhou to avenge us. Gu Ting turned around, his forehead full of sweat. Turning around to attack the other party obviously made him suffer a lot of psychological pressure, because the previous three senior brothers who did this had met with misfortune. He activated his true essence, and the long saber in his hand was dyed blue. But at this time, the man interrupted, wait, let me ask you something. The Senior Brother Zhou you were talking about, is it this person? Gu Ting raised his head and just happened to see Senior Brother Zhou's eyes open in death. Senior Brother Qin was lying on the left side of the man, and Senior Brother Zhou's corpse was lying on the right side. The true essence on Gu Ting's saber instantly dissipated. The man said in a mocking tone, if the person you are looking for is him, then don't bother. He has already been killed by me. Gu Ting felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. That corpse had completely destroyed his last bit of courage. He turned around and frantically fled into the distance. Gu Ting, you are a coward. A coward. You bastard. You coward. Even if I die, I won't forgive you. Senior Brother Cheng's roar came from behind, but Gu Ting didn't turn back. While desperately running, he faced the wind and tears flowed out of his eyes. In those tears, there was regret and guilt, but he still didn't dare to turn back. He was afraid of death. Now, only you and I are left. Qing Yanbai looked at the cold and scary man beside him, turned around and whispered to him. Thus, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. Why do you want to keep him alive? Chen Hao asked in confusion. He could not figure out why Qing Yan, who had always been ruthless and merciless, would leave him alive under such dangerous circumstances. If there are still people coming, then I can only forcefully increase my strength. Qing Yan closed her eyes and said, I won't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. I've already learned a lot from the mistakes of others. Oh, you still remember this method? Chen Hao suddenly understood why Qing Yan did not kill the Pillheart sect disciple after capturing him. Actually, Gu Ting's final choice wasn't wrong. If he really dared to attack Yi Qing Yan would forcibly suck him dry. 5% of the blood chi of a middle-stage heaven-shattering tier cultivator was not enough to heal Yi Qing Yan's injuries, but 50% was definitely enough. How dare I forget? Qing Yan began to circulate her energy to treat her injuries. I can't possibly follow Sir Jianling's idea and use that forbidden technique, can I? Whenever I encounter danger, Sir Jianling would always recommend that forbidden technique to me. It feels like Sir Jianling wishes for me to die as soon as possible. That's Red Blood Sword's signature ability after all. It's just like how the manager will recommend their signature dishes to you when you go to a restaurant. When you go to a brothel, the procuress will recommend their top lady. It's a professional habit. Qingyan grunted as she opened her eyes abruptly. Blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said helplessly, Sir Jianling, it's best you don't speak. I feel like even if I wasn't killed by those people, I would be angered to death by you. Don't push the blame to others when something happens during your cultivation. That's because you aren't focused enough. Chen Hao was determined not to shoulder the blame that Qingai never came back. No one came to disturb her again. The mystic realm was extremely large. Even if tens of thousands of warriors swarmed in, it was not easy to encounter them. That was unless they had a bug like Red Blood Sword with them. Qingyan was already unlucky enough to encounter a peak heaven-shattering realm expert from the Pillheart sect during her breakthrough. If she were to encounter another one while recuperating, Chen Hao would even suspect that he had activated his misfortune outburst skill. Even the nearby fey beasts hid in their lairs, not daring to come out. Even the third level of the demonic sword domain was enough to match the might of a domain realm expert. Fey beasts were always more sensitive to danger than humans. Qingyan consumed a few more pills and circulated her energy to recuperate. 6 hours later, her injuries were finally under control. She could not engage in an intense battle, but she could at least leave. After finishing off the Pillheart sect captives, Qingyan's complexion turned for the better. Unfortunately, I might not be able to fight in the next few days. However, the harvest should be pretty good. A few interspatial rings appeared in Qingyan's hand. She had investigated them and there were many well-preserved spirit herbs inside. Any herb that could catch the eye of a Pillheart sect warrior was likely very valuable. Chen Hao suggested, actually, we can pick up some pushovers. It will aid in your recovery. Lord Jianling, what you said makes sense. Heaven-shattering realm warriors were not the only ones that surged into the mystic realm. There were also countless connate and postnatal realm warriors. If the quality was lacking, the quantity could be made up. Also, when you were taking inventory of the Pillheart sect disciples, I saw more than 20 spirit herb encyclopedias, right? Chen Hao suggested again. You should learn that as well. If not, you won't be able to recognize the good stuff you encounter in the future. How awkward would that be? Yeah, that's true. Qingyan had accepted 2 of his suggestions. Chen Hao was immediately pleased. In the future, if Qingyan were to unfortunately pass away, the Red Blood Sword would obtain a portion of the knowledge regarding spirit herbs. At times, Chen Hao even felt like he was an old grandpa and babysitter. He truly worried himself to death for the sword master. Even Chen Hao could not help but look at the setting sun and think, I'm probably the kindest demonic sword Jianling in the world, right? If he had a brain, he would probably look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. However, Qingyan was truly quite strong. Chen Hao believed that such a talented, ruthless, and quick-witted person would have a promising future. Lord Jianling, when we return, I wish to use the demonic sword domain to cultivate. I might need to activate it by 5%. 5%? 5%? It's better not to activate it. I only wish to use the profundity of illusions to simulate the demonic sword domain. Chen Hao never expected that the demonic sword domain could be used in such a manner. Qingyan could not withstand the original, so she decided to make a pirated version? That late-stage heaven-breaking realm expert who fed me the medicinal pill earlier, take a guess, what did he see before he died? Are you talking about the demonic sword domain? Yes. I tried to simulate the scene of the demon sword domain and tried it on that person. I feel that the effect is pretty good. I can cooperate with you. Chen Hao also wanted to know to what extent Qingyan could imitate the demon sword domain too. In the following time, Qingyan indeed made a move on those martial artists whose strength was lower than hers under Chen Hao's suggestion. In the past, Qingyan looked down on those Xiantian realm martial artists. But now, in order to recover from her injuries, she decisively made the right choice. On the 18th day in the spirit realm, Qingyan's injuries had completely healed. and even her strength had stabilized at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. After 18 days, Xianxia felt that she could use her full strength. After 20 days, Xianxia discovered that she could no longer find a suitable team to attack. The martial artists in the mystery realm were too scattered. Even if Xianxia's movement speed was fast enough, and the red blood sword's detection ability was strong enough, it was still very difficult to find a suitable target to attack. Recently, they had not encountered many teams in a day. Moreover, the strength of these teams was very strong. They could be considered the top-notch among all the teams that had stepped into the mystery realm. However, martial artists who could go deep into this area of the mystery realm were not weak. They either had a peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert overseeing them, or 2 or 3 late-stage heaven-breaking realm experts. These made Xianxia somewhat at a loss where to start. Xianxia was already considering whether or not she should rush back. The time limit for exploring the mystery realm was only 30 days, and now it was already the 20th day. All the teams that had stepped into the mystery realm should be considering returning. There's a relatively strong team nearby, 2 late-stage heaven-breaking realm experts, 1 peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert, 2 middle-stage heaven-breaking realm experts. Xianxia did not even think and directly refused. This is too strong. I discovered that this peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert seems to be seriously injured, and his aura is very weak. The other 2 late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists are not in good condition either. Oh? Xianxia was interested now. Lord Jianling shouldn't be lying to me, right? How is that possible? Haha, I'm joking. Yi Xianxia hid in the dense forest halfway up the mountain and observed the team hurrying on the opposite slope. The team's speed was somewhat abnormally slow. When she discovered the identity of that group of people, Xianxia was a little surprised. It's actually the White Bone Sect's team. I didn't expect it. Their peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert is heavily injured, and the auras of the 2 late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists are also somewhat weak. Xianxia hid in a dark place, looking at the White Bone Sect's small team, and said somewhat happily, when I met 2 teams of White Bone Sect before, I didn't even dare to approach them. Who beat them up so miserably? Who knows, he might be from your sect. Bloodfiend sect? That's quite possible. Xianxia carefully noticed a martial artist with a pale complexion in the middle of the group. Just as Xianxia noticed him, that martial artist seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia immediately fled. Within the White Bone Sect team, a middle-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist asked, Senior Brother Qin, what's wrong? It seems like someone is spying on us. Why don't I go look for it? Another late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist said, even if we're injured, we're not some soft persimmon that can be pinched as and when you want to. Forget it, the other party's strength shouldn't be weak, and his concealment level is also not bad. You guys might not be able to find him even if you go over. He's just a lone wolf. Senior Brother Qin said, we'd better not complicate matters for now. It's better to first find a place to recuperate in peace. Yes, Senior Brother Qin. Unfortunately, this Senior Brother Qin didn't know that sometimes, even if he didn't cause trouble, trouble would still find him. He didn't know how big this lone wolf's courage was. Just in the latter half of the night, 2 shrill screams were heard. Senior Brother Qin directly broke open the tent and rushed out, and saw a black shadow sweeping into the distance at an extremely fast speed, with one of his late-stage heaven-breaking realm junior brothers following closely behind. He was just about to follow, but as soon as he circulated his power, a sharp pain came from his lower abdomen dantian. This was the after effect of the battle during the day. He asked with a cold face, what happened? Senior Brother Qin, our 2 junior brothers are dead. They were ambushed by that person, the remaining late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist replied. Senior Brother Gong was the first to discover, and chased after him. Chased after him? In this kind of situation, chasing after him alone was somewhat irrational. Right, chased after him. Senior Brother Gong fought with that person, and that person's strength seems to be only at the middle stage of heaven-breaking realm. Middle stage of heaven-breaking realm? Senior Brother Qin frowned. This middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist is a bit too bold. He even dares to ambush our White Bone Sect. That's why Senior Brother chased after him, that junior brother said. Senior brother Qin rubbed his temples and said, "You also follow and take a look, I'm afraid there might be an ambush." "Okay, I'll go right away." Qin returned to the tent, feeling ill at ease. He waited until the latter half of the night, and his two junior brothers still hadn't returned. He felt that something was off, and with a dark face, he quickly packed up his things, but it was at this time that a man's voice came from behind him. Where are you going?" Qin turned around, looked at a black-cloaked martial artist standing over 200 meters away, and asked in a low voice, "Someone from the House of Blood Fiend?" "No." Qin shook her head and denied very naturally. "You're not afraid of our white-bone sect's revenge?" "Hee hee. Of course not, as long as you die here, who will know?" Qin's face was so dark that it was about to drip water. If it were normal times, he really wouldn't put a mere middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist in his eyes. But yesterday during the day, their team encountered people from the House of Blood Fiend. He used all his strength, and even used a secret technique that had extremely great side effects, and brought his own people to barely annihilate the House of Blood Fiend's team. But he, because of the opponent's counterattack before death, his dantian was heavily injured. "Your complexion doesn't seem too good, I feel more confident." Qin asked somewhat concernedly. "How is it? Are your injuries serious?" "Even if I'm injured, I'm still a disciple of the Whitebone sect, not something a rotten fish like you can compare to." Qin had his own pride. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, and even if his hand was heavily injured, as long as there was a chance, he could still kill a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. "I admire your character very much." Qin also confirmed the fact that he was heavily injured. If he wasn't heavily injured, how could he possibly talk so much nonsense with her, a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist? She felt that her luck had turned today. This kind of extremely weak peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert was simply the perfect prey. Illusion profound meaning. Slaughter profound meaning. Cloud profound meaning. Facing a heavily injured peak-stage heaven-breaking realm expert, Qin practically did not hold back. In the great battle a few days ago, Qin gained a lot. The concept of speed was elevated to the entry stage of speed profound meaning. Combined with her movement technique, her speed was extremely fast even among peak-stage heaven-breaking realm experts. As for the minor success stage of slaughter profound meaning and illusion profound meaning, there was no need to say more. They could greatly enhance her battle prowess. With Qin's current strength, it was already enough to kill late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists. This was Qin's capital. In the darkness, Qin heard a gotcha sound. He saw that the figure was rapidly approaching him. About 10 meters away from him, a long black whip sword appeared and stabbed towards his heart like a venomous snake. He blocked the opponent's attack with a single sword. Immediately after, countless black auras attacked him from the darkness. From the beginning to the end, the other party had been standing 10 meters away. This awkward position didn't seem to have any intention of getting close to him. Resisting the stabbing pain in his dantian, Qin immediately operated his cultivation technique to dodge. His complexion became even paler. As he dodged again and again, the stabbing pain in his dantian became more and more intense. He knew he could not continue like this. He had to kill the other party in one fell swoop, otherwise, if this continued, he would definitely die today. Wind profound meaning, absolute wind step. Qin tightly gripped the white bone sword in his hand. Gritting his teeth and enduring the intense pain, his speed suddenly increased, and he charged at the other party at lightning speed, but just as he started, the other party also noticed his movements and also retreated at lightning speed. "I don't believe I can't catch up to you." Qin was ruthless, ignoring the intense pain in his dantian. He madly charged at that damned bastard, but what made him despair was, the distance between him and the other party did not decrease at all. He admitted that he was heavily injured, and his speed was indeed not as fast as before. But even if it was a late-stage heaven-breaking realm expert, he could still catch up. But the other party was merely a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist, so why was he running so fast? Even if he cultivated an earth-grade movement technique, his speed was still somewhat unreasonable. His mouth was dry, and he swallowed, looking at the black-cloaked martial artist in front of him. That black-cloaked martial artist also stopped. Slaughter profound meaning? Illusion profound meaning? And the cloud profound? That's not all. You're definitely from the House of Blood Fiend. Qing stared at the back view of the black-cloaked martial artist. Who exactly are you? Xianxia? No, Xianxia is much stronger than you. Xianxia was a super genius from the House of Blood Fiend 5 years ago. He was only 29 years old, but his strength had already reached the peak stage of the heaven-shattering tier, and it was said that he had also cultivated and grasped at least 3 kinds of profound meanings. Your vision is too narrow. Who said that one must be a member of the House of Blood Fiend just because he knows the massacre profound? With such a confident tone, even Qing began to doubt his own conjecture. He had indeed never heard of someone like her in the House of Blood Fiend. At this moment, Qing Yan's attack came again. The battle lasted from the second half of the night until the next morning. This was the longest battle Qing Yan had ever fought since she obtained the red blood sword. The White Bone Sect's heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert was forcefully exhausted to death by Qing Yan. He, who was heavily injured, couldn't catch up to Qing Yan no matter how hard he tried. If he stopped, he wouldn't have to face Qing Yan's long-range attacks, and in the end, he died extremely sullenly. Chen Hao looked at the White Bone Sect expert from afar. When he died, his eyes were still open, and his face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Qing Yan slashed his corpse into 2 halves with her sword, and then slowly approached him. That white bone sword is a good sword, and there's a mark on it. Bringing it might cause trouble. Lord Jianling, please take care of it. Okay. Chen Hao didn't decline. She walked to the side of the corpse and looked at his finger. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a pair of tweezers and picked up the finger. You want to test for poison again? Chen Hao asked. The spatial rings from last time didn't have poison, but I'm not sure about this one. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Arriving at the side of a clear river, Qing Yan threw the finger and the spatial ring into the shallow water. Soon, countless fish floated up from the downstream. Chen Hao looked at the fish and grumbled, "You are really, of course I have to be careful. People have to be careful while they are alive. If not, they won't even know how they died. I mean, there's no need for you to poison those fish, right?" Qing Yan suddenly lowered her head. She was somewhat unable to understand Red Blood Sword Jianling's train of thought. She had a nagging feeling that they weren't from the same world. After wiping out the White Bone Sect team, killing a peak Heavenbreaker Realm expert, 2 late-stage Heavenbreaker Realm experts, and 2 mid-stage Heavenbreaker Realm experts, Qing Yan had obtained an unprecedented harvest. The White Bone Sect's ability to gather items was even more exaggerated than the Pillheart Sect's team. In their interspatial rings, there were piles of ordinary herbs, as well as 13 jade boxes filled with precious herbs. There were also piles of corpses. In the 5 interspatial rings, there were a total of 136 corpses. These corpses had been placed neatly by the members of the White Bone Sect. Qing Yan scanned the interspatial rings and knew the number of corpses inside. Most of the corpses belonged to itinerant cultivators. There were about 100 Khanate realm corpses. The rest were Heavenbreaker realm corpses. There were corpses from the Pillheart sect, the Foresee sect, and the Bloodlust sect. There were 13 corpses from the Bloodlust sect. 6 of them were corpses from the Bloodlust sect's Bloodhand Hall. Among the 6 Bloodhand Hall corpses, Qing Yan had some impression of one of them. He was a team leader from the Bloodhand Hall and was on the same level as Ji Mingyu. I think I caught a big fish. Qing Yan found a token carved from bone. On it were the words personal disciple. I feel like this unnamed disciple of mine is at odds with a personal disciple. This was the second personal disciple token that Qing Yan had obtained. The previous personal disciple was the Pillheart sect warrior with the surname Zhou, who had died without knowing why. However, it was clear that this personal disciple from the White Bone Sect was even more valuable. It was obvious from the 100+ corpses. Qing Yan hesitated for a moment before storing the White Bone Sect personal disciple's corpse into her interspatial ring. Her interspatial ring was similarly filled with corpses. Although the quality of the corpses inside was slightly inferior, the quantity was definitely more than what the White Bone Sect team had collected. Should she hand it over to the sect for a reward? Qing Yan did not have such thoughts for the time being. Qing Yan was very happy when she sensed the quintessential essence in her dantian. Indeed, to rapidly raise her strength, she had to kill warriors 1 level higher than her. There were still 10 days left. Qingyan planned on returning. There were likely more warriors returning now. On the third day, Qingyan realized that there were more teams in the surroundings. This made Qingyan a little happy. At night, Qingyan stepped on a few corpses and counted her gains happily. At this moment, she noticed that there was a blood-red glow at the end of the night sky. That ray of light lasted for an entire 15 minutes. It lasted for 15 minutes. This seems to be the House of Blood Fiend's summoning signal? Almost every member of the House of Blood Fiend knew some basic signals. In the mystic realm, she had seen the House of Blood Fiend's distress signal a few times. She ignored the ones that were slightly further away. She would also take her time to collect the corpses of those that were slightly closer. She would also see if she could pick up any scraps. Occasionally, when she encountered the House of Blood Fiend's people, she would also take a detour. She only thought about it and gave up on attacking her fellow sect members. Sect leader Nya treated her quite well. In the mystic realm, all the teams were killing each other. There were too many people to kill. 1 or 2 teams from the House of Blood Fiend really didn't matter. However, the summoning signal was different from the distress signal. In the mystic realm, only the personal disciples of the House of Blood Fiend's elders and protectors were qualified to send out the summoning signal. Even Qingyan wasn't qualified. Moreover, it was a summoning signal. Usually, it was because there was a major event and they needed to gather people. Given the rules of the sect, even the favored direct disciples of the elders would be severely punished if they were to send out a call for a meeting if there was no major issue. According to the rules of the sect, as long as there was a summoning signal, the House of Blood Fiend's disciples had to rush over unconditionally. Of course, Qingyan wouldn't be so inflexible. If she didn't go over, who would know? Moreover, the summoning signal was just Qingyan's guess. With her current position, she could only see a blood-red glow. She couldn't even see the corners of the signal. This proved that the place where the signal was sent was very far away from her. She might need to use all her strength to rush over for half a day. To go or not to go, Qingyan was a little hesitant. However, Qingyan saw a white flame in the sky. It seemed to be the House of Blood Fiend's summoning signal. The House of Blood Fiend and the House of Blood Fiend were going to gather people in the mystic realm to fight. This was Qingyan's first reaction. However, when the other forces' signals flashed in the night sky, Qingyan finally couldn't stay calm. Lord Jianling, can you sense that direction? That direction? That's too far. I'm not a god. Qingyan was slightly disappointed. However, Chen Hao then added, the nearby spirit qi is flowing slightly in that direction. It's very faint. Ordinary martial artists can't detect it at all. Maybe something good has appeared. Then I might have to go and take a look. Something that could make all the major forces in the mystic realm send out a summoning signal was definitely no small matter. It was impossible for Qingyan to miss this opportunity. In any case, even if she encountered a heaven-breaking tier expert, it was not as if she had no room to escape. I hope it's not over by the time I get there. After putting away the items, Qingyan did not rest. She immediately rushed to the location where the House of Blood Fiend sent out the signal. She didn't really want to fly. Inside the secret territory, there was no lack of powerful demonic beasts and martial artists from other forces. She did not want to be stopped halfway. As the saying goes, a mountain is far away from a dead horse. She had clearly seen the gathering signal from the House of Blood Fiend, but when she really rushed over, she realized that the distance was far longer than she had expected. Along the way, she accidentally bumped into 2 groups of rogue cultivators, but she didn't care about them. Compared to those few initial stage heaven-breaking tier martial artists, she was more concerned about the gathering location. The next morning, the sky had just begun to brighten when Qingyan finally arrived at the location where the signal was sent out. In a secluded valley. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, and all the spiritual energy converged towards the valley. Both sides of the valley were filled with rogue cultivators. There were at least over 1,000 of these rogue cultivators. The majority of these martial artists had low strength, the kind that didn't even reach the heaven-breaking tier. Those rogue cultivators could only stand on both sides of the valley and peek into the depths of the valley that was densely covered by white clouds. Qingyan had been using a disguised identity all along and directly blended into that group of rogue cultivators. I heard that after consuming the spirit divine fruit, it can let a martial artist directly obtain a chance to gain sudden enlightenment. I wonder if it's true. That's of course. There was once a Xianxia realm martial artist who was nearing the end of his lifespan and obtained one by chance. After consuming it, he directly comprehended profundity and advanced to become a heaven-breaking tier expert. Is it really that miraculous? That's of course. But I heard that there are only 9 spirit divine fruits in that valley. I think those few major forces people will fight until their heads are broken and blood is shed. They deserve to be beaten to death. I can't wait for them to all be finished. Lower your voice. Spirit divine fruit. After hearing that, Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. She had heard of the spirit divine fruit before. The spirit divine fruit was very rare, and its effects could be said to be heaven-defying. In Zhou country, the spirit divine fruit had also appeared in a secret realm. However, that was 200 years ago. Xianxia had only heard of it and had never seen it with her own eyes. In the House of Blood Fiend, Xianxia had also seen detailed records about the spirit divine fruit. Those rogue cultivators didn't give a comprehensive account. The spirit divine fruit was divided into single leaf, double leaf, 3-leaf, 4-leaf, and the legendary path understanding fruit. The single leaf spirit divine fruit had a high probability of allowing Houtian or Xiantian martial artists to comprehend or improve their concepts. The double-leaf spirit divine fruit had a high probability of allowing Xiantian or heaven-breaking tier martial artists to comprehend or improve profundity. The 3-leaf spirit divine fruit had a high probability of allowing heaven-breaking or divine power tier martial artists to comprehend or improve their divine power. And so on. Of course, it was only a high probability. After consuming it, it wasn't guaranteed that one would improve. In the history of the Central and Southern Territories, there were occasional cases where the spirit divine fruit didn't work. However, the low probability didn't affect the value of the spirit divine fruit. Especially for those martial artists who were at the peak of a major realm and couldn't break through, the spirit divine fruit was their life-saving straw. Xianxia also wanted the spirit divine fruit that had a high probability of allowing martial artists to comprehend. Because she had the red blood sword, she wasn't too interested in ordinary cultivation resources. However, she was greedy for the path understanding fruit, just like ordinary martial artists. Initial success in illusion profundity, slaughter profundity, cloud profundity, speed profundity. However, Xianxia didn't mind having more profundities. Especially the speed profundity. Even with Xianxia's talent, she still found it difficult to cultivate the speed profundity. If there was a spirit divine fruit, in the secret realm, the personal disciples who had the authority to gather the sect members should be at the peak of the heaven-breaking tier. What could make them gather all the nearby sect members to participate in the competition should be the 3-leaf spirit divine fruit that could help them comprehend divine power. It was unlikely to be a 4-leaf spirit divine fruit. If it was a 4-leaf spirit divine fruit, the domain realm bigwigs outside the mystic realm would have long lost their cool. There was no chance for them to vie for it. 7 spirit divine fruits, Xianxia frowned. Xianxia was somewhat hesitant to vie for the spirit divine fruits in front of a bunch of peak heaven-shattering realm experts. Her strength was only at the mid-stage of the heaven-shattering realm. She was best at speed and could indeed surpass most peak heaven-shattering realm experts. However, it was very likely that she would be caught and besieged. As for restoring her original identity and joining the Bloodlust Sect's team to vie for the spirit divine fruits, Xianxia had never considered it. Even if she was lucky enough to snatch 1 or 2, there were so many peak heaven-shattering realm bigwigs in the Bloodlust Sect. Why should she share the spirit divine fruits, even if she was Nialakun's personal disciple? It was impossible. On both sides of the valley stood warriors from the Ansu Nation, Bloodlust Sect, Whitebone Sect, 4C Sect, and Pillheart Sect. A group of 4C sect members arrived and were immediately led into the valley. Xianxia asked the martial artist beside her who had been chattering non-stop, "Brother, can't we, the rogue martial artists, enter the valley?" "Of course. We have no designs on the spirit divine fruits. We are purely here to watch the show. Many heaven-shattering realm itinerant cultivators have already gone down." He continued, "You didn't see it. Last night, those large factions wanted to seal off the valley and prevent itinerant cultivators like us from going down. In the end, more than 10 peak heaven-shattering realm itinerant cultivators stepped forward and they allowed us in. That really boosted the morale of itinerant cultivators like us. A newcomer asked, "Is that true? How could it be fake?" I saw it with my own eyes. You didn't see how arrogant those martial artists from the sects were. They really thought they were great, but in the mystic realm, without their sect masters, they were nothing. Were the disciples nurtured by large factions really as weak as he described? In fact, that was not the case. In a one-on-one battle, disciples from large factions had the advantage. It was just that there were too many itinerant cultivators in the mystic realm. Although there were very few peak heaven-shattering realm warriors among itinerant cultivators, their numbers were considerable. When they gathered together, they could similarly become a large faction in the mystic realm. That person's voice was very loud and the nearby itinerant cultivators could hear him. Even the nearby Pilheart sect disciples turned around and frowned as they looked over. "Brother, it's better if you keep your voice down," Xianxia kindly reminded him. "I'm not afraid of anything. Don't worry." Xianxia pursed her lips and decided not to say anything more. Chen Hao reminded from within the red blood sword, "Xianxia, he's also a martial artist at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm." Xianxia shot a glance at that person, and seeing the two late-stage heaven-shattering realm loose cultivators descend the mountain valley, she immediately followed. Inside the valley, it was cool and refreshing, and the spiritual energy was unbelievably dense. It was even 10 times denser than the place where her senior sister Yingyu lived. The two late-stage heaven-shattering realm experts walking in front of Xianxia only turned their heads to give her a glance, and no longer paid her any attention. Xianxia followed the valley all the way to the south. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a picturesque plain full of green grass suddenly appeared in front of her. In a certain corner of the plains, more than 200 heaven-breaking realm experts and numerous Xiantian martial artists were gathered. More than 200 heaven-breaking realm martial artists, most likely, all the heaven-breaking realm martial artists who were exploring the mystic realm had gathered here. The numbers seemed to be a lot, but when divided among the 5 top factions, the numerous first-rate factions, and the loose cultivators, it wasn't much. It was even a little too little. However, Xianxia imagined the interspatial ring of that white bone sect personal disciple and her own interspatial ring, and immediately understood. The competition inside the mystic realm was also rather cruel. Xianxia looked over. On the cliff 10 meters above the ground, there was a somewhat yellowed vine more than 10 meters long. The vine was shrouded in a layer of mist. It was different from the mist in other parts of the mountain valley. This mist was condensed from dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to be gathering towards the vine. It was very difficult for the nearby martial artists to not discover such spiritual energy movements. On the yellowed vine of the spirit god vine hung 9 sparkling, light red fruits that had yet to ripen. Those were the spirit god fruits. As long as the vine withered, those 9 spirit god fruits would turn bright red, and the spirit god fruits would be ripe. From the looks of it, it shouldn't take more than a day or 2. On the vine, a leaf stalk happened to have 3 leaves. Xianxia finally confirmed that it was undoubtedly a 3-leaf spirit god fruit. The positions occupied by the heaven-breaking realm experts were clearly divided. The large factions, Ansu Nation, Blood Fiend Sect, Whitebone Sect, Foresees Sect, and Pilheart Sect, were all missing. There were also a few first-rate factions, as well as loose cultivators who didn't have many martial artists but were at least late-stage heaven-breaking realm. Loose cultivators were ultimately a plate of loose sand. It was impossible for them to gather too many martial artists to serve them. Because the spirit god fruits had yet to ripen, everyone maintained considerable restraint. For example, Blood Fiend Sect and Whitebone Sect. They wanted to fight the moment they met, but in such a situation, none of them wanted to fight. "Lord Jianling, how many peak heaven-breaking realm experts are there?" 15. Xianxia's face sank. The various large factions were gathering manpower, and with the commotion caused by the spirit god fruits, 15 peak heaven-breaking realm experts was similar to her guess. "What about those lying in ambush outside the mountain valley?" "I found 4, including that loud voice." Xianxia was clear that the 4 peak heaven-breaking realm experts outside the mountain valley were waiting to take advantage of the situation. Once someone snatched the spirit god fruits and escaped, they could ambush them outside the mountain valley. This should be targeted at the loose cultivators. For the 5 top factions and some first-rate factions, if they could snatch the spirit god fruits, the ownership of the spirit god fruits might already be decided. On the other hand, the loose cultivators might directly fight. However, for 9 spirit god fruits, the 5 top factions plus the temporarily united loose cultivator experts and several other first-rate factions really weren't easy to divide. If it wasn't easy to divide, then it was right. If it was all done, why did Xianxia come? In the mountain valley, there were also many Khanate realm martial artists, but they were very tactful and stood relatively far away from the heaven-breaking realm experts. They might be hoping for a fluke, or purely wanted to watch the show, or more likely wanted to pick up some spatial rings when the battle started and people died. The spatial rings of heaven-breaking realm martial artists were really worth snatching for Khanate martial artists. This was much more practical than snatching the spirit god fruits. After all, there were only 9 spirit god fruits, and almost all of them were targeted by peak heaven-breaking realm experts. As for the spatial rings, that was unknown. What if it was a chaotic battle? Xianxia stood in the group of heaven-breaking realm loose cultivators. The people next to her only sized her up and no longer looked at her. At this time, middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists could only play supporting roles. The next morning, more than half of the 3-leaf spiritual divine fruits vines had withered, and the spirit chi in the valley was fading. The time for the spiritual divine fruit to ripen was approaching. In a day's time, another 21 heaven-breaking realm martial artists arrived. Among them, there were 2 peak heaven-breaking realm martial artists. One was from the 4 Seas sect, and the other was an itinerant cultivator. Among the 5 top factions, the number of peak heaven-breaking realm martial artists present was actually the Insu Nation and the 4 Seas sect. When the spiritual divine fruits vines were about to wither and ripen, an Insu Nation peak heaven-breaking realm martial artist stepped forward and said, "Our Insu Nation wants 2 spiritual divine fruits." Almost all the heaven-breaking realm martial artists looked at them. "All the gains in the mystic realm have to be handed over to our Insu Nation. We only want 2 out of the 9 spiritual divine fruits. This isn't excessive." Although that was the case, 40% of the gains in the mystic realm had to be handed over to the Insu Nation. However, this rule could be reasonably circumvented. For example, the good stuff that didn't need to be refined into pills and could be consumed directly would be swallowed by most martial artists in the mystic realm. This was an unspoken rule that everyone tacitly agreed upon. Of course, most spirit herbs would either be poisonous or lose too much of their medicinal properties if consumed directly. It was better to bring them out and hand them over to a professional alchemist to refine into pills. Hearing the Insu Nation martial artist's words, the other 4 top factions fell silent. They lowered their heads in thought. The many first-rate factions and itinerant cultivators that entered the sect didn't say anything either. The warriors of the Ansu kingdom hoped that they could obtain 2 spirit deity fruits without losing any of their men. It wasn't that they didn't want to obtain more, but they didn't dare to. If they thought too much, there would be no room for discussion. If they angered the crowd, they would only be attacked by the crowd. Although the mystic realm belonged to the Insu Nation in name, its peak heaven-breaking realm martial artists were capable of doing anything when they yearned for a breakthrough. The people from the 4 top factions had a rough idea. The Insu Nation had the strength to obtain 1 spiritual divine fruit. Furthermore, they were very strong. 2 seemed possible. But how would they split the remaining 7, even if the Bloodlust sect, Whitebone sect, 4 Seas sect, and Pillheart sect obtained 1 each? There were still 3 outside. In their group, there was more than 1 peak heaven-breaking realm expert. If he could get 1 more, he would definitely not give it up. A peak heaven-shattering realm warrior from the Pillheart sect stood forward and said, "Our Pillheart sect only wants 1. We will take care of the rest." How about that? Everyone knew that once a chaotic battle broke out, the losses would be even greater. It was very likely that several peak stage heaven-breaking realm experts would die in battle, and they might not even be able to snatch it. Taking such a huge risk for the sake of a spirit deity fruit, many martial artists from various forces were considering whether it was worth it. Chen Hao could feel Qingyan's intense heartbeat. She was nervous. Qingyan stared intently at the 4 Seas sect. The 4 Seas sect warriors were standing very close to the Pillheart sect warriors. When she saw the 4C sect and the Pillheart sect warriors converse with each other via voice transmissions, she saw the 4C sect's peak heaven-shattering realm leader say a few words to a warrior of the same strength beside him. When she saw the latter's indignant and disappointed expression, Qingyan's heart turned cold. She could roughly guess the 4C's gang's decision. Very clearly, they only wanted one, the Anzu kingdom wanted two, the Pillheart sect and the 4C's sect wanted two each, and the remaining three were left to the Bloodlust sect and Whitebone sect. Then, it was impossible for the two arch-rivals, the Bloodlust sect and Whitebone sect, to monopolize the remaining three spirit deity fruits. No matter which side obtained one more, the other side would not be convinced. Furthermore, the remaining warriors from the top sects and itinerant cultivators were still present. They were not weak, it was very likely that each of them would obtain one spirit deity fruit. The remaining spirit deity fruit would be left for the other warriors to vie for, giving them something to hold on to and hope for. When that happened, once the 5 top factions came to an agreement, the other warriors would not be able to stir up any trouble. Once they snatched the other spirit deity fruits, they would very likely face the combined suppression of the Anzu kingdom, Bloodlust sect, Whitebone sect, 4C sect, and Pillheart sect warriors. However, the spirit deity fruit would be fought over by peak heaven-shattering realm warriors. Qingyan's chances of obtaining one were extremely slim and close to none. It was definitely enough for the 5 factions to come to an agreement. That was Yi Qingyan's thoughts. The itinerant cultivators' peak heaven-shattering realm warriors had similarly ugly expressions. However, against the warriors from the 5 top factions, they similarly felt immense pressure. Just as the 4C sect's leader, a peak heaven-shattering realm warrior, was about to speak, someone suddenly shouted from the group of itinerant cultivators, "Why should all these spirit deity fruits be monopolized by you large factions? Do you think this is the outside world? Do you think your masters and seniors are still here to support you? This is a mystic realm. Peak heaven-shattering realm warriors are the strongest. We are not much weaker than you. You disciples of large sects obviously wouldn't care about the spirit deity fruit. Your masters and sects will have many ways to help you break through. However, we itinerant cultivators can only rely on ourselves to snatch and fight for it. And the spirit deity fruit might be our best and final hope. I feel that the spirit deity fruit belongs to whoever can obtain it. Everyone's strength speaks for itself." Who's speaking? A peak warrior from the Anzu kingdom stood forward and roared. The person who spoke was obviously Qingyan. The peak heaven-shattering realm warrior's search for her was destined to be futile. Not only was Qingyan fake, but the location her voice was transmitted to was also fake. Chen Hao didn't understand why Qingyan knew so many bizarre little tricks. She might have been trained by Zhou Nation's sky surveillance. The atmosphere was very solemn. The eyes of several itinerant cultivators at the peak heaven-shattering realm were already crimson red, and they even drew their weapons. Stirring up emotions and creating chaos, Qingyan definitely received professional training from Zhou Nation's sky surveillance. Qingyan's words were also very capable of inciting the other martial artists' emotions. Moreover, this was the sorrow of itinerant cultivators and martial artists from other small factions. The peak heaven-shattering realm martial artists of the 5 top factions all looked young and strong, in the prime of their lives. However, half of the heaven-shattering realm peak stage martial artists on the side of the loose cultivators and martial artists from other small forces appeared to be old men on the verge of death. Almost all of them relied on their mediocre talent, constantly risking their lives, and some fated chances to reach their present state with great difficulty. If they couldn't obtain the spirit deity fruit today, the vast majority of itinerant cultivators and martial artists from small factions present would never have the chance to step into the divine power realm in their entire lives. The itinerant cultivators and martial artists from small factions present all knew very well that the speaker wanted to create chaos. However, after hearing Qingyan's words, they also hoped that the scene could become chaotic even more. Only with complete chaos would they have hope. Moreover, that person wasn't wrong. In the mystery realm, they didn't have to be too afraid of the martial artists of the 5 top forces. Not only did the heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists outside the 5 top forces want to make a move, but there were also heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists in the 5 top forces who were eager to snatch one by themselves. Which heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist didn't want to break through to the transcendent realm? Which one would complain that their cultivation was too slow? The spirit divine fruits are about to ripen. Someone suddenly shouted. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on those 9 spirit divine fruits. And at this time, Xianxia directly retreated slowly, leaving the loose cultivator's camp and flying into the sky, out of the valley. No one paid attention to her. You're not going to snatch them? With my current strength, only death awaits me if I participate in the melee. I'll wait outside. Xianxia replied. I think the easiest way is for you to activate the demon sword domain and kill them all. I can't kill them all. I can only kill one person at most. Xianxia said in a low voice, I can only hold on for a breath's time with the 3rd layer of the demon sword domain. Such a short time is simply not enough. Flying out of the valley, Xianxia directly stood on the cliff. She was very clear about her strength. Compared to heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists, she had no other advantages aside from a slight advantage in speed. There was also tracking. Red Blood Sword's tracking ability was definitely the strongest in the mystery realm. Merely a quarter of an hour later, an earth-shattering sound came from the valley. Outside the valley, all the martial artists' conversation stopped. Immediately after, 2 figures shot out from the valley, and behind them, there was also a large group of heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists following closely. Countless profound martial skills exploded around them. At the same time, the battle in the valley continued. 2 were snatched away, which meant that there was another disagreement among the remaining 5 top forces. Maybe someone even snatched an extra one. The 2 heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists who snatched the spirit divine fruits and escaped from the valley tacitly fled in opposite directions. But they hadn't escaped far when the heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists who were lying in ambush outside the valley also made their move. With this move, they blocked their escape route. The 2 martial artists who snatched the spirit divine fruits in the valley were obstructed at almost the same time. One of the loose cultivators was entangled, while the other cultivator actually used his body to withstand the attack and directly escaped. Xianxia did not even think as she followed closely behind the injured martial artist. There were actually quite a few people who had the same idea as Xianxia. Following closely behind that martial artist were 4 peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists, more than a dozen late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists, and more than a dozen middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists. Among the peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists, 2 were loose cultivators, one was a martial artist from a small force, and the remaining one was a member of the 4C's gang. Xianxia didn't join the large group of pursuers. Instead, she used her movement technique and chased after the group of people who wanted to snatch the spirit deity fruit. With the red blood sword by her side, she was not afraid of losing him. The 2 martial artists who had snatched the spiritual deity fruits both had excellent body movements. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to snatch the spiritual deity fruit from the valley and bring it out. This was especially true for the person Xianxia was chasing. At his peak, his speed might even be slightly faster than Xianxia's. However, because he had been ambushed, his body had suffered heavy injuries, and his speed had unconsciously slowed down. If he hadn't been ambushed, he might really have been able to escape and become a transcendent realm expert after taking the spiritual deity fruit. The martial artist who had snatched the spiritual deity fruit ran as fast as he could while the other 4 peak stage heaven-breaking realm experts pursued relentlessly. One chased, one jumped, and after 4 hours, the 4 shattering heaven-tier elites finally blocked off that person. They practically didn't speak, and directly made their move. At this time, there were only these 4 peak stage heaven-breaking realm experts and Yi Qingyan, who was hiding 10 miles away, on the battlefield. The middle stage heaven-breaking realm experts had already fallen behind halfway. There were actually 7 late-stage heaven-breaking realm experts, but they were also quite far away. The 4 peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists attacked at the same time, and the earth trembled for a moment. Sand and stones flew about on the battlefield as countless martial skills bloomed with gorgeous brilliance. The old martial artist who had snatched the spiritual deity fruit instantly suffered heavy injuries. His right leg was cut off, and the wounds on his body were even more tragic. The old martial artist spat out a mouthful of blood. At this critical moment, he was decisive and immediately took out a bright red fruit full of spiritual chi from his spatial ring. Using all his strength, he threw it extremely far away. He said bitterly, "This old man admits defeat. I don't want the spiritual deity fruit anymore." Throwing away the spiritual deity fruit was equivalent to throwing away his hope of advancing and throwing away the rest of his body. Needless to say, almost at the same time he threw the spiritual deity fruit, the 4 peak stage heaven-breaking realm experts besieging him immediately rushed in the direction of the spiritual deity fruit. Although this peak stage heaven-breaking realm expert had suffered heavy injuries, he still tried his best to throw the spiritual deity fruit as far away as possible. The further he threw it, the safer he would be. Xianxia estimated that the group of peak stage heaven-breaking realm experts would have to fly 7 to 8 miles to catch up with the spiritual deity fruit. This made Xianxia very vexed. If that loose cultivator had thrown it at her, then it would have been great, but immediately, her gaze turned towards the martial artist who had suffered heavy injuries and broken legs. Perhaps, this was also a good prey for him. She wanted to give it a try. Since she said she'd do it, she'd do it. Almost at the same time the old man stood up on one leg shakily and walked several hundred meters, intending to find a secret place to heal his injuries. Qingyan's sneak attack arrived. Qingyan's first move was a killing move. The scarlet blood flexible sword transformed into countless afterimages, aiming straight for the opponent's throat. The old man was also someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. Almost at the same time Qingyan launched her sneak attack, he reacted. With a crisp clang, the tip of the scarlet blood flexible sword touched the opponent's saber hilt. Vigorous true origin shook, and Qingyan immediately staggered 3 steps back. That force shook the blood and chi in her body to churn. Only now did the old man clearly see his opponent, a man with a gloomy and cold appearance. He roared furiously, "A middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist dares to sneak attack me?" But something the old man couldn't even dream of happened. The man who just tried to sneak attack him immediately cupped his hands and performed a junior's greeting, saying, "Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye, senior." After he finished speaking, the man flashed and chased in the direction of the spiritual deity fruit at an extremely fast speed. The old man slowly put down the saber in his hand, his face flushed red. There was anger in his heart, but he had no way to vent it. If he hadn't been injured, if a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist dared to sneak attack him, he'd definitely make the other regret coming to this world. But now, he looked at the only leg that was supporting his body. He felt that it was better for him to leave quickly. He'd lost the spiritual deity fruit, but he couldn't lose his old life as well. Qingyan naturally wanted to kill that peak stage heaven-breaking realm expert, but after exchanging blows with him, she discovered that the other party's true origin was still vigorous. Even if the other party was seriously injured, if she wanted to take him down, she'd still need to spend a large amount of time. She didn't have that much time now. The spiritual deity fruit was what she wanted the most. Without enough strength, one had to make a choice. When Qingyan rushed over again, they had shifted the battlefield again. Of the 4 heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists, only 3 remained. It seemed that when Qingyan tried to sneak attack that old man, she missed a wonderful plot. What made Qingyan slightly surprised was that the one who died was actually a martial artist from the 4C sect. But thinking about it, Qingyan understood. The 4C sect's heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist was indeed very strong. Ordinary martial artists of the same level were very likely not his match. Therefore, he was also the thorn in the side of the other 3 martial artists at the same time, the person they feared the most. Regardless of whether he snatched the spirit divine fruit or not, he was a great enemy of the other 3. As for whether he snatched it or not, Qingyan had no idea. Now, that small force's heaven-breaking realm martial artist snatched the spirit divine fruit, and the other 2 loose cultivators were similarly besieging him. That small force's martial artist fought as he fled. After they were a little further away, Qingyan jumped out. Seeing that 4C sect senior who died, Qingyan secretly sighed in pity. She was ultimately a kind child and could not bear to leave the other party's corpse exposed in the wilderness, so she put away the other party's corpse and took away his spatial ring while she was at it. The valuables inside the spatial ring would be taken as burial fees. In any case, this burial fee, Qingyan received it with a clear conscience. After dealing with it, Qingyan continued to track the remaining 3 martial artists and the spirit divine fruit under the guidance of Red Blood Sword. An hour later, she found that Small Force's heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist. He was lying quietly on the grass, clutching his chest, blood flowing all over the ground. This kind of injury, even a heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist could not withstand it. "Senior, are you still alive?" Xianxia walked over carefully and called softly. That heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist slowly opened his eyes. Xianxia said in pleasant surprise, "Great, you're still alive." That martial artist, who was already not very clear-headed, looked at this martial artist in front of him with a pleasantly surprised expression, somewhat doubting whether he was someone he knew. But Xianxia's following action made him completely despair. Perhaps Xianxia was really happy. She even took out a coffin to collect that senior's corpse. The coffin was the few that Xianxia brought up the mountain when she joined the Blood Fiend sect last time. Xianxia was someone who knew how to spend her life. She had been carrying it with her and couldn't bear to throw it away. She had so many corpses in her spatial ring. How could anyone receive such treatment? This was the only one. "Lord Jianling, ever since I met the Pillheart Sect's peak heaven-shattering realm expert, I seem to have started getting lucky." "Well, your luck seems to be pretty good recently." After answering Xianxia's question, Chen Hao glanced at the skill misfortune aura, but in the end, he did not activate it. The sword master was lucky. As the Scarlet Blood sword spirit, he should be happy, that was right. He had to laugh, he should be laughing, because they had been fighting and fleeing all the way. Those two martial artists at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm hadn't left the red blood sword's sensing range. The other martial artists had long lost track of their spirit deity fruits. The only one who could keep up was Yi Qingyan. When she discovered that those two peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists were still fighting, Qingyan stopped panicking. She even had the leisure to sit on a small stool and finish 2 bags of demon beast jerky. This made Chen Hao somewhat jealous. He tried hard to recall the beef jerky from his hometown, but he couldn't recall what it tasted like. Perhaps it was because he had lost his sense of taste. Even his divine perception couldn't simulate that feeling. "One is already dead." Chen Hao reminded her. "Is the other one injured?" "Yes, he's injured. Seriously injured." The battle for the spirit deity fruit was abnormally intense. When there were only 2 contestants left, neither of them wanted to back down. After all, as long as they killed each other, the spirit deity fruit would be theirs. Especially when the 2 martial artists fighting for the spirit deity fruit were itinerant cultivators. No matter what, they couldn't easily give up this opportunity. Therefore, Qingyan should be the lucky one in this battle for the spirit deity fruit. Qingyan didn't dare to delay. She threw the 3rd bag of jerky into her spatial ring and rushed to the battlefield with the red blood sword. When she arrived at the battlefield, she stopped when she saw the itinerant cultivators in the distance covered in wounds. It was obvious that the last 2 martial artists had fought for the last spirit deity fruit and suffered injuries. When that martial artist saw Qingyan, he was obviously stunned. Perhaps he didn't expect that there would be another martial artist nearby. With a cold face, he stuffed the exposed intestines back into his stomach and wrapped his stomach tightly with a long towel. "Senior, are your injuries serious?" Qingyan asked. The martial artist waved his hand. "Not serious. You don't have to worry about it." "Then let me have a try." "Want to kill me?" "Let's see if you have the ability." Flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept toward Qingyan. As soon as they exchanged blows, Qingyan felt a huge pressure. Even if he was seriously injured, a martial artist at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm wasn't someone an ordinary martial artist at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm could contend against. Relying on her movement technique, she dodged with difficulty and then hurriedly retreated hundreds of meters. "You're only a martial artist at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. I advise you to leave quickly." Qingyan looked at the long red towel on his stomach and said in a low voice, "But I also want the spirit deity fruit. Your strength hasn't reached the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm, and your profundity hasn't reached perfection. What's the use of the 3-leaf spirit deity fruit? Use it to improve profundity." Hearing Qingyan's answer, the heaven-breaking realm martial artist was slightly stunned. The 3-leaf spirit deity fruit could obviously be used to improve profundity. Not only could it improve profundity, but it could also be used to improve conception. It was just too wasteful. Qingyan's opponent took a deep breath. Senior, I see that your injuries are too serious. If you don't treat them properly, you might die. How about you give me the spirit deity fruit, and I'll leave immediately? Impossible. That martial artist did not even think about it and directly refused. The spirit deity fruit was something he risked his life to obtain. How could he give it up, especially when the opponent was only a martial artist at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm? Then I'll offend you. Cloud profundity, illusion profundity, slaughter profundity, 7 styles of wind and cloud. Behind Qingyan, the clouds in the sky were dyed blood-red. Countless blood-red sword rays shot toward the martial artist at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Facing Qingyan's powerful attacks, he had no choice but to dodge and block. Every time he took a step, he would feel that the already serious injuries on his body were being torn apart and worsened. His heart became even more anxious. He knew that he had to quickly get rid of the opponent in front of him. He absolutely couldn't delay any longer. He had to kill with one strike. However, his idea was good, but the opponent he was facing was Qingyan. Soon, he somewhat despaired when he discovered that his opponent was actually a martial artist at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Her movement technique was actually a bit faster than his. Moreover, the opponent was very careful in battle. She almost didn't meet him head-on, and only attacked him from a distance. Occasionally, she would even use that whip sword to give him a cold blow. Every time he wanted to approach the opponent, or even make such a move, the opponent would hide far away like a frightened rabbit. Just like that, the confrontation with Qingyan started in the afternoon, and the battle continued until night fell. That heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert's complexion was deathly pale, and his lips were purple. The wound on his abdomen was still bleeding, almost non-stop. Or rather, the other party didn't want his body to recover. That long white scarf had already been dyed dark red. He was already extremely weak. But he still forced himself to stay alert, because he knew that the other party was also observing him and attacking him from time to time. It wasn't that he didn't think of running away. But after running for a quarter of an hour, he gave up. His current speed was indeed inferior to the opponent in front of him. Running away would only make him die faster. Looking at the pale heaven-breaking realm middle stage martial artist, he had to admit that the other party was very patient. This kind of patience made him feel that he might really die. Aren't you afraid that there will be martial artists coming over later? No. Qingyan shook her head with certainty. There was only one heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert left, and the heaven-breaking realm late stage expert had long lost them. This afternoon, there was indeed a heaven-breaking realm late-stage martial artist who passed by the original battlefield, but he didn't find anything. Because at that time, she received red blood sword's warning and didn't make a move, letting the battlefield calm down for the time being. The heavily injured heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist didn't know where the other party's confidence came from. He slowly took out the spiritual deity fruit from his spatial ring. The moment she saw the spiritual deity fruit, Qingyan's breathing unconsciously quickened. Leave it to me. As long as you give the spiritual deity fruit to me, I promise to let you go. I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone. The heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert sneered. Don't you want the spiritual deity fruit? I'll eat it in front of you. As he spoke, he opened his mouth, looking like he was going to bite the spiritual deity fruit. The spiritual deity fruit's regular consumption was naturally not like this. Taking the spiritual deity fruit's effects would only reach the best when the martial artist's body was healthy and his mind was at its best. During battle, when the body was heavily injured, taking the spiritual deity fruit's effects would be greatly reduced. The heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert looked like he was going to eat the spiritual deity fruit while being on full alert, operating the true essence in his body to create an opportunity. He had to create an opportunity to kill this flea-like opponent. And the spirit deity fruit was the best bait that could be used. His opponent's movement technique was too good. Many of his moves were dodged by him. However, as long as the other party wanted to obtain the spiritual deity fruit, as long as the other party made a move to snatch it, he was confident that he could predict the other party's movements, and then, he made his move. However, if the other party did not make a move, he would eat the spiritual deity fruit without any hesitation. Since the other party didn't take the bait, he was doomed. Why would he leave the spiritual deity fruit to the person who killed him? As for the possibility that the effect of the spirit deity fruit might be reduced, he couldn't care less about that, as long as he could comprehend the true divine ability after consuming the spirit deity fruit, his chances of winning would greatly increase. Qingyan looked at the other party's gaping mouth. She saw the row of yellowed teeth and the eyes staring at her. She said to Chen Hao in disappointment, Lord Jianling, demonic sword domain's 3rd level, activate. Didn't they say that using the demon sword domain would be much more efficient? The blood-red demon sword domain descended once more. When the blood-red light enveloped that martial artist at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm, he felt what true despair was. Qingyan lay on the ground, clutching the spiritual deity fruit tightly in her hand. She put the spiritual deity fruit into a jade box in her spatial ring, and also put away the corpse and weapon of that martial artist at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm. After doing all this, she lay limply on the ground, as if someone had pulled out all her bones. Her mind was filled with the demonic prison-like scene in the demon sword domain. In her head, along with the contraction and squeezing of her heart, there were bursts of piercing pain, as if someone had pricked her with a needle. The slaughter intent in her body was abnormally active, and even had a tendency to go out of control. This was the side effect of using the demon sword domain. The side effect this time was even greater than the previous one. She felt vexed and disgusted, and really wanted to vomit something. In the end, she just lay on the ground and retched. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Qingyan stood up shakily and left the scene. Finding a large tree, Qingyan climbed up and used the red blood sword to cut a large hole in the tree. She put the broken pieces of the tree trunk into her spatial ring and climbed in. Sitting cross-legged in the tree trunk, she began to circulate the ice moon art, and an ice-cold feeling instantly filled her brain. The pain in her head was quickly alleviated. Even that nauseating feeling was alleviated by a lot. The restless slaughter intent in her body began to calm down, and the desire to kill in her heart also gradually disappeared. The next morning, accompanied by the chirping of birds in the secret realm, Qingyan slowly opened her eyes. After a night, the side effect of using the red blood sword was temporarily suppressed, and her mind had more or less recovered. Thinking of the demon sword domain, Qingyan felt very helpless. It was indeed very powerful, but the side effect was still too great. Every time the demon sword domain was used, it would be more dangerous. Who knew, she might directly go berserk that day. Qingyan took out the spiritual deity fruit from her spatial ring. The spiritual deity fruit was bright red and as big as her fist. It smelled faintly sweet, like an ordinary fruit. However, Qingyan knew that the essence of the spiritual deity fruit was locked in that layer of fruit skin. She opened her mouth and gently bit the spiritual deity fruit. The skin was a little tough, so she had to use a little bit of strength. Tearing open that layer of red fruit skin, a sweet and refreshing juice directly sprayed out. Qingyan quickly opened her mouth and covered the hole, not letting a single drop of juice go to waste. As Qingyan sucked, the spiritual deity fruit dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the spiritual deity fruit was only left with a thin layer of red fruit skin, a refreshing feeling rushed into Qingyan's brain, as if it was going to break through the top of her head. Qingyan's mind was incomparably clear, even clearer than the last time she was in an epiphany. She didn't forget about this mission. She wanted to raise the level of her intent. As soon as she had this thought, she felt the aura of all the intents in her body. The intent of terror, which had the least sense of existence, the slaughter intent, which seemed to be the most powerful but was suppressed by the fast intent, and the illusory intent of illusion and cloud. Qingyan didn't think much about it and directly immersed herself in the fast intent. The fast intent was the hardest to raise among all the intents, but it was also one of the most helpful intents for her. In terms of usability, it was much more powerful than the illusion intent. While comprehending the fast intent, Qingyan once again saw Xiao Hongyan and Zhou Li was after images. She saw the ground, mountains, and purple ice plains receding at lightning speed. She saw the fluttering hair and the flapping wings of the blue cloud eagle. She heard the sound of the red blood sword slicing through the air. She heard the sound of wind whistling in her ears. Countless insights surged into her mind, and Qingyan greedily absorbed them. The fast profound meaning in her body gradually strengthened, forming a transparent membrane around her body. A fat white worm crawled out of the tree hole above Qingyan's head. It accidentally fell towards Qingyan and was about to land on her body. But in the next moment, the fat white worm smashed into the inner wall of the tree hole, its inside splashing out. The disgusting green liquid splashed everywhere, even splashing a few drops onto the scarlet blood sword. The scarlet blood sword trembled a bit, stealthily rubbing against Qingyan's clothes. Qingyan's improvement continued, and her fast concept continued to strengthen. Chen Hao saw with his own eyes that Qingyan's fast profound meaning improved from entry stage to small success stage, and then from small success stage to great success stage. When the fast profound meaning reached great success stage, it improved a little more, and then stopped. The fast profound meaning was not so easy to improve. The difficulty of improving it might be slightly lower than the profound meaning of force. With the help of the spiritual deity fruit, Qingyan's fast profound meaning improved by 2 stages, skipping small success stage from entry stage to great success stage. It became her highest profound meaning in one leap. At the same time, Qingyan's strength also increased to a terrifying level. Although she was only a heaven-breaking realm middle stage martial artist, her speed was far beyond the reach of heaven-breaking realm peak stage experts. It was just unknown how she would fare against a transcendent realm martial artist. Qingyan opened her eyes, looked at the night sky outside the tree hole, and asked, "How many days has it been?" Comprehending the profound meaning in seclusion made her sense of time blurry. 4 more days. 4 more days until the mystery realm closes. There should be enough time. Qingyan felt the improvement of the fast profound meaning and said with some disappointment, "It's a pity that it didn't reach perfection." Didn't they say that the transcendent realm is harder to improve? The 3-leaf divine spirit fruit that can improve one's abilities only improved the fast profound by 2 minor realms. Maybe it's because you're stupid that you didn't bring out the full effect of the spirit deity fruit. Chen Hao explained. Forget it, with great accomplishment in the fast profound meaning, even if I encounter an expert at the peak stage of the heaven-shattering realm, I won't be afraid. Qingyan quickly pulled herself together and stood up. She stretched her body, causing all the joints in her body to make crackling sounds. She glanced at the white worm in the tree hole, then looked at her clothes and frowned. Qingyan counted her gains for the last time. She placed all the precious elixirs, demonic beast cores, and the corpses she had plundered from the white bone sect into her spatial finger. She then placed the corpses of the cultivators she had killed with her scarlet blood sword into a small spatial ring she had plundered. As for the remaining space rings that didn't contain anything, she carried them with her. Some spatial rings with larger spaces were also quite valuable. Qingyan couldn't wait to try out the great success stage of the fast profound meaning. Fast profound meaning, chasing the stars and moon. The transparent fast profound meaning wrapped around Qingyan, and her figure disappeared. Countless trees and mountains began to move backward madly. She was like a gust of wind whistling through the earth. Unfortunately, this state only lasted for 2 hours. In front of a large river, Qingyan had no choice but to stop from that lightning-fast speed. Because while she maintained this crazy speed, her true origin was also rapidly being consumed. After flying at full speed for 2 hours, a small half of the true origin in her body had evaporated. Yes, evaporated. This kind of consumption was a bit unreasonable. Looks like I'll have to slow down a bit when traveling in the future. Qingyan calculated in her mind. The distance she traveled at full speed for 2 hours just now was more than the distance she traveled in 8 hours in the past. At least 4 times faster? What a terrifying improvement. When I reach the late stage of the heaven-shattering realm and my true origin is a bit thicker, my speed should increase again. Yes, yes, yes. When the time comes, you have to leave them so far behind that they can't even see the taillights. What's a taillight? Chen Hao explained forcefully, the back of the carriage has to have a light. Is there a need? Qingyan had never heard of a need to have a light at the back of the carriage. Some places have this custom, making it convenient to travel in carriages at night. Qingyan was already somewhat used to Sir Jianling's strange words. She suspected that this Sir Jianling with spiritual intelligence had stayed in the red blood sword for a long time, and his brain might be a bit abnormal. Of course, she definitely couldn't say this out loud. She turned back to look at the large river, and threw a spatial ring filled with corpses into the surging river. She knew that she couldn't keep the secrets of the corpses forever. But she would drag it out for as long as she could. She wondered if she should find another way to cover it up. When she was strong enough, she wouldn't have to be afraid. The day of the secret realm's closing was approaching. Many martial artists exploring the secret realm had no choice but to leave even if they were unwilling. And the journey back was full of huge risks. It was different from when they had just set out. Everyone might be poor, and after killing someone, they might not be able to find anything more useful than the corpse. But now, even if they were itinerant martial artists, as long as they explored the secret realm for half a month, as long as they didn't die, they would have the cultivation resources they plundered from the secret realm. It was just a matter of how much. Thus, Qingyan discovered that near the secret realm's exit, many fierce battles had begun. Even Qingyan couldn't resist this temptation, and personally killed more than 20 heaven-breaking realm martial artists. Among them, there were only 3 late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists, and 1 peak-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. Heaven-breaking realm peak-stage martial artists, even she found it difficult to deal with. She tried to sneak attack 3 peak-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists, and only succeeded in killing 1. After the other 2 dodged her first attack, she gave up. The nearby 5 top forces all had people, and if the commotion was too big, it would be easy for others to take advantage of it. Until the afternoon before the secret realm closed, Qingyan changed into Blood Hand Hall's attire, and found people from Blood Fiend sect near the exit. "You're Chen Ruoyan, right?" That person was very strong, peak stage heaven-breaking realm. When he saw Qingyan for the first time, his tone was quite warm. Qingyan glanced at his attire. He was from Blood Hand Hall. "Hello, senior brother, you know me?" "Of course, I've seen you before, but you might not remember me." "I'm Zhao Feilong." "Hello, brother Zhao." "You're going back?" "Yes," Qingyan said. "How's the harvest?" After asking this, he hurriedly changed his words. "I don't mean anything else. Aren't we preparing to snatch some resources nearby? Your strength is not bad, you can join us." "Very good, I'm quite satisfied." Qingyan smiled and declined. "I've also suffered some injuries, and am not suitable to fight anymore." "I can see that your strength seems to have improved. The last time I saw you, you were only at the early stage of heaven-breaking realm. Looks like the harvest this time is indeed not bad. Then I'll send you back. This can reduce the trouble." Qingyan naturally knew what trouble he was talking about. But with Qingyan's strength, she was not afraid of trouble now. If not for her cultivation having just broken through a level, she might still stay in the mystery realm to kill other martial artists. Perhaps some people would ask, would there still be martial artists who would dislike their strength increasing too quickly? If it were other martial artists, they naturally would not dislike it. That was something they yearned for even in their dreams. But to Qingyan, she was really somewhat afraid that her strength would increase too quickly. In the mystery realm, the long period of slaughter and using the demon sword domain twice in a row caused the slaughter profound meaning to move abnormally, making her rather apprehensive. Moreover, in this trip to the mystery realm, she had already obtained enough. On the last day, she did not need to display her outstanding movement technique in front of all the southern region martial artists. After all, there was only 1 day left. No matter how hard she worked, she could not kill many peak stage heaven-breaking realm elites. Instead, she might be blacklisted by other top forces because of this. Her current strength was only at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, and it was not yet the time to be high-profile. Forget it, senior brother Zhao definitely still has things to do. Qingyan glanced at this senior brother Zhao who was fawning over her. Behind him, there were still 7 or 8 Blood Fiend sect members. "I won't delay senior brother Zhao's proper business." After saying that, without waiting for the other party to answer, Qingyan used a turning technique and rushed towards the exit of the mystery realm at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Feilong looked at Qingyan's disappearing figure and said in surprise, "This movement technique, so fast," a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist said. "Even faster than me," another late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist muttered. "Looks like this junior sister Ruoyan is not simple." Zhao Feilong sighed. "Is she telling me that her movement technique is very good, and that I don't have to worry about her safety? Or maybe she's tactfully rejecting you, wanting to tell you that she has no interest in you." Zhao Feilong suddenly turned his head and looked at the late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist beside him. "Junior brother Liu, do you know why your popularity is the worst in the Blood Fiend sect?" If I didn't know your strength, I wouldn't even want you to be in the same team as me. Is it because I'm too honest? The distance between Zhao Feilong and the exit of the mystic realm was actually very close. Even if she didn't use her full strength, Qing Yan could still rush over within an hour. On the way, relying on the speed of an elite at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking tier, she practically didn't encounter any obstructions. Her movement technique suddenly rushed over. Apart from peak stage heaven-breaking realm powerhouses, the others could not stop her at all. When Qing Yan saw the pitch-black entrance to the mystic realm, she couldn't help but feel happy when she thought about how her trip to the mystic realm was about to end. But right at this moment, a heaven-breaking tier peak stage expert flew up, blocking between her and the exit. His intentions were extremely obvious. Qing Yan could even see his smug expression. Her face turned cold instantly. Almost without hesitation, all the power Upanishads in her body burst out. The true essence in her body also burst out. She was like a glowing blood ball. Her speed suddenly increased by several times, and like an arrow released from a bow, she shot towards the cultivator who tried to intercept her. That peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist originally only wanted to casually intercept a middle stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist on the way. He felt that the other party's speed was very fast and that he had quite a few good things in his hands. How could he have expected that the other party could actually suddenly erupt with such a powerful speed, so much so that when Qing Yan appeared in front of him, he was not even prepared to make a move. That peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist only saw Qing Yan draw her sword. Then, that blood-red sword disappeared from his sight. One sword, just one sword, that sword was unimaginably fast. Even the eyesight of a peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist could not keep up. The sword pierced through his heart, sending him crashing towards the entrance of the mystic realm. Stripping the spatial ring and collecting the corpse, Qing Yan did it all in one go. When she walked out of the mystic realm, she was still holding a pure white handkerchief in her hand. When she wiped her small hands clean, the handkerchief was already stained with red flowers. Greetings, seniors. Qing Yan saw the transcendent tier martial artists guarding the entrance of the mystic realm, and bowed slightly to greet them politely. Oh, it's Ruoyan. How were your gains in the mystic realm? The one who asked Yi Qing Yan was Protector Xiong of the 4C sect. Not bad, I'm very satisfied. A smile appeared on Qing Yan's face. Not bad, your strength has increased. Protector Chen interjected as well. Is this the disciple of sect master Nya that brother Xiong mentioned? Qing Yan glanced at the person who spoke. It was someone from the Pillheart sect. She corrected him seriously, it's sect master Nya's in-name disciple, senior. Yes, it's an in-name disciple. It's an in-name disciple. Instead, it was a transcendent tier expert from the Insu kingdom who urged, come, give me your interspatial ring. Qing Yan handed over 2 interspatial rings as her face was filled with gloom. She was no different from the other martial artists who had walked out of the mystic realm. Every time they thought of giving 40% of their gains to the Insu kingdom, everyone felt that the Insu kingdom was being too black-hearted. It was especially so for those martial artists who had rather good gains. Do you still want more? You have to hand over your interspatial rings as well. Perhaps it was because Qing Yan and Xiongren had mentioned sect master Nya, but the Insu kingdom's transcendent tier expert was very amiable towards Qing Yan. If you have not handed over your interspatial rings, the array formation will sound an alarm when you walk there. My spatial ring is empty. Even if it's empty, we still have to check it. Thus, Qing Yan bashfully took out a heavy and exquisite pouch embroidered with peony flowers from the bag on her body. Almost all the protectors of the various sects present looked towards that pouch. Even the martial artists in front of Qing Yan or who had just passed through the Insu kingdom's inspection saw that pouch. Usually, a martial artist would only wear one interspatial ring on their hand. Moreover, they would wear it on the hand they were used to, making it convenient to take out weapons during battle. How many interspatial rings one could snatch could also indirectly prove how many gains one had in the mystic realm. Qing Yan was currently the martial artist who had snatched the most interspatial rings out of all the martial artists who had walked out of the mystic realm. And that was only for the moment. But when they thought of her mid-stage heaven-breaking realm strength, they couldn't help but be shocked. That Insu kingdom's transcendent tier expert also looked at Qing Yan curiously, then took the pouch. Ruoyan, you've done a lot of bad things in the mystic realm, right? Xianxia said with a smile. In the mystic realm, you shouldn't have touched our 4C sex people, right? Before Qingyan could answer, Hall Master Chen, who was standing on the side, spoke instead. So what if I did? Nothing much. Nothing much. In the mystic realm, ability speaks louder than words. Xianxia said with a smile. I was just lucky, breaking through by chance in the mystic realm, and then encountered a heavily injured heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert. Many of the things in my hands were snatched from him. Qingyan naturally didn't need to say the following words. Hall Master Chen praised, not bad, being able to kill a heaven-breaking realm peak stage expert with mid-stage heaven-breaking realm cultivation, even if he was heavily injured, proves your strength and courage. The Ansu Kingdom's transcendent tier expert returned the pouch of interspatial rings to Qingyan, who hurriedly put them away. In truth, Qingyan had passed through at least 200 interspatial rings in the mystic realm. On the way, she picked and chose for a while, throwing away another 100 or so that weren't of high quality and in poor condition, and couldn't be exchanged for much money. Your gains are indeed not bad. The transcendent tier martial artist picked up the 2 interspatial rings that Qingyan had given him, and said meaningfully, you've really hit the jackpot. And your strength is also not bad. Qingyan smiled. She knew where the other party had found out. Inside her interspatial ring wasn't the 100 or so ice-cold corpses, but the one corpse that was still warm. When the Transcendent Realm expert from the Ansu Kingdom returned the 2 spatial rings to Qingyan, she discreetly inspected them and found that he'd taken about 40%. But even if someone else had taken more than that, she didn't know. She had yet to finish reading the book she had snatched from the Pillheart sect warrior, so she could not tell the value of the herbs in the interspatial rings. However, with the Blood Fiend sex elders present, it was unlikely that the Divine Power Realm expert would be so thick-skinned as to take more of her things. Furthermore, the Divine Power Realm expert did not know that she was actually a person who was easy to fool. As for the corpses, Nsugwa did not touch a single one of them. They were all left for her. This left Qingyan somewhat satisfied. She did not plan on snatching the corpses, but thankfully, she met a bunch of kind-hearted people from the Whitebone sect. Return to the campsite to rest, instructed Qingang. All right. The Mystic Realm would only be sealed tomorrow, but a number of warriors had already returned today. Although it was not too late to return the next day, all the warriors knew that returning on the last day was definitely a very dangerous thing to do. There were about 20 to 30 warriors from the Bloodhound Hall that returned to the campsite. Most of them were Khanate Realm warriors or warriors at the early stages of the Heaven-Shattering Realm. Occasionally, there would be a few experts who had no choice but to return because they had suffered serious injuries in the Mystic Realm. In the campsite, Qingyan saw Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan's face was pale and her chest was wrapped in bandages. However, she seemed to be in good spirits. Xiao Lan came over. Ruoyan, this is a harvest from the Mystic Realm. It should be pretty good, right? You seem to be quite happy. Yeah. Qingyan nodded without any pretense. A harvest was a harvest. In the Mystic Realm, my cultivation level even rose to the mid-stages of the Heaven-Shattering Realm. Impressive. The conversation was somewhat lacking in substance, but Qingyan did not show any signs of impatience. She could tell that Xiao Lan was deliberately getting close to her and trying to get closer to her. However, she was not very familiar with her methods. Where's Captain? Why hasn't he come out yet? I was injured, so I came out first. They still want to tour the Mystic Realm. Are your injuries serious? I was lucky. My chest was pierced through, but I did not injure Treasure of the Heart. Then you rest well. I'm a little sleepy, so I want to go in and rest for a while. Qingyan pointed at the tent. In the secret realm, I didn't sleep much. It's about the same. I'm the same, but I came back the day before yesterday. I slept for 2 days as soon as I came back. I only came out to bask in the sun today. Xiao Lan looked very understanding. Go and rest. Going into the tent to sleep was originally an excuse, but what Qingyan didn't expect was that as she lay down, she really did feel a little sleepy. She closed her eyes and fell asleep not long after. At night, she was woken up by Xiao Lan and even had dinner. Although the conditions were simple, Xiao Lan's cooking skills were not bad. At least Qin Yan was still very satisfied with the food. From that night onwards, a large number of martial artists began to emerge from the secret realm. And Sugua had no choice but to temporarily increase the number of martial artists and collect the spoils from their spatial rings. This situation continued until the last day. On the last day, almost everyone who returned was injured. Qin Yan also took the time to take a look at the entrance of the secret realm. Then, she saw a headless corpse flying out of the secret realm's entrance. The person who died was a Pilheart sect disciple. Back then, Qin Yan noticed that the Pilheart sect's divine power realm expert had an ugly expression. Clearly, the battle at the mystic realm's entrance was extremely intense. In the morning, there were few itinerant cultivators that came out of the mystic realm. But in the afternoon, large numbers of itinerant cultivators began to rush out of the mystic realm. Instead, the disciples of the large factions were nowhere to be seen. Qin Yan knew very well that when these itinerant cultivators joined forces, even the 5 top factions might not be able to repress them. Quintessential essence would eventually be used up. Itinerant cultivators were not that easy to deal with. Blocking people at the mystic realm's entrance would incur the wrath of the masses. Qin Yan also saw the one-legged elder that she had sneak attacked. His face was ashen and he looked a lot more dispirited. Presumably, the loss of the spirit god fruit and one of his legs had dealt a huge blow to him. However, it was already pretty good that he was able to return alive. Even when the mystic realm was about to close, many warriors still failed to come out of the mystic realm. Qin Yan did a head count of the people that returned from the Blood Hand Hall. There were 76 people that returned. It was probably not bad. The people from the Blood Hand Hall were considered elites after all. It was not easy to deal with them. Even though Qin Yan had killed so many heaven-shattering realm martial artists, she had always been too embarrassed to make a move on her fellow disciples. Moreover, a large portion of the heaven-shattering realm martial artists that had died under her sword were loose cultivators, as well as other martial artists who weren't part of the 5 great forces. And Su Nation's divine power realm warrior who was in charge of the mystic realm's entrance said, "It's almost time." He said this for the Bloodlust sect, Whitebone sect, Forsyth sect, Pilheart sect, and the other factions' warriors to hear. Wait, our Whitebone sect still has a disciple that hasn't come out. The Whitebone sect's divine power realm expert stood forward. He's an elder's personal disciple. People were divided into different grades and ranks. If it were an ordinary Whitebone sect disciple who did not return on time, the Whitebone sect would definitely not say a word. However, if it was a disciple that they thought highly of, they would similarly think of ways to save him. There were quite a number of personal disciples from the various factions that entered the mystic realm. But those that did not come out were even fewer. When Qin Yan heard the Whitebone sect warrior's words, she felt that it was time for her to leave. But at that moment, Hall Master Chen also stood forward. Our Bloodlust sect also has an important member of the Blood Hand Hall that hasn't returned. For Hall Master Chen to mention it, it was likely someone he thought highly of. The Pilheart sect's guardian also stood forward. Our Pilheart sect also has a personal disciple that hasn't returned. I wonder if we can extend the deadline. They might have been delayed in the mystic realm. It was very normal to be delayed in the mystic realm. In the mystic realm, Qin Yan had encountered divine power realm fey beasts. However, with Jianling's warning, she had circled around them. Soon, the 4C sect's guardian Xiong spoke up as well. The 4C sect also wished that the Insu Nation could extend the deadline. However, when she thought of the personal disciples of the Whitebone sect and Pilheart sect, Qin Yan left the mystic realm's entrance with a calm expression. She felt that it was not safe to stay there. After returning to the campsite, Qin Yan began reading in her tent. However, she still felt uneasy. However, Qin Yan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard from Xiao Lan in the middle of the night that no one fought and the mystic realm was closed. "Captain, where's Monkey?" Qin Yan saw Ji Mingyu but she did not see Monkey. After all, Monkey was Ji Mingyu's hardcore fan. Monkey's tent did not seem to be empty. "Don't mention it. We fought with the Whitebone sect again. Monkey is dead. Life and death." Qin Yan looked at it very indifferently. The other House of Blood Fiend martial artists were naturally the same. They might even be more indifferent than her. Qingyan saw some disappointment in Ji Mingyu's eyes, but she wasn't very sad. Ji Mingyu sighed and said, "What a pity, that guy still owes me 5,000 spirit stones." Xiao Lan said in a low voice, "Captain, you still remember? I often forget what I owe others, but what others owe me, I'll remember for the rest of my life." When the flying boat took to the sky again, Qingyan sat at the edge of the flying boat, her feet hanging in midair. She gently swayed her feet, overlooking the beautiful scenery below. A House of Blood Fiend disciple was lying not far from her. When he noticed Qingyan looking at him, he very respectfully squeezed out a smile. "Hello, Senior Chen." Qingyan nodded. The remaining outer court disciples on the flying boat all looked very good now, the true essence in their bodies was very solid. After coming to the secret realm, those who survived all gained a lot. Ji Mingyu walked over. "Why, after sitting here once, you've become bold? Not bad." Qingyan used her chin to point in Hall Master Chen's direction. In the past, there were still Ding Chunhua and Captain Ding beside Hall Master Chen, but now, Captain Ding deliberately distanced herself from him. Today, Hall Master Chen's expression was especially gloomy. That cold aura made Qingyan, who had always been very thick-skinned, not dare to approach. "What's wrong with Hall Master Chen? I feel that his mood today is very bad. There's a junior that he thinks highly of who didn't come out of the secret realm." "Who?" "First team, second team's captain, Qin Shaojun, peak heaven-breaking realm strength, just over 30 years old. Not only did he comprehend the profound meaning of slaughter, but he also comprehended the profound meaning of metal. Hall Master Chen thinks highly of him. Just over 30 years old, peak heaven-breaking realm, 2 profound meanings, at least one at perfection." Qingyan looked at herself again. Back then, she was still known as the #1 genius of Zhou Nation's new generation. What's the relationship between Qin Shaojun and Hall Master Chen? I've heard that Qin Shaojun is Hall Master Chen's distant nephew. However, Qin Shaojun has displayed an extremely high talent in martial arts since he was young. Hall Master Chen's distant relatives were afraid that he would be a burden to the child, so they handed the child over to Hall Master Chen. Hall Master Chen initially refused, but Qin Shaojun's parents simply allowed Qin Shaojun to enter the House of Blood Fiend. After that, it seems like after 7 or 8 years, Qin Shaojun was brought back to the House of Blood Hand by Hall Master Chen. Ji Mingyu said, "These things are only known to us, the elders of the House of Blood Hand." And Li said that Qin Shaojun should be invincible in the mystic realm, right? "No, of course not." Ji Mingyu said, "Qin Shaojun's talent is indeed excellent, but in the secret territory, there are still a few opponents. For example, the people from the White Bone sect are not weak either." "Yes." Qingyan recalled the corpses of the Blood Hand Hall members in her spatial ring. "That Qin Shaojun, what does he look like?" "Why are you asking this?" "I want to see if I've seen it before." "His eyes are very similar to Hall Master Chen's. His skin is very white, and he's a bit taller than me." Qingyan listened to Captain Ji's introduction and swept her gaze over the corpses of the Blood Hand Hall members in her spatial ring. Suddenly, she was stunned. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Then, she turned her head and glanced at Hall Master Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the flying boat with his eyes closed. She then looked at the corpses in her spatial ring, and said to Captain Ji in a low voice, "Captain, does he have any special characteristics?" "Special characteristics? Did the 2 moles on the back of his neck count as one? I saw them when I was standing behind him before, and I felt that they were quite special." Qingyan turned the corpse over in her spatial ring. Seeing the moles on the back of his neck, she nodded to Ji Mingyu and said, "They count." In the secret territory, martial artists at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm were the strongest. Qin Shaojun was also a martial artist that Hall Master Chen thought highly of, so his battle prowess was naturally not weak. In the secret territory, even if he encountered a martial artist at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm, even if he couldn't win, he should still be able to escape. At this time, Qingyan finally understood why the White Bone sect's direct disciple, Qin Qing, was so weak. She stood up from the flying boat, and under Ji Mingyu's astonished gaze and the numerous Blood Hand Hall members' astonished gazes, she walked in front of Hall Master Chen. Many people knew that Hall Master Chen was in a bad mood. "What's the matter?" Chen Gang slowly opened his eyes. There was no killing intent on Chen Gang's body, but his cold eyes still made Qin Yan feel some pressure. Qin Yan handed over the spatial ring to him. In the secret territory, I killed several White Bone sect martial artists, and snatched several corpses of our Blood Hand Hall members from their hands. I think Hall Master Chen needs to take a look. Chen Gang looked deeply at Qin Yan. He knew that the girl in front of him shouldn't be so tactless. He took the spatial ring from Qin Yan, and not long after, his eyes focused. Why is he with you? Chen Gang recalled what Qin Yan said just now, and added, the person who killed him, was he killed by you? Qin Yan transmitted her voice, I picked up a bargain. That expert from the White Bone sect was heavily injured at that time, and it took me a long time to kill him. Do you know that the person who killed him is very strong? I don't know if he's strong or not, but I know that the person who killed him is called Qin Qing, from the White Bone sect. So it's him, no wonder. Chen Gang nodded, and then asked, do you have any evidence? No. Qin Yan shook her head decisively. Qin Qing and his team members' spatial rings, corpses, personal belongings, and identity plates were all thrown away by me. I didn't keep a single one. You're very cautious, even a little too cautious. As long as a direct disciple's identity plate is placed in a spatial ring, it can't be traced. I feel that the people from Ansu country can't be trusted, and at that time in Qin Qing's spatial ring, I didn't see any identity plates, so they must have thrown them all away. His corpse, I kept it. Chen Gang's tone was calm as he passed the spatial ring to Qin Yan. The reward for killing Qin Qing is very generous. Do you want it? Can you get it? Because there's no evidence, it's impossible, but I can help you apply for it. Then why don't you want it? Good. Chen Gang nodded seriously. Also, I owe you a favor. What do you want? Can I owe you first? I don't know what I need the most for now. If Hall Leader Chen didn't mention it, Qin Yan would definitely forget about this favor. But now that he mentioned it, Qin Yan felt that it was better to keep this favor. It might be useful at a critical moment in the future. No. Chen Gang said seriously, if you don't mention it now, there won't be any. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, then give me some sect contribution points. I can exchange them for anything I want. How much do you want? If I ask for too much, Hall Leader Chen might be angry and feel that I'm asking for too much, but if I ask for too little, I'll feel bad. Hall Leader Chen, you should give me some. This time, without waiting for Hall Leader Chen to speak, Qin Yan left directly. What did you say to Hall Master Chen just now? Ji Mingyu asked after Qin Yan returned. I just comforted him. Ji Mingyu pointed at his own face and asked, do you think I'm an idiot? So you're saying that I saw wrongly? Qin Yan asked mischievously. Xiao Lan covered her mouth and laughed. Some things are better left unknown. Why do I feel like you're the captain? Ji Mingyu shook his head and pretended to be hurt. With how much Qin Yan was favored, he really couldn't afford to offend her. After returning to Blood Fiend sect, Qin Yan's first mission in Blood Hand Hall was completed. In Blood Hand Hall, there was a special mission issuing organization that was also responsible for exchanging sect contribution points for Blood Hand Hall members. Blood Hand Hall members' gains in the secret realm had to go through Elder Xia's hands, so it was different from other Blood Fiend sect disciples. Due to the uniqueness of Blood Hand Hall, they would only receive one Blood Hand Hall member for every mission exchange. This was to ensure that the missions of Blood Hand Hall members were not easily leaked. Therefore, in the entire exchange room, only Qin Yan was there. The others were the staff in charge of calculating missions and Elder Xia. Qin Yan emptied the spatial ring. The countless corpses and piles of herbs left Elder Xia dumbfounded. Girl, you've done a big job this time. Even some experts at the peak of heaven-breaking realm didn't get as much as you did in the secret realm. It's luck. I really hope that our Blood Hand Hall members are as lucky as you. Elder Xia smiled and didn't ask further. Instead, he urged, hurry up, there are still people behind. Four staff in charge of the exchange ran out from the counter and counted Qin Yan's gains one by one. They also sorted out the sex portion. This made Qin Yan's heart ache. Elder Xia drank tea at the side. Do you plan to exchange the remaining herbs for sect contribution points? Or do you want to keep them? Sect contribution points. Some Bloodhound Hall martial practitioners might leave some herbs in their hands. They might be proficient in alchemy or know some alchemists and think that it would be more worth it. But Qing Yan didn't have any of these. After spending a little less than an hour, Qing Yan's harvest was finally finished. Sect contribution points, a total of 11,673 points. Old Xia said with a smile. Many of our Bloodhound Hall's heaven-breaking realm middle stage martial artists wouldn't be able to gather so many contribution points in 10 years. Yes. Right. Elder Xia rubbed his white hair and seemed to have thought of something as he said, Hall Master Chen mentioned to me that he would transfer 10,000 contribution points to you. Then, he specially applied for the sect reward for you, which is also 10,000 contribution points. That's a total of 31,673 contribution points. Hall Master Chen was quite generous to give her 10,000 contribution points. As expected of a divine tier big shot, just a casual drop from his hand was enough to make her happy. The remaining 10,000 contribution points should be the reward for killing Qin Qing of the Whitebone sect. One had to admit that Qin Qing was really very valuable. Just by looking at the sect's rewards, one could tell that she had over 100 corpses in her hands and so many spirit herbs. She had killed countless experts to snatch them. In the end, those precious herbs seemed to be about the same as Qin Qing's net worth. Presumably, Qin Qing was not an ordinary person among the younger generation of the Whitebone sect. TSK. Elder Xia shook his head. I feel that in this secret realm mission, your harvest might be at the top of the list in the Bloodhound Hall. It's okay. Can you tell me why Hall Master Chen gave you 10,000 contribution points? Qing Yan didn't know how to answer this question. Elder Xia, you should ask Hall Master Chen. Forget it, I'm not that curious. You can go back. Elder Xia thought for a moment and said, I suggest you don't keep these 30,000 contribution points. Spending them all to increase your strength is the most important thing. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Xia. I will definitely do so. When Qing Yan walked out of the mission exchange room, the queue outside was already very long. Qing Yan, why did you take so long to come out? Ji Mingyu was in the queue. The herbs I snatched were a bit mixed and placed a bit messily. It took some time for them to separate them. Oh. Even if Elder Xia didn't remind her, Qing Yan would have spent all the sect's contribution points. Qing Yan didn't lack martial techniques for the time being. She had yet to fully comprehend the martial techniques she had. Raising the profound was possible. The House of Blood Fiend also had an array that could raise one's comprehension ability. Although it would cost a lot, with Qing Yan's wealth, it wouldn't be a problem for her to enter for a period of time. Her minor completion illusion profound and introductory cloud profound seemed to be able to be improved. However, Qing Yan still chose the heart refining room in the end. When she first entered the sect, senior sister Yingyu had recommended the heart refining room to Qing Yan. Almost every disciple of the House of Blood Fiend that comprehended the massacre concept would be recommended to enter the heart refining room. It was said that it was a trial for the soul. Disciples that successfully passed all the tests of the heart refining room would usually obtain a huge improvement in a short period of time after leaving. No matter if it was cultivation or realm, it would increase in all aspects. There were even some martial artists that were on the verge of going crazy. After passing the tests of the heart refining room, their state of mind would recover to its original state. For martial artists like Qing Yan who comprehended the massacre profound and had an unstable state of mind, passing the tests of the heart refining room was something they yearned for even in their dreams. As long as they passed the tests of the heart refining room, at least before they reached the transcendent realm, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the invasion of the heart devil. One of the reasons why Qing Yan came to the House of Blood Fiend was to prevent herself from going crazy because of the red blood sword. In the secret realm, she had used the demon sword domain twice and caused the massacre profound to have an abnormal reaction. This had already made her vigilant. Qing Yan left the Bloodhound Hall. Relying on her memory, she spent an hour to arrive at the location of the heart refining room. The heart refining room was considered one of the most important buildings in the House of Blood Fiend. It was built in the mountain rocks. Other than the two words heart refining at the entrance of the cave, there were no other signs. Qing Yan stepped into the cave. The cave was brightly lit. What entered her eyes was a huge hall. In the hall, there were 4 members of the sect who were in charge of guarding the heart refining room. There was also a white-haired elder sitting by the side, leisurely flipping through a book. Xianxia saw two disciples of the House of Blood Fiend handing their identity nameplates to the manager of the heart refining room. Then, each of them received a small disc array. I also want to enter the heart refining room. What should I do? 1,000 contribution points each time. If it's your first time here, we can guide you. Alright. 1,000 contribution points to the current Xianxia wasn't a burden at all. You are that Chen Ruoyan? The elder in the heart refining room slowly put down the book in his hand and asked, the new in-name disciple that sect leader Nia took in? Senior knows me? Xianxia stopped and asked curiously. I have heard of you. The old man smiled and said, they said that sect leader Nia's new right-in disciple is very beautiful. In the House of Blood Fiend, the most beautiful person is Chen Ruoyan. It seems like my eyesight is still okay. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. The person who was praised previously was a little too direct. Why? You want to enter the heart tempering room too? Yes, my massacre intent is already at the small success stage. I haven't entered the heart tempering room yet. Recently, I received a sum of contribution points and want to enter to train. And, not bad. For martial artists like us who have comprehended the massacre intent, the heart tempering room is the most important. The old man smiled and pointed at the stone wall in the hall. I hope you can complete the trial and carve your name on it. Xianxia looked at the densely packed names on the stone wall. There were at least 2,000 people. It seemed like there were quite a number of House of Blood Fiend members who had completed the heart tempering room trial. Of course, this might be related to the long history of the House of Blood Fiend. However, it also meant that the heart tempering room wasn't that difficult. Chen Hao felt that with Qingyan's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for her to pass. This made Chen Hao recall the experience in the body tempering room in Redbud City of the Southern Cloud Nation in the 17th. Qingyan was also an outstanding sword master. After exchanging a few words with the old man, Qingyan spent 1,000 contribution points and entered the heart tempering room under the guidance of a manager. In a cave, there were closed stone doors on both sides. Outside the stone doors, there was a circular concave hole which was the exact size of the array disc. The manager of the heart tempering room passed the array disc to Qingyan and explained, this concave hole is used to place the array disc. If there isn't an array disc, it is an empty heart tempering room. Before entering, place the array disc inside and the stone door will open. After entering, sit properly and don't resist. Then, you will enter the illusion. Do you understand? Understood. Is the illusion harmful? It's fine. If you don't pass the trial, the illusion will end. The manager continued to explain patiently, when the time comes, the stone door will automatically open. You just have to return the array disc to us. Senior brother, what is the training in this heart tempering room like? Everyone's trial in the heart tempering room is different. Only the first trial is absolutely the same. I can't explain it all in a short time. Anyway, you'll know once you enter it. Thank you for your explanation. I wish you success on your first try. That senior brother smiled and gave his blessings. Yes, I will work hard. Qingyan placed the array disc in the cave, and the stone door slowly opened. She stepped in, and the stone door closed behind her. Qingyan found a praying mat inside the stone door and sat cross-legged on it. Inside the heart tempering room, the spiritual energy began to fluctuate, and the illusion that Qingyan was very familiar with appeared. However, she remembered the instructions of the manager of Lian Xinshi. She opened her mind and did not resist. She started to feel dizzy. Suddenly, a strong voice asked her, "Why do you want to become stronger?" Outside the stone room, the two disciples from the House of Blood Fiend greeted the person in charge of the heart tempering room who was talking to Qingyan earlier. Senior brother Wang, when we first came to the heart tempering room, you didn't have the patience to guide us. The manager of the heart tempering room, senior brother Wang, casually replied, who asked you to not be as beautiful as her? Do you have to be so direct? I'm telling the truth. Senior brother Wang asked, how is it? Do you have the confidence to pass the trial of the heart tempering room this time? Last time, you lasted for 4 hours. You still need another hour to pass. Of course, we've already made preparations this time. Senior brother Wang encouraged, it's good that you have confidence. Strive to carve your names on the stone wall. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior brother Wang. After Senior brother Wang returned to the hall, he glanced at the old man who was flipping through a book. Deacon's son, do you think that Chen Ruoyan can pass in one try? It should be very possible, right? After all, she's a disciple that Sect Master Nye has taken a fancy to. Sect Master Nye's judgment is very, very good. Moreover, this Chen Ruoyan's performance is not bad at all. Being able to capture our House of Blood Fiend's middle stage martial artist at Heaven-Breaking Realm early stage. Very good. I think so too. The stone room's door opened, and Chen Hao heard Qingyan's deep sigh in the darkness. She stood up from the praying mat, lowered her head, and walked out of the stone room. Her face was filled with dejection. There was no smile, and even that layer of pretense had been lost. Chen Hao didn't know what Qingyan experienced in the illusionary realm, but Qingyan definitely failed, the kind of crushing defeat. If Chen Hao didn't remember the time wrongly, she should have persisted for less than a quarter of an hour in the heart-tempering room. The trial inside the heart-tempering room seemed to have just begun. She walked to the hall, and Senior brother Wang saw her at a glance. What, didn't you just go in? Why did you come out again? Qingyan raised her head with great effort and made an N sound. Even elder son at the side put down the book in his hand. Senior brother Wang continued to ask, is there a problem with the heart-tempering room? Qingyan shook her head. There's no problem with the heart-tempering room. It's me. Warden Sun put down the book in his hand and asked, then what's wrong? Qingyan took a deep breath and said, I failed in the first round. Warden Sun blurted out, Heart of Martial Arts? Why did you embark on the path of martial arts? Why did you seek the peak of martial arts? Why did you want to become a martial arts expert in the first round? In the heart-tempering room's hall, almost all the management staff were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. They still remembered that the unbelievably beautiful girl in front of them was Sect Leader Nye's unnamed disciple. Sect Leader Nye had great power in the House of Blood Fiend. He was also infamous in the entire southern region, and his foresight was also famous for being strong. His disciples, no matter if they were alive or dead, were all extremely outstanding. If it was an ordinary House of Blood Fiend disciple who failed in the first round when they entered the heart-tempering room for the first time, they would still be able to accept it. At most, they would directly label him as someone who was difficult to cultivate. If he wasn't even clear about his own heart of martial arts, how could he have any achievements in the path of martial arts? But if the other party was someone that Sect Leader Nye valued, then this result was too bad, so bad that it was boundless. It was a bit like breaking a record, casually finding a disciple who had just entered the House of Blood Fiend, even if they hadn't started cultivating yet, and throwing them into the heart-tempering room. They would most likely be able to pass the first round of the heart-tempering room. The heart-tempering room's first round was asking about the heart of martial arts. It was actually very simple, just ask why you want to become strong. After answering, it would be done. Qingyan muttered, can I try again? Right now, she was just like a beautiful and fragile porcelain doll. Even the House of Blood Fiend, this bunch of demonic Dao people, couldn't bear to refuse. Deacon's son asked in a low voice, then do you know the answer in your heart? I don't know. Then forget it. Deacon's son sighed and shook his head. If you don't even know the real answer now, then you don't need to go in. If you can't pass the first round, the later trials won't open. If you go in again, it's just a waste of contribution points. You can't even pass the first round. I really don't know how you cultivated to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Go back. That question, you must think about it carefully. Without a clear heart of martial arts and not knowing what you want in the depths of your heart, your path of martial arts ultimately won't be long. Qingyan returned to Bloodhand Hall and locked herself in her room. Chen Hao looked at her dazed look and didn't say anything. Ever since Qingyan officially became the sword master, he realized that Qingyan was different from the other sword masters, or rather, her purpose was different. She seemed to have a clear purpose in doing things, but that was a habit. She wasn't the kind of person who was eager to make progress. Of course, Chen Hao didn't care if the sword master had a martial arts heart. Sir Jianling, what do you think my martial arts heart is? You ask me, but who should I ask? Chen Hao thought for a while and said, then why do you want to become stronger? why do I want to become stronger? Qingyan tilted her head. Actually, I don't know, but I saw that everyone around me wanted to become stronger, so I followed, this question, in the heart cultivation room. You also answered like this? Yes, so it was judged as a failure. I feel that you can find a reason to become stronger to fool them. No, I can't lie in the heart cultivation room. If lying can pass, then I should be able to pass in one try. This confidence, where did it come from? Don't you want to take revenge for Jiang Qingyu? This isn't a reason to become stronger? Why did Qingyan want to become stronger? Chen Hao was the person who understood Qingyan the most in this world. He thought about this question and shockingly realized that Qingyan didn't seem to have any reason to become stronger, to become the #1 expert in the martial arts world. This wasn't a reason for Qingyan to become stronger. She didn't have a deep desire to reach the peak of martial arts, for power? For reputation? For money? That shouldn't be the case. For the clan? Or for the family? This was even more impossible. Qingyan was alone now, no parents, no lover, the people she cared about seemed to be gone. In the southern region, she was alone. Even when she returned to Zhou country, she was still alone. Even when she joined House of Blood Fiend, she still treated House of Blood Fiend as a springboard. She wasn't loyal to any power or sect, and she didn't have the passion to shed blood for anyone. Thinking of this, Chen Hao suddenly realized that the current Qingyan seemed to be a little similar to him. Didn't you say that you wanted to avenge Jiang Qingyu when you came to the southern region? Qingyan hugged the pillow and sat up on the bed. She gently placed her head on the pillow and said, when I was in the heart-tempering chamber, I also wanted to say the same thing. However, when I was about to open my mouth, I realized that my relationship with elder sister Qingyu wasn't that deep. It wasn't so deep that I would risk my life for her. When I came to the southern region, I felt empty inside. I just felt that. I had to find something to do, so I wanted to avenge elder sister Qingyu. So, revenge isn't the reason why I want to become stronger. The reason why I want to become stronger is actually very simple. It's just that other warriors all want to become stronger. I can only, habitually want to become stronger. Lord Jianling, do you understand this feeling? Qingyan lowered her eyelids and stared blankly at the ground. There was an extremely deep sorrow in her eyes. After a long time, Chen Hao sighed and said, I understand. When she heard Chen Hao's words, Qingyan suddenly raised her head. You're actually the same as me. I want the demon sword to become stronger, but I don't know why I want the demon sword to become stronger. I just habitually find something to do. Otherwise, I feel like I'll go crazy. Then how does Lord Jianling live? Daydreaming? I might not be able to do that. I didn't ask you to learn from me. Chen Hao didn't even dare to think about the habitual daydreaming Qingyan. Qingyan threw down the pillow and went to the study table. She took out the zither that she hadn't played for a long time from her spatial ring. A sad and sorrowful lute song came from the small loft. Chen Hao looked at Qingyan, who was silently playing the zither, and didn't say anything else. At this time, it was useless to say anything more. In the Bloodhand Hall, a warrior passing by cursed, Motherf ****, who's playing such a deathly song in the Bloodhand Hall? Where's the funeral? Not long after, someone knocked on Qingyan's door. The knocking became louder and louder, as if it had a temper that wouldn't give up until Qingyan opened the door. Who is it? Qingyan's face didn't look good. Xiaoyu, didn't you say that you're not allowed to disturb me? Junior sister Chen, it's me, your senior sister Yingyu. Oh, I'll be right there. Qingyan immediately kept the zither and opened the door. She saw senior sister Yingyu, who she hadn't seen for a month. Qingyan didn't know if it was her misperception, but Yingyu seemed to have become stronger after a month. Are you playing the zither? Playing the zither. Qingyan corrected. It's all the same. Yingyu waved her hand and asked, I heard that you went to the heart-tempering room today? Even you know about it? It was said that good news didn't leave the house, but bad news traveled 1,000 miles. However, Chen Hao didn't expect that the news would spread so quickly. I know. The Holocaust sect has spread the news. In the past month, you have been in the limelight among the Holocaust sect's disciples. Don't you know? Many disciples in this sect were jealous when they heard that you were accepted as an in-name disciple by Master. They couldn't wait for you to fall. In the end, you really fell. Yingyu said helplessly, I just sparred with an elder's personal disciple. He told me and even reprimanded you, saying that you disgraced master. Qingyan knew that this was because she had been too high profile a while ago. Niao Lakun held a high position in the Holocaust sect. Many Holocaust sect's disciples dreamed of becoming her disciple. Even if it was just an in-name disciple. Senior sister Yingyu won that sparring session, right? How did you know? I guessed. That guy's mouth was too smelly. I was angry and beat him up again. Yingyu looked at Qingyan and said seriously, Qingyan, master will know about this matter soon. I hope that you can pass the heart-tempering room trial quickly. I'll try my best. Qingyan didn't dare to say the whole thing. Before entering the heart-tempering room, she might have confidently said no problem. But after coming out of the heart-tempering room, you have to show some spirit, Qingyan. Qingyan looked at the tall and strong senior sister Yingyu. She couldn't show any spirit. Senior sister Yingyu, why do you want to become strong? I want to become the strongest. Yingyu stretched out her arm that was thicker than Qingyan's thigh. The muscles on her arm bulged and those terrifying muscles were about to burst her martial artist robe. The strongest martial artist. Do you understand? I understand. Qingyan nodded. But this wasn't the desire in her heart. Do your best. I'll wait for your good news. After Yingyu left, Qingyan no longer had the mood to play the zither. She walked out of the pavilion and aimlessly wandered around the Bloodhound Hall. Then, she saw Elder Xia, who was holding a small hoe and squatting in the garden, busying himself. Elder Xia? What's the matter? Elder Xia, let me ask you a question. Go ahead. I'll see if I can answer it. Elder Xia did not even raise his head as he continued with his work. Is the heart of martial arts very important to a martial artist? The heart of martial arts. It's not that important. It depends on who it is. For ordinary martial artists, it doesn't make much of a difference whether they have the heart of martial arts or not. Most of the powerful martial artists have a firm heart of martial arts. Elder Xia explained, as long as you know what you want and have a heart of martial arts that yearns to break through and become stronger, you will be able to go further on the path of martial arts. Elder Xia put down his hoe and asked curiously, but why are you asking me this? No, nothing. Don't try to fool an old man like me. Tell me. If you don't tell me, I'll personally assign you a task next time. I went to the heart cultivation room and failed at the first stage. I said I didn't have the heart of martial arts. Elder Xia looked at Qingyan in surprise. After a long time, he asked, how did you reach your current level of strength? Yes, it's cultivation. Your talent. Sigh. Elder Xia shook his head helplessly. Don't you have a reason to become stronger? Almost none. Do you like cultivation? I don't think so. Do you feel happy when you break through your cultivation? Yes. Elder Xia thought for a while and shook his head. Since you couldn't pass the first stage, you shouldn't be particularly happy or like it. Maybe a little, think about it carefully. Don't waste your rare martial arts talent. Chen Hao looked at the two of them and suddenly realized that Qingyan was like a problematic student in his previous life. The only difference was that Qingyan was older and more knowledgeable than those problematic students. Those problematic students might simply be bored, but Qingyan had no love for life and had seen through the mundane world. Then, Elder Xia, can people come back from the dead? Elder Xia looked at Qingyan and sighed heavily. As far as I know, it's impossible to come back from the dead. Do you know about Grand Dominion experts like Elder Xia? Qingyan replied, I know. It's said that there are Dao comprehending realm experts above domain realm experts in the central region, but even those Dao comprehending realm experts die sometimes. If even they can't revive someone, do you think others can? Elder Xia said in a low voice, although it may be a bit cruel to you, I don't want to lie to you. Dead people can't come back to life unless they fake their death. So far, I've never heard of anyone who could come back to life from death. The Blood Demon clan of the Demon Clan has a secret skill that allows them to come back to life from a drop of blood. However, when they only have one drop of blood left, they can't be said to be dead. Understood. Go back and think about how you should walk down the path of martial arts. If you really can't figure it out, you don't have to practice martial arts anymore. You might as well stay by my side and help me out. At least we can still live on. Qingyan left the Bloodhound Hall and went straight to find Nialakun. On the way, Qingyan realized that many Holocaust sect's disciples were pointing at her with disdain in their eyes. There were even some disciples who looked at her with ruthless eyes, as though they were going to attack her. After waiting for 2 hours in front of Nialakun's door, Qingyan saw her chief master. He asked with a calm expression, "Why are you here?" "Master, do you know what happened to me in the heart refining room?" "I know." Nialakun nodded. His calmness made Qingyan even more worried. He looked at Qingyan and said, "I accepted you because I feel that you have talent. If you only have talent, there will naturally be many people fighting to eliminate you. Do you understand?" Qingyan nodded heavily. "I understand. You're a smart child, but your heart seems to be a bit old. You don't have the drive that a martial artist should have. I used to think that you hit it deep enough. Now, it seems that it's not the case. It's just that you don't have it." Nialakun continued, "Comprehending the massacre profound without a firm heart of martial arts is also very dangerous. Do you understand?" "I understand." Qingyan asked, "Master, can you tell me if there's still hope for the dead to be resurrected?" Nialakun glanced at Qingyan and said seriously, "It shouldn't be possible. At least I've never heard of it. Back then, when the human race's Tao comprehending realm experts fell on the battlefield, they didn't have the chance to start over. They couldn't even resurrect themselves, so how can they resurrect others?" Hearing this kind of reply again, Qingyan completely gave up. Nialakun was already a great figure standing at the top of the southern region. The history of the central region was far shorter than that of the other regions. The rich central region was the territory of the demon beast race back then. It was forcibly occupied by the human race later on. "Go back." Nialakun waved his hand and said, "I have a lot of things to do. If there's nothing, don't disturb me." "Yes, Lord Master." Qingyan walked out of Nialakun's residence and looked at the garden that was still in full bloom, somewhat at a loss. She knew that she had been abandoned by Nialakun. Her chief master also thought that her future on the martial path was bleak. "Am I a salted fish?" she muttered to herself. Salted fish was a word she learned from Lord Jianling. Seems like it's true. Qingyan recalled the situation when she came to the Blood Fiend sect. She practically never took the initiative to look for prey and was always waiting for them to take the bait. Inside the mystic realm, she only felt that the strength of early-stage heaven-breaking realm was too low and wanted to raise her strength a little more. Even when her strength rose to middle-stage heaven-breaking realm and was able to kill peak-stage heaven-breaking realm experts, she directly stopped. She did not even persist on the last day, which might also be the most rewarding day. Apart from being afraid that there would be a problem with the slaughter profound meaning, how could it not be because of her satisfaction? Qingyan knew that her condition was not right, but she could not raise her spirits towards anything. She lowered her head and walked out silently. She had not taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped, because there were more than a dozen Blood Fiend sect disciples blocking in front of her. She raised her head and looked at the Blood Fiend sect disciples in front of her in puzzlement, asking, "Do you have any business?" These people were all Blood Fiend sect's inner court disciples. Their strength was all at the heaven-breaking realm, and the majority was at middle-stage heaven-breaking realm. There was also a portion at early-stage and late-stage heaven-breaking realm. They all looked at Qingyan with unfriendly expressions. "You're that in-name disciple that sect master Nya took in? I want to challenge you." "No, I'm here first." "I want to challenge her first." "I'm here first." "All of you, disperse. I'll challenge this Shenruoyan." These Blood Fiend sect's heaven-breaking realm inner court disciples all fought to be the first to challenge Yi Qingyan. This caused Yi Qingyan, who had just received a huge blow, to be a little dazed. "They want to step on you to rise," Chen Hao said with a smile. N. Qingyan thought for a moment and understood. The news that she didn't pass the first stage of the heart-tempering room spread, and many Blood Fiend sect inner court disciples thought that their chance had come. They thought that as long as they could defeat her, the vice sect master's in-name disciple, they would very likely enter Nialakun's line of sight. They might even be accepted as an in-name disciple by the vice sect master, actually, thinking like this wasn't wrong. Opportunities were all fought for. Demonic Dao sects allowed such competition. When Xianxia just arrived, she captured 9 Blood Fiend sect inner court disciples and was in the limelight. In addition, Vice Sect Master Nya Lacun favored her, so many inner court disciples were somewhat apprehensive of her and didn't dare to rashly challenge her. Now, many among them thought that Sect Master Nya would definitely be dissatisfied with Xianxia and thought that the best opportunity had come. She was being squashed like a soft persimmon. If it was in normal times, she wouldn't care too much. But at this time, she still had a heart in her heart. Right at this time, a heaven-breaking realm middle stage martial artist said, Chen Ruoyan's strength has already risen to the heaven-breaking realm middle stage. You junior brothers in the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm really plan to compete with her? Many heaven-breaking realm early stage inner court disciples looked at Yi Qingyan, as if hoping that she would reveal her cultivation. I indeed just advanced to the heaven-breaking realm middle stage, but if there are heaven-breaking realm early stage martial artists who think they have the strength to challenge me, I also welcome them very much. This time, Qingyan didn't smile, not even the slightest smile on her face. Everyone could see that her mood was very bad. Some heaven-breaking realm early stage martial artists who rushed to challenge Qingyan were somewhat hesitant. Although Qingyan didn't pass the first stage of the heart-tempering room, everyone was clear about her strength. When she was in the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, she could capture Blood Fiend sect disciples in the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Now that she was already in the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, their hopes were very slim. Even if there were a few combat geniuses among these early stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists who could defeat ordinary middle stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists, they didn't think that they could defeat Chen Ruoyan, who was a level higher than them. So, Chen Ruoyan, you plan to accept our challenge? Accept? Why don't you accept it? Qingyan glanced at this heaven-breaking tier middle stage martial artist and said, however, I only accept life and death challenges, if you really dare. Everyone could hear the anger and threat in Qingyan's tone. Heh. Do you think we're scared? That heaven-shattering tier middle stage martial artist sneered. If it was on the tournament stage, and I killed you openly, I'm sure Lord Vice Sect Master wouldn't blame me. No, absolutely not. Qingyan said seriously. Alright, then I'll challenge you. Let's go to the arena of life and death and invite the sect protector to be the judge. Qingyan was just about to agree, but at this moment, many middle-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artists shouted, Wait, Wu Shixin, why did you challenge Chen Ruoyan first? Yes, why did you go first? I want to challenge her first. I'll do it, I'll go first. Everyone knew that Yi Qingyan could only lose once in the arena of life and death. Everyone wanted to defeat her head-on and be seen by Sect Master Nya. However, among all the inner disciples, only one disciple was qualified. This person had to be strong. Chen Hao looked at this group of people, and was really somewhat speechless. This was the first time he saw so many heaven-shattering tier martial artists rushing to their deaths. This was really something he had seen after living for a long time. Chen Hao couldn't help but think, if all the martial artists in this world were so cute, then this world would really be too beautiful. Stop arguing, why don't you ask me, the one being challenged, for my opinion? If you keep arguing like this, the matter won't be decided today. If you don't hurry up and decide, I'll go out to carry out a mission. Qingyan's voice accurately entered the ears of every martial artist present, and they gradually quieted down. They thought it was right. If they didn't decide today, this Chen Ruoyan might really just apply for a mission and avoid it. You all want to challenge me, right? Yes. They were of one mind now, and spoke in unison. Since it's like this, why don't you all draw straws to decide the order of challenges? Qingyan said. Whoever has better luck will challenge me first. Some martial artists who didn't have confidence in their luck interrupted in dissatisfaction. How is that possible? The order of challenges should be decided by strength, and not by luck. Alright, strength is fine too. Qingyan glanced at the martial artists present who wanted to challenge her. There were a total of 21 people now, and there might be more who would rush over later. Since it's like this, then there will be over 20 of you on the stage first, and the strongest one will come out, and then come challenge me. How about it? No one present spoke. Over 20 Blood Fiend sect inner disciples. For the first place to be decided, it would probably take a few days, right? Alright, you all go to the stage and decide the order of challenges. When you've decided, then come and find me. I'll go apply for a long-term overseas mission first. I feel that the mission of guarding the Spirit Stone mine is quite suitable for me. Once I go, it'll be 3 years. Xianxia pretended to leave, but those Blood Fiend sect inner disciples who were anxious to leave immediately stopped her. They didn't let her go. Alright, we'll draw lots and let luck do the talking. Finally, no one among the 20-plus people objected anymore. If they objected, they might even become the target of public criticism. If they really messed up this challenge, they would have to wait for 3 years. Waiting for 3 years, the daylily would be thoroughly cold. Right at this time, another late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist stood out and asked, "Wait, I want to ask, can we late-stage heaven-shattering realm inner disciples challenge you?" Once these words were asked, none of the middle-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artists present didn't curse loudly in their hearts, using a late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist's strength to challenge Chen Ruoyan with middle-stage heaven-shattering realm cultivation. Wasn't that too shameless? However, that late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist's words weren't finished yet. I heard that Miss Ruoyan is already 36 years old now. When the group of inner court disciples present heard Xianxia's youth, they immediately started whispering among themselves. I thought she was in her early 20s. 36 years old and only at the middle stage heaven-shattering realm. Her talent doesn't seem to be very strong. Far inferior to senior brother Qian. Not even as good as senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang is 33 years old, but he's already a late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist. Xianxia nodded, understanding the other party's meaning. She took a deep breath. Alright, all heaven-shattering realm peak stage experts under 35 years old can challenge me. I've been waiting for you to say that. Thus, that late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist who asked Xianxia joined the ranks of challengers. Immediately, the 5 late-stage heaven-shattering realm experts present also joined in. The tools for drawing lots were easy to prepare. Looking at the nervous and anxious expressions of the heaven-breaking realm middle-stage inner court disciples, Xianxia asked, "To be honest, I really don't understand you guys. I just don't have a heart of martial Dao. Do you guys really think I'm weak? Those without a heart of martial Dao don't deserve to be called martial artists. Without a heart of martial Dao, you definitely can't climb to the peak of martial Dao. Without a heart of martial Dao, you don't deserve to be sect master Nie's disciple." Hearing these words, Xianxia fell silent. The order of challenges was quickly decided. Some were happy, and some were sad. The heaven-breaking realm middle stage inner court disciple who drew number 1 was practically wild with joy. Looking at his expression, those who didn't know would think that he had already replaced Xianxia and become Nie Lakun's disciple, and the martial artists who drew number 1 hoped that the challengers in front of them would all die in the arena. They all knew that Chen Ruoyan wasn't weak. The inner court disciples who were ranked at the bottom felt somewhat despondent. They felt that they had missed a great opportunity. "Let's go." The inner court disciple who drew number 1 urged, "Let's go to the arena immediately." Xianxia nodded and followed the large group of inner court disciples to the arena. The news of the inner court disciples challenging Xianxia soon spread. Along the way, more and more members of the House of Blood Fiend gathered, and even some deacons who had nothing to do followed. Hearing the news, the inner court disciples who came late beat their chests and stomped their feet, blaming themselves for not blocking Xianxia earlier and fighting for a spot in the front. Among them, there were even some martial artists who started to threaten and bribe other inner court disciples who got a spot in the front to give it to them. However, this had nothing to do with Xianxia. "If you guys really want to challenge me, you can also line up at the back," Xianxia said in a low voice. "I don't care how many people challenge me. As long as you guys meet the conditions, as long as I can still persevere, I'll definitely satisfy all of you." Many inner court disciples in the heaven-breaking realm looked at each other. They felt that this Chen Ruoyan who had just joined the House of Blood Fiend should have suffered a great blow, so much so that she wanted to commit suicide. Someone asked doubtfully, "Do we need a spot?" "Yes. Why not? What if we have hope?" Arriving at the side of the arena again, Xianxia recalled the matter of Senior Yingyu bringing her over 2 months ago. She didn't expect that she would have to stand on the arena again so soon. A transcendent realm protector was quickly dragged over by the anxious personal disciples. Guardian Su, I want to fight Chen Ruoyan to the death. Me too. Me too. Even Protector Su, who had been in charge of the competition for years, was a little confused. After so long, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Protector Su shouted, "Stop arguing, all of you, quiet down." The crowd. Chen? Do you accept their challenge? Duels of life and death between those in the early stage of the heaven-breaking tier, the middle stage of the heaven-breaking tier, or those under the age of 36. I accept them all. So many people are willing to duel to the death. You accept all of them, except Qingyan if there is, you can tell me. There are rules in the sect. Those who threaten others to fight will be severely punished. No, I'm willing. Qingyan said with certainty. Guardian Su glanced at Qingyan sect disciple Qingyan and took a deep breath. To be honest, he had once encountered a crazy Holocaust sect disciple like Chen Ruoyan. They were once favored by the sect's higher-ups, but they didn't even have a grave now. Guardian Su asked, 3 matches a month? No, as long as I don't suffer a fatal injury, and my true origin consumption isn't too serious, I can continue until no one comes looking for me. Guardian Su looked at her as if he was looking at a dead person. The sect did have a rule that there could be 3 matches a month at most. But if both sides were willing to accept, they could fight as many matches as they wanted. He didn't say anything more. It was better for people who were too stupid to die early. They wouldn't waste the sect's resources. Alright, Chen Ruoyan is willing to accept. He turned to look at the inner court disciples. Guardian Su knew Qingyan's identity, and he was also aware of the other inner court disciples' desire to stand out. There was a precedent for this. 13 years ago, there was also an inner court disciple who killed a direct disciple on the arena and replaced that direct disciple's identity. These inner court disciples were following the example of that inner court disciple. Guardian Su had also heard that Chen Ruoyan didn't pass the first stage of the heart-tempering room. After all, it was related to sect leader Nya. These inner court disciples were very good at seizing opportunities. Chen Ruoyan might have offended sect leader Nya, so even if she killed Chen Ruoyan on the arena, sect leader Nya wouldn't care too much. Do you want to challenge Chen Ruoyan to a life and death duel? Of course. I'll be the first. I'll be the second. According to the rules, collect the life and death duel contract and sign it. Guardian Su said with a cold face, if you've decided on the order of the life and death duel, then write down the challenge number. The Blood Fiend sect's life and death duel contracts were already made, and soon, over 100 life and death duel contracts were distributed. Every inner court disciple who wanted to challenge Qingyan quickly signed 3 contracts and returned them to Guardian Su. Senior brother Liu, you'd better not challenge Chen Ruoyan. Even if she doesn't have the heart of martial arts, her strength isn't weak at all. Among the inner court disciples, Sun Yaoyun whispered to the heaven-breaking realm middle stage martial artist beside him. Sun Yaoyun, you wouldn't be scared after being beaten by that woman last time, right? The senior brother Liu that Sun Yaoyun tried to persuade didn't appreciate it. Haven't you also advanced to heaven-breaking realm middle stage now? Come, these are 3 life and death duel contracts, I'll get them for you. If you're a man, you should avenge the humiliation 2 months ago. Sun Yaoyun squeezed the contracts in his hand and said, I don't want to challenge her. She's so smart that it's scary. You haven't dealt with her before, so you might not know. Without confidence, she definitely won't accept the challenge. Humph, you coward. Senior brother Liu disdainfully glanced at Sun Yaoyun and said, let's not have any contact in the future. You don't have the slightest bit of spirit that a martial artist should have. After he finished speaking, he handed over the signed contracts to Protector Su, then directly distanced himself from Sun Yaoyun. Sun Yaoyun looked at the contracts in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Protector Su received the last 3 contracts, glanced at them, and looked at the martial artist who handed them to him in surprise. Fan Liu, didn't you just reach heaven-breaking realm peak stage? You also want to challenge her? Of course, who told her to say that heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists under the age of 36 are allowed to go on stage? I'm still 1 month away from 36, so of course I meet the conditions. Fan Lu sneered. I just can't stand her arrogant appearance. To be honest, I also hope that sect master Nya can take a look at me. Besides, I'm at the back, so maybe she won't be able to wait for me and will die. That Chen Ruoyan, do you agree? Why not? Qing Yan asked in a low voice. Then fine, I also want a copy. Another heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist stood out. The Blood Fiend sect was a top demonic Dao sect in the southern region. Their cultivation grew extremely fast in the early stages, and their inner sect disciples were all hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were still disciples under the age of 36 who were at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm. I'll take them all. This time, Qing Yan didn't even raise her eyelids. Using the words of Chen Hao's world, Qing Yan seemed to have given up on treatment at this moment. The two peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists actually didn't have much interest in challenging Qing Yan. They were more dissatisfied with Qing Yan, a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist, for her attitude towards peak-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists. What? Peak-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists under the age of 36 could fight her to the death? Wasn't this looking down on them, because the difference in cultivation between the two was too great? Even if the two peak-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists won in the end, it wouldn't give them many points. In Sect Master Nya's eyes, so they didn't insist on the order of the challenge. Protector Su placed a stack of contracts in front of Qing Yan. Leave now, and you still have a chance. No need. Okay. The life and death contract was made in 3 copies. 1 copy was kept by Protector Su, and the other 2 copies were kept by both parties. Seeing that Qing Yan had quickly written her name and even signed it without running away at the last minute, the inner court disciples who had challenged her felt as if a rock had been lifted from their hearts. Protector Su said loudly, then I announce that the life and death battle officially begins. Both sides have no objections, right? No. Those inner sect disciples who wanted to advance were already impatient. No. Qing Yan shook her head. If they were comparing momentum, Qing Yan was definitely at a disadvantage. Protector Su led everyone to the nearest life and death battle arena with a cage. The door on one side of the cage was opened by a servant, and Qing Yan directly walked in. Protector Su said loudly, the first martial artist to fight a life and death battle with Chen Ruoyan, Miao Xingtao, where are you? Please enter the arena. Protector Su, just tell me to start, I'm already inside. That middle stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist called out from the iron cage arena. A burst of laughter came from below the arena. Many inner sect disciples were very envious of that Miao Xingtao, and secretly prayed in their hearts. They prayed that he would die under Qing Yan's sword. They all knew that Chen Ruoyan, a martial artist in the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, could defeat a martial artist in the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, but they didn't know exactly how powerful she was. After all, the few inner court disciples at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm that had been captured by Chen Ruoyan had never spoken about how they were defeated. If it was only about being able to battle above one's level, then the heaven-shattering realm middle-stage martial artists who chose to challenge Chen Ruoyan all believed that they could do it. They similarly had the certainty to defeat a martial artist who was a minor level higher than them. As long as there was a sliver of hope, they were willing to fight for it. As long as they could defeat Chen Ruoyan, it was possible for them to make a great leap. The risks and benefits were completely proportional. At that instant, an uproar took place among the inner disciples. Look, senior brother Zhong is here. Isn't he an elder's personal disciple? Why is he here? Don't tell me he wants to challenge Chen Ruoyan? Impossible, senior brother Zhong doesn't care about Chen Ruoyan's identity. She's a true elder's personal disciple, not a registered one. Maybe he's just here to watch the show. Isn't that senior sistering you? Senior brother Bai, senior brother Long is here too. Why are there so many personal disciples here? Yingyu ran over and asked loudly, Ruoyan, I heard that you've engaged in a life and death duel with many inner disciples? Guardian Su coldly blocked in front of her. Yingyu, the life and death contract has already been signed. Don't make things difficult for me. Yingyu stopped in her tracks. If the contract had already been signed, no one could stop it. Even her master, Nya Lakun, couldn't do anything. With the support of the sex guardian, those inner disciples instantly became bold. That's right, senior sister Yu, she's already signed a life and death contract with us. You can't violate the sect rules. That's right, senior sister Yu, just watch carefully. These martial artists weren't very afraid of Yu. In terms of cultivation, Yu wasn't considered strong. Yu said in surprise, wait, how many life and death contracts did Ruoyan sign? Close to 40. And 2 heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists. Yu glanced at Qingyan on the stage, and finally said, Ruoyan, perform well. After saying this, she retreated. Qingyan nodded at her. After Yu retreated, Zhong Yuan, who was an elder's personal disciple, said to Bai Pingyuan and Long Wu with a smile, what, you guys also have the mind to come and watch the martial arts competition? We were just curious and happened to have time, so we came to take a look. Bai Pingyuan said with a smile, but this Chen Ruoyan is really beautiful. So beautiful, it's quite a pity that she died. Yu said in dissatisfaction, how do you know that she'll definitely die? Just a heaven-breaking realm middle stage martial artist, actually engaged in a life and death duel with 40 heaven-breaking realm middle stage, late stage, and even 2 heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists. How can she not die? Long Wu added, when I was at heaven-breaking realm middle stage, I didn't dare to be so arrogant. I think she just can't get over it, and wants to seek death. Zhong Yuan also said, poor Yu, she finally found a junior sister, but didn't expect her to be mentally unstable. Zhong Yuan, are you itching for a beating? Alright, stop quarreling, the competition starts. Bai Pingyuan couldn't be bothered to listen to the 2 quarreling. Hearing this, Yu no longer paid attention to Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan also tactfully stopped teasing Yu, and turned to look at the competition on the stage. Once Protector Su shouted begin, Qingyan and Miao Xingtao used their movement techniques to get close to each other at almost the same time. But what surprised the people below the stage was that after just one move, Miao Xingtao wiped the blood on his neck and coughed up blood with great difficulty. With a bang, he fell down. Below the stage, there was absolute silence. It was as if Qingyan's sword had slit their throats. A smile appeared on Yu's face. Well done, Ruoyan. So fast. Bai Pingyuan, a direct disciple of an elder, commented, this Chen Ruoyan's movement technique and sword drawing speed are very fast, and if an ordinary heaven-breaking realm late-stage martial artist is caught off guard, it would be very difficult to dodge. Zhong Yuandao said in a bad mood, however, this move can only be used once. As long as one is prepared and stays away from that Chen Ruoyan before entering the stage, a heaven-breaking realm middle stage martial artist should be able to withstand it. Just now, that guy didn't know Chen Ruoyan's specialty was speed, and got too close, that's why he was hit. However, his death is still quite valuable, and can be considered as scouting the path for the seniors and juniors behind. 40 martial artists, no matter what trump card that Chen Ruoyan has, it will be clearly explored, and there are still heaven-breaking realm late stage and peak stage experts. Zhong Yuan glanced at Yu. So don't be happy too early. This is only the beginning. 2 servants went up the stage and carried Miao Xingtao's body away. Do we need to continue? Guardian Su asked Yi Qingyan. Continue. Okay. Guardian Su took out the second contract expressionlessly. Next, Qiu Jianqing. Qiu Jianqing was also a heaven-breaking realm intermediate stage martial artist. His expression was solemn. As soon as he entered the cage and went up the stage, he stopped moving. Qingyan's position was near the middle of the stage. Qiu Jianqing stood at the edge of the stage, maintaining the largest distance from his opponent. He saw everything below the stage just now. His opponent's movement technique was extremely fast, and the speed of her attack was also incredible. He wasn't confident that he could block her attack. Therefore, the best way was to increase the distance between him and his opponent. Guardian Su asked, are you all ready? We are ready. Ready. Then I announce the start of the deathmatch. As soon as the word start came out, Yi Qingyan rushed up with the red blood sword. Countless martial artists below the stage held their breaths. Massacre profound meaning. Qiu Jianqing didn't dare to be careless. Almost at the same time as his opponent rushed up, the blood red massacre profound meaning suddenly erupted from his body. If it was a normal heaven-breaking realm martial artist, they might be caught off guard by this ferocious aura, and their mind might be shaken. Even if they forced themselves to endure, their strength might be suppressed by 2 or 3 levels. But what about Qing Yan? A mocking smile appeared on her lips. Massacre profound meaning. A frenzied and ruthless blood-red aura also rushed out of her body. The massacre profound meaning she released was also at the heaven-breaking realm intermediate stage. But Qing Yan's aura was even more frenzied, colder, and stronger than her opponent's. Blood essence slash. A blood-red sword ray slashed towards Qing Yan. Butterfly dance. After a month of fighting in the mystery realm, she could already use the earth-grade movement technique, butterfly dance, flexibly in battle. She twisted her body in the air and nimbly dodged her opponent's sword ray. Her posture was light and graceful, without the slightest trace of anger. So beautiful, a Holocaust sect martial artist exclaimed. Indeed. So what? She still has to be killed. A Holocaust sect inner disciple at the side mumbled. Qing Yan just dodged the blood essence slash and appeared in front of her opponent. Illusion snake sword technique. In the whistling sound of the wind, the scarlet blood flexible sword was like a poisonous snake, twisting towards the opponent's neck. Qing Yan's opponent was also very experienced in battle. Moreover, he seemed to have done his homework. When he blocked with his long sword, he seemed to be very familiar with the flexible sword. Almost every block was blocked by the tip of the red blood sword. However, Qing Yan did not mind. She calmly brandished her crimson blood flexible sword. The crimson blood flexible sword gradually left behind afterimages in the air, facing Qing Yan's fierce and ruthless swordsmanship, as well as her extremely fast sword speed. Her opponent had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage after only 5 moves. Below the life and death arena, an inner disciple rubbed his eyes, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Quick, it was too fast, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. If they couldn't see the other party's sword clearly from below the stage, then what if they were standing on the stage? Oh no! Someone exclaimed. The scarlet blood flexible sword wrapped around the opponent's left arm. With a blood-curdling scream, the left arm flew high into the sky. Almost at the same time, the scarlet blood flexible sword strangled Xiao Jianqing's neck. Looking at the corpse at her feet, Qing Yan coldly glanced at the crowd below the stage. Let's continue. Protector Su nodded. The third person. Gong Chen, come up. Gong Chen tightly pursed his lips. With a long saber in his hand, he went up the stage from the other side of Qing Yan. Just like the previous Xiao Jianqing, he was still standing at the edge of the stage. However, his position was much better than Xiao Jianqing's. After all, Qing Yan was standing at Xiao Jianqing's position, which was still at the edge of the stage. The distance between the two on the stage had been pulled to the maximum. What do you guys think? Gong Chen doesn't have much hope. Yes, Gong Chen's strength is not as good as Xiao Jianqing's. Although that Chen Ruoyan fought 2 rounds, she didn't consume much energy. The 2 people in front of her didn't even touch her hair. Although I thought that Chen Ruoyan was definitely very strong. I didn't expect her to be this strong. Then what should we do? I don't know. For a moment, below the stage, those heaven-breaking realm middle stage martial artists who were preparing to challenge Yi Qing Yan felt extremely uncomfortable. Merely 2 martial artists who were at the same level as them didn't even last a few moves under Qing Yan's hands. Chen Hao almost couldn't help but hum inside the red blood sword. If life was so dull every day, then it would be too wonderful. He knew that Qing Yan hadn't used her full strength yet. Below the stage, those pitiful blood fiend sect inner court disciples didn't know at all that they had kicked a hard iron plate, although Qing Yan's cultivation was a little unsatisfactory. Her strength was definitely enough to kill most of the heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artists present. 6 heaven-breaking realm middle stage inner court disciples were all killed by Qing Yan's sword in a row. On the life and death arena, the hard rock floor was almost dyed a dazzling red. The odd job workers below the stage were already completely numb as they carried away the 6th corpse. When they carried the corpse, they kept their heads lowered, not daring to look at Yi Qing Yan. This unbelievably beautiful woman was simply too frightening. Without waiting for Protector Su's reminder, Qing Yan took the initiative to say, next. The 7th challenger, Yi Wuqing, come up. However, no one responded to Protector Su. Yi Wuqing, I'm calling you. Yi Wuqing was indeed in the crowd. He had his head lowered, tightly holding the weapon in his hand, and his forehead was already pale. Protector Su shouted impatiently, "Yi Wuqing, come up. Yi Wuqing, Protector Su is calling you. Yi Wuqing, you couldn't have been scared, right? Are you so afraid of death?" Actually, the person who spoke had a pale face as well. The woman on the stage was really too terrifying. 6 Blood Fiend sect inner court disciples died in a row, but she was still unharmed. Almost all the heaven-breaking realm middle stage inner court disciples were a little scared. However, this didn't stop them from mocking those martial artists who didn't dare to go up. "You're Yi Wuqing?" Protector Su walked in front of Yi Wuqing with a cold face. "Yes. It's your turn, come up." "Can I not go?" Yi Wuqing asked in a low voice. "No." Protector Su said coldly, "Since you've signed the contract, you must carry it out. This is the rule." "I don't want to go up. I don't want to go up." At this moment, Yi Wuqing finally raised his head. His face was pale, and he looked panicked, as if he was really scared by the woman on the stage. He knew that he would die, but he still wanted to die. Ordinary people couldn't understand that kind of despair. Yingyu said in a low voice, "That man is really trash." Bai Pingyuan shook his head and said, he probably didn't expect that Yi Qingyan would be so powerful. She killed 6 martial artists of the same realm in succession in the life and death arena. He can no longer see any hope. Zhong Yuan, who didn't get along with Yingyu, didn't say anything. If Yi Wuqing had known that such a situation would happen, he definitely wouldn't have signed the life and death arena contract. He only wanted to make a name for himself, not to throw his life away. Protector Su didn't seem to want to waste any more time. He grabbed Yi Wuqing's arm tightly with one hand. Yi Wuqing subconsciously wanted to resist being grabbed by Protector Su's hand. However, he was horrified to find that the true essence in his meridians seemed to have been sealed. Protector Su walked to the metal door and threw Yi Wuqing towards Yi Qingyan on the stage. Then, he immediately shouted, "Begin." He stood in front of the metal door and didn't pull it closed. Soon, he took out another contract. The 8th person is Zhu Minghui. "Zhu Minghui, come up." "It's senior brother Zhu Minghui." Senior brother Zhu Minghui is a late stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. "That woman is dead for sure." "Yes, she's dead for sure." After seeing Zhu Minghui, who was at the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm, go up on stage, the majority of the martial artists were at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm who had signed a deathmatch contract with Qingyan. However, their luck was not bad, and they were behind Zhu Minghui. Seeing Chen Ruoyan kill 7 heaven-breaking realm middle stage inner court disciples in a row as if it was very easy. The other inner court disciples who had signed a deathmatch contract with Chen Ruoyan obviously already saw the difference in strength between them. They were actually very regretful. They regretted signing a deathmatch contract with Chen Ruoyan. Because there were many martial artists who comprehended the slaughter profound meaning in the House of Blood Fiend, the House of Blood Fiend paid special attention to the heart of martial Dao. At that time, when they heard that Chen Ruoyan did not even have a heart of martial Dao and had never seen her fight, the inner court disciples who thought their strength was not bad thought they saw an opportunity. Once the number of inner court disciples who wanted to fight for the opportunity increased, each of them became bolder, but now, when they saw the outcome of the 7 heaven-breaking realm middle stage inner court disciples who thought their strength was not bad, Yi Wuxi was not the only one who felt fear. However, Yi Wuxi's luck was bad, and he was in front. This time, seeing Zhu Minghui go up on stage, those unlucky heaven-breaking realm middle stage inner court disciples who were behind seemed to have seen their savior. As long as Zhu Minghui killed Chen Ruoyan, then they naturally did not need to go up on stage. "Senior brother Zhu, do your best." "Right, senior brother Zhu, kill her." Below the stage, senior brother Lu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smiled at Sun Yaoyun. "My luck seems to be not bad, I just happened to be behind senior brother Zhu. This is good." Sun Yaoyun forced a smile. He had always thought that Chen Ruoyan was not the kind of woman who would throw away her life for no reason. Since she dared to let a heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist participate in a death match, then in her heart, she probably thought she had the strength to fight a heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist. Therefore, he did not think that Zhu Minghui, who was at the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm, could win, nor did he think that his senior brother Lu was far from death's door. Zhu Minghui smiled, and did not stand at the edge of the stage like the heaven-breaking realm middle stage inner court disciples before him, deliberately distancing himself from Qingyan. Presumably, when he saw Qingyan's body movements, he thought that he would be able to block her. I thought that I had no chance. I didn't expect you to be so strong. These words were directed at Qingyan. However, this kind of courteous words did not reduce Qingyan's killing intent towards him. Do you need to rest? It's been 7 matches in a row. No need, let's begin. If that's the case, you can't blame me if you die. Zhu Minghui said, Lord Protector, we can begin. Alright, since that's the case, I hereby announce the start of the deathmatch. Qingyan and Zhu Minghui collided almost at the same time when Protector Su announced the start of the battle. Chen Hao took a look. Zhu Minghui's movement technique could be considered top-notch among late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Qingyan. Slaughter profound. Slaughter profound. Almost at the same time, Qingyan and Zhu Minghui's massacre intent erupted. However, to the surprise of countless disciples in the surroundings, the slaughter profundity emanated by Chen Ruoyan's movement technique was even much more formidable than Zhu Minghui's movement technique. Chasing the stars and moon. Qingyan's figure flashed, and many people below the stage almost could not keep up with her movement technique. The flexible sword swayed in Qingyan's hand, and immediately after, countless people below the stage discovered that there seemed to be 7 flexible swords in Qingyan's hand. Is my eyesight failing me? Why do I see 7 swords in her hand? That's an illusion. Don't you see there's one on the sword hilt in her hand? Illusion profound? 7 blood-red sword shadows instantly enveloped Zhu Minghui. Each flexible sword was like a bloodthirsty viper, waiting for an opportunity to seize a flaw and leave bloody marks on Zhu Minghui's body. No, this is an illusion. There's actually only one sword. An inner court disciple at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm said, no wonder sect master Nya thinks highly of this Chen Ruoyan. So it turns out that Chen Ruoyan has comprehended and cultivated both the slaughter profound and the illusion profound at the same time? Moreover, she has comprehended both to the initial stage? Her comprehension is really strong. On the stage, Zhu Minghui also sensed the existence of the illusion profound. He bit the tip of his tongue and roared loudly, illusion. Break for me. However, what made him feel incomparably uncomfortable was that, the 7 sword shadows before his eyes were still there. Even if he was satisfied with blood, he still couldn't see through Qingyan's illusion profound. Chen Hao knew that if Qingyan really used her full strength, with her mere initial stage illusion profound, it would still be difficult for an ordinary late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist to wake up. Zhong Yuan said very discontentedly, what's going on? Zhu Minghui still hasn't broken the illusion? Bai Pingyuan explained, didn't you see that his mouth is bleeding? Obviously, this illusion profound isn't so simple. Zhong Yuan said, why can't I see it? Yingyu snorted and said, because my junior sister isn't targeting you. Protector Su looked at the 2 people fighting on the stage. He also didn't think that Chen Ruoyan could actually suppress Zhu Minghui. As a transcendent realm martial artist, he obviously knew why Zhu Minghui couldn't see through Chen Ruoyan's illusion profound. Because of mental power, although he couldn't see, he could feel that Chen Ruoyan had a kind of mental power on her body. She actually cultivated mental power. Indeed a rare talent. The combination of mental power and illusion profound can indeed give the majority of martial artists a headache. Among martial artists, body refinement martial artists were relatively rare. Because too many resources were consumed, the process was painful, but the advantage was that the requirement of talent wasn't high. And what was even rarer was actually martial artists who cultivated mental power mystic arts. In order to cultivate spiritual force, one needed talent. If you had talent, you had talent. If you didn't have talent, it was useless no matter how long you cultivated. Since I can't see through, then I can only stay away. Zhu Minghui felt the pain on his body and wanted to pull away from Qingyan. Wind profound, falling leaf step. His body was like a falling leaf, barely avoiding the 7 sword images and floating toward the edge of the stage. However, Qingyan's movement technique was 1 step faster. She was like a maggot attached to the bone, sticking closely to Zhu Minghui's side. No matter how he escaped, he couldn't escape. It's over. Protector Su took out a stack of contract books and looked at the group of inner sect disciples at the edge of the stage. He also felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Who knew how many inner sect disciples he would lose today, but he had no choice. The Blood Fiend sect's rules on the stage, even he, this protector, didn't dare to violate it. Otherwise, he would be worried that he would be hung on the iron cage. Zhu Minghui fell under Qingyan's sword. He had already persisted for long enough, and there was almost no piece of unharmed flesh on his body. The remaining heaven-breaking realm late-stage inner court disciples all had serious expressions. Zhu Minghui wasn't weak. Among the Blood Fiend sect late-stage inner court disciples, he was still considered strong. Of course, the ones with the worst expressions were the remaining heaven-breaking realm middle-stage inner court disciples. If the heaven-breaking realm late-stage inner court disciples still had hope, then, those heaven-breaking realm middle-stage inner court disciples were already in despair. It's already the 8th round. Do you still want to continue? Guardian Su asked. If you need to recover your true essence, you can take a break. This time, his gaze towards Qingyan was much gentler. Even if she didn't have the heart of martial arts, at least now, the strength that Qingyan displayed was definitely worthy of being Sect Master Nye's in-name disciple. Continue. Qingyan said coldly. Today, she would let all the Blood Fiend sect disciples remember her name. She would let them know that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. So what if she didn't have the heart of martial arts? So what if she didn't have a strong determination to become strong? With the red blood sword, every time she killed an inner court disciple of the Blood Fiend sect, a portion of true essence and blood would be fed back into her body. When she dealt with the first 7 heaven-breaking realm middle-stage martial artists, Qingyan actually didn't spend much effort. The 8th heaven-breaking realm late-stage martial artist only took a little bit of effort. Therefore, not only was the true essence in Qingyan's body not consumed, it was even more vigorous. She was stronger than when she just stood on the stage. The sword master of the red blood sword had never been exhausted to death by the enemy's tactic of numbers. Alright, since you insist. Guardian Su glanced at the contract. The 9th Lu Kuan, come on stage. Senior brother Lu. Sun Yaoyun sighed. Junior brother Sun, aren't you very familiar with that Chen Ruoyan? Can you ask her to let me go? Lu Kuan pulled Sun Yaoyun's hand and begged, Junior brother Sun, you must save me. Sun Yaoyun pried his hand away. I'm not familiar with her. Impossible, you must be lying to me, right? Sun Yaoyun shook his head. You must be Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan turned around and saw Guardian Su. Protector Su asked coldly, do you want to go up by yourself, or do you want me to throw you up? An inner sect disciple said sarcastically, Senior brother Lu, don't be a coward at this critical moment. If you're a man, stick out your chest and head up. Lu Kuan glanced at the junior brother who was in the early stage of the heaven-shattering tier, and immediately recognized that he had a conflict with him in the past. He cursed loudly, if you have the guts, then go. That junior brother smiled sinisterly, and said, I'm only at the early stage of the heaven-shattering tier, and don't have the qualifications. Protector Su was too lazy to intervene in the dispute between the disciples. He said impatiently, are you going or not? I'll go. Lu Kuan knew that he had been forced into a corner. There was no other way out. If he let Protector Su throw him up, he would definitely die faster. Someone cheered for Lu Kuan, Senior apprentice brother Lu, don't worry. That woman looks down on others too much. She has fought 8 matches in a row and hasn't rested at all. She must have used up most of her true essence. If you go and delay her, you might be able to exhaust her to death. Lu Kuan nodded. He felt that what the other party said made sense. Even if he knew that the person who had spoken was someone from the same sect as him, he still wouldn't be able to accept it. He didn't have much resentment in his heart. Come. Lu Kuan stood on the stage and said to Qingyan. Looking at the 10th corpse being thrown to the side of the stage, Longwu said in a low voice, didn't they say that she doesn't have a martial heart? How can she be so strong? I feel that her strength isn't inferior to mine. Zhong Yuan, who didn't get along with Ying Yu, also had a serious expression. Bai Pingyuan sighed and said, maybe, this is talent. Longwu asked doubtfully, talent? What talent? Of course it's martial talent. Bai Pingyuan said with a bit of disappointment, our talent is considered good, but in this world, there will always be people with better talent than us. For example, this Chen Ruoyan in front of us. If their talent is too strong, even if they don't desire to become strong, even if they don't work hard, their strength will still continue to increase. Their strength will still far surpass ordinary martial artists. Zhong Yuan said in a low voice, "You're making me feel a bit hopeless." The three personal disciples actually fell silent for a moment. Bai Pingyuan looked at another corpse being carried down from the stage, and his expression wasn't good. But if she continues to kill like this, it won't do. Long Wu nodded. 11 inner court disciples have already died. It's said that there are 40 people who signed a life and death contract with Chen Ruoyan. 2 heaven-breaking late-stage inner court disciples have already died at her hands, and the heaven-breaking peak stage expert who might be able to suppress her just happened to be at the end. Say, if she really killed all 40 inner court disciples in front of her, Zhong Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "It can't be." "Why not? Didn't you notice that she didn't rest in the middle? She has confidence in herself. I even suspect that the 2 heaven-breaking peak stage martial artists behind her won't be able to take her down. She's too calm on the stage." "Who told them to line up to challenge Ruoyan?" Yingyu said indifferently. "Idiots are incurable, that's them courting death. But I just discovered today that Ruoyan's strength isn't inferior to mine at all. Look at how soft and easy she is to bully, and she's even more efficient than me in killing people." Zhong Yuan said, "Now isn't the time to discuss this. If these 40 or so inner court disciples all die, I'm afraid the sect master and elders will all be alarmed." Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, no one could say for sure. But if this continued, the inner court would suffer heavy losses, and even the overall strength of the House of Blood Fiend would be weakened. That was for sure. Most of those who signed a life and death contract with Yi Qingyan had the confidence to defeat her. And these inner court disciples with confidence were really outstanding figures in the House of Blood Fiend. Even personal disciples like them could find a few that they had an impression of among the corpses. The life and death battle lasted for too long. When the 12 corpses were carried down, the news had already spread throughout the entire House of Blood Fiend. Other than those House of Blood Fiend members who were in seclusion and hadn't returned, almost all the other martial artists had received the news. More and more House of Blood Fiend disciples gathered below the stage. When Qingyan's gaze swept across the crowd below the stage, she already found a few familiar faces. There were also members of the Blood Hand Hall and Hall Master Chen gang. Hall Master Chen just stood quietly in the distance and didn't have any intention of interfering. When the 15th corpse was carried down, Qingyan even found Guardian Qing, who had just rushed over. Guardian Qing saw the 15 corpses at the edge of the stage, and his expression was very ugly. He came to Guardian Su's side and said, "Old Su, immediately stop the life and death battle." Protector Su asked, "Is this your idea or the sect master's?" Protector Qing didn't know what to say. "If it's the sect master's idea, then let me see the warrant," Protector Su said seriously. "If it's your idea, then please forgive me for not listening, but you can go on stage and ask them to stop." At this time, Protector Qing had completely calmed down. "Forget it." Protector Su glanced at him and said, "At this time, no matter how anxious you are, it's useless." Protector Qing looked at the dozen or so corpses with heartache and asked, "How many people actually challenged that Chen Ruoyan?" 40. So many? I don't know why there are so many, but they all took the initiative to challenge her. Protector Su helplessly put the stack of contracts in front of Protector Qing. "In other words, there are still 25. Protector Qing said in a low voice, "If this continues, no matter who wins or loses, it's very unfavorable for our Blood Fiend sect. I didn't expect that little girl to be so fierce." In 15 consecutive battles, even inner court martial artists at the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm died under her sword. Can you believe it? It's not that there haven't been inner sect disciples who have been challenged before, but those inner sect disciples who have been challenged have only fought once every few days, unlike this one. I keep getting the feeling that she intends to finish all the duels in one day. Either she dies in the arena, or all of her opponents die. This is too crazy. Protector Chang's tone was filled with amazement. When I was her age, I reckon I could only die under her sword. Sect Master Nya has good eyes. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the heart of martial arts. So what if she has the heart of martial arts? Protector Su pointed at the corpses piled up beside the arena. Those inner court disciples should all have the heart of martial arts. Protector Qing was choked by Protector Su's words. Also, those disciples also have the heart of martial arts. Protector Su pointed at the inner court disciples at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm who had signed the deathmatch contract. Their faces were all pale. Death was impossible. What was terrifying was the process of waiting for death. It was a long torment. Can we protect those people? If this continues, our sect may lose a large number of elite disciples. Once the contract of a deathmatch is signed, it can only be cancelled if both parties voluntarily cancel the match. The time of the match is set by the one being challenged. If the challenger's hand isn't seriously injured, he can't refuse. From what I see, Chen Ruoyan doesn't seem like she wants to cancel the match. She really wants to kill. Old Su, why don't you persuade her later? Go if you have the guts. Protector Su sneered and turned his face away, no longer paying attention to Protector Qing. The fact that he didn't curse out loud was already a sign of his self-restraint. He was only in charge of the duels and did things according to the rules. Qing Qihan was directly in charge of the training of the inner disciples. Even if all the inner disciples died, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, it was Qing Qihan's responsibility. Qing Qihan smiled embarrassedly. He didn't dare to go. If he stood out to persuade Chen Ruoyan to stop the life and death duel, he would be suspected of interfering in the duel. However, Protector Qing, if you really want to deal with it, you have to move faster. Protector Su looked at the corpse being dragged down and shouted loudly, 16th Ren Jinfeng, come on stage. When Ren Jinfeng saw Protector Qing, he felt like he met his savior, and immediately ran over and shouted, Protector Qing, you have to save me. That woman has gone crazy from killing, I don't want to go on stage. Who told you idiots at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking round to line up and throw away your lives? Protector Qing also had a belly full of anger, and directly cursed loudly. We've never seen her fight, and she's only at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. She doesn't even have the heart of martial arts, we thought. Protector Qing said, don't talk nonsense, go on stage. Protector Qing didn't care about the life or death of the inner disciples, but there were too many casualties, and he might be punished. Seeing these inner disciples who took the initiative to find trouble for him, he obviously couldn't be good-tempered. Ren Jinfeng was directly thrown onto the stage by Elder Su. Protector Su said, this Ren Jinfeng shouldn't be able to last long. Then what do you think we should do? Protector Su said, go find the two vice sect leaders. At this time only they can make the decision. It's best to find both of them. No matter what, vice sect leader Nya is Chen Ruoyan's master, so Chen Ruoyan should still have to listen to his words. Even if the sect leader returns, the two vice sect leaders can still hold on. In the Blood Fiend sect, the one with the most power was the sect leader, followed by the two vice sect leaders. As for the elders, they didn't have much power in their hands, and they couldn't interfere too much with the sect's operations. Okay, I'll go now. Protector Qing had just finished speaking when he discovered that Ren Jinfeng on the stage was already dead. His old face twitched, and he cursed in his heart before hurriedly leaving. Within a day, 16 inner disciples had already died. If those who died were just trash, he could still accept it, and just treat it as being eliminated, but those who died were all elite inner disciples, they weren't those trash who were in the middle or lower ranks. Moreover, there might be more than 20 of them. If he didn't stop it and allowed Chen Ruoyan to continue killing, even if Chen Ruoyan died in the end, he would still be the one who would be in the most trouble. How was he going to account to vice sect leader Yuan? Very soon, vice sect leader Yuan was alerted, and he brought Qing Qihan to find Nya Lekun directly. The rules of the Blood Fiend sect's arena had not changed for thousands of years, and it had always been strictly enforced by the successive sect leaders. Vice sect leader Yuan didn't dare to casually speak to stop the life and death match. Once he spoke, it would leave a weakness for others to use against him. So, he didn't want to shoulder this matter alone. Anyway, 16 inner disciples had already died. If 2 more died, the outcome would be the same. Vice sect leader Yuan roughly told Nya Lekun about the matter, and Nya Lekun was slightly surprised, but she didn't express any opinion. Vice sect leader Nya, what do you think about this matter? Nia Lakun asked. Did Chen Ruoyan violate the sect rules? Vice sect leader Yuan looked at Protector Cheng, and Protector Cheng shook his head with a bitter smile. The life and death match was strictly carried out according to the sect rules, and there was no problem. No. Vice sect leader Yuan understood Nia Lakun's meaning and hurriedly said, but those inner sect elite disciples are all the future pillars of the sect. If 30-40 of them die on the arena for no reason, and there's no value, then it's really too much of a waste. Moreover, there are still 2 peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists who want to duel with that unnamed disciple of yours. I'm afraid that she's most likely doomed. If she really dies, then she asked for it. I, Nia Lakun, have nothing to say. I know that the matters within this sect aren't under your care, but if so many inner court elite disciples die, it will also have an impact on our Blood Fiend sect's overall strength. Don't forget, you're also the vice sect master of the Blood Fiend sect. Looking at Nia Lakun, who still had a magnanimous expression, Yuan Peng finally couldn't sit still anymore. Nia, tell me the truth, what do I have to do for you to come with me to call that disciple of yours back? Of course, don't be too ruthless, or else I'll let them die. How is that possible? Senior brother Meng is also dead? Then it might be senior brother Meng. Could it be that this Chen Ruoyan has the strength to challenge a peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist? This woman is ridiculously strong. Minor mastery slaughter profundity, minor mastery illusion profundity, elementary mastery cloud profundity. There seems to be another profundity, but I can't recognize it. Me too. A very strange feeling. As for the remaining profundity, even Protector Su faintly had some guesses, but didn't dare to be sure. Almost all the inner court disciples who signed a life and death battle contract with Chen Ruoyan started to despair. Even the expressions of the 2 peak stage heaven-breaking realm disciples at the back didn't look good. Protector Su looked at the 18th inner court disciple who died under the hands of Chen Ruoyan and sighed in his heart. He started to feel pity and heartache. He had been in charge of the Blood Fiend sect's arena battles for over 100 years, and this was the first time he felt such heartache like today. The 18th disciple was called Meng Wei, with strength at the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Among the inner court disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, Meng Wei's natural talent and combat strength were all ranked at the top. Last month, Protector Su witnessed Meng Wei defeat an inner court disciple at the peak stage of the heaven-breaking realm. His strength was absolutely at the peak of the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. There were rumors that a protector took a fancy to Meng Wei and wanted to take him as a personal disciple, but was rejected by Meng Wei. Protector Su also didn't expect that he would actually die here today. Actually, many of the 17th inner court disciples who died earlier were geniuses favored by deacons, protectors, and even elders. Do you want to continue? Guardian Su repeated. He still had some hope that Chen Ruoyan in the ring would say, let's fight another day. Almost all of the inner disciples who had signed a contract with Qing Yan were looking at the outrageously beautiful woman on the stage. They all hoped that the battle could be suspended, however, Qing Yan disappointed them in the end. Of course we have to compete. Why not? The woman on the stage wasn't human, right? Even the deacons surrounding the arena and the other inner disciples who were purely there to watch the show sucked in a breath of cold air. Protector Su glanced at the 2 peak stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists behind him. He suddenly realized that Chen Ruoyan might really be able to kill all 40 challengers. Number 19, Lu Hongliang, please enter the arena. The crowd dispersed, opening up a path for Lu Liang, who was at the middle stage of the heaven-shattering tier. The members of the House of Blood Fiend who were watching the show all looked at him with pity. Everyone knew that if he went, he would become the 19th corpse. Lu Liang stepped onto the arena with great difficulty. Those who didn't know would think that he was going to the execution platform. Chen, senior sister Chen, please advise me. Yes, I like polite people. I'll leave you an intact corpse. Lu Liang suddenly felt a chill that came from the depths of hell. Junior sister Ruoyan, master is looking for you. He needs you to go over immediately. At this moment, a voice resounded in the arena. Almost everyone's gaze turned to the person who spoke, including Guardian Su. Qing Yan also turned to look. If she didn't hear wrongly, this was her senior sister Yingyu's voice. Yingyu came to the edge of the arena and shouted at Qing Yan, Junior sister Chen, master is looking for you. He needs you to go over now. But I'm participating in a life and death duel right now, Senior Sister Chen, please go. Lu Liang hurriedly pleaded, since Sect Master Nya is looking for you, then it must be something very important, please go. I'm begging you. Guardian Su thought for a moment and said, the life and death duel hasn't officially started yet. If both of you agree, it can be temporarily suspended. All right then. Qin Yan nodded. She knew that she wouldn't be able to kill the remaining 22 inner court disciples. After putting away the red blood sword, Qin Yan walked down the arena. Lu Liang looked at Chen Ruoyan's departing figure and cried tears of joy. He was crying like a child who weighed more than 50 kilograms. The inner court disciples behind Lu Liang, who were at the middle stage and late stage of the heaven-shattering realm, all felt as if they had escaped death. Sect Master Nya must have interfered, a smart disciple said. If this continues, the sect definitely won't want to see it. Many inner court disciples looked at the 18 corpses below the arena, and sorrow appeared on their faces. Any one of these heaven-shattering realm inner court disciples who had died would be a cultivator who could hold their own in the outside world. They had the potential to become the pillars of a second-rate or third-rate force. However, because of a duel, all of them had died here for no apparent reason. Following Yingyu, Qin Yan soon saw Nya Lakun. Beside Nya Lakun sat a handsome man with a fair complexion. The handsome man looked at Nya Lakun with a look of admiration. Behind the handsome man stood Enforcer Chung. Enforcer Chung saw that her expression wasn't good. Nya Lakun introduced, Ruoyan, this is Vice Sect Master Yuan of our House of Blood Fiend. Chen Ruoyan greets Vice Sect Master Yuan. Stand up. Vice Sect Master Yuan smiled and said, I've heard about you 2 months ago. I didn't expect to see you in person so soon. You almost wiped out all the elite inner court disciples of our House of Blood Fiend. Vice Sect Master Nya really took in a good disciple. Even I'm a little envious. Vice Sect Master, you flatter me. Qin Yan explained, feeling wronged, actually, I didn't want to find trouble with them. However, when I left Master's room today, I was blocked by them at the door. They all shouted that they wanted me to duel, and their words were a little unpleasant. I was also very angry at that time, so I agreed to all of them. That's because they wanted to die. Indeed, they can't blame you. Vice Sect Master Yuan smiled and said, since you won 18 duels in a row, the sect will reward you with 100,000 points. How about it? Thank you, Vice Sect Master. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the sect. If you work hard for the sect in the future, the sect will definitely not mistreat you. Vice Sect Master Yuan stood up and laughed, alright, I won't delay Vice Sect Master Nya here. I have something urgent to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Looking at Vice Sect Master Yuan leaving, Qin Yan asked softly, Master, are we just going to let this matter go? Of course. Nya Lakun said snappily, don't tell me you really intend to kill all the elite inner court disciples? Qin Yan asked softly, will Vice Sect Master Yuan be angry? Don't worry about such a small matter. He won't target you. Nya Lakun waved her hand and said, I know Yuan Peng's tolerance very well. If he didn't have any tolerance, how could he be the Vice Sect Master? On the other hand, the strength that you displayed today surprised me. Really? It's true. Nya Lakun nodded in agreement. I heard from Yingyu that you've comprehended the profound meaning of illusion, cloud, and slaughter. There should be another profound meaning, right? Yes. Is it speed? Yes. Qin Yan didn't have anything to refute. There were records about the profound meaning of speed in the Blood Fiend sects. Library. Once she used the profound meaning of speed, she couldn't possibly hide it. It's really a pity with your talent. Nya Lakun thought of Qin Yan's problem and couldn't help but sigh. If you have any questions on the martial path that you don't understand, you can come to me anytime. But I suggest that you find your own martial path and think clearly about why you stepped on the martial path. Go back. Yes. Since you've accepted 100,000 contribution points, then don't carry out the remaining life and death duels for now. Vice Sect Master Yuan will send people to communicate with those inner court disciples. If they're willing to give up, then let them go. It's indeed not good for the sect to have so many inner court disciples die at once. I know. Qin Yan responded and then asked, but what if they're not willing to give up? Qingyan remembered that there were two inner court disciples at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm in those life and death duels. They might not be willing to give up. If they're not willing to give up, the duels will still be carried out. Yes. Nielakun thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, the sect will continue to arrange missions for you. Use those 100,000 contribution points well. If you really lack a sword art, you can use the sect's contribution points to exchange for an earth-grade sword art. 100,000 contribution points is more than enough. I suggest you go to the library to take a look and see how the seniors walked on the path of martial arts." Okay. Qingyan left Nielakun, and just as she reached the door, she saw Yu. "How was it? Master and Vice Sect Master Yuan didn't make things difficult for you, right?" "No, they were very easy to talk to." "Easy to talk to? That's built on the basis of your potential," Yu said happily. "Ruoyan, you were really amazing on the stage today. I think I might not be your match. Why don't we spar? Personal disciples might not necessarily be very strong. Potential was also a very important indicator. Let's forget about it today." "Alright, I understand. You must be tired today." Qingyan was indeed tired. Most importantly, she was mentally tired. As for the true essence in her body, she was really plentiful. In a short half a day's time, she felt that her cultivation was about to break through to the late stage of the heaven-shattering realm. Those two vice sect leaders are really meddlesome. Chen Hao complained in Red Blood Sword, "I feel that if you kill all those people, Red Blood Sword might level up, and your cultivation will definitely increase by a small level. After all, we're all from the same sect. The sect doesn't want to see such a serious situation of internal exhaustion. What should we do with those corpses?" Qingyan knew what Sir Jianling was referring to. "That's it. I'll just say that I've cultivated a demonic cultivation method that can refine blood essence." Qingyan said nonchalantly, "Anyway, I'm not bothered by it now. Let them think whatever they want." The House of Blood Fiend did have such a cultivation method, but very few people cultivated it. Even the House of Blood Fiend wouldn't recommend this kind of cultivation method to their disciples. "Alright, you're the sword master. You decide." Since the sword master took the initiative to stand up and take the blame, there was no reason to dampen his enthusiasm. Qingyan returned to the Blood Hand Hall. On the way, she realized that many inner sect disciples saw her from afar and took a detour. "They're really afraid of you now." Chen Hao laughed in Red Blood Sword. "Look, when they see you, it's like they've seen a ghost. It's alright." After turning a corner, two House of Blood Fiend disciples appeared in front of Qingyan. Looking at the two people in front of her, Qingyan frowned slightly. "Chen, senior sister Chen." The inner sect disciple who reacted first shouted. Immediately after, the other person reacted as well. "Hello, senior sister Chen." As he spoke, he pulled his companion aside and made way for Qingyan. "And, hello." Looking at Qingyan's disappearing figure, a disciple patted his chest with lingering fear. "Luckily, I reacted quickly. Yeah, I didn't expect to bump into Chen. Senior sister Chen just as I came over from the stage. Senior sister Chen's aura is so scary. But her temper seems to be good, much better than the other senior brothers. She even greeted us. I heard that this senior sister Chen usually keeps a low profile. After coming to the House of Blood Fiend, she practically didn't show her face. This time, because she didn't pass the first test of the heart tempering room, those senior brothers felt that the opportunity came and swarmed to challenge her. If not for Sect Master Nia appearing, senior sister Chen might have killed all of those 40 over inner sect elite disciples. Is it that exaggerated? I think the last two senior brothers at the peak of heaven-breaking realm still have a chance. It's just a chance. Didn't you see that senior brother Meng died? He's a genius who has the strength to defeat an inner sect disciple at the peak of heaven-breaking realm. But why is senior sister Chen still so strong when she clearly doesn't have the heart of martial Dao? I heard the other senior brother say that this might be talent. Clearly, one doesn't desire to become strong, but after cultivating a little, one's strength still can't help but increase crazily, unable to stop. The next day, Qingyan went to the heart tempering room again, and as expected, she fell at the first test again. This time, even if the inner sect disciples got the news again, no one had any thoughts about her. The next day, Qing Yan went down to see Guardian Qing. Guardian Qing went straight to the point and asked, Chen Ruoyan, I want to ask if you've cultivated a strange cultivation technique? When Qing Yan heard this question, she knew that what should come would still come. Yes, I've cultivated a type of demonic cultivation technique. When I kill enemies, it automatically extracts their blood essence, and my strength has been increasing very quickly. Our House of Blood Fiend doesn't particularly admire this type of cultivation technique, but we won't oppose it either. Before Guardian Qing came, he was already mentally prepared. Yesterday, when the alchemists of the medicine hall were refining medicinal pills, each heaven-breaking realm martial artist's corpse could only be refined into a single medicinal pill. For one corpse, it could still be because of the heat. But for different alchemists, when the same situation occurred with several consecutive corpses, those alchemists discovered that the problem didn't lie with them, but with those corpses. Then, they quickly locked onto Chen Ruoyan. But let's be frank, that kind of cultivation technique can indeed be achieved quickly. Not only does it consume potential, but the price is also great. If you threaten this sect and the lives of other sect members, we'll kill you. Do you understand? I understand. I'll report this matter to your master. Okay. After a day, Yingyu came over with a message. Master knows that you're cultivating that kind of cultivation technique and wants you to take care of yourself. Take care of myself? I understand. Qing Yan replied indifferently. She was already mentally prepared. She didn't have any hopes of becoming a personal disciple. Even if it was a demonic sect, they wouldn't accept personal disciples cultivating that kind of cultivation technique that had too many side effects. Not only would it exhaust one's potential, it might also affect one's mind. Especially someone like her who had comprehended the massacre profound but didn't have a firm martial heart. Can you not cultivate that kind of cultivation technique? Yingyu asked. I can see that compared to us, Master seems to care more about you. As long as you apologize to Master and give up on cultivating that kind of cultivation technique, Master should forgive you. Will he? Yingyu said with certainty, definitely. I can see that Master likes you a lot. That's impossible. Some cultivation techniques, once you start cultivating, it's impossible to stop. Do you have any difficulties? No. Qing Yan shook her head and denied. She had nothing, so where did the difficulties come from? You're really stubborn. Yingyu said with some anger. Then let me tell you, take care of yourself. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao asked, you don't plan to hug Niao Lakun's thigh anymore? Forget it. A spot for a registered disciple was enough. This is already much better than what I expected when I first came to the southern region. Qing Yan's tone was indifferent. Also, if I give up on using the red blood sword, is that okay? Chen Hao said calmly, I suggest you keep using it until you die. Lord Jianling, I keep feeling like you're cursing me behind my back. No, definitely not. 100,000 sect contribution points, this was definitely a huge number. Many heaven-breaking realm peak stage inner court disciples didn't have that much wealth. Qing Yan listened to Niao Lakun's reminder and spent the remaining 13 days in the Blood Fiend Sect's library. She even spent some contribution points to go to the second floor of the library. The second floor had a large collection of mystic-grade cultivation methods and martial skills. There were also some profound martial artists' notes and insights. The fee on the second floor was not expensive. It was only about 1,000 contribution points for a cultivation technique or martial skill. With Qing Yan's current wealth, she could easily afford it. However, what puzzled Chen Hao was that Qing Yan did not exchange for an earth-class sword art. After holding it in for more than 10 days, Chen Hao finally made his request. Exchange for an earth-class sword art? Right now, I haven't even fully grasped the profound grade sword technique, so learning the earth grade sword technique is useless for the time being. What if I insist? Qing Yan put down the book in her hands, thought for a moment, and said, if it's Sir Jianling's request, then it's fine. My request? Chen Hao pondered over Qing Yan's words and felt that she was implying something. Lord Jianling must know other martial techniques, right? Of course. Then teach it to me. Was Qing Yan waiting for him here? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Have you noticed the contents of the notes that I've been reading recently? Chen Hao then noticed the notes in Qing Yan's hands, Lu Cheng's self-created cultivation technique insights. You want to create your own martial technique? Chen Hao said in surprise, are you stupid? With me here, as long as you pay a small price, I can help you deduce the most suitable martial technique for you, right? I want to give it a try. Qing Yan nodded seriously and said, when I was learning martial techniques in the past, I had this thought. The martial techniques were all created by the seniors, so why can't I create my own martial technique? After knowing that Sir Jianling can create his own martial technique, I had this thought. Recently, I realized that I don't have the heart of martial arts, so I want to give it a try. Maybe this will allow me to have the heart of martial arts. However, creating your own martial technique requires not only creativity, but also a lot of experience, right? Let's not talk about creativity first, your comprehension is excellent now. But you must be lacking in experience, right? I know that there's a problem with my experience, but don't I have Sir Jianling? Qing Yan said in a low voice, Sir Jianling knows so many martial techniques, as long as you teach me all of them, won't I be able to quickly improve my experience? No. You can't be a freeloader, you still have to pay. Otherwise, I won't teach you. Sir Jianling, don't you want to learn an earth-level sword technique? Faced with this temptation, Chen Hao sneered and said, haha, I'm not in a hurry anyway, I have all the time. Qing Yan pouted as her temptation failed. Are you acting coquettishly? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. You can say that. Qing Yan's expression returned to normal as if she was flipping through a book. Since it was useless, she didn't want to waste any more expression. Then, Sir Jianling, can you give me a discount? Chen Hao thought for a while and agreed, sure. He didn't even know a single earth-level cultivation technique or martial technique. To put it bluntly, black-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques weren't very useful to the current Qing Yan. If she hadn't fantasized about creating her own cultivation technique, those cultivation techniques and martial techniques wouldn't have been of any use to her at all. Then, he might as well give her a discount so that he could more or less earn a little more. Qing Yan asked, what's the price? Yellow-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques are free. A black-level low-level cultivation technique or martial technique for a heaven-shattering initial stage cultivator, and so on. I won't deduct all of them. I'll deduct half and leave the other half for you. Yellow-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques were a piece of cake to Qing Yan. Even the House of Blood Fiend gave them away for free, so he couldn't charge her. Can you lower the price a little more? No, there's no room for negotiation. This is a small business, so there's no bargaining. I'm already giving you a lot of discounts because you're the sword master. Sir Jianling, I feel like you're a bit stingy. Chen Zai sneered in his heart. You should be more confident in your words. Qing Yan was now considered a well-known figure in the House of Blood Fiend. After the news of her evil cultivation technique spread, she became a figure that all the inner disciples of the House of Blood Fiend didn't dare to approach. However, Qing Yan didn't mind. It was actually quite good to be feared by others. After Qing Yan and the Red Blood Sword agreed on the price, Qing Yan spent the day in the library, cultivating and comprehending the yellow-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques collected by the House of Blood Fiend. She also studied the notes of seniors who had created their own cultivation techniques and martial techniques. At night, Chen Hao started to teach Qing Yan the yellow-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques that he knew. Chen Hao didn't hide these trash cultivation techniques and martial techniques at all. He said he would give them all away, so he gave them all away. Moreover, he was also quite curious about how far Qing Yan could go. Moreover, no matter what cultivation technique or martial technique Qing Yan created, wouldn't it still belong to him in the end? Hee. Half a month later, just as Qing Yan thought that the House of Blood Fiend had forgotten about her, Hall Master Chen Gang found her. Qing Yan, this is your mission, to hunt down the traitor of the house of Blood Fiend, Han Yuming. Han Yuming's strength is at the late stage of the Breaking Heaven tier, and his movement and saber techniques are very strong. Can you take him down? I still have some confidence. Qing Yan asked. Do you have his portrait? Here. Hall Master Chen handed 2 portraits to Qing Yan. 2 portraits, Qing Yan unfolded them to take a look. One was of a handsome young man with a gloomy temperament, and the other was of a woman. A woman with a very good appearance. The portraits were drawn very carefully, and were not randomly drawn. Both of their physical characteristics were included, and below the portraits, their height, weight, body characteristics, and temperament were even marked. Who is this woman? Lu Kai, the first daughter of the Lu family in Jiangping Country's Seven Cloud City. Hall Master Chen gave a simple introduction. About a month ago, the Lu family in Seven Cloud City was destroyed by the Tian family. There were rumors that the Lu family had an earth-grade saber technique, so we sent people from the Bloodhound Hall to investigate. The team had a total of 6 people, including Han Yuming. When they arrived in Jiangping Country, our intelligence personnel received them, and then they disappeared. The last news they sent was that they found the first daughter of the Lu family, Lu Kai. And then? And then we found the last gathering place of the Bloodhound Hall team. There were traces of fighting there, and our people searched for a long time, and only found the corpse of one of the Bloodhound Hall members. He should have escaped at that time, but died of serious injuries on the way. After investigation, he should have died under Han Yuming's blood rain saber technique. Hall Master Chen continued, I sent members of the team to chase after Han Yuming. The team leader was at the late stage of the Breaking Heaven tier, and the other 4 members were at the middle stage of the Breaking Heaven tier. At that time, Han Yuming's strength was also at the middle stage of the Breaking Heaven tier. I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect that they didn't come back. We suspect that Han Yuming should have broken through to the late stage of the Breaking Heaven tier. Qin Yan said in surprise, this Han Yuming is a bit powerful. Han Yuming was originally an elite disciple of the inner court, and his talent was pretty good. But his personality, we didn't expect him to betray us. You must handle this matter well. Can you determine their current location? Go to Jiangping Country's Jiangdu City. 12 days ago, our men discovered his and Lu Kai's whereabouts in Sujiang City. Jiangdu City's Red Cloud Merchant Guild will receive you. Find them, and then what? How should we deal with it? The matter of the Earth-grade saber technique might not be true. It's best if we can find it, but if we can't, we'll bring their corpses back. Traitors must die. I understand. All right. Qin Gang didn't care what cultivation technique Qin Yan practiced or whether she had a martial heart. He felt that Qin Yan's strength was not bad and that she was a useful person. That was enough for him. That day, Qin Yan packed her luggage and left the Holocaust sect directly. Jiangpingwu wasn't far from the Blood Fiend sect. After Qin Yan's fast quintessence had reached the small success stage, her speed had increased exponentially. In just 10 days, she had arrived at Jiangdu, the capital of Jiangpingwu. After finding out the location of the Red Cloud Merchant Guild, she immediately rushed over. The Red Cloud Merchant Guild's business should be good. There were many carriages parked at the entrance. Qin Yan bypassed the coachman unloading the goods and entered the Red Cloud Merchant Guild. The moment she entered the Red Cloud Merchant Guild, the servant in charge of receiving her saw her Bloodhound Hall uniform and immediately greeted her respectfully, "Greetings to the Lord of the Bloodhound Hall. Where's the person in charge of the Red Cloud Merchant Guild?" The servant said respectfully, "My lord, please follow me." "This way please." "All right." Qin Yan followed the servant into the inner hall. Before she entered the inner hall, she saw the person in charge of the Red Cloud Merchant Guild, Sun Kai. The Red Cloud Merchant Guild was one of the many peripheral organizations of the Holocaust sect. They were in charge of helping the Holocaust sect manage their businesses. The guild president's surname was Sun Kai. His hair was slightly white, and he looked quite shrewd. Qin Yan asked Chen Hao about Sun Kai's strength. After receiving Chen Hao's reply, Sun Kai said that he was an initial stage Transcendent Realm expert. Transcendent Realm experts were considered stronger. Furthermore, the guild president's requirements for management were higher. They might not choose the strongest martial artist to be the guild president. Sun Kai sized Qin Yan up and asked, "Can you show me your identity token and guild president's warrant?" "Here." Qin Yan handed over her identity token and guild president Chen's warrant. Sun Kai took a closer look. After confirming that there was no mistake, he smiled, "So it's Miss Ruoyan. I, Sun Kai, have heard of your great name in the Jiangping country. What great name can I have?" Qin Yan felt that she had a bad reputation for most of the time. Miss Ruoyan is too humble. Let's get straight to the point. I want to get rid of this Han Yeming as soon as possible. This is my first solo mission. I want to report back as soon as possible. Qin Yan knew that if she were to be polite with this kind of old fox from the Red Cloud Merchant Guild, half a day would be gone. After inviting Qin Yan to the rear hall, Sun Kai tactfully said, Han Yeming and Lu Kaier passed by Shijiang City 10 days ago. At that time, the Hall of the Bloodhounds hunting squad had just been wiped out. With the strength of the Red Cloud Merchant Guild's Shijiang City branch, we didn't dare to follow them. However, the person in charge of the branch was quite smart. When he reported to us, he also informed the nearby cities of Shijiang City. He even sent more scouts to the 4 city gates of Shijiang City. Thus, we've been keeping track of Han Yeming's whereabouts. He was heavily injured at that time. 5 days ago, he and Lu Kaier entered the Black Cloud Mountain Range and never came out. The nearby cities also didn't find any traces of them. We suspect that they should still be in the vicinity of the Black Cloud Mountain Range. Sun Kai took out a simple map of the Jiangping country and drew a circle on one of the mountain ranges. For the past 5 days, I've sent people into the Black Cloud Mountain Range to investigate, but the terrain there is complicated. Even now, I still haven't been able to grasp their exact location. Thus, I suggest that Miss Ruoyan wait in the Red Cloud Merchant Guild. Once the information arrives, I'll immediately inform you. Thank you for your satisfaction, Guildmaster Sunday. However, when it comes to searching for people, I'm quite good at it. I'd like to personally investigate the Black Cloud Mountain Range. Could you pass this map to me? Sun Kai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't persuade Qin Yan. Even if he was a transcendent realm cultivator, he still had to give Qin Yan some face. Although he didn't stay in the House of Blood, he had always been paying attention to the news within the House of Blood. Of course. Sun Kai pointed at a black dot on the map. This is Sanao Town. Our Red Cloud Merchant Guild's men are all gathered here. When the time comes, you can stay in this town. If there's any news on our side, it'll be convenient for us to inform you. Then, thank you, President Sun. 3 days later, Qin Yan arrived at Sanwan Town. In the town, she found Red Cloud Chamber of Commerce's intelligence personnel. The person in charge was a late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist, but they didn't find the person either. Qin Yan stood in a small courtyard in Sanwan Town, looking at the distant Black Cloud Mountain Range. She knew that if she wanted to complete the mission quickly, she probably had to make a trip there herself. In a natural cave in the Black Cloud Mountain Range, Han Yeming crouched on one side, staring at the burning bonfire in a daze. Beside the bonfire, a beautiful girl with a delicate figure was busy. She used a small knife to cut some jerky into pieces, opened the lid of the iron pot, and poured the jerky into the boiling water in the iron pot, then poured some salt and condiments. After closing the lid, the girl turned her head to look at Han Yeming. Big brother Han, we can eat in a while. But Han Yeming didn't answer, still in a daze. Big brother Han? En? Han Yeming woke up. What's the matter? What are you thinking? Hearing Lu Kaier's question, Han Yeming said in a low voice, I'm thinking how we can escape. Didn't we already escape? Lu Kaier asked. And the people who chased after us, weren't they all killed by you? No. We haven't. Han Yeming said with a long sigh. I think the sect will send people again very soon. At that time, wouldn't it be fine if Big Brother Han directly killed them? Just like last time? Like last time? Han Yeming shook his head. Impossible. How could it be? Lu Kaier looked at him with adoration and said, Big Brother Han, you're the most powerful martial artist I've ever seen, even more powerful than my grandfather. The Tian family was so powerful, but weren't they all killed by you? Han Yeming forced a smile and said, You don't know how powerful our sect is. Among the Blood Fiend sect's inner court disciples, my strength is only above average. Haven't you already become a late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist? I'm talking about late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. I can only rank above average. Lu Kaier pursed her lips, tears flowing down her face. She sobbed and said, I'm sorry, Big Brother Han, I dragged you down. Don't say sorry, this is my choice. Han Yaming held the long saber in his hand tightly. I am not suited to stay in Holocaust sect and I have long wanted to leave. Moreover, those fellows went overboard back then. Lu Kaier recalled that night when her clothes were torn apart. Brother Han, then why did you join the House of Blood Fiend? Han Yaming closed his eyes. When I was born, I didn't have a father. When I was 13, my father came looking for me and brought me to the House of Blood Fiend. Thus, I became a member of the House of Blood Fiend. Lu Kaier comforted her, it's not your fault. You had no choice. The dark cave soon quieted down, and only the sound of boiling soup could be heard. I reckon that our approximate whereabouts have already been grasped by the sect. Is the Holocaust sect that powerful? Very powerful. Han Yaming said. But you don't have to worry. We still have a chance of escaping. What do you mean? Tomorrow, my strength will more or less fully recover. At that time I will directly fly over with you. At that time, we won't be afraid of being discovered. As long as we leave Jiangpingua, the influence of the House of Blood Fiend will be greatly reduced. Then, we can conceal our identities and live with a different identity. Really? Of course it's true. Han Yaming said confidently, I am a member of the Bloodhound Hall, and I am very clear about the sect's influence. As long as we leave Jiangpingua, we will be much safer. I am a member of the Bloodhound Hall, and Hall Master Chen will only send people from the Bloodhound Hall to kill me. However, more than a month ago, most of the Bloodhound Hall's late-stage and peak-stage martial artists entered Ansu country's secret realm. To be able to survive, their gains were not bad. Most of them are in seclusion. Near Jiangpingua, there are almost no Bloodhound Hall members with heaven-breaking realm peak-stage strength. Even if there are, they have more urgent and important missions in their hands. We arrived at the Black Cloud Mountain range 5 days ago, and the news shouldn't have reached the headquarters. I calculated the time. Even if the sect wants to send a heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist to deal with me, he should first go to Jiangpingua's Red Cloud Chamber of Commerce headquarters. From the headquarters to the Black Cloud Mountain range, even if it is a heaven-breaking realm peak stage martial artist, they will at least arrive the day after tomorrow. We will leave directly tomorrow, and we can take advantage of the time difference. And I will listen to Brother Han. Han Yaming's confident tone gave Lu Kaier unlimited confidence. She suddenly felt that life was full of hope again. She lay in Han Yaming's arms, and felt Han Yaming's rough hand caressing her long hair. She instantly felt incomparably safe. Qing Yan stood in the sky above the Black Cloud Mountain range, gazing at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky, and said in a low voice, Lord Jianling, this time, please help me find Han Yaming. If Qing Yan were to search for a well-hidden martial artist in such a huge mountain range by herself, it would be like fishing for a treasure in the ocean. But if Lord Jianling is willing to help, you will be different. To an ordinary person, the Black Cloud Mountain range was a little too big, but to Jianling, who used the red blood sword, which had the strength of a domain realm peak stage elite's divine sense, it was very ordinary. Sure. Chen Hao directly agreed. Wasn't the meaning of a weapon's existence to help the sword master kill people? Thus, in the sky above the Black Cloud Mountain range, a black shadow began to quickly streak past. In the cave, a meaty aroma began to spread. Lu Kaier struggled to sit up in Han Yaming's arms. She went to the metal pot and used a metal ladle to scoop the milky white soup. Brother Han, it's time to eat. She carefully scooped a bowl of meat and passed it to Han Yaming. Han Yaming gently took a sip of the soup, and the aroma instantly filled his mouth and tongue. How's the taste? Lu Kaier asked softly. Very good. Really? Of course it's real. In the dark cave, not only was the aroma of meat filling the air, but there was also a hint of sweetness at the same time. Han Yaming ate the meat and drank the soup. This place didn't feel like a home, but he felt a sense of warmth that he hadn't felt for a long time. Ever since he left his mother and was brought to the Holocaust sect by his father, he had never felt this way again. The Holocaust sect was a cold and cruel place. In the Holocaust sect, in order to survive, Han Yaming had to work hard to practice martial arts and had to compete with his fellow sect members. No matter how unwilling he was, in order to survive, he had to do this. He had no choice. He looked at Lu Kaier and couldn't help but think of his mother. It was a pity that that poor woman had passed away a long time ago. When she died, he wasn't by her side. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, and the entire cave shook. The porcelain bowl in Lu Kai's hand fell to the ground in fright, shattering into pieces and splashing the broth all over the floor. Han Yiming reacted quickly. He gripped the hilt of his saber and looked at the entrance of the cave. In the darkness, an unbelievably beautiful woman slowly walked in. She looked at the two of them coldly and said in a cold tone, "Sorry, it seems that I've interrupted your dinner." However, from her tone, this apology was not sincere at all. Seeing the woman's conspicuous blood-red uniform, Han Yiming's face sank. "Blood Hand Hall's people?" "Yes." The woman nodded. "I was ordered by Hall Master Chen to bring your corpse back." "Just you?" "I alone am enough," the woman replied. "Brother Han." Lu Kai called out worriedly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Han Yiming turned to the woman and asked, "Are you Chen Ruoyan?" "You know me?" the woman asked in surprise. "Of course I know you." Han Yiming sneered, "If it was someone else, I would be afraid. But I never expected that Hall Master Chen would actually send you here." "Did you offend Hall Master Chen?" "What do you mean?" Qing Yan didn't quite understand. "Only if you offended Hall Master Chen would he send you to kill me, right? Didn't he tell you that I've already broken through to the late stage of the heaven-shattering realm?" Han Yiming looked at Qing Yan and said, "As for you, if I remember correctly, you should only be a heaven-shattering early-stage martial artist, right?" "No, I'm also in the middle stage now." "That's still not enough." Han Yiming gritted his teeth. "Do you think I'm that kind of mediocre person? Do you think that with your middle-stage heaven-breaking realm strength, you're able to defeat me?" Han Yiming was very confident. However, Yi Qingyan was even more confident than him. When Han Yiming came to Jiangpingwa to carry out his mission, Qingyan had yet to challenge the heart-tempering room. Naturally, he did not know about the over 10 arena tournaments that had shaken the entire Blood Fiend sect. If he knew, he probably wouldn't be so confident. Qingyan did not plan to say anything more. She pulled out her scarlet blood sword, and the blood-red sword body glowed with a scarlet light in the darkness. The blood-red slaughter Upanishad burst out, filling the entire cave. Then, he instantly charged towards Lu Kai. Lu Kai was still strong. After all, she was the last survivor of the Lu clan. However, she was only at the early Xiantian stage. In front of Qing Yan, she was as weak as a baby. Qing Yan's speed was extremely fast, and the scarlet sword in her hand was about to touch Lu Kai in an instant. After discovering that Qing Yan's target was not him but Lu Kai, Han Yiming was instantly enraged. He knew very well that with Chen Ruoyan's strength, Lu Kai would be instantly killed without being able to resist. If it was a critical moment, he couldn't care less and directly stood in front of Lu Kai. Illusion Snake Sword Technique. The scarlet-red flexible sword swayed in the air, turning into 7 swords, simultaneously attacking Han Yiming's vital points and joints. Han Yiming was worthy of being an elite of the Blood Hand Hall. In this kind of crisis, his reaction was very fast. Profound of slaughter, profound of rain, blood rain saber. Han Yiming brandished the blood saber in an airtight manner, blocking all of Qing Yan's attacks in an instant. "I know her. Defeating her isn't a problem. If you stay here, she will definitely attack you first." Han Yiming roared, "You go first. If you stay here, I will be easily distracted. He's looking down on you." Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, timely interrupted, "He doesn't even have the slightest bit of concealment." Hearing this, Qing Yan's expression became even colder. Lu Kai shouted, "Then be careful." "No problem." Lu Kai turned around and ran towards the interior of the cave. Was there another exit? This thought flashed through Qing Yan's mind. In this cave, the area near the entrance was rather wide. Inside the cave, the entrance was rather narrow. With Han Yiming standing in front of Qing Yan, it was impossible for Qing Yan to go past him to chase after Lu Kai. "Let me see how powerful Sect Master Nye's unnamed disciple is." Han Yiming looked coldly at Yi Qing Yan and said, "I've always wanted to fight with you. Now, my wish has come true. If you die here, Sect Master Nye will probably feel heartache, right?" Qing Yan replied, "He won't feel heartache. that Lu Kaier will. Inside the cave, the two exchanged 2 more moves. Qingyan was at a disadvantage. Then, she directly rushed out of the cave. Han Yiming didn't notice and followed her out. Outside the cave, Qingyan suddenly felt enlightened. Fighting in the cave, the 2 Heavenbreaker martial artists couldn't fully display their abilities. Especially Yi Qingyan, she couldn't fully utilize her advantage in speed. Do you think you can escape? Han Yiming's voice came from behind. Qingyan sneered, but she didn't turn around. Han Yiming chased for less than half an hour but still couldn't catch up to Chen Ruoyan. Just as he was hesitating whether to go back or not, his pupils suddenly shrank. Yi Qingyan, who had been running not far in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Before he could figure it out, a blood-red light suddenly appeared beside him. He desperately twisted his body and missed the blood-red light. Almost at the same time he twisted his body, the blood-red light moved away again. A burning pain came from his face. Han Yiming didn't need to look to know what the blood-red light had left on his face. So, this is your true strength? No wonder Sect Master Nya took you in as a disciple. Han Yiming's heart gradually sank. He knew that the movement technique Chen Ruoyan had just displayed was enough to make all late-stage Heavenbreaker martial artists despair. However, he didn't feel despair in his heart. Or rather, he didn't have time to feel despair. In a battle with his life on the line, he would always fight with all his strength. He wouldn't have any other thoughts. He was an elite of the Blood Fiend sect's inner sect. Qingyan said disdainfully, "You really talk too much nonsense." She didn't need anyone's approval. She also didn't like people judging her in front of her. In her heart, Han Yiming didn't have this qualification. Han Yiming stared at Qingyan. To be precise, he stared at the crimson blood flexible sword in her hand. When the blood-red sword light attacked again, his heart instantly rose to his throat. Move. Move. He could barely see Qingyan's figure, but his body still couldn't react in time. His body couldn't keep up with Qingyan's movements. He was always a beat slower. Han Yiming could be considered to have experienced hundreds of battles in the Blood Fiend sect. However, this was the first time he saw a middle-stage Heavenbreaker martial artist with such a movement technique. It could be said that even the peak-stage Heavenbreaker martial artists who were most proficient in movement techniques in the sect wouldn't be so terrifyingly fast. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, Han Yiming didn't panic in his heart. He maintained his calm and perseverance from beginning to end. He endured the intense pain and didn't make a sound. He kept his eyes wide open and didn't give up chasing that blood-red sword light. He didn't give up moving his body to dodge. However, he still failed, his consciousness became more and more blurry. His body gradually started to turn cold. The whole world was upside down. He fell on the ground. His eyes were still wide open. His gaze passed through the weeds and still looked at the location of the blood-red light, Yi Qingyan's direction. Then, Chen Ruoyan's figure enlarged in front of him. In the end, there was only a pair of beautiful boots in front of him. "You're not bad." Qingyan looked at the man on the ground and said seriously, "I'll give you a quick death." Hee hee. Han Yiming sneered in response to Qingyan. There was also disdain and mockery in his laughter. Qingyan didn't argue with him. She would never argue with a person who was about to die. "Kill me." "Yeah. Then why didn't you do it?" Han Yiming asked weakly. "I was waiting for someone." "Waiting for someone?" Han Yiming was shocked. He forcefully turned over and looked at the night sky behind him. "She's here." Qingyan touched her hair and said softly, "It seems like she really likes you." Han Yiming wanted to prop himself up, but both of his arms were crippled. He used his last bit of strength and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lu Kaier, get away from me." Han Yiming's voice was very loud and it almost resounded through the entire Dark Cloud Mountain range. However, Chen Hao knew very well that Lu Kaier wasn't scared off by Han Yiming. Instead, she rushed over even more desperately because of his voice. Qingyan felt her nose sour. Standing in front of Han Yiming, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, she felt like a failure. Did Han Yiming really betray the House of Blood Fiend because of Lu Kaier? Chen Hao replied, "It might be because of this." Only Han Yiming knew what it was exactly. However, according to Han Yiming's character, it was impossible for him to reply to Qing Yan. No matter how unwilling Han Yiming was, Lu Kaier still appeared in front of him. "Brother Han." Lu Kaier looked at Han Yiming, who was on the ground, and her tears flowed freely. She took out a lancet and blocked in front of Han Yiming. "Kaier, leave quickly. You're not her opponent. No, let's die together. I don't have anything left anyway." "You stupid woman." Lu Kaier pleaded with tears, "Senior, can you let me and Brother Han go? Even if I beg you, our Lu clan really doesn't have an earth rank sword technique. That's just a rumor. If we really did have one, how could our Lu clan have fallen to such a state?" Qing Yan held the red blood sword and didn't answer Lu Kaier's question. Instead, she said to Chen Hao inside the red blood sword, "Lord Jianling, they seem to be truly in love. Even I am a little envious." Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan strangely. "So, you plan to bury them together?" "I want to use the same coffin. After all, the sect probably won't take back their corpses. This should be a happy ending for them. At least they'll be together." Qing Yan looked at the red blood sword in her hand. She could feel that the Jianling of the red blood sword was also looking at her. Chen Hao realized that there was a rare tacit understanding between him and Yi Qingyan. Lu Kaier's strength wasn't bad, but she still couldn't stop Yi Qingyan. She fulfilled her promise to Han Yiming and gave them a quick death. When the sword reached a certain level, they didn't even have time to feel pain. Qing Yan returned to Saneo village and announced to the people of the Red Cloud Merchant Association that the mission was completed. They could return. The mission is completed just like that? The person in charge of searching for Han Yiming in the Black Cloud Mountain Range was a heaven-breaking realm martial artist. Yes, Han Yiming and Lu Kaier's corpses are both in the spatial ring. Do you want to take a look? Lady Chen, you must be joking. How can I not believe you? The heaven-breaking realm martial artist said politely, "I just didn't expect. The members of the Blood Hand Hall are all elites." This was the difference in status. Even though this heaven-breaking realm martial artist was stronger than Qing Yan, he still didn't dare to offend her. After all, she was a member of the Blood Hand Hall of the House of Blood Fiend. "You joined the House of Blood Fiend halfway?" "Yes." The heaven-breaking realm martial artist said with a smile, "In the past, I was just a loose cultivator. Later, I thought it through and joined the House of Blood Fiend." "Oh right, why did Lady Chen ask this?" Qing Yan knew that if she hadn't revealed her talent and potential, she might have been sent out like this heaven-breaking realm martial artist. "No, nothing. I'm just asking. I'm going back to submit the mission." "Okay, then I'll go back too." Qing Yan traveled through the night and returned to the Blood Hand Hall. Hall Master Chen wasn't there, but this didn't stop her from submitting the mission. The door of the mission submission office was open, which meant that no member of the Blood Hand Hall had submitted the mission. Qing Yan walked in and saw Elder Xia drinking tea at a long table. "Elder Xia, I'm here to submit the mission." "Ruoyan, your mission was completed so quickly?" "Yes." "Where are the corpses?" Qing Yan stretched out her hand, and a coffin appeared in the hall. "You guys check it." The coffin lid was opened, and Han Yiming and Lu Kaier's corpses appeared in front of the inspectors. Elder Xie glanced at the two corpses and said with a smile, "Little girl Ruoyan is so meticulous. She even knows to put the corpses in the coffin, unlike the others who throw the corpses on the ground and make the floor dirty. Get used to it." "Yes, this is a good habit." The inspectors pursed their lips and held back their laughter. Soon, they finished inspecting the corpses. "The Earth-grade martial technique is fake. Lu Kaier said it herself before she died." "Yes, it's fine. If it's not, then it's not. When I sent Han Yiming and the others to investigate, I didn't expect that they all didn't return alive. What a pity." Elder Xia sighed with emotion and said with a smile, "It's a pity for Han Yiming. He's actually quite a good person, and he never troubled others. It's a pity that he did something wrong and took the wrong path. Also, this is Han Yiming's spatial ring. The corpses of the other members of our Blood Hand Hall are inside." Elder Xiao looked at the corpses inside and rubbed his forehead. They're indeed people who were together with Han Yiming. But I didn't expect that Han Yiming really did it for that woman. If you have an opinion, can't you talk it out? Youngsters these days are all too impulsive. Qingyan knew how Elder Xia guessed. There were 2 corpses inside, their clothes disheveled. Killed traitor Han Yuming. Reward, 500 sect contribution points, 50 points for Lu Kaier, 300 points for 3 heaven-breaking realm martial artist corpses. This mission, a total of 850 points. Hearing this amount, Qingyan pursed her lips. She felt like she was dismissing a beggar. Don't look down on it. This reward is already not bad. Elder Xia said helplessly. Logically speaking, this kind of mission should be carried out by a small team. Not to mention that their speed isn't as fast as yours, all the rewards will be divided among several people. Think about it. All right. Qingyan glanced at the coffin and asked, oh right, can I handle their corpses? Why? In any case, you guys aren't going to take their corpses. Qingyan remembered clearly that she only got the contribution points for killing the 2 people, and didn't get the contribution points for the corpses. Humph, do the corpses of the people you killed still have any value? Qingyan didn't say anything. The corpses bitten by the red blood sword were all worthless. What are you going to do with their corpses? Find a place with beautiful scenery and bury them. I can see that their relationship was really good. You're really kind. Elder Xia said with a chuckle. Take it. Qingyan took a serious look at Elder Xia. He indeed didn't seem to be speaking sarcastically before leaving. Rushing about for more than 10 days for a mission, but only obtaining a few hundred sect contribution points in the end, Qingyan really couldn't muster up the spirit to do the sect mission. Seeing her dispirited appearance, Chen Hao immediately encouraged, Qingyan, you have to be more serious. I'm still counting on you to live. Hearing Lord Jianling's words, Qingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was this and what? Elder Xia, what mission is there that doesn't take much time, but needs to kill more people? Left with no choice, Qingyan could only speak. It's best if the sect contribution points are more generous. You understand? I understand, of course I understand. Elder Xia chuckled as he looked at the other sect members. Recommend a few suitable missions for Ruoyan, suitable for a late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist to take on. All right. With Elder Xia present, this group of people moved very quickly. Not long after, missions suitable for Qingyan were listed out. Qingyan took a look. The first mission had the style of the House of Blood Fiend. Annihilate Ansu Country's Longbei City's Wang family. This Wang family was the #1 family in Longbei City. On the surface, the Wang family had 7 heaven-breaking realm martial artists. The strongest was the Wang family's ancestor, whose strength was close to peak stage heaven-breaking realm late stage. The reason for annihilating them was that the House of Blood Fiend's heaven-breaking realm late stage inner court disciple Chen Su went missing near Longbei City while carrying out a mission. The Blood Hand Hall suspected that Longbei City's Wang family was responsible. Chen Su's disappearance in Longbei City was really done by the Wang family? Don't know. Elder Xia shook his head. However, there's only one veteran heaven-breaking realm late-stage martial artist in Longbei City that can pose a threat to Chen Su. So, no matter if Chen Su's disappearance was done by the Wang family or not, our House of Blood Fiend must take some action. This kind of thing can't be tolerated. As long as we shrink back slightly, other small forces will take a mile after taking an inch. We have to let them deeply feel our House of Blood Fiend's fist. So, even if it wasn't done by the Wang family, we have to treat it as if it was done by them. I understand what you mean. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. When Qingyan was in Zhou country, her subordinates often. In order to intimidate others, once he caught one, he would frame them with a crime and implicate a large group of people. Then, heads would roll. He was known as the ruthless lackey. This mission was quite suitable for gentle beauty. The reward was much better than hunting down Han Yuming. Then came the second mission. The second mission was to hunt down and kill an unknown late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist. That martial artist was proficient in the rarely seen corpse refining technique, and he also controlled a very powerful walking corpse. The walking corpse's entire body was invulnerable and abnormally hard. It was extremely terrifying. That martial artist had massacred a small city in the South Moon Kingdom, and it just so happened that within the Blood Fiend sect, a deacon's family was in that small city. Not a single person in the entire family was spared. Half a month ago, the Blood Fiend sect's deacon used 1,000 contribution points to issue a mission, hoping that the Blood Fiend sect could help him take revenge. In the end, a small team accepted his mission and only one person escaped. It feels like a lot of things have happened recently. Gentle Yen sighed as she looked at the mission. This month, our Holocaust sect has indeed suffered a great loss. After Old Xia finished speaking, he glanced at Qing Yen. The biggest loss was caused by you. They're courting death. Don't blame me. I know, I don't care. Old Xia smiled and said, your movement technique is good, so it's not bad to accept this mission. According to the disciples who escaped, that martial artist controlling the walking corpse actually has very ordinary strength. It's just that the walking corpse is extremely terrifying. A total of 3 Blood Hand Hall members died. The strongest one was a late-stage heaven-shattering realm Blood Hand Hall member. He didn't pay attention at first and was directly torn apart by the walking corpse. Demonic Dao martial artists who are proficient in corpse refining technique obviously control the strongest corpse puppets. Those corpse puppets aren't afraid of pain and aren't afraid of death. They're indeed a headache. Zhou Kingdom once had a sect that was proficient in corpse refining technique, and it could be said to be notorious in the Black Blood Kingdom. However, it had already vanished into thin air. Qing Yan glanced at the remaining missions and thought for a moment before saying, I'll still choose the first one. Overall, the first mission was still the most suitable for Yi Qing Yan. She did missions mainly for the Red Blood Sword and to raise her cultivation at the same time. How could that late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist who appeared in the South Moon Kingdom compare to the group of heaven-shattering realm martial artists in the Ansu Kingdom? Moreover, the sect's contribution points were also the most rewarding. Going so far to the South Moon Kingdom only to kill one person. How boring would that be? Alright, you make the decision anyway. Old Xia nodded and said, however, you have to be careful. The Wang family has quite a lot of heaven-shattering realm martial artists, but the strongest should be that person. N. Qing Yan thought for a moment and said, can you help me find more missions to kill people in the Ansu Kingdom? I want to do a few missions at once, and the rest I have to run back and forth. Old Xia? The Blood Hand Hall staff member turned and asked him. Is there a problem? Qing Yan asked doubtfully. Old Xia explained, normally, in order to prevent vicious competition, missions can only be taken one at a time. Not only our Blood Hand Hall is like this, the inner sect and outer sect also have the same rule. Then what if I want to do a few missions at once? It has to be an elite of the Blood Hand Hall, and you have to bet double the sect's contribution points. If you fail the mission or don't complete it within the stipulated time limit, the contribution points will be gone. Am I an elite? Qing Yan asked softly. Yes. If you're not an elite, then who is? In any case, you're also a vice captain. It would have been fine if Old Xia didn't mention this, but now that he did, Qing Yan remembered that she was also a vice captain of a small team. Unfortunately, she had always walked the path of a lone wolf, and had never carried out a small team mission. Go, help Ruoyan find a mission from the Ansu Kingdom, the kind that requires killing people. Alright. Not long after, Qing Yan received 3 missions from the Wang family of Longbei City. The second mission was to destroy a small sect, and it was said that this sect was related to the Whitebone sect. As for the third mission, it was a little troublesome. The mission requirement was to assassinate the city lord of the Ansu Kingdom's Water Phoenix City, and the reward was quite generous, 1,500 contribution points, 3 times more than the Blood Fiend sect's traitor Han Yuming, who was at the late stage of heaven-shattering realm. It required Qing Yan to not reveal her identity as the Blood Fiend sect. Our Blood Hand Hall people also act as assassins? Yes, as long as the price is right, our Blood Fiend sect will also accept this kind of mission. Old Xia explained simply, outside our Blood Fiend sect, there are not only businesses, sects, clans, there are also other organizations. If they can't handle it, or if it's suitable for our Blood Hand Hall people can do it. Our House of Blood Fiend needs supplies, we can't just rely on robbing, right? So occasionally we do some legitimate business and let the disciples of Blood Hand Hall act as assassins. Not only can they gain experience, but they can also get a good reward. Why not? Xiao Lao saw Qing Yan's twitching mouth and said with a smile, taking people's money to solve their problems. Isn't it very legitimate? Indeed. Qing Yan nodded seriously. After spending a little more than a month, Qing Yan once again returned to the House of Blood Fiend. The 3 missions in the Ansu Nation were not out of her scope. Because of the Scarlet Blood Sword's escort, she could be considered to have completed the missions perfectly. The mission is completed? Yes, it's all completed. Here are the corpses. A pile of coffins was neatly placed in front of Xiao Lao. The few members of Bloodhound Hall began to open the coffins to check the corpses. They had already seen Qing Yan's style. Xiao Lao was also there. He did not finish checking the corpses and directly said, "Not bad, Ruoyan. You completed your missions very quickly. You didn't make any mistakes. Among the members of Bloodhound Hall, your recent performance is quite eye-catching." He believed that no idiot in Bloodhound Hall would fool the sect. Checking the corpses was just to confirm. The members of Bloodhound Hall would also make mistakes. This was very normal. No one dared to guarantee that they could complete their mission 100%. When going out to complete a mission, there would always be countless accidents. Their strength is not bad, but they are still not my opponent. I like your style of using coffins to store corpses. But in Bloodhound Hall, it can't be promoted. Xiao Lao rubbed his forehead in distress. Xiao Lao really tried it? Yes, those bastards said that it was inauspicious to store a pile of coffins in the interspatial ring. They also said that their interspatial rings were too small. Unless the sect gave them a large capacity interspatial ring. Xiao Lao spread out his hands. How is that possible? If you want a good interspatial ring, go get it yourself. But I have to say that your luck to be able to complete 3 missions is also very good. Qing Yan asked doubtfully, what luck? Do you still remember, a month ago when you came to accept a mission, the mission in Nanue country that I recommended to you? Of course I remember. That warrior who specializes in refining corpses? Yes. Elder Xia said helplessly. Our Blood Fiend sect had a heaven-breaking tier peak stage member, He Xiao, who went, but ended up empty-handed. But it's also fortunate that he ended up empty-handed, or else he might not have been able to return. What do you mean? That martial artist who was good at refining corpses destroyed another city. Because he was too arrogant, he was quickly killed by a transcendent realm martial artist, Gao Xiang. However, before Gao Xiang could leave, that martial artist was also killed. He was killed in one blow without any room to resist. According to the experts who witnessed Gao Xiang's death with their own eyes, the person who killed Gao Xiang should be a Grand Dominion realm expert. So, if you really finish the task before the Nanue Kingdom's martial artists, you will also die. In that case, my luck is also extremely good. Hearing Qing Yan's words, Chen Hao shook his head in his heart. He didn't have the heart to tell this child the truth. It was good for her to be so confident. Yes. Elder Xia smiled. Of course talent is important for a warrior, but luck is also important if you want to achieve great things. I think my luck is pretty good. At least I'm still alive now. Right, do you still want to take on missions? After the last Mystic Realm, many Bloodhound Hall members are a bit lazy. I'll rest for a while. I feel like I might break through again. Elder Xia glanced at Qing Yan's strength. You're almost at heaven-breaking late stage. Your strength is growing too fast. It's best to suppress it first. Before you find the heart of martial arts, it's best that you don't try to break through to Transcendent Realm, otherwise. After Qing Yan left, someone asked Elder Xia, you seem to be very concerned about this Chen Ruoyan. You wouldn't say so much to an ordinary person. Elder Xia shook his head. I just feel that this girl is too pitiful. Her talent and perception are clearly top-notch, but she just can't let others be at ease. I think Lord Vicehead probably has the same thoughts as me. He should feel more troubled than me. After all, Chen Ruoyan is his only in-name disciple. If her talent wasn't so good, believe it or not, she would have been kicked out of the sect by Vicehead Miao long ago. You should know that martial artists who comprehend the profound meaning of slaughter don't have a heart of martial arts. That's the most fatal flaw. Among the experts who possess slaughter divine abilities and slaughter domain, which one of them doesn't have a firm heart of martial arts? Those who don't have a heart of martial arts have almost all died from chi deviation. She also cultivates that kind of evil cultivation method. Her current strength is indeed valiant, but anyone with eyes can see that her martial arts path won't last long. But sect head Nya is a bit reluctant. I'm also a bit reluctant. When I was young, I couldn't wait for all the geniuses above me to die. Now that I'm old, my thoughts are different, sigh. After returning to her residence, Qingyan rested for 2 days. Every day, she would ponder over the mystic-level cultivation method and martial skills that Chen Hao taught her until an uninvited guest came to her door. The girl knocked on her door. "Master, there's someone outside who wants to see you." "Who?" "Xianxia." "I don't know him. He said that his great-grandfather is sect head Yen." When Qingyan heard the 3 words sect head Yen, she immediately stood up and opened the door. "Why is he here?" "I don't think I know him." Ever since she joined Holocaust sect, Qingyan had never seen sect head Yen. But Yen clan's influence in Holocaust sect was extremely strong. Although Holocaust sect was a sect, there were also many clans and influences mixed in. Especially the upper echelons of the sect. They had a long lifespan and tyrannical strength. Intentionally or unintentionally, their descendants would slowly form a force in the sect. Of course, Yen clan was among them. Compared to Yen clan, Qin clan that Qing Yifei was in wasn't even worth mentioning in the sect. As Nya Lakun's unofficial disciple, she had never thought of getting involved in Holocaust sect's internal strife. At the same time, she didn't want to offend them. "I don't know. I didn't dare to ask." Xiaoyu said softly. "All right, I'll go and see him." "Where is he?" Xiaoyu said softly. They entered the living room. "I didn't dare to block their way." Qingyan didn't blame Xiaoyu. She was just a maid. Of course, she wouldn't dare to block the Yen clan. Otherwise, even if that person from Yen clan killed her, no one would seek redress for her. Not even Qingyan. Qingyan walked out of the room and came to the living room. She saw 3 people sitting in the living room. One of them had a strong sense of possessiveness in his eyes the moment he saw her. Qingyan was very familiar with this kind of gaze. Many men who saw her for the first time would be like this. In the House of Blood Fiend, she had Nya Lakun as her backing. She had the ability to rely on and the reputation to protect her. Therefore, even if there were people from the House of Blood Fiend who were interested in her, they would deliberately conceal it. "You are?" Before Yen Xiaola could speak, someone beside him spoke for him. "Greetings, Miss Chen. This is Yen Xiaola, a member of the Yen family." "Xiao Feng, how many times have I told you? Don't emphasize that the master is my great-grandfather." Yen Xiaola pretended to say. The one called Xiao Feng quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, young master. I was wrong. I won't do it again." When Qin Hao saw this scene, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Qingyan frowned and asked, "Why are you here today?" Perhaps Yen Xiaola didn't expect Qingyan to be so direct that she didn't even bother to exchange conventional greetings. He didn't react in time and messed up the speech that he had prepared earlier. "It's like this, Miss Chen. Our young master came especially for you." "Me?" Qingyan pointed at herself and looked at Yen Xiaola with a puzzled expression. Yen Xiaola nodded. "Young master Yen wants me to help you kill someone?" Chen Hao held back his laughter in his heart. Qingyan was also pretending to be confused. He could guarantee with his character that Qingyan definitely guessed the other party's intention. "Kill someone? Kill who? Isn't it too much of a killjoy to talk about killing someone now?" Yen Xiaola waved his hand and said, "How can I let such a beautiful girl like Miss Ruoyan kill someone?" Chen Hao was stunned. Recently, Yi Qingyan's name had spread throughout the entire House of Blood Fiend. Similarly, many people knew about her beautiful appearance. Yen Xiaola wasn't well known in the House of Blood Fiend, but many people knew that he was fond of beauties. Therefore, it was impossible for Qingyan not to be known by Yen Xiaola. When Yen Xiaola saw Qingyan for the first time, he knew that Chen Ruoyan was the type of woman that he liked, beautiful. Yen Xiaola could swear that he had never seen a woman as beautiful as Chen Ruoyan in his life. Not only was Chen Ruoyan beautiful, but her temperament was also extraordinary. His entire body exuded a cruel stench of blood and a chill that kept people away, as well as a faint aura of a superior. A woman with this kind of temperament would make most men feel ashamed of their inferiority and not dare to approach her. But it just so happened that her brows and eyes seemed to constantly reveal a strand of sorrow and confusion that couldn't be dispelled, as if she'd seen through the illusions of the mortal world. Xianxia was slightly fascinated by the fusion of this strange temperament. He even fantasized in his mind, fantasizing about how such a woman would behave in bed. She was definitely a top-notch woman. Speak, what is it? Don't beat around the bush. Xianxia could hear the other party's impatience. His status, which had always been successful, seemed to be useless in front of her. However, he could understand. There were many weirdos in the House of Blood Fiend. In the past, there weren't any pretty ladies in the Blood Fiend sect. This was the first time he had laid his hands on a lady in the sect. Miss Ruoyan, it's like this, I fell in love with you at first sight. After saying that, Xianxia looked at Yi Qingyan expectantly. Qingyan expressionlessly asked, and then? And then? Qingyan used her eyes to force him. Yes, and then? In front of Qingyan, Xianxia actually felt pressured. The two followers behind Xianxia didn't dare to speak at this moment. I want you to be my woman. Qingyan stared at Xianxia. She didn't say anything and was completely indifferent. I can marry you, the official kind. Xianxia took a deep breath and took out his biggest bargaining chip. Although he liked women, it was all just for fun. Those women tried all sorts of ways to climb into his bed. How could he be serious? He really didn't have an official wife. Chen Ruoyan was the unofficial disciple of Vice Master Nye. Xianxia didn't dare to offend her. It was true that his great-grandfather was the Vice Master, but it didn't mean that he dared to offend the Vice Master. From the moment he saw Qingyan, he felt that marrying this woman would definitely not be a disgrace to himself. Thank you for your appreciation, but I'm not interested. Not interested, not interested. Xianxia lowered his voice and said, Vice Master Yan is my great-grandfather. My grandfather is the patriarch of the Yan clan. My father is my grandfather's eldest son. In the clan, I'm also the eldest of my generation. In the future, I can inherit the position of the clan. If you marry into the Yan clan, it will definitely be much more comfortable than fighting for your life in the Bloodhound Hall. Won't you consider it? Not considering. Qingyan glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, send the guest out. Wait, can you tell me why? Do you really want me to say it? Qingyan tilted her head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said unwillingly, say it. There's no why. I'm just not interested in you. Xianxia's face instantly became extremely ugly. He stretched his face out for Qingyan to slap. Qingyan didn't hold back and gave him a few slaps. How cruel, too cruel, Chen Hao was overjoyed and red blood soared. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I think you might have some misunderstandings about me. No misunderstandings. Qingyan rudely interrupted Xianxia. Then what kind of person do you like? Xianxia swore that this was the first time in his life that he spoke so humbly to a woman. This was already his greatest patience. Qingyan looked at him deeply. Can you become the kind of person I like? I can give it a try. I believe that I won't lose to anyone. Xianxia's two followers and the little servant girl all pricked up their ears. I like dead people. As soon as these words came out, the hall instantly fell silent. Even Xianxia opened his mouth wide, but couldn't say a word. So? Do you plan to try, or just give up? You're making fun of me, aren't you? Xianxia's face flushed red. His eyes were wide open, and his body was surrounded by a murderous aura. He looked like a ferocious tiger that was about to devour its prey. Although Xianxia looked like he was still a member of the Yan clan. Under the careful nurturing of the Yan clan, he had reached the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm at such a young age. He could be considered as the top among his peers. Was Qingyan making fun of Xianxia? Chen Hao didn't think so. After all, Qingyan had the same hobby as him. Chen Hao also liked dead people. Under Xianxia's tyrannical aura, ordinary middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists might be flustered and feel fear, but Qing Yan wouldn't. No matter what, Qing Yan was also someone who had seen big scenes. Yan Shao's aura was much worse than 17's and Zhou Li was. It couldn't even compare to Xiao Hongyan's. But did he think that Qing Yan was just like that? No. What Chen Hao didn't expect, what everyone present didn't expect, was that Qing Yan actually pulled out the red blood sword with a cold face. The red blood sword's long and narrow blade flickered with a faint bloody light. Chen Hao comforted her in a low voice. Qing Yan, is there a need for that? What's the big deal? He proposed marriage to you because he likes you. I think you're not young anymore, and it's time for you to get married. It's not a good idea to drag this on. It's rare for someone to have the courage to propose marriage to you, and it's a good match, so it's not a disgrace to you. Why don't you consider giving birth to a son, and let him inherit the red blood sword after you die? It would have been fine if Chen Hao didn't mention it, but once he did, Qing Yan's killing intent became even stronger. However, this bit of murderous aura was nothing, hiding in the red blood sword. Ordinary people really couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, you seem to be older than him. I think it's feasible for an old cow to eat young grass. Chen Hao saw Qing Yan's full chest heaving up and down. It was impossible to blow it up. Everyone could see that she was angry. You dare to draw your sword against me? Yan Shaola said angrily. Qing Yan desperately suppressed her anger and said, I'll say it again, I'm not interested in you. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Qing Yan stared at Yan Shaola and suddenly smiled. Of course, if you can defeat me in the arena, I can consider it. Arena? Yan Shaola looked at Qing Yan in surprise, and there was some realization in his eyes. Some women seemed to like people who were stronger than them. The more outstanding a woman was, the more she liked the strong. Was Chen Ruoyan outstanding? Of course, even if she didn't have a martial heart, her talent was at the top of the younger generation in the Holocaust sect. This was publicly acknowledged in the sect. Some even suspected that if Chen Ruoyan had a martial heart, her strength might be on par with the number one in the inner sect, Qian Yunxue. I can promise you. Yan Shaola still agreed. His strength was stronger than Qing Yan's, and he was at the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Coupled with the various secret martial arts techniques in his family, he was confident that he could defeat Chen Ruoyan. Qing Yan added, I'm talking about the arena of life and death, how about it? Are you sure? Life and death arena? Yan Shaola never dreamed that Chen Ruoyan would make such a request. Once my sword is unsheathed, there will definitely be blood. I'm afraid that if I accidentally kill you, the Yan family will come after me. Qing Yan looked at Yan Shaola seriously. But Yan Shaola seemed to see her killing intent in her eyes. Was it an illusion? It didn't seem to be the case. Yan Shaola kept feeling that the other party wanted to kill him in the arena. What if I accidentally kill you? Yan Shaola didn't want to admit defeat, so he raised another possibility. If I die, then that's my fate. I have no regrets. Qing Yan's eyes revealed a kind of indifference to life and death. Yan Shaola had seen this kind of indifference in the eyes of many veteran demonic Dao experts. That was a true indifference to life and death. Chen Ruoyan smiled and said, Of course, if you have the confidence to subdue me directly, subdue Chen Ruoyan directly. Yan Shaola knew that this was definitely a joke. He was also clear about the other party's strength. Even if he was one level higher than the other party, he didn't have the confidence to subdue the other party. Was this actually another kind of obscure, threatening with death? At least, that was what Yan Shaola thought. Thinking of this, even he was a little hesitant. If he liked a woman, he would go to the life and death arena with her. Yan Shaola didn't want to see this result at all. Moreover, if something really happened to Chen Ruoyan, how could he explain it to Nye Li Shui? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Nye Shui still cared about Chen Ruoyan quite a lot. Am I that unworthy to your eyes? I like to be alone. Can you understand? Then forget it. Yan Shaola suddenly felt a little dispirited. He waved at the two followers, then we won't disturb you anymore. Let's go. Looking at Yan Shaola and the others leaving, Qing Yan's face still didn't look good. Chen Hao asked, if he really goes to the life and death arena with you, what will you do to him? Of course I'll kill him. TSK. what a cold and heartless woman. Sir Jianling, you are more likable when you don't speak. Chen Hao suppressed his laughter and said, no matter how much I hate it, there will always be someone who likes me. Narcissist. Yan Shaola brought the two followers and left the Blood Hand Hall. The follower, Xiao Feng, said, young master, are we just going to let it go like this? The other follower also interrupted, yes, I can also see that young master Yan likes this Chen Ruoyan, right? Yan Shaola said helplessly, of course I like her. But what can I do? Can't you see? When she mentioned the life and death arena with me, I felt that she really wanted to kill me. Xiao Feng asked, does she dare? Yan Shaola asked back, does she not dare? The two lackeys didn't say anything. Yan Shaola said, do you know why I keep such a low profile in the sect? I can be sure that in the Holocaust sect, there are at least 80% of the inner disciples who dare to make a move on me. If we stand in the life and death arena, then it will be 100%. If I really go to the life and death arena with Chen Ruoyan, I can be sure that she will definitely kill me. The murderous look in her eyes can't lie. To be honest, young master, I don't understand why you like this Chen Ruoyan. She is indeed a beauty, but don't you think that she is too scary? The murderous look on her body just now scared me. I feel that the murderous look on Qian Yunshua's body is not as strong as hers. Xiao Feng advised, I think young master should just give up. Chen Ruoyan is indeed not suitable to marry, especially the cultivation method that she cultivates. The cultivation method that she cultivates, you can persuade her to give up. Yan Shaola looked back at the small loft and said, but I still like her. The colder she is, the more I want to stick to her. The more she rejects, the more I like her. Can you understand my feelings? Is this what it means to be cheap? The two followers looked at each other with tacit understanding. Yan Shaola said helplessly, what's with your eyes? Why don't we send a transcendent realm expert to bring her back? Get lost, what kind of rotten idea is this? Do you think Qingang and Old Xia of the Blood Hand Hall are good for nothings? Do you think Nielakun is a prawn? How many lives do you think I have to kidnap someone in the Blood Hand Hall? Then why don't we wait until she leaves? Zhongshan, you better not come up with such a rotten idea. If this matter is leaked out, we can forget about living. Young master also won't have a good time. Xiao Feng advised. Yes, this young man is right. You can't use force on a girl, especially a girl from our Blood Hand Hall. Yan Shaola, Xiao Feng, and Zhongshan looked at each other and suddenly turned around in panic as if they had seen a ghost. As soon as they turned around, they saw a smiling little old man standing behind them. Yan Shaola awkwardly looked at the old man and obediently shouted, Old Xia. The other two didn't know the identity of the old man in front of them, but they also followed suit and greeted Old Xia with the etiquette of a junior. You guys continue to chat, I didn't hear anything. Obviously, I heard everything. Seeing Old Xia leave, Yan Shaola let out a sigh of relief, let's wait. I'll first investigate what she likes. Maybe I can cater to her taste? It's rare to meet such a woman. Young master, what's Elder Xia's background? You seem to respect him a lot. Yan Shaola hesitated for a moment before saying, he's my grandfather's best friend, and he's been to my house before. Don't even think about kidnapping Chen Ruoyan. Xiao Feng asked, then should we continue to cater to her preferences? Yan Shaola scratched his head. But how do we know what her preferences are? Yan Shaola had had many women, but he was still stuck at the theoretical stage when it came to wooing girls. Most of his knowledge was based on hearsay. After all, he would often bring up his family's influence, and most women would fight to climb into his bed. If the other party wasn't moved, he could also send some experts to force the other party to submit, but this Chen Ruoyan couldn't do anything to her. Why don't we ask Chen Ruoyan's maid? Xiao Feng asked in a low voice. Sigh, you're right. Her personal maid would definitely know better than any of us. Yan Shaola slapped his forehead. Let's go ask her maid. Of course, they wouldn't be so foolish as to ask about Chen Ruoyan's maid themselves. They found the young supervisor of the Hall of the Blood Hand, a young man called Xiaoxing, and asked him to call out Chen Ruoyan's maid, Xiaoyu. Xiaoxing asked on behalf of them, and they listened from the room next door. How would Xiaoxing dare to disobey? He obediently did as he was told. After calling Xiaoyu over, Xiaoxing asked directly, Xiaoyu, I'm going to ask you some questions about Miss Ruoyan. You have to answer honestly, understand? What questions? Brother Xing, you know the rules of the House of Blood. Xiaoxing shook his head. Don't worry, I'm just asking and asking around. I definitely won't do Miss Ruoyan any harm. I just want to know what Miss Ruoyan likes and dislikes. Xiaoyu lowered her voice and asked, Did someone ask you to help ask? Xiaoxing nodded. Xiaoyu thought for a moment before answering, Miss Ruoyan spends most of her time cultivating, what about her? Preferences? Does she have any hobbies? Does playing the zither count? Xiaoyu replied. Miss Ruoyan plays the zither especially well, but her tunes are a little sad, that counts. Starlet thought for a while and asked, Do you have any other hobbies? For example, what do you like to eat? Do you have any favorite animals? Miss Ruoyan has a few beautiful potted plants. Every time she goes out, she asks me to take good care of them. As for what she likes to eat, she doesn't seem to have any dietary restrictions, but she does like to eat demon beast meat. That's all. I understand. You can go about your business now. Remember, don't tell Miss Ruoyan about this. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut. After Xiaoyu left, Xianxia and the others slowly walked out of the room. Xiaoxing bowed and replied, Young Master Yan, I've already asked. Yes, this is a reward from young master. Xianxia casually threw a bag to Xiaoxing and left. After leaving the Blood Hand Hall, Xianxia instructed, You guys go and find some beautiful potted plants. I'll be in charge of the demonic beast meat. Young master is going out to kill demonic beasts? Am I that stupid? I'll go to the kitchen to get it. The next day, when Qingyan was eating, she accidentally picked up a piece of demonic beast meat and put it into her mouth. She immediately tasted something wrong. She looked at Xiaoyu who was standing beside her and asked, Why is today's meat different from before? Xiaoyu asked, Is it because the cook didn't make it well? No, she made it quite well. Is it because of the ingredients? Qingyan tasted the meat and tasted the difference. The spiritual energy contained in today's demonic beast meat was much more than usual. This wasn't even heaven-breaking realm demonic beast meat, but more like transcendent realm demonic beast meat. Within the sect, they were provided with Khanate realm demonic beast meat for free. There was a fixed amount every month. If they wanted to eat higher level demonic beast meat, they would have to pay extra contribution points. Qingyan couldn't bear to eat heaven-breaking realm demonic beast meat. She had only tasted it a few times when she returned from a mission. It wasn't that Qingyan couldn't afford it, but she felt that it wasn't necessary. It wasn't worth it to increase one's strength through eating high-level demonic beast meat. With that little bit of contribution points, she still felt that it was more practical to go to the library and read a few more profound grade martial techniques. Qingyan lightly glanced at her and said coldly, Xiaoyu, are you hiding something from me? Being glared at by Qingyan's cold eyes, Xiaoyu's legs immediately went soft. Qingyan's aura wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. She knelt on the ground and cried, I'm sorry, master. My people asked me about your preferences. I had no choice. Get up. Qingyan didn't look at her and only pushed the meat on the table away. Ask the cook to make another serving. You should understand what I mean, right? This servant will go right away, this servant will go right away. Seeing Xiaoyu leave, Qingyan stared at the plate of meat on the table that was emitting a tempting fragrance and sighed softly. Then, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her body was actually quite honest. Why did you let that servant girl go? Chen Hao asked in the red blood sword. Today, she betrayed your preferences. Tomorrow, she might poison your food. In my opinion, this kind of person who reveals your secrets should be killed. Qingyan supported her head with one hand and forced herself not to look at the plate of meat. She said in a rather weak tone, What can I do? Who can she resist? Even if I kill her, wouldn't it be the same if someone else took her place? The lives of all the servants in the sect are in the hands of the sect. Do you still expect them to be loyal to you? You're quite open-minded. I'm not open-minded, I've seen through it. Qingyan glanced around and saw that there was no one around. She quickly grabbed a piece of meat from the plate and stuffed it into her mouth, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared again. As she chewed on the meat, she narrowed her eyes and her face was filled with enjoyment. She muttered, "Loyalty? So what if I'm loyal? What's the benefit? Back then, in my Zhou country, I served Her Majesty the Empress for so many years. I worked so hard and worked so hard. Didn't I almost get killed? Luckily, I escaped in time. Why did that purple Fong from the southern Demon Mountain Range give false testimony for you? I remember that he doesn't have a good impression of humans. He sold your information. And then you brought me out? Yes, for you, I risked my life." Qin Yan said softly and coquettishly, "Lord Jianling, can you treat me better?" "Old woman, get lost." "Get lost? Humph. What old woman? At least I have someone chasing after me." As she spoke, Qin Yan fell silent. This time, she really didn't look at the plate of meat. "Are you happy being chased by someone?" "Happy? A little, right? But that's all." Very quickly, Qin Yan heard a series of footsteps. Everyone's footsteps were different. Just by hearing the footsteps, she knew that it was Xiaoyu and the rest. She took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Just as she kept the handkerchief into her interspatial ring, the three maids appeared. Xiaoyu said in a low voice, "Master, I've already told the cook auntie. She'll be done soon. Let's heat up the dishes on the table first." "Forget it." She waved her hand and said, "Cook auntie, you don't have to cook anymore. I was just angry just now. I'll just eat the dishes on the table. As for this plate of meat, you guys can feed it to the dog." Seeing that Xiaoyu still did not move, she frowned and asked, "Why are you still in a daze?" Xiaoyu looked at her with grievance, "Master, Bloodhound Hall doesn't have a dog, not even a cat." Qin Yan clenched her teeth and said, "Even so, we can't waste it. Just the three of you, eat it all." Thus, the two maids followed Xiaoyu and stood in the corner. Xiaoyu stared at the plate of demonic beast head in her hand and turned around to glance at Qin Yan. Coincidentally, she met Qin Yan's stern gaze. She shrunk her neck in fear and looked at her two companions. One of her companions swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her eyes were filled with greed. His other companion wasn't much different either. These two did not know the inside story at all. She sighed in her heart and braced herself to say, "Let's split it." Thus, the three maids stood in the corner and ate the meat of the transcendent realm demonic beast while Qin Yan sat at the table and ate the other ordinary home-cooked dishes. This scene was indescribably strange. At least, Chen Hao felt that it was very interesting. Xiaoyu said, "Master, we're done eating. How do you feel?" Qin Yan chewed on a piece of radish and looked at them and asked. "It's just a little hot, just a little hot?" The three maids' faces were already flushed red. Crash! The plate shattered on the ground. Xiaoyu felt dizzy and leaned against the wall. Her nose was itchy. She gently touched it and her hand was full of blood. The other two maids were even more disappointing. They fell down directly where they stood. Transcendent realm demonic beasts were too nutritious for ordinary people to bear. If Xiaoyu was the only one eating this plate of meat, she would die on the spot. However, eating them separately would at least bring more benefits than disadvantages. Qin Yan looked at the three people who had collapsed and ordered the other servants to carry them back to their beds. After thinking for a while, she decided to meet Niela Kun. She didn't expect Yan Shaola to not give up. In the Holocaust sect, she had Niela Kun as her backing and she wasn't afraid of a young man from the Yan family. However, there were some things that she had to guard against. After all, sometimes, the problem might lie with the backer. Vice sect leader said that he doesn't want to see you. The guard told Qin Yan what Niela Kun had said. Qin Yan pursed her lips and said, "Big brother guard, can you report to master that I have an urgent matter?" "This?" The guard hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "This is the vice leader's idea. He doesn't want to see you. You should go back." "I can wait." "It's up to you." Qin Yan stood at the same spot until the sun set. She stood there until dawn of the next day. After the scorching sun shone down, the guard finally appeared. Vice sect leader said that he wants you to meet him. "Thank you." Qingyan finally met Vice Sect Leader Nya. Disciple Chen Ruoyan greets Master. Speak. What's the matter? Vice Sect Leader Nya's voice was very cold. Qingyan briefly told Nya Lakun about Xianxia. I want to tell Master that if he really asked the elders in the family to propose marriage, I hope that Master won't agree to it. Sect Leader Nya said, how did you guess that he would ask someone to propose marriage to me? He said that he will marry you officially. What if he's lying to you? But I'm afraid that he'll be too serious. Qingyan said softly, I just want Master to be mentally prepared so that she won't agree to it. Actually, marrying Xianxia isn't a bad choice. Nya Lakun said, Xianxia is indeed a little lecherous, but he's not stupid. He knows his limits and his martial arts talent isn't bad. Hearing this, Qingyan knew that she had made the right decision to come here. If Xianxia managed to get through to Nya Lakun and made her stand on his side, Qingyan wouldn't feel good. But I'm not interested in people like him. I hate him. Then forget it. I understand what you mean. You can go. It was just a marriage anyway. Nya Lakun didn't mind if she rejected it. Moreover, she didn't think that Xianxia would really ask the elders to propose marriage. Everything was just Chen Ruoyan's guess. Okay. This time, Qingyan didn't delay and left directly. On this day, Xiaoxing found Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what did Miss Ruoyan say? It's about the demon beast meat. Master realized something was wrong with the first bite. She asked me to throw it away. Throw it away. Are you sure? Xiaoyu said in a low voice, Master asked us to throw it away. But can we bear to? You know. Little Star sighed. If you throw it away, then throw it away. If someone asks you about it in the future, just insist that you threw it away. Do you understand? Understood. Xianxia received Xiaoxing's report. He looked at the two followers beside him and said in distress, what should we do? She threw it away. She's a little stubborn. But we can't force her to eat it. There's no choice. She's simply unapproachable. Why don't young Master forget about it? That woman is so fierce. She's not suitable to be a wife. Yes, I think so too. That woman, other than being a little good-looking, has nothing good about her. She's full of thorns. Xianxia's two followers advised him to give up on Chen Ruoyan. Xianxia smacked his lips. But I like this kind of rose. Young Master, I'm not saying she's a rose. I think she's a hedgehog, the kind that's full of thorns. Xianxia tilted his head. Is there such a beautiful hedgehog? Besides, don't you think that girls are cute when they're a little fierce? Young Master, Chen Ruoyan is even a little older than you. Already breaking heaven realm. Age is not an issue. Xiaofeng and Zhang Shan exchanged a glance and both sighed in their hearts. They could all tell that young Master Yen couldn't be persuaded. But the female martial artists of the Bloodlust sect were all famous for being difficult to deal with. Each and every one of them either had explosive tempers or were bloodthirsty and cruel. Not feminine at all. In the past, although Xianxia was lustful, he never touched the female martial artists in the Bloodlust sect. After all, the number of female martial artists in the Bloodlust sect was relatively rare. Those who were slightly beautiful were not many at all. Each and every one of them was like Yingyu, feeling no different from men. When they first saw Chen Ruoyan, they were both stunned. Xiaofeng said, Young Master, why don't you ask the elders in the family to propose marriage to Vice Sect Master Nya? Propose marriage? As for the marriage proposal, we can't use force, and she won't accept soft methods. Even if we find some beautiful potted plants, she will probably throw them away. Therefore, we might as well propose directly. She is in the House of Blood Fiend, and Vice Sect Master Nya is her backer. However, as long as we can persuade Vice Sect Master Nya to agree to this marriage, will Chen Ruoyan have any room to resist? But will Vice Sect Master Nya agree? So, you have to ask the elders in the family. It's best if you can ask your grandfather to come out. On account of the sect master and your grandfather, Vice Sect Master Nya still has a high probability of agreeing to this marriage. After all, Chen Ruoyan is only an in-name disciple. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Asking the elders made him hesitate slightly. How could he persuade the elders? Seeing young Master Yan hesitate, Xiaofeng said, this is the best method now. If young master doesn't want to, then it proves that young master doesn't really like that Chen Ruoyan. Why don't we just let it go like this? Yan Shaola gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. No, it's decided. I'll go find my mother. She'll definitely help me. What Yan Shaola didn't expect was that he spent a whole 10 days to make his mother slightly loosen up. It couldn't be helped. His mother investigated a little and found out all the information about Chen Ruoyan. In the House of Blood Fiend, the comments about Chen Ruoyan were almost all negative. Not having a heart of martial arts, cruel and murderous, cultivated an evil cultivation method quickly and probably wouldn't live more than 100 years, and so on and so forth. Without a heart of martial arts, Yan Shaola's mother didn't really care. Chen Ruoyan had the strength of heaven-breaking realm middle stage, and her talent was already considered pretty good. However, being cruel and murderous and cultivating an evil cultivation method, this made Yan Shaola's mother somewhat dissatisfied. Or rather, Yan Shaola's mother didn't want her son to find a wife in the House of Blood Fiend, where the women in the Holocaust sect still considered women. If he married such a vicious woman, wouldn't he be giving her more trouble? However, she still couldn't stand Yan Shaola's pleading and finally relented. Yan Shaola's mother said angrily, I'll go see her first. I want to see what kind of woman can charm you like this. Yan Shaola lowered his head, his eyes full of pleading. Hence, Qingyan met a strange woman in the library. She had a gentle demeanor and was beautiful. There was almost no smell of blood on her. She didn't look like a member of the Bloodlust sect at all. When she arrived at the library, she did not read any books. Instead, she stood beside Qingyan with a cold expression. Her eyes were critical and unbridled as she sized up Qingyan from head to toe. Qingyan asked politely, Senior, is there something you need? Are you Chen Ruoyan? Yes. Yan Shaola's mother's cold expression gradually warmed up as she sighed softly. I really can't understand why a lady like you would join the House of Blood Fiend, Senior. However, before Qingyan could finish her sentence, Yan Shaola's mother left in a hurry. Qingyan's words were stuck in her throat. Sir Jianling, do you think she's from the Yan family? Who? Could she be Yan Shaola Sr.? Maybe. Chen Hao couldn't be sure about this. That woman didn't say anything. How would he know? He didn't know how to read minds. I hope her impression of me is not too bad. Chen Hao gave Qingyan a bad answer. Judging from her tone just now, her impression of you is probably not bad. Qingyan regretted it. She should have cursed out loud just now. Who knows, she might really be your future mother-in-law. Qingyan completely shut herself off. When Yan Shaola's mother just returned to the Yan family, Yan Shaola's father came looking for her. Yan Shaola's father obviously knew that Yan Shaola wanted to persuade his mother to help him propose marriage. He was also more concerned about his son's marriage. Have you seen that lady? How was it? Yan Shaola's mother smiled helplessly. I finally know why Shaola is obsessed with that lady. That lady is indeed very beautiful. It's as if there's a hook in her eyes. But looks aren't the most important thing when marrying a wife. Yan Shaola's mother glanced at her husband. What are you talking about? I feel like you're implying something. That's not what I meant. Madam, you're definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I just want to ask if that lady is suitable for you. I don't think so. Yan Shaola's mother shook her head and said, first of all, her personality isn't suitable. As far as I know, that lady doesn't have any good feelings for Shaola. Shaola only asked us for help because she's a thorn in his side and he can't do anything about it. Madam, how do you know? Don't ask about this. Yan Shaola's father asked tentatively, then we don't agree? No, we agree. Why don't we agree? Yan Shaola's mother said, Shaola isn't young anymore. He's always fooling around outside. If he continues like this, his talent will be wasted. It's rare for him to meet a girl that he truly likes. If that Chen Ruoyan can capture Shaola's heart, it doesn't seem impossible for Shaola to marry her. Moreover, Shaola said that after marrying Chen Ruoyan, he'll practice hard and stop fooling around. Yan Shaola's father hesitated, but didn't you say that Chen Ruoyan isn't interested in our son? What are you afraid of? Just marry her. Yan Shaola's mother said domineeringly, if she can marry into our Yan family, it'll definitely be good for her. She may not understand now, but she'll know in the future. Even if she doesn't want to, sometimes things aren't up to her. As long as she marries into our Yan family, with me around, she won't be able to stir up any trouble. Then I'll go look for Nyala-kun? I think it's better for the old master to step in. After all, he's the head of the Yan family. If he steps in, Nyala-kun will more or less give him some face for the sake of the sect leader. Even if you go, she might not necessarily meet you. It's better not to trouble the old master with this matter. Why? Shala is my son. Isn't he your son too? How can you say that? Fine, fine, fine. I'll go look for my father and ask him to step in. Ask him to step in. When Yen Shala heard the news from his mother, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. He felt that with his grandfather stepping in, this matter was in the bag. When he thought of Chen Ruoyan, he couldn't help but feel excited. Let's make things clear first. After you marry Chen Ruoyan, don't fool around outside anymore. Cultivate well and strive to break through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50. Yen Shala patted his chest and promised, Mother, don't worry. As long as I have a family, I will work hard in cultivating. Okay. At least, Yen Shala's mother believed her son. Many parents believed that as long as their children had a family and a career, they would be able to focus well. Under the urging of his wife, Yen Shala's father persuaded the current head of the Yen family. Hence, Yen Shala's grandfather, the current head of the Yen family, requested to see Nyala-kun. As the current head of the Yen family, Yen Shiguang was still a junior in front of Nyala-kun. When he saw Nyala-kun, he chatted for a while. When he saw the impatience on Nyala-kun's face, he directly explained his purpose of visit. Nyala-kun asked in surprise, You're saying that you're here to propose marriage for your grandson? Your grandson wants to marry Chen Ruoyan? Actually, when Yen Shiguang requested to see him, Nyala-kun had already guessed his purpose of visit. After all, Chen Ruoyan was the one who reminded him. Yes, my grandson Xiao Li's martial talent is not bad. He's already a heaven-breaker martial artist at such a young age. The moment he saw Chen Ruoyan, he fell deeply in love with Chen Ruoyan. These days, he has been begging me to propose marriage. Yen Shiguang promised, but don't worry, deputy head. As long as Chen Ruoyan marries into our Yen family, I will definitely not let her suffer any grievances. I will definitely let Xiao Li treat Chen Ruoyan well. Nyala-kun still believed Yen Shiguang's promise. Some people might lie to him, but Yen Shiguang definitely wouldn't dare. If Chen Ruoyan hadn't come a while ago, he might have really agreed. After all, the Yen clan was a wealthy clan and had countless connections with the House of Blood Fiend. He didn't think highly of Chen Ruoyan, this unnamed disciple, and was even a little worried that this disciple of his would really go mad one day. If Yi Qingyan could be married off, she could stay in the Yen family, take care of her husband and raise her children, and live a peaceful life. It was not a bad ending. Nyala-kun shook her head helplessly. Actually, I wanted to agree, but, vice sect leader? It's like this. More than 10 days ago, my unofficial disciple came to find me and said that if the elders of the Yen family came to propose marriage to her and let her marry Yen Shala, I shouldn't agree. She's really a smart girl. Yen Shiguang said in surprise, did the vice leader agree? At that time I didn't think too much about it. I thought that Yen Shala's old habits were acting up again and he just wanted to play around. He didn't really want to do it, so I agreed. As Yen Shala's grandfather, Yen Shiguang was well aware of Yen Shala's old problems. But no matter what, Yen Shala was his grandson. No matter how mischievous he was still a family member. Since he was a family member, all his evil deeds could be forgiven. Everything could be attributed to youthful frivolity. Anyone who was less than 50 years old could be considered young. Yen Shiguang thought of his son and daughter-in-law's words. He braced himself and asked, Bisect leader, is there any room for negotiation? His words were very tactful. In fact, he just wanted to ask if Nyala-kun could make a decision on his own and settle the marriage. No. Nyala-kun shook his head firmly. He wouldn't go back on his word. At least, he didn't have the ability to make the head of the Yen clan go back on his word. Unless Lord Yen came to him personally, then he would consider it. Unless you can make my registered disciple agree to it willingly. I understand. I thought Chen Ruoyan was also interested in my grandson. Yan Shiguang found a way out. He knew that he could not achieve his goal today. If he really wanted Niao Likun to change her mind, the Yan family would have to pay a price that Niao Likun valued. But was it possible, for a Chen Ruoyan? Looking at Yan Xiaoguang's disappointed look, Niao Likun thought of his own disciple and said, "Actually, I don't understand why you have to come forward. I admit that Chen Ruoyan is indeed a peerless beauty. But she is indeed not suitable to be your grandson's wife. Vice sect leader, you mean, that unofficial disciple of mine may look kind and sweet. But in actual fact, she hides a needle in silk floss. She is vicious and vicious. She has a fiery temper. She is not someone easy to deal with. You will understand if you understand what she has done after she came to the Holocaust sect. There won't be any benefits for your grandson to marry her. You better not force her. I am afraid that she will not be able to control herself and kill your grandson on the wedding night." Yan Shiguang suddenly felt a chill on his body. Would such a situation happen? Not to mention, it was really hard to say. When he came to propose marriage, he was not unprepared. He understood Chen Ruoyan's situation. Massacre, ultimacy, evil martial arts, no martial arts heart, cruel and vicious nature. He knew all these. It was just that he couldn't stop his son and daughter-in-law from begging him. These problems would cause Chen Ruoyan's temperament to be extremely unstable. He felt that if Chen Ruoyan married into the Yan clan, she would not be able to stir up any trouble. But Chen Ruoyan was not going to be a prisoner in the Yan clan. She was going to be a granddaughter-in-law. He couldn't possibly cripple her martial arts, right? Usually, the Yan clan could guard against it. But in bed, he couldn't possibly send someone to spy on them, right? Yan Shiguang thought carefully and sighed in the end. I am old and muddle-headed. Chen Ruoyan is indeed not a good match for Xiaola. It's good that you understand. When Yan Shiguang returned to the Yan clan, his son rushed over quickly. Father, how is it? Yan Shiguang shook his head. It didn't work out. Why? Did sect leader Nia not give us face? No, that Chen Ruoyan informed sect leader Nia 10 days ago. She said that if we went to propose marriage, she would not agree. At that time, sect leader Nia agreed. Then what should we do? What should we do? Yan Shiguang glared. What else can we do? Nothing. Chen Ruoyan is not a good match for Xiaola. Don't mention this again. Yan Shiguang was careful in front of Niao Likun. But when he returned to the Yan clan, he was the head of the clan. Tell Xiaola to give up unless he can make Chen Ruoyan agree. But Xiaola has been thinking about Chen Ruoyan recently. He is not in the mood to cultivate. That's good. Hasn't your disciple Xiaoyun's strength improved very quickly recently? Since Xiaola doesn't want to cultivate, give his resources to Xiaoyun. Don't waste them. No need, no need. Father, I will go back immediately to supervise Xiaola's cultivation. Tell Yan Xiaola that the Yan clan will still operate without him. Since he doesn't want to cultivate, get out and manage the clan's business. The Yan clan doesn't support idlers. So, even if your master personally requested to see the vice headmaster, this matter still didn't come to fruition? Inside the house of bloodlust, Xiao Feng and Zhang Shan stood beside Yan Xiaola. Yes, it didn't come to fruition. Yan Xiaola said in a low voice. It's completely useless. Miss Ruoyan had long guessed what we wanted to do. 10 days ago, she mentioned this matter to Master Nia, so when my grandfather personally went to look for him, he was also rejected. Yan Xiaola added unwillingly, if she didn't inform Vice Headmaster Nia, he might have agreed, and this matter might have come to fruition. Zhang Shan scratched his head and said helplessly, say, how can this Chen Ruoyan be so smart? She even guessed what we wanted to do? Xiao Feng continued to ask, then what did your grandfather say? He told me to give up unless Chen Ruoyan agreed. Yan Xiaola said unhappily, tell me, if Chen Ruoyan agreed, would I need to beg them to propose marriage? Is there really no room for negotiation? There is, there definitely is. As long as the benefits are big enough, Vice Headmaster Nia will definitely be able to give up Chen Ruoyan and use her as a bargaining chip. But you know what kind of person Master Nia is. If the benefits are too small, even Vice Headmaster Niao wouldn't care about it. And the people in the family won't give up too many benefits just to let me marry her. In fact, the other two also understood that the Yen family was right to do this. Even if they wanted to get closer to Niao, they couldn't let Xianxia marry Chen Ruoyan. After all, Chen Ruoyan's future was uncertain. If one day she went berserk and died in the Yen family, how would they explain it to Niao? Xiao Feng said with a troubled expression. The two of us recently found some beautiful potted plants and spent 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to try to send them to Miss Ruoyan. But the result, Xianxia asked anxiously, what's the result? This was his last straw to clutch at. He didn't ask why the potted plants were so expensive. Some potted plants were indeed worth that price. They were all carefully cultivated spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers. In the end, we found out that the expensive potted plants that we had carefully prepared were all planted by old Xia in his little garden. Zhang Shan was also dumbfounded. We asked old Xia, and old Xia said that he picked them up by the roadside. He thought that no one wanted them, so he picked them up and planted them. Xiao's eyes widened. Elder Xia, how can you do this? Young master, can you reimburse us? We are also working for you. 5,000 spirit stones was not a small number. Even Xianxia felt the pinch. The most important thing was that even though he had thrown out 10,000 spirit stones, it didn't even make a splash. You didn't ask Elder Xia for it? Elder Xia said that if it's ours, we can dig it back, but we don't dare. Why? Zhang Shan swallowed his saliva and said, when Elder Xia was talking, the small hoe in his hand accidentally knocked against a rock nearby, and then that rock turned into powder. I feel like he was warning us. Xiao Feng interjected, none of us dared to touch it. Fine, I'll give you the spirit stones. Xianxia felt as if the entire world was against him. After he said this, the three of them fell into a long silence. Zhang Shan couldn't stand such an atmosphere. He asked softly, then, what about Miss Ruoyan? Xianxia said exasperatedly, I called you here because I wanted you to come up with some ideas for me. Young Master Yan, are you still not going to give up? How can I give up? I can't think of any ideas. Xiao Feng spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Xianxia turned his gaze to Zhang Shan, who hurriedly shook his head. What he wanted to say was that if he was brave enough, he could invite a divine-tier expert to snatch Chen Ruoyan away when she left the mountain. However, Zhang Shan didn't dare say it out loud, for fear that he would be implicated if the matter were to be exposed. If that happened, Xianxia might still be able to survive, but he would definitely be dead. You bunch of trash, at the crucial moment, you're all useless. In Qingyan's room in the Hall of the Blood Hand, Chen Hao complained out of boredom, Qingyan, say, it's been so long, why hasn't that Xianxia appeared? Sir Jianling, do you have to be so perverted? Chen Hao said straightforwardly, I'm bored and always want to find some entertainment. The entertainment seems to be here, I smell a very familiar scent. Chen Hao had just finished speaking when a man's voice came from outside Qingyan's room, Chen Ruoyan. When Qingyan heard this, her face turned cold. She immediately jumped to the window and looked down. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Not far away, Xianxia's two followers were also there. Many of the people guarding the Hall of the Blood Hand had already been alarmed. There were very few practitioners who dared to make a ruckus in the Hall of the Blood Hand. Everyone's temper wasn't good. If they met someone with a bad temper, they might get beaten up, therefore, when they heard someone shouting, Chen Ruoyan, many of the Hall of the Blood Hand that didn't have any missions jumped out. After all, the name Chen Ruoyan was very famous in the Hall of the Blood Hand. Isn't that Xianxia? Why is he looking for Chen Ruoyan? Could it be a fight? Some of the practitioners were puzzled. Many of the Hall of the Blood Hand recognized Xianxia. Someone laughed and said, not necessarily, maybe it's a confession. Don't say, it's possible. But can that Xianxia really subdue Chen Ruoyan? It's hard to say, Tisk tsk, what a nostalgic melodramatic plot. Although it's melodramatic, it's still very exciting to watch. Saying this, the blood sword slowly slid from the table to the window. Xianxia saw Yi Qingyan by the window and immediately said excitedly, Chen Ruoyan, it's me. I want to tell you. Xianxia took a deep breath and turned around. When she saw the encouraging eyes of her two followers, she finally gathered her courage and said, I want to tell you, I really. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, Yi Qingyan grabbed the red blood sword and shot towards him from the window. Before Xianxia could react, a huge sword hit his head. Bang! Xianxia was caught off guard. After being hit by the huge sword, he felt dizzy, then, a storm of attacks followed. Bang bang bang! When the other practitioners of the Hall of the Blood Hand saw Xianxia being beaten up, they laughed and were happy to see Xianxia attack, but after laughing, their faces became serious. They were thinking about a very serious question. If Qin Ruoyan attacked them, would they be able to dodge that kind of terrifying movement? Young Master Yan. Xiaofeng and Zhang Shan saw that the situation was not right and immediately rushed forward. However, the strength of the two of them at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking tier was really somewhat insufficient. In merely 2 moves, the two of them seemed to have been hit by a fixed body art at the same time, standing where they were. Zhang Shan stared blankly at Xianxia, who was still being violently beaten. He turned around and pointed at Xiaofeng's neck. Xiaofeng also pointed at his neck. There was a line of blood on their throats. As long as Qin Ruoyan's sword went a little deeper, their throats would be slit. This was a warning, Zhang Shan said. What should we do? Why don't you go? In the Blood Hand Hall, Elder Xia silently looked at the battle in front of him that had completely turned to one side. He stared at Qin Ruoyan with some curiosity, his eyes revealing a kind of envy and admiration. This was the first time he saw Qin Ruoyan fight. He did not expect that Qin Ruoyan's talent and comprehension were much higher than he imagined. Someone asked, Elder Xia, are we not going to stop them? Why should we stop them? Anyway, as long as they don't die or become crippled, it doesn't matter. If they break something, we'll make them pay 3 times the original price. Logically speaking, Xianxia could not have been beaten like this by Qing Yan, but who asked him to be unprepared? Being directly hit by the red blood sword was really not a joke. When Qing Yan felt her whole body heat up, her mood was much better after venting out all the gloominess that she had been feeling recently. So satisfying. Qing Yan put away the red blood sword and could not help but sigh. As for Xianxia, he was already lying on the ground, unconscious. However, Qing Yan was very careful. There were no fatal injuries, only all the bones in his body were broken and his face was swollen beyond recognition. After lying down for a few days, he should be able to jump up again. It was not that Qing Yan did not want to kill, but she had already violated the sex rules. If she really killed Xianxia, she probably would not be able to live. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring him back. Qing Yan reminded Xianxia's 2 followers. Oh. Xiaofeng and Zhang Shan hurriedly carried Xianxia away. After the show ended, the members of the Blood Hand Hall who were watching the show dispersed. Qin Ruoyan, you're fighting really well. A member of the Blood Hand Hall laughed and shouted. Yes, that's right. Very straightforward. We don't want to watch people talk about love. Well done. Ha ha ha. Another wave of laughter rang out. The people from the Blood Hand Hall weren't afraid of Xianxia, especially when there were more of them. Their laughter was unbridled. Xianxia's 2 lackeys quickened their pace. Miss Ruoyan, Elder Xia asked me to pass this to you. Little Star appeared and handed her a piece of paper. Qin Ruoyan glanced at it. Each wall was worth 100 contribution points. 2 XVI floor tiles, 54 contribution points. The cleaning fee was 50 contribution points. After the fight, Qing Yan had lost more than 300 contribution points from the sect. Qing Yan could only say that it was dark enough. It was a complete mess. Qing Yan glanced at the collapsed wall and wondered if it was made of pure gold. It was almost as valuable as a heaven-breaking realm martial artist's life, and the cleaning fee. Qing Yan was a little moved. Was the Blood Hand Hall still recruiting logisticians? She even had the urge to sign up. She believed that with her talent, she was still qualified to sweep the floor. Isn't it too much? Elder Xia personally calculated it. Little Star reminded. To be so brazenly blackmailing, he was indeed worthy of being the Vice Hall Master of the Blood Hand Hall. Elder Xia also said that if you pay according to this price, the Yan family won't use this matter to trouble you. Oh. That's not expensive at all. It's really a good price. Qing Yan suddenly felt that this fee was very good. It's my fault. I'll pay this price. Right, I want to ask, why did Elder Xia help me? In this world, there was no such thing as love or hate for no reason. Qing Yan wasn't narcissistic enough to think that everyone in the world would involuntarily care for her and love her. If Elder Xia was a little younger, she might have guessed in that direction. Little Star hesitated for a moment, then Qing Yan casually handed him a demonic blood pill. This is for you. When Little Star saw this pill, his heart jumped. Miss Ruoyan, this gift is too valuable. It's just a small gift for you. Quickly accept it. Or not. Are you looking down on me? How would I dare? Little Star looked around. When he saw that no one was paying attention to them, he quickly hid the pill. This isn't a secret. Actually, the Blood Hand Hall doesn't allow non-members to enter. But Elder Xia didn't really care about it. So logically speaking, that young Master Yen violated the rules. As long as he's not dead, Elder Xia can speak up and the Yen family won't dare to use this matter to pursue your responsibility. So it's like this. Qing Yan suddenly understood. However, she still had to pay the sex contribution points as she should. Yes, that's right. But Elder Xia has to speak up first. If you have any more important information for me in the future, remember to tell me. At least I won't forget about the benefits. Definitely. Definitely. Little Star hurriedly said. His words came from the bottom of his heart. A heaven-breaking realm demonic blood pill would make any heaven-breaking realm martial artist's eyes red. The value of this pill was equivalent to 3 years of his income. After coming to the Blood Hand Hall for 10 years, this was the first time he met such a forthright lord. Even Xianxia had only rewarded him with a few dozen spirit stones. You go first. I'll hand in the contribution points later. Okay. After Little Star left, Chen Hao doubtfully said, he's just a small character. Do you need to bribe him? Giving him a demonic blood pill right off the bat, how generous. It's fine. I don't want to use the demonic blood pill with me. If I keep it, the pill will spoil. I might as well use it a little. This Little Star is Elder Xia's subordinate after all. As long as he intentionally or unintentionally puts in a good word for me, it's worth it. Qing Yan's demonic blood pill was a gift given to her by the Qing family when she first entered the sect. She had been keeping it. Tisk. Chen Hao disdainfully snorted. He was a stingy person and didn't approve of Qing Yan's actions. Little Star held the demonic blood pill and walked carefully. He looked at everyone as if they were robbers. After walking for a few hundred meters, he slowly calmed down and adjusted his state of mind. Elder Xia, I've given the compensation bill to Miss Ruoyan. Elder Xia smiled and asked, what was her reaction when she saw the bill? Was her expression very interesting? It was indeed interesting. But she said that she was wrong to make a move in the Blood Hand Hall. So she accepted her punishment. You didn't tell her that the bill was written by me, right? I only told her after. Not bad, not bad. This girl is not bad. She's much more pleasing to the eye than those unruly bastards. 3 months later, the head of the Blood Hand Hall, Chen Gang, came looking for Yi Qing Yan. Xianxia's matter had temporarily come to an end. After being beaten up by Qing Yan, they never appeared again. Qing Yan heard that Xianxia seemed to have been awakened by her beating. After returning to the Yan family and recuperating from his injuries, he almost never left the house and cultivated in seclusion. It seemed that he was planning to seek revenge. Because Xianxia was beaten to a pulp and changed his ways, the Yan family did not do anything excessive. When Qing Yan heard the news, she regretted that she didn't beat Xianxia up the first time she saw him. Ruoyan, I called you here to inform you that after my discussion with Elder Xia, your strength and ability are sufficient to be a squad leader in the Blood Hand Hall. Therefore, you will be appointed as the squad leader of the Blood Hand Hall's 3rd Brigade, 7th Squad. Do you have any objections? Qing Yan had accepted a few difficult missions on and off. She had a 100% completion rate and had never failed. In terms of performance, she was one of the best in the Blood Hand Hall. Qing Yan raised her hand and said, yes. Chen Gang clenched his teeth and said, no, you don't. The might of a transcendent realm cultivator was completely revealed without any concealment. The whole room was filled with a cold and bloody turbulence. Yes, I don't. Good. The violent aura instantly disappeared without a trace. Qin Gang smiled coldly and said, "Since you don't have any objections, I will officially appoint you as the squad leader of the Bloodhound Hall's 3rd Brigade, 7th Squad." Qin Yan rolled her eyes at this hall master Qin. Elder Xia stood at the side and smiled without saying anything. "Your team members are all outside. They will be your subordinates in the future. In the following period of time, you can no longer act alone. You will need to lead a team to complete missions." Qin Yan knew that she would no longer have freedom in the future. "Don't look so unhappy. As the squad leader, your treatment will be improved. You will also receive many benefits from the sect. You will be able to get a 10% discount on everything you exchange for with sect contribution points. This will save you a lot of money." Qin Yan pouted. She had not used up all the contribution points she had. Go. Remember, every month, the squad must accept a group mission. Of course, if you have not completed the previous mission, you can report to your superior, Ding Chunhua. Got it, Qin Yan said weakly. Qin Yan's dissatisfaction was written all over her face. If it was any other member of the Bloodhound Hall, Qin Gang would have flipped out on the spot. But this person was Chen Ruoyan. It could be said that unknowingly, Chen Ruoyan had become a very special member of the Bloodhound Hall. Hall Master Chen Ruoyan was more tolerant of her, and Vice Hall Master Xia was also good to her. All the members of the Bloodhound Hall knew that Chen Ruoyan was very popular in the Bloodhound Hall. Was this the charm of a person? Chen Hao could not figure it out and could only attribute it to the so-called charisma. Some people, no matter where they went, were very popular. But some people, even in a small class, couldn't find any friends. They didn't even have friends on the surface. When Qin Yan opened the door of the Bloodhound Hall, she saw the 5 team members in front of her. He glanced at it and found that the quality was not bad. 2 were at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, 2 were at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, and 1 was at the peak stage of the innate realm. Hall Master Chen treated her very well. Although the number of people in the team was not enough, their strength was not considered weak. This kind of personnel could be considered a first-class standard in the Bloodhound Hall. I am Chen Ruoyan. From today onwards, I am your team leader. Do you have any problems? Qin Yan looked at the 5 members of the Bloodhound Hall and said coldly, "If any of you are dissatisfied, we can go up the stage and try." The members of the Blood Fiend sect were famous for being difficult to manage. Qin Yan had to be careful. No. No problem. No problem. These people were so obedient that it was unexpected for Qin Yan. To be honest, she wanted someone to come out and make a fuss so that she could establish her prestige. Since there are no problems, then let's introduce ourselves. The team of 5 had 2 middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists. They were called Lu Tao and Li Qingyun. Lu Tao was a strong man with a tall and sturdy body and a fierce face. With one look, one could tell that he was not a kind person. He was good at using dual blades. Li Qingyun was tall and thin. Qin Yan could only reach his chest. His weapon was a spiritual sword. He did not comprehend the slaughter profound meaning, but the gold profound meaning. Of the 2 early-stage heaven-breaking realm members, one was called Chen Yuhan. She was a rare female martial artist in the Bloodhound Hall. How should one describe her appearance? She was very ordinary. She had a big round face, dark skin, and a plump figure. If she did not have a strong killing intent, Qin Yan would believe that she was a village woman. According to her, her movement technique was not bad. Her weapon was a lancet. The other was called Su Tai. He also used a sword and comprehended the slaughter profound meaning. As for the peak stage innate realm martial artist, he was called Xianxia. His strength. Qin Yan did not care about his strength. He could only be an assistant and run errands. Chen Hao suggested, "Let's accept the mission." Qin Yan, look at them. They all seem to be very motivated. Very motivated. How were they motivated? In any case, Qin Yan could not tell. However, thinking that she had not gone out for the past half a month, Qin Yan agreed to Lord Jianling's request. Let's accept a mission. Just treat it as breaking in the team. No one had any objections. They kept their opinions to themselves. They had all heard of the name Chen Ruoyan. This was a ruthless person, a rare ruthless person in the Bloodhound Hall. They felt that she was ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to her own people, because it was to break in the team. Qing Yan accepted 3 relatively simple missions. The destinations were all near the southern Moon Kingdom. Lu Tao asked excitedly, "Captain is really generous. Accepting 3 missions at once? Why, is it strange?" Lu Tao said helplessly, 5 years ago, my former team captain accepted 2 missions. In the end, he messed up and lost everything. Since then, we did not dare to accept any more missions. How did you mess it up? There was an accident in the first mission, so we didn't complete it. The time limit for the second mission has passed, so it's considered incomplete. Generally, only a few strong teams in the first team would accept a mission like the captain. Lu Tao whispered, "Captain, are you confident?" "I don't know. I used to do missions like this when I was alone." The other team members didn't know what to say. Li Qingyan asked, "Captain, have you completed all of them?" I have not failed a mission." "Can I ask how many missions Captain has completed?" "There should be 15. Qing Yan said uncertainly. She did not deliberately remember these missions. "In less than half a year, you have accepted so many missions? And you have not failed? Is this considered a lot?" Qing Yan asked strangely. She realized that everyone was looking at her with surprise in their eyes. Chen Yuhan said, "Of course, the most I have done was 4 missions in half a year." Lu Tao said, "I have done 9 missions in a year at most." "I have done 6, Qing Yan's expression was a bit strange. So, she was still diligent? "Lord Jianling, did you hear that?" "Actually, I'm still considered diligent." "Hee hee." Chen Hao replied with a sneer. The group gathered once again. After leading the group out of the Bloodhound Hall, Qing Yan was surprised to find that the number of disciples in the House of Bloodhound had increased. Moreover, each and every one of them was training very hard in the training grounds. "What's going on recently? It seems like something big is going to happen." Lu Tao casually explained, "It's the annual competition of the House of Bloodhound." "Competition? Do we have to participate?" Qing Yan asked doubtfully. "No need. The members of the Bloodhound Hall are not allowed to participate. Only the disciples of the sect are qualified to participate." Lu Tao smiled, "Actually, we don't have to participate. Even if we participate, we might lose our lives and lose everything. We might as well complete the missions of the Bloodhound Hall. For example, the top-ranked teams in the Bloodhound Hall, if we are lucky, we might be able to earn the reward of being the first in the competition in one mission." Hearing Lu Tao's words, Qing Yan's interest in the competition of the House of Bloodhound dropped. "Let's go." Qing Yan didn't have the time to experience the benefits of a team battle, but the disadvantages came early. The group speed was too slow. She felt that everyone was stalling for time. Turning back to look at the group behind her, she couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't bear this kind of tortoise speed. On the 7th day of the journey, even someone as patient as Qing Yan felt a little anxious. When it was time for the appointment, Qing Yan said helplessly, "Let's go." She looked at the group and realized that one of them was missing. "Where's Lu Tao?" "Lu Tao wasn't here." Qing Yan rubbed her head. "Li Qingyun, go and call Lu Tao out. We should hurry. At this rate, I feel that we will be able to walk until the end of time." Not long later, Li Qingyun came out from the inn. "Lu Tao isn't here." Hearing this reply, Qing Yan flew into a rage. "Then where did he go?" "I don't know." Qing Yan turned around and looked at the others. "Su Tai, you live next to Lu Tao. Do you know where Lu Tao went?" I don't know." Su Tai quickly shook his head. Qing Yan went straight back to the inn and pushed open the door to Lu Tao's room. The quilt was neatly folded. This folding method was exactly the same as the one in her room. It should be the inn's handiwork. Then, Lu Tao didn't sleep on the bed last night. At this time, the others had already followed in. Chen Yuhan said, "Could he have gone hunting?" What do you mean by hunting?" Qing Yan was still a complete newbie when it came to leading the Bloodhound Hall team on missions. There were many things that she wasn't clear about. Sometimes, in the middle of a mission, some members may take some time off to act alone. Without waiting for Chen Yuhan to finish, Qing Yan finally understood what hunting for food meant. She found a chair and sat down. Her fingers tapped on the table lightly, and her expression became more and more unsightly. I remember that when we first entered the city, Lu Tao met the eldest daughter of the Wu clan, right? Qing Yan ordered in a low voice. Li Qingyun, go take a look at the Wu clan in the city. Yes, Captain. Anyone could see that Chen Ruoyan was in a bad mood. After Li Qingyun left, Qing Yan asked the others, is this hunting against the rules of the Blood Hand Hall? Su Tai said in a low voice, it's not really against the rules. As long as it doesn't affect the normal progress of the mission, generally speaking, the captains will turn a blind eye. Qing Yan rudely interrupted him, the problem is, he is delaying the mission. Su Tai immediately shut his mouth. In Lu Tao's room, no one dared to speak. There was only a rhythmic and somewhat hurried sound of fingers tapping on the table. During this time, the waiter came by once. He glanced at the people in the room and seemed to feel the heavy atmosphere. Then, he timidly left. After waiting for about half an hour, Qing Yan's fingers had already made a dent on the table. Suddenly, Lu Tao's forthright laughter came from the door of the room. Sorry, I came back late. What did you do last night? Qing Yan asked bluntly. I just went out for a stroll. I didn't expect to come back late. I apologize. It's my fault. I'm sorry, Captain. Qing Yan sniffed. Other than the strong smell of blood, she also smelled a faint woman's fragrance. At this moment, Li Qingyun appeared behind Lu Tao. Qing Yan didn't care about Lu Tao anymore. Instead, she asked Li Qingyun, what happened to the Wu family? Hearing Qing Yan's question, Lu Tao's face stiffened. Obviously, she had guessed his itinerary last night. Li Qingyun didn't care about Lu Tao's expression. He directly replied, last night, the Wu family encountered bandits. The head of the Wu family and a few members were killed. The eldest daughter of the Wu family was kidnapped. As soon as Li Qingyun said that, everyone present knew who did it. That eldest daughter of the Wu family. Where did you throw her? Captain, don't worry. I've taken care of it. No one will know that I did it. Qing Yan heard Lu Tao's words and frowned slightly. Chen Hao could tell that Qing Yan wasn't satisfied with the other party's answer. Captain, why don't we go on our way? We've been delayed for so long. Su Tai reminded in a low voice. Obviously, Su Tai was helping Lu Tao out. Lu Tao, do you know that because of you, we've been delayed for so long, it's only an hour. Why don't we split the things I stole this time? How about that? Everyone's faces lit up with smiles. Qing Yan's face was still cold. There won't be a next time. Lu Tao smiled obsequiously and said, no problem. No problem. I promise that I won't waste everyone's time next time. With that, he took the lead and walked out. The moment he stepped out of the door, his face turned cold and angry. He opened his mouth slightly and moved his lips, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, he wasn't satisfied with Chen Ruoyan. Chen Hao reminded her softly that Lu Tao scolded you when he went out. Usually, when he encountered such a situation, he would definitely fan the flames. I got it. Qing Yan's face didn't show any expression, but Chen Hao knew that she must have remembered this matter. Qing Yan was actually someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. She was also a little rude and overbearing, narrow-minded. Su Tai, do you think this Chen Ruoyan has a problem? Didn't I just go out to hunt? Did she need to talk to me in that tone? She even gave me that look. While they were rushing, Lu Tao couldn't help but talk to Su Tai through voice transmission. Su Tai and he were originally members of the same team and had a very close relationship. Su Tai advised, you'd better calm down. This Chen Ruoyan is not to be trifled with. Isn't she just a woman? Maybe one day she'll go crazy and die. What's there to be arrogant about? Qing Yan, I saw that Lu Tao and Su Tai whispering, as if they were talking behind your back. What did they say? Chen Hao said, I don't know, they used sound transmission, but that Lu Tao is smiling on the surface, but he's probably cursing in his heart. Every time they spoke, they would glance at you. Anyway, it can't be anything good. Didn't you notice? Their mouths are on other people's bodies, say whatever you want. Qin Yan answered indifferently. As long as one had enough strength, the killing mission was very easy to complete, especially when the mission target was not on guard. The others helped Qin Yan block the small fries, and the mission target was taken care of by Qin Yan. The first mission of the Bloodhound Hall's 3 missions was completed just like that. I didn't expect our first mission to be completed so easily. Xianxia said somewhat happily. I feel that it's because our captain is strong. That late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist was so easily taken care of by our captain, I thought it would drag on for a long time. Qin Yuhan flattered Qin Yan a little, and Qin Yan responded with a smile. Qin Yan would always accept this kind of kindness from this kind of subordinate. But I feel that before we carry out the next mission, shouldn't we first investigate the strength of the people around the mission target? Find a safe time to make our move? Lu Tao began to sing a different tune. Many of our previous missions had experts appearing around the mission target. I feel that we were just lucky this time. However, what he said was very reasonable, and even Qin Yan could not refute it. Or rather, she did not want to refute it. The red blood sword was her secret. What you said is reasonable, I will pay attention next time. Let's go find the next target. 7 days later, under Qin Yan's leadership, the second mission was completed very easily. Xianxia did not even have time to make a move, and the mission target died under Qin Yan's sword. However, in this mission, Qin Yan did pretend to let her subordinates investigate the situation of the experts around the target, and after confirming that there were no experts following, she made her move. After all, if they really did not investigate anything, they would indeed be suspected of having too good of a luck. Why was it that when the other Bloodhound Hall squads carried out their missions, they would often encounter accidents while his squad carried out their missions smoothly? When Qin Yan arrived near the third mission target, she sent them out to scout for information as usual. The results were not bad. The information she obtained was that there were no experts following the third mission target. After setting the target of the mission, they approached it under the cover of the night. To be on the safe side, Qin Yan asked Red Blood Sword, Sir Jianling, are there any powerful experts in the mansion 500 meters away? No. Qin Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she raised her hand and was about to order everyone to act according to plan, Chen Hao, who was inside Red Blood Sword, added, there are no masters. There is one divine power realm martial artist. Qin Yan's hand suddenly stopped in midair. Lu Tao, Li Qingyun, and the others looked at Qin Yan's hand that was raised in midair and then slowly put down. They felt the morale in their hearts slowly sink. Qin Yan looked at Red Blood Sword in a daze. Chen Hao explained, you know, divine power realm martial artists are not considered experts in my opinion. Qin Yan calmed down a little. She knew that Sir Jianling's mental state was intermittently abnormal again. Li Qingyun asked, Captain, what's wrong? Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, I think we should be more cautious. Captain, what are we waiting for? Lu Tao said impatiently, the plan is ready. Why don't we just follow the plan? I think we should be more cautious. What if there are other experts around the target? Qin Yan did not turn her head. She guessed that Lu Tao would say something. When Lu Tao really did, Qin Yan's mouth revealed a mysterious smile. I think there is a problem with our information. Lu Tao asked, Captain, did you find something unusual? The other members looked at Qin Yan, waiting for her answer. The information was collected and the plan was made. No one was willing to give up at the last moment of execution. No, it's just a feeling. I think there might be a problem. After hearing Qin Yan's answer, almost all the members were disappointed. They felt that this thing had no basis and was very unconvincing. Just based on a feeling? You doubt my ability to gather information based on a feeling? Lu Tao said in a displeased tone. Lu Tao realized that ever since that trip to the Wu family, this Chen Ruoyan seemed to be rejecting and suppressing him. As a member of the team whose strength was second only to Chen Ruoyan and who had the most experience in missions, he was in charge of gathering information on the target. Chen Ruoyan doubting the information was actually doubting him. How about this, you guys are in charge of blocking reinforcements from other places, and I'll go kill the mission target. How about it? The mission target was only a heaven-breaking realm martial artist. He was the weakest among all the mission targets. As a member of the Bloodhound Hall, Lu Tao's strength was at heaven-breaking realm middle stage. He could indeed kill the target in a short time. Lu Tao wanted to slap Qingyan's face in front of everyone. He wanted to prove with facts that Qingyan's so-called feeling was not worth believing. In the darkness, Qingyan lowered her head, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "The other party's strength is indeed inferior to yours. That clan only has that one heaven-breaking realm martial artist, and you can completely ignore the others. Since you want to go, then go. We'll help you block all the martial artists in the city who dare to go there to provide support. We definitely won't miss a single one. Don't worry about this." "Okay," Lu Tao said heroically. Just as Lu Tao was about to leave, Qingyan gently instructed, "Lu Tao, be careful. If you feel something is wrong, leave immediately. After the mission is completed, we'll meet at the old place." Hearing this, Lu Tao's body paused. This was the first time he heard Chen Ruoyan speak so gently. Lu Tao liked women very much. For a peerless beauty like Chen Ruoyan, he naturally coveted her in his heart. However, he was not an irrational person. Even if he coveted her in his heart, he did not dare to show it. He had always suppressed these thoughts that he should not have in his heart. If Chen Ruoyan had spoken to him like this in the past, he would definitely feel comfortable in his heart. If he felt comfortable in his heart, then how could he possibly use words to squeeze Chen Ruoyan, this little captain? Lu Tao carried his dual sabers as he walked. On the way, he thought to himself, after this mission is completed, should I be a little more polite to her? Her strength is stronger than mine, and she's even my superior. Offending her doesn't seem to have any benefits. Qingyan watched as Lu Tao dashed forward and stepped into the high wall of the house. She couldn't help but retreat. "Captain, should we go over too?" Chen Yuhan asked. According to the original plan, one person would be the main attacker while the others were responsible for blocking other reinforcements. Now that Lu Tao had gone in, they should also go to their respective positions. We can retreat a little more. As for going to other positions, there's no need. It's not like they haven't started fighting yet. When they do, we'll split up." Qingyan's order made her team members somewhat confused. However, they were not as courageous as Lu Tao. Even if they were muttering in their hearts, they didn't dare to question their captain's decision in public. They could only follow their captain and slowly leave the house where the target was. Just after they retreated 1,000 meters, a rumbling explosion came from the house. Immediately after, a bloody light dyed the vicinity of the house blood red, and then disappeared after Lu Tao's scream. This series of events happened in an extremely short period of time. Even Qingyan's subordinates couldn't react. "Su Tai, brother Lu, we'll split up immediately." As soon as Qingyan finished speaking, she disappeared in front of her team members. The other team members weren't idiots. At this time, a few heaven-breaking realm martial artists gathered together was too big of a target. Once they were discovered by the experts in the house, they might be affected. They also quickly split up and left. After more than 2 hours, Xianxia was the last to arrive at the designated rendezvous point. He was the only one at the rendezvous point. Soon, he noticed the secret signal left by their captain, Chen Ruoyan, on the ground. This secret signal was different from the common secret signal of the Bloodhound Hall. Their captain, Chen Ruoyan, thought that the Bloodhound Hall was a little unsafe, so on the way, she used the common secret signal of the Bloodhound Hall as a foundation, made a new evolution, and taught it to them. When Xianxia learned the new secret signal, he really admired his captain's brain. He carefully identified it and immediately flew to the designated location. Not long after Xianxia left, Qingyan slowly appeared. It seems that the Transcendent Realm martial artist and the mission target don't have a deep relationship. They didn't follow him. If they really do have a deep relationship, how could your Blood Fiend's intelligence system not know? How could Lu Tao not know and foolishly go to his death? That's true. It seems that I need to inform them together. The secret signals that Qingyan left for the team at the original rendezvous point were all different. Every team member acted according to the secret signals that she left behind. In the end, they would realize that they were the only ones at the rendezvous point. This was to prevent that Transcendent Realm martial artist from following her team members and finding them. After all, she was the team leader. It was enough for Lu Tao, who was not very obedient, to die. If there were too many deaths, she would not be able to explain it to Hall Master Chen. Lu Tao was hiding in a forest, surrounded by darkness. He looked at the rendezvous point that was designated by the captain not far away. There was no one there, not even Captain Chen Ruoyan. His mood was a little heavy. The aura emanating from the house just now was definitely from a transcendent realm expert. Lu Tao must be dead. It was impossible for him to escape from a transcendent realm martial artist. The difference was too great. Where are Captain Chen Ruoyan and the others? Why isn't he here yet? Logically speaking, the captain should have arrived long ago. There was also Li Qingyun. Chen Yuhan's movements were also better than his, of course. In terms of movement, their captain was still the scariest. He remembered Captain Chen's warning before Lu Tao left and felt a chill in his heart for no reason. There was no evidence that Captain Chen Ruoyan had anything to do with Lu Tao's death. But when he thought about why Lu Tao replaced Chen Ruoyan to enter the house, he felt that Lu Tao's death was definitely related to Captain Chen Ruoyan. So what if he guessed it? There was no evidence. No one would believe him. Even if the other team members had such guesses, they would definitely not and would not dare to question their captain. What about him? Of course, he chose to remain silent. What was the benefit of going against Chen Ruoyan? None, and he did not dare to. He didn't want to die like Lu Tao one day without knowing what happened. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have been very close to Lu Tao recently. What are you thinking about? A woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hello, Captain. Chen Ruoyan's appearance scared him so much that his whole body trembled. Follow me. Where to? To meet up. Aren't we meeting here? It changed again. Is there a problem? Su Tai quickly said, No. No. He looked at the captain's back in front of him. When the captain was hurrying, her posture was extremely graceful. Even Lu Tao, who had always been at odds with the captain, could not help but glance at the captain's back. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? Do I want to die? If he continued to stare, he would definitely be noticed. In order to distract himself, he had to find a topic. Captain, is Lu Tao dead? Of course, he's dead if he's disobedient. Su Tai's pupils suddenly shrank. I mean, he shouldn't have disobeyed me. I clearly told him that there might be a problem, but he still insisted, right? Yes. Captain is right. He clearly heard a warning in the captain's words of Chen Ruoyan. Before dawn, all the members were assembled. Qingyan said, I'm very sad about Lu Tao's death. Su Tai looked at his toes seriously. Almost everyone else also lowered their heads. But our mission still has to continue. When she said this, almost all the team members looked up at their captain. To be honest, after knowing that a divine power realm martial artist had appeared beside the mission target, they had almost given up on this mission in their hearts. No one would go against their own life. Let's wait for a while more. If there's a chance, I'll personally take action next time. This time, the other members were satisfied, but they started to worry for Qingyan instead. During the retreat last night, the members understood the captain's intentions after a short discussion. Judging from last night's retreat, this captain of theirs was definitely an outstanding one. When carrying out a dangerous mission, no one would not desire an outstanding captain who was meticulous and considered all aspects. Don't worry, I haven't lived long enough. At the same time, I'll also seek the sect's opinion. Qingyan did not dare to be too confident in her words. Whether that divine power realm martial artist stayed by the mission target's side for a long time was still unclear. But this time, with the divine power realm martial artist personally taking action, he was completely exposed. The House of Blood Fiend's intelligence system should be able to find information about the other party. On the same day, Qingyan reported the matter of a divine power realm martial artist appearing beside the mission target to the local intelligence system and the sect. After waiting for a full half a month, that divine power realm martial artist did not leave. Qingyan also received Qin Gang's order for their team to withdraw and temporarily give up on the mission. Because of the intervention of the divine power realm martial artist, their mission was not considered a failure this time. Half a year's time passed very quickly. In less than half a year's time, with Red Blood Sword's supervision, Qingyan didn't slack off too much, and her strength unknowingly entered the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. The fast profound and cloud profound were at the small success stage, and the illusion profound and slaughter profound were at the large success stage. In terms of strength, she definitely surpassed the majority of heaven breaking realm peak stage martial artists. If it were any other House of Blood Fiend member who advanced from the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm to the late stage in such a short time, then they would definitely be valued by the House of Blood Fiend, but the problem was, this person was Qingyan. In the House of Blood Fiend, she was famous for having no bright prospects. As for the reason her strength advanced so quickly, everyone knew, and no one envied her. It was just that she cultivated an evil cultivation technique. Any martial artist with the slightest bit of rationality wouldn't choose to cultivate it. This kind of cultivation technique was recorded in the second and third floors of the House of Blood Fiend's library, and there were even original copies. As long as one paid a certain amount of contribution points to the House of Blood Fiend, they could read it, but the House of Blood Fiend prohibited inner disciples from cultivating it. Qingyan had once read the brief introduction of the forbidden evil cultivation technique recorded in the second floor of the House of Blood Fiend. The cultivation technique that increased one's strength quickly was almost on par with her, who had the red blood sword. Of course, it was extremely unstable. When cultivating it, one's character would change greatly, becoming cruel and bloodthirsty, gradually losing one's rationality, and gradually becoming a different person. In serious cases, one would go berserk, explode, and die. As for whether there were other faster cultivation techniques, Qingyan didn't see it, probably because of her authority. Qingyan didn't have much hope for the red blood sword's upgrade. Because every time Sir Jianling would say that the red blood sword was about to upgrade, the red blood sword was about to upgrade, as long as there was more blood and flesh, but Sir Jianling had been saying this for half a year, and there was no movement until now. Qingyan suspected that Sir Jianling might have been deceiving her all along. Chen Ruoyan, I officially challenge you, let's fight. You are. Qingyan's thoughts were interrupted, and she raised her head, looking at the man in front of her in confusion. In the past half a year, no one had challenged her. I'm Yan Xiaotian. The man standing in front of Qingyan roared angrily. Have you forgotten? Qingyan looked at the two followers behind the young man and suddenly realized, Yan Xiaotian. Oh, it's you. Yan Xiaotian had not appeared for half a year, and Qingyan had almost forgotten about him. I'm telling you, you have to accept the challenge. Half a year ago, Yan Xiaotian was beaten up by Yi Qingyan in front of everyone, which was a great humiliation. When he went back, he wanted to settle the score with Chen Ruoyan immediately. However, as he lay in bed and recalled the entire battle, he realized that he really wasn't a match for Chen Ruoyan. Later, when he realized that even his family couldn't do anything to Chen Ruoyan for the time being, he finally made up his mind and decided to get back at her personally. His parents were very supportive of his idea, so Yan Shaola went into seclusion for half a year and cultivated his family's mid-grade earth-grade movement technique, Divine Wind Steps, to the realm of great mastery before coming out of seclusion. He knew that Chen Ruoyan's strongest point was her movement technique. As long as his movement technique could catch up to hers, he believed that he could definitely defeat Chen Ruoyan with the advantage of his family's cultivation technique and martial skills. But half a year ago, your strength was still at the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Qingyan pursed her lips and said, It seems like you haven't improved much. Yan Shaola took a deep breath and said, Do you know Bai Pingyuan? No. Yan Shaola clenched his teeth, trying to suppress the anger in his chest, and said, He's an elder's personal disciple, ranked 9th among the inner disciples, and was at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. Qingyan looked at him and suddenly felt that he was a fool. Did he really think that she didn't know Bai Pingyuan? And then? I defeated him. Qingyan asked tentatively, You mean, he's a fake? No. Yan Shaola roared loudly, What I mean is, I'm very strong, and my strength can't be measured by cultivation realm. Understood, so? Have a match with me, if you don't, I'll let you feel the Yan clan's power. And if I win? Yan Shaola said in a deep voice, If you win, I won't come to find you again after half a year, and our past grudges will be written off. Of course, I'll definitely come to challenge you again until I defeat you. I know, your strength is very strong. Much stronger than what you've shown. Xianxia added, our Yan clan isn't weak, and some things can't be hidden just because you want to. Qingyan narrowed her eyes and looked at Xianxia. It seemed that he hadn't wasted this half a year. What Xianxia had obtained was far more than what she had seen. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit were much stronger than half a year ago. Okay, I promise you. Qingyan couldn't refuse such a request. The two stood on the arena, and countless inner disciples rushed over after hearing the news. The arena was surrounded by 3 layers of people on the inside and 3 layers of people on the outside. Almost all of the inner disciples knew about the conflict between Xianxia and Chen Ruoyan. Half a year ago, she had violently beaten up Xianxia in the Bloodhound Hall, and it had caused a sensation among the inner disciples. After all, the grandson of the Yan clan was rarely treated like this, especially not on the arena. Who do you think will win? Both of them are late-stage Heavenbreaker experts, and their strength isn't weak, so it's a bit hard to say. It's definitely Xianxia, he's from the Yan clan. I heard rumors that 3 days ago, Xianxia defeated by Pingyuan, and Chen Ruoyan just broke through. Moreover, her cultivation method isn't reliable at all. Not necessarily. It's just that Chen Ruoyan's actions have been relatively low-key in the last half year. I heard that she's now a small captain of the Bloodhound Hall, and once killed more than 1 peak-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artist. Someone at the side said, don't talk, it's starting. Below the arena, it instantly quieted down. Just as the referee announced the start of the battle, blood-red slaughter intent gushed out from Xianxia's body. Perfection stage slaughter intent? Some of the inner disciples below the arena exclaimed. Of course, they understood the significance of the perfection stage slaughter intent. This meant that as long as Xianxia spent some cultivation resources, he could directly cultivate to the peak stage of the Heavenbreaker realm. The blood-red slaughter intent was incomparably violent, and it almost dyed the entire arena red, and Chen Ruoyan's petite figure was like a small boat in a stormy sea. The slightest mistake and she would be in danger of being destroyed. Someone said in a low voice, Chen Ruoyan will definitely lose. However, right at this moment, an even more berserk intent of slaughter erupted from Yi Qingyan's body. To everyone's surprise, Yi Qingyan's intent of slaughter actually suppressed Xianxia's intent of slaughter. That aura was like a raging fire, even though they were standing below the arena, countless Holocaust sect inner disciples still felt that the slaughter intent seemed to be burning their souls. P.S. I'm back again. Recently, I went out for a period of time, but I didn't expect all the internet cafes outside to be closed. I also felt that I had reached a bottleneck. Seeing that Qingyan's plot had skipped for half a year, perhaps everyone could guess that the author wanted to speed up the pace. After all, the main character was the demon sword. It couldn't be like other books, where the plot was tight and the main character reached the top in a dozen years. The sword master was destined to be skipped for a period of time, which was the so-called garbage time, just like Sister Lihua. The sword master couldn't be liked forever. All the sword masters were liked by the readers, and that was also a flaw. You might say that I'm pretentious, but that's the truth. Some people are pretentious, extreme, licking dogs, weak, selfish, just, selfless, naive. In other people's books, they are destined to not be the main character. But in this book, I hope that they can enjoy the treatment of the main character. At least, they can leave their mark on the demon sword, and have proof that they have lived. After 17, the number of subscriptions dropped so much that I wanted to cry. Many readers directly told me that 17 had died, and that the book had ended. But I also wanted to say that the book wasn't XVII's story. The reason for writing this theme was to write the story of the demon sword's countless sword masters. That's right, I directly said that Jianling Chen Hao was a tool, a medium, a carrier, an inheritance, and a perspective. If the main character was the sword, then the story wouldn't be long, and it would be no different from a normal story with a weapon as the main character. Although there were very few novels with weapon as the main character. Because of death, it was gorgeous. Maybe it was because my writing style was difficult to control. If the sword master didn't die, the story couldn't continue. If 17 didn't die, the first to die would definitely be this book. Although many readers felt that this book had died long ago, I originally wanted to ask for a subscription, but after thinking about it carefully, there was no need. The readers who saw this had already subscribed. This book was considered a niche of a niche, a non-mainstream of non-mainstream. For this book to be able to survive, I had always felt very surprised. Perhaps it had been mentioned before. No matter what, I still want to thank everyone who read on QQ, encouraged the author, especially good reviews, voted for the novel, tipped the author, and was willing to subscribe to the chapters of the book, whether it was in the past, present, or future. As for why I said in the article that I actually wanted to see the pity of my pirated friends, as for reading the original version, just treat it as if the author was a loser. That's right, the author has already let go of himself. You know that I rarely complain. Of course, if you don't like this paragraph, just treat it as if the author's menopause came early. Xianxia's fall was both within reason and outside of his expectations. But there were still many inner court disciples who found it hard to accept. How is this possible? How can Chen Ruoyan be so strong? Yeah, they're both in the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm, and Xianxia even cultivated an earth-grade mid-level movement technique, but why can't his speed catch up to Chen Ruoyan? Could it be that Chen Ruoyan cultivated an earth-grade high-level movement technique? That's impossible, right? I've always wanted to ask, how many profundities has Chen Ruoyan grasped? Under the illusion profundities, I can't distinguish between real and fake at all. Talent, is it really that important? She clearly doesn't have the heart of martial arts. The scarlet blood sword wrapped around Xianxia's neck, gently twisting and cutting small wounds on his neck. Xianxia could feel the coldness and piercing pain on his neck. Qingyan walked in front of Xianxia, slowly squatted down, and said softly, "Remember what you promised." Remember? Xianxia, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, closed his eyes and nodded lightly. Okay, I believe you. The scarlet blood sword released Xianxia's neck, and Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. The matter of Qingyan defeating Xianxia once again caused an uproar in the sect. Many inner court disciples thought that after Xianxia defeated by Pingyuan, it would be a story of suffering humiliation, enduring hardships for half a year, and then advancing triumphantly all the way to becoming a transcendent expert. They didn't expect that just as the story began, it would be destroyed by Qingyan, this villain woman. For those inner disciples who advocated hard work in cultivation, this was a blow that was neither too big nor too small. The day after the battle with Xianxia, Qingyan wanted to lead a team out, but didn't succeed. Sect emergency mission? Qingyan looked at Hall Master Chen strangely. Yes, this is the Southern Mountain Sect tournament. All sects must participate, there are no conditions. Chen Gang said calmly. It hasn't happened before? Indeed, this is the first time. Hall Master Chen said solemnly. The matters of the southern domain, Qingyan only understood the surface, but there were still many matters shrouded in layers of fog. Who will be the organizer of this martial arts competition? Will there be an accident halfway through and the two sects will fight each other? Qingyan asked in a low voice. There should be many conflicts between the sects of the southern mountain range, right? For example, our relationship with the Whitebone sect. No, this is an order from the Alliance. Even our Holocaust sect wouldn't dare to take action without sufficient reason. You can rest assured about your safety. The sect wouldn't sacrifice you for no reason. Qingyan pursed her lips. The subtext of these words seemed to be saying that if the sect felt that their sacrifice was worth it, they would still send them to their deaths. However, she still managed to grasp a crucial piece of information. Alliance, what is it? I wasn't too sure about these things at first. I only found out about it recently, so there's no harm in telling you. Chen Gang thought for a moment and said, the full name of the alliance is the Continent's Martial Alliance. It was established 10,000 years ago and its headquarters were in the Eastern Mountain Range. Now, its headquarters are in the Central Mountain Range. It is presided over by seniors at the domain realm and above. Be it righteous or demonic warriors, they are all nominally governed by the Alliance. It is to deal with the invasions from other worlds and the Fey beasts on the continent. 1,000 years ago, when the Fey beasts of the southern Fey mountain range invaded the southern mountain range, two seniors at the peak of the domain realm were sent by the Alliance. Qingyan was enlightened. So, it's that alliance. 10,000 years ago, the Fey beasts and humans joined forces to deal with the Fey beasts. Back then, the forces of the human race gathered together and formed a human martial alliance. However, 5,000 years ago, after the humans defeated the Fey beasts and occupied the most fertile central mountain range, there was no news of the alliance. Many people believed that after defeating a powerful enemy, the human martial alliance would naturally disband or disintegrate. Xianxia never expected that it still existed. Yes, it's that alliance. I only learned of it recently. It has always existed. Chen Gang whispered. I believe that the alliance's sudden appearance, allowing the various sects on the continent to compete, has a deeper meaning. Xianxia pointed at herself and asked, why did they choose me? The Central Mountain Range Alliance has promised that the sects whose disciples perform well will receive rich resources. How rich? Xianxia asked casually. So rich that Sect Master Yan personally returned. Xianxia understood, even a domain realm expert was tempted. The sect definitely placed great importance on it. So they chose me? Yes, let's not talk about the future. But with your current strength, you are definitely ranked at the top among the inner sect disciples. It's not only me. There are also the other guardians and vice sect master Nya who think so. The profound meaning of swiftness is just too rare. The southern mountain range might also have warriors who possess the profound meaning of swiftness, but the number is definitely pitifully few. Chen Gang glanced at Xianxia. The sect hopes that this batch of people can obtain good results in the tournament. As long as your ranking is good, the sect will definitely not be stingy. I understand. I will go. She couldn't give up on this mission. After all, this tournament was related to the development of the entire House of Blood Fiend. Yes. Chen Gang nodded. Be careful. The tournament this time will be a little cruel. You can kill unless the opponent yells the word surrender. But I think you should be able to adapt to this. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao immediately egged her on when he heard the rules. Xianxia, don't refuse. The day you become famous in the southern mountain range has arrived. Yes. Xianxia replied to Jianling. She knew that in such a situation, the Lord Sword Spirit would do everything in his power to make her participate in this competition. Chen Gang continued to explain, the tournament is divided into 3 age groups. The Khanate Realm Warriors under the age of 20, the Heavenbreaker Realm Warriors under the age of 50, and the Divine Power Realm Warriors under the age of 100 can all participate. You will participate in the Heavenbreaker Realm under the age of 50. Your age is just right. It's not just right. I'm still a few years away from 50. Xianxia corrected him seriously. Chen Gang waved his hand. It's all the same. It's all the same. Xianxia retorted with slight dissatisfaction, how is it the same? Don't mind these details. In a month, we will depart for Tiancheng Nation. This journey is long and might take more than a month. Go and prepare well. After leaving Chen Gang, Chen Ruoyan looked at the blue sky, somewhat confused. Chen Hao saw Xianxia's somewhat confused expression and asked curiously, what's wrong? I'm thinking, becoming famous in the southern mountain range, is this really what I want? Tisk. Chen Hao snorted disdainfully. Xianxia, you're at the late stage of the Heavenbreaker realm and less than 50 years old. You should still be considered a youth. Look at Xianxia, then look at you. I feel that your mental age is actually 10,000 years old. Could it be that you're the prematurely aging? I don't think I'm old yet, right? I think you're almost there. Chen Hao added without hesitation. If not for the fact that Xianxia would complete the mission on time every month, Chen Hao would have changed his sword master long ago based on her carefree attitude. Staying by Xianxia's side was the result of Chen Hao's careful consideration. Even a remote place like the Zhou nation had 2 Dao weapons, let alone the southern region. Xianxia had helped Chen Hao look up information in the Holocaust sect's library. There were more than 10 famous Dao weapons in the southern region, and all of them were of a higher grade than the red blood sword. Including those that were deliberately hidden and not well known, there might be even more. Among them, Dao weapons of the demon Dao level were either missing, suppressed, or controlled by the top experts of the southern region. Of course, Chen Hao also wanted to change to a more powerful sword master, but he wasn't sure if the southern region experts would discover the curse on the scarlet blood sword. The southern region was different from the Zhou nation. In the small fish pond of the Zhou nation, even though Zhou Lihua's strength had reached the peak of the domain realm, her knowledge was limited. But in the southern region, it was different. Due to the endless number of geniuses and the continuous development of martial arts, the martial artists here were more knowledgeable than the Zhou nation. Just like Yu Qingyan's fast ultimacy, the moment she displayed it in the arena, the referee of the transcendent realm had already seen through some clues. He was worried that if the experts of the southern region or the central region saw through the curse on the red blood sword, he would suffer a tragic end. After all, most martial artists were hypocrites. They were clearly a bunch of ordinary people who embarked on the martial path just to make their lives more pleasant and comfortable. However, they liked to decorate their tacky desires with halos called ideals, beliefs, and pinnacle. They wanted to be more like great people who had broken away from vulgar tastes. Cultivating martial arts was to make their lives better. If they took the red blood sword, they would only die more miserably. Chen Hao felt that at this stage, if the curse on the red blood sword was really seen through, it would most likely be abandoned temporarily. Then, it would be sealed like the other uncontrollable demon weapons in the mainland. It would only be unsealed when there was no other choice. This was definitely not something that Chen Hao wanted to see. Staying at home and being imprisoned at home were two completely different concepts. Chen Hao's desire for freedom was more. Therefore, he had always been more low-key. Anyway, he had a lot of time. Qingyan murmured in a low voice, "Old, so be it." Chen Hao shook his head helplessly. He felt that this sword master was like him. They were both salted fishes. A month passed by very quickly. Qingyan and the other elite disciples of the Blood Fiend sect quickly gathered outside the mountain gate. There were more than 70 people in the group. The Blood Fiend sect's Khanate realm, Heaven-Shattering realm, and Divine Power realm members stood clearly separated. Other than the companions who would be participating in the Southern Region sect martial tournament, there were other escorts, including more than 10 Blood Hand Hall experts. Not long after, the Blood Hand Hall's hall master, Qin Gang, slowly appeared with 5 alchemists. Among them, an old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair was very eye-catching. The moment he appeared, the noisy scene quietened down. "Even Alchemist Su is here? If that's the case, can we fight without worry? Alchemist Su can't bring the dead back to life. If you really want to court death, he can't save you." This is quite a big commotion. It looks like the sect is placing great importance on this Southern Region martial tournament. Of course it's important. This is a precedent in the Southern Region. There has never been a Southern Region martial tournament before. This is the first one, so the sect definitely wants to make a name for itself. The few warriors who knew about the continent's martial alliance did not say a word. The airship descended from the sky once again. A group of Blood Fiend sect elites flew onto the airship. Just as they stepped onto the airship, they saw Niao Lakun standing in the middle of the airship. She was dressed in a striking blood-red robe. He just stood there quietly. Almost all the members of the House of Blood Fiend were standing in a straight line according to their strength. It was very quiet on the airship. It was so quiet that only the sound of the airship tearing through the air could be heard. For this Southern Region sect martial tournament, I will personally lead the team. All of you are selected elites. You must not tarnish the reputation of our Blood Fiend sect. Do you understand? Understood. Nearly all the Blood Fiend sect members on the airship, be it Khanate, Heaven-Shattering, or Divine Power Realm warriors, replied loudly in unison. Their voices penetrated the clouds. Even the disciples who were not qualified to participate in the tournament and could only stay in the Blood Fiend sect could hear them clearly. Chen Hao was also impressed by these people's loud voices. Thankfully, there were no ordinary people on the airship, or they might have been shaken to death by their roars. Not bad. Niao Lakun looked around at the crowd and nodded. She seemed to be very satisfied with their imposing manner. I will say this first, and I will only emphasize this once. In the arena, unless the gap between you and your opponent is too big, you are not allowed to give up. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, you are not allowed to give up. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules. Do you understand? Understood. Qin Yan, who was standing in the middle of the group, also shouted weakly. Then, Niao Lakun's hawk-like sharp eyes glanced at her. She instantly recovered her spirit as if she had been revived. It was not possible to slack off in front of a domain realm warrior. Alright, I will personally lead the team for the Southern Region Sect Martial Tournament. However, the Blood Hand Hall's Hall Master, Qin Gang, will be in charge of the details. If you have any reasonable problems that need to be solved, you can directly tell him. If he can't solve it, you can directly tell me. Nialakun glanced at the young Divine Power Realm warriors standing at the front and said slowly, among you, you may have the same status as Qin Gang. However, at this time, you must also obey his orders. Do you understand? Understood. Alright, as long as you can get a good result, not only will you receive the rewards for this tournament, but the sect will also prepare generous rewards for you. Nialakun promised with a cold face. This time, the House of Blood Fiend disciple who is the first in each group will be rewarded with a middle-grade Earth-class cultivation technique or martial technique. Many House of Blood Fiend disciples' breathing became heavy. Even Qin Yan wanted a middle-grade Earth-class cultivation technique or martial technique. Having been in the Bloodlust sect for so long, she had already discovered that many inner sect disciples only cultivated mystic-class cultivation techniques. Many Divine Power Realm sect guardians only cultivated Earth-class inferior-grade cultivation techniques. When she first became Nialakun's disciple, Nialakun was already very generous to her. A middle-grade Earth-class cultivation technique was also extremely precious in the House of Blood Fiend. Without hundreds of thousands of sect contribution points, it was impossible to obtain it. However, before Nialakun could finish her words, reward a corresponding spirit divine fruit. Chen Hao licked his lips when he saw Qin Yan. It was obvious that Qin Yan was tempted. No matter how lazy she was, she also wanted good things. And the right to use the blood cave for 1 month. 300,000 sect contribution points. End of chapter 555. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.